Chapter 1. Extracting the Abomination Gene. Have I truly traversed into the Marvel Universe? On a street somewhere in the United States, Chen Feng gazed in shock at the abomination wreaking havoc nearby. He had merely quipped while watching a Marvel film, remarking that Thanos' snap could annihilate half the world, which seemed utterly implausible, just that single remark. His body then disintegrated into ashes, much like those superheroes in the movies. When he awakened again, he found himself in the Marvel Universe. Having seen the Marvel films, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within this world. Superheroes were as abundant as the stars. Supervillains roamed freely. The Hulk and the Abomination frequently engaged in fierce battles on the streets. Portals appeared in the sky, with invaders intent on conquering humanity or obliterating the Earth. The Lizard Professor was elusive, and countless monsters hid in the shadows. One could only imagine the peril that enveloped this realm. Boom, boom, boom. The Abomination seemed to take offense at everything, smashing anything in sight, be it human or vehicle. Help! Run! The monster is coming! Help me, I'm trapped inside the car. Quick! Take shelter in the buildings. The citizens were engulfed in terror, some fleeing desperately, others paralyzed with fear, while those injured cried out for rescue. As the Abomination drew nearer, Chen Feng turned and fled, though a master of martial arts and a world champion. Facing a creature like the Abomination left him with no option but to run. Before he could dash far, something fell from the sky with a thunderous crash, creating a crater in the ground. Chen Feng broke into a cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death. Roar, roar, roar. A deep, menacing growl echoed around him. Chen Feng felt a wave of fear wash over him. With a colossal bang, a green hand emerged from the pit, crashing down onto the ground and fracturing the cement. Then, a towering green giant crawled out. Seeing the giant, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "The Hulk! Roar!" The Hulk unleashed a furious roar, sending Chen Feng flying several meters away. Chen Feng landed painfully, battered and bruised, with a fractured arm, ruptured eardrum, and a throbbing headache. Before he could recover, the Abomination charged at him. The Abomination surged forward, causing the ground to quake and crack beneath its feet. The Hulk, unwilling to be outdone, sprinted forward with equal ferocity. Caught between the Hulk and the Abomination, Chen Feng hastily rolled to the roadside to avoid being crushed. Yet he was still rattled by the shockwaves of their clash. Chen Feng coughed up blood. Watching the Titans battle further away, he silently vowed, "I will remember this grudge one day. I shall repay it 100-fold. Ding! Gene extraction system activated. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Chen Feng's mind. A system? Though he rarely indulged in novels, he was familiar with the concept of a system, indispensable plot device in many tales. Yet he never imagined it would manifest in his own life. System, can you make me stronger? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. Ding! This system can assist the host in extracting genes from others, thereby enhancing strength, replied the system. How does one extract? Chen Feng asked, excitement coursing through him as the prospect of revenge flickered to life. Ding! The target must willingly allow you to extract their genes. Note: physical contact is required during extraction. The system explained. Are you jesting with me? In the Marvel Universe, who among the superpowered would willingly allow me to extract their genes? Chen Feng retorted in frustration. Ding! Then subdue them, compel them to agree to the extraction, or move them emotionally. There are many methods. It depends on the host approach, the system advised. Can I extract genes from animals, like ants? Chen Feng queried. Ding! Negative. The host may only extract genes from humanoid beings. The system clarified. Sigh. How can I extract the genes of the strong? Chen Feng lamented. Tat, tat, tat. An armed helicopter flew low, unleashing a barrage on the Abomination atop a building. In that moment, Chen Feng recalled a scene from The Incredible Hulk, where the Hulk had beaten the Abomination into submission, leaving it motionless on the ground. Perhaps he could leverage the Abomination's hatred for the Hulk, compelling it to willingly allow him to extract its genes. Enduring the pain, Chen Feng pursued the armed helicopter on the ground. When the helicopter was destroyed by the Abomination and crashed into a dilapidated ancient structure, Chen Feng swiftly sought refuge in a nearby building. He waited, biding his time for the moment when the Hulk would incapacitate the Abomination. Hulk smash. The furious voice echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Then came a tremor that shook the very ground, followed by the thunderous roars of the Hulk and the abomination. Chen Feng knew the opportunity had arrived. He darted out, blending into the crowd. He witnessed the Hulk binding the abomination with a massive iron chain around its neck. The abomination struggled desperately, but could not break free. The Hulk attempted to choke the abomination. His girlfriend Betty interjected, "No." Reluctantly, the Hulk ceased, releasing the abomination, his fury slowly subsiding. Chen Feng began to inch closer to the abomination, when a spotlight from an armed helicopter enraged the Hulk, drawing everyone's attention to him. Chen Feng seized the moment. He approached the abomination and whispered, "Blonsky, I have a way to kill the Hulk, but first, you must willingly allow me to extract your genes." The weakened abomination turned to Chen Feng, its beastly eyes sending shivers down his spine. "What is your plan?" The abomination asked weakly. In this moment of vulnerability, the abomination was both exhausted and disheartened. Had it been otherwise, it would have easily crushed Chen Feng. "If I extract your genes, I can become as strong as you, and then we can join forces to take down the Hulk. What do you say?" Chen Feng proposed. The abomination remained silent, eyeing Chen Feng warily. Sensing its apprehension, Chen Feng reassured, "Rest assured, extracting your genes will not harm you. It only requires your willing consent." "Very well. I agree," the abomination conceded. Ecstatic, Chen Feng quickly placed his hand on the abomination, inwardly urging, "System, initiate gene extraction from the abomination and fuse it within me." Ding! Gene extraction from the abomination, successful fusion in progress, the system announced. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing the abomination's gene, the system confirmed. As the system's notification echoed, an overwhelming force began to transform Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng let out a harrowing scream. He felt his bones, sinews, flesh, and skin being forcibly stretched, the intense agony rendering him as if he were living in hell. Chapter 2. Evolution into the Titan Giant. Fortunately, the transformation process was swift. Within mere seconds, Chen Feng morphed into a colossal humanoid beast reminiscent of the abomination. A notification chimed. Due to the host's successful initial gene extraction, the system rewards a beginner's gift pack. With a mere thought, Chen Feng opened the gift pack and discovered an evolution gene. Excitement surged within him. By further evolving the abomination's gene, he could undoubtedly stand toe-to-toe with the Hulk. System, evolve the abomination gene, Chen Feng commanded. The system responded, evolving abomination gene. Moments later, another notification sounded. Abomination gene evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Titan Giant gene. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Feng's physique underwent yet another transformation. Perhaps due to the abomination's inherent traits, the pain he experienced was not as intense as before. However, the changes were substantial. After integrating the abomination gene, Chen Feng's height soared to 2.5 meters, and his weight exceeded 1,000 pounds. Now, he stood at an imposing 3 meters, with a weight surpassing 2,000 pounds. His skin transitioned from green to a bronze hue, his physique robust and powerful, embodying the essence of a true giant rather than a mere humanoid beast. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction, finally sensing a semblance of security. The abomination, sprawled on the ground, witnessed Chen Feng's transformation with astonishment. "Why you? How can you transform twice?" it stammered. Chen Feng looked down imperiously at the abomination and replied, "Because I can extract genes." The onlookers, initially believing the abomination was merely screaming in agony, turned around only to be met with the sight of Chen Feng, an even more colossal figure than the Hulk. Panic ensued as they brandished their weapons towards him. General Ross stood in stunned disbelief. What is happening? How did another giant creature suddenly appear? Suddenly, Betty let out a piercing scream. The other women gasped in shock, while the men expressed their astonishment with envy. Aside from General Ross, everyone fixated on Chen Feng's lower half. Upon glancing down, Chen Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "Hey, buddy, cover this up." A soldier tossed him a roll of green cloth. Chen Feng caught it, wrapped it around his waist, and secured it with a few sturdy knots. Upon completing this task, he heard a chorus of disappointed sighs from the women. Disinterested in their yearning glances, Chen Feng mused, "What is there to be disappointed about? With such sighs, could you even handle it?" "Who are you?" General Ross inquired. "My name is Chen Feng, and I can assist you in capturing the Hulk." Chen Feng replied indifferently, his tone calm, yet resonating with a deep growl, a characteristic voice befitting a giant. "And what do you desire in return?" General Ross asked. "A man willing to strike a deal with the devil to achieve his ambitions." He sought to dominate the world, intending to extract blood samples from the Hulk to create more super soldiers. "Inform me of the Hulk's whereabouts," Chen Feng requested. The Hulk was notoriously elusive, having already vanished from sight in a matter of moments. Thus, Chen Feng found himself compelled to collaborate with General Ross. He requires the Hulk's genetic material, otherwise, he may never revert to his human form. Though his current physique is extraordinarily robust and immensely powerful, it is far too colossal, rendering him incapable of seeking a suitable partner for love. "You would do well not to deceive me. Otherwise, my army will reduce you to mere pulp," General Ross threatened coldly. He then seized the radio and commanded, "Inform me of the Hulk's whereabouts." Reporting, "General, the Hulk is currently in the district." Fleeing towards the forest park, came the voice of General Ross's subordinate through the radio. "Send a helicopter to transport me," Chen Feng declared, a newcomer to the United States. Utterly disoriented and unfamiliar with his surroundings. "Deploy 2 helicopters," General Ross ordered. "Yes, General," replied Catherine, the general's secretary. Within a mere minute or two, 2 helicopters arrived, one of which was a heavy-duty model, presumably dispatched with Chen Feng's immense size in mind. As Chen Feng prepared to board the helicopter, the previously weak abomination slowly rose to his feet and stated, "I will go as well. I intend to bring the Hulk down." Possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability, Abomination had nearly returned to peak condition within a few minutes. "You may accompany us, but you must obey my commands this time. Should you defy my orders again, I shall send you straight to hell," General Ross warned Abomination. Despite his earlier aggression, Abomination held a certain loyalty to General Ross. Had it not been for the general's orders to fire upon him, he would not have attacked. He offered a comically exaggerated salute and assured, "Yes, General." With a wave of his hand, General Ross declared, "Let us depart." Abomination and Chen Feng boarded the same helicopter. In the spacious cabin, Abomination inquired, "How powerful are you?" "I have utilized your genetic material to evolve into a Titan, granting me tenfold your strength," Chen Feng replied truthfully. The Titans, legendary ancient deities, once ruled the earth. Though devoid of magical abilities, they possessed formidable physical prowess, impervious to blades and flames, and unmatched in close combat. Thus Chen Feng spoke no falsehood. "Tenfold," Abomination exclaimed, astonished. Chen Feng nodded. "Could you assist me in evolving into a Titan as well?" Abomination gazed at Chen Feng with fervent desire. His relentless pursuit of strength was evident. He feared neither death nor the prospect of battling the Hulk with his mortal form. Chen Feng shook his head. "That is not possible. The presence of another formidable adversary only invites danger. I shall not empower you. Moreover, I am unable, as I too rely on a system to extract genetic material." Upon hearing Chen Feng's refusal, Abomination's expression soured immediately. His breath quickened, fists clenched, veins bulging, as if he were about to strike Chen Feng. Observing Abomination's state, Chen Feng coldly threatened, "You are no match for me. I advise you to maintain your composure, lest I find no hesitation in ending your life." Breathing heavily, Abomination struggled to rein in his tempestuous emotions. "Mr. Chen, Blonsky, the Hulk is concealed in a cave below. General Ross has authorized your actions." The voice of the general came through again. The helicopter pilot declared with unwavering resolve. Despite being several hundred meters above the ground, Chen Feng exhibited no trepidation and leapt down. The Abomination followed suit. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding crashes echoed as both Chen Feng and the Abomination struck the earth, creating a crater upon impact. With a few agile bounds, they arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. The Abomination bellowed into the cave, "Hulk, come forth to meet your demise." A furious roar reverberated from the pitch-black depths, and the green giant emerged like a tank charging forward, fearless and unstoppable. The abomination, undeterred, charged into battle but was sent flying by the Hulk's sheer force. Following the abomination's flight, the Hulk swung his colossal fist toward Chen Feng. With a deft tilt of his head, Chen Feng evaded the Hulk's blow. Seizing the moment, he grasped the Hulk's wrist with both hands, spun around to face away from him, and executed a flawless over-the-shoulder throw, simultaneously bending at the waist and thrusting his hips upward. In an instant, a thunderous crash resonated as the Hulk was forcefully slammed to the ground by Chen Feng. Chapter 3. Standing on the Abomination. Raising the Titan, the Hulk was left dazed and disoriented after being thrown violently. Chen Feng offered the Hulk no opportunity for resistance, unleashing a frenzied barrage of punches and kicks with unwavering determination. To vanquish one's opponent with such fervor is the highest form of combat etiquette. The Hulk relied on his formidable physique and immense strength, capable of overpowering adversaries with sheer force. Yet now, he faced the mightier Titan, Chen Feng, whose extensive battle experience rendered the Hulk's advantages futile, leaving him to wail in despair. The abomination, having been sent flying, returned in a state of shock. How powerful, he marveled. General Ross, observing from a helicopter, was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Beside him, Betty, witnessing her boyfriend's helplessness against Chen Feng, grew frantic and pleaded with her father, "Dad, please save Banner." Betty had a penchant for complicating her father's plans, always emerging to disrupt them just as success was within reach. "Do not fret. Your boyfriend is not so fragile," General Ross replied tersely, well aware of the Hulk's resilience, having witnessed it withstand heavy artillery. "Then let me down," Betty retorted angrily, eager to encourage her boyfriend, as her presence had always bolstered the Hulk's strength in perilous moments. "Enough of this nonsense," General Ross snapped, contemplating the urge to push his headstrong daughter from the helicopter if she were not his own flesh and blood. Below, the Hulk's fury intensified with each blow from Chen Feng, his strength surging in tandem with his rage. Suddenly, he let out a deafening roar, grasped Chen Feng's leg, and hoisted him aloft, crashing him violently into the rocks. The abomination, witnessing this turn of events, leapt into action, wrapping his arms around the Hulk's neck. With the Hulk momentarily distracted, Chen Feng emerged from the rubble, albeit covered in dust, yet unscathed, testament to the Titan's robust physique. "Hulk, prepare to face my wrath," Chen Feng declared, having momentarily underestimated his opponent, allowing the Hulk a fleeting chance to counter. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself into the air with a thunderous boom, descending directly onto the spot where the Hulk stood. Boom! The Hulk was driven deep into the ground. Subsequently, Chen Feng crouched down, seizing the Hulk's neck with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly as if he were but a child. The magnitude of Chen Feng's strength was unfathomable. Despite the Hulk's struggles to break free, he found himself ensnared. Bang! 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 The Hulk howled, raining blows upon Chen Feng, who remained completely unharmed. Transformed into the Titan, Chen Feng felt no fear from the current Hulk, as the latter had yet to reach his terrifying potential. "Submit, and allow me to extract your genes, or else, death," Chen Feng intoned coldly. The Hulk struggled to articulate a few words. "Hulk will never yield." "Humph," Chen Feng scoffed. Chen Feng intensified his efforts, squeezing the Hulk so fiercely that his tongue seemed to protrude. Yet, the Hulk remained unyielding, a testament to his extraordinary vitality. Suddenly, Abomination struck, closing in with a swift rotation, his elbow spikes piercing the Hulk's heart. The Hulk let out a pained cry, his body stiffening momentarily before succumbing to weakness. "Stop!" Betty appeared like a savior. Unmoved, Chen Feng continued to exert his strength. Abomination, relentless, drove his spikes deeper into the Hulk, inflicting numerous wounds and causing a torrent of green blood to flow. Ignoring everything, Betty rushed forward, grasping the green cloth wrapped around Chen Feng's waist, pleading with a quavering voice, "Please, release Banner. I can extract his genes without harming him, but he refuses, so he must perish. It is of no concern to me." Chen Feng replied coolly. In the distance, General Ross, hearing Chen Feng's words, remained unaffected. His sole desire was the Hulk's blood, indifferent to the creature's fate. Banner, you must comply, or you will die, Betty urged through her tears. Perhaps inspired by Betty's desperation, the Hulk, who had nearly lost his breath, managed to voice his resolve. No, Hulk shall not submit. Witnessing the Hulk's obstinacy, Chen Feng grew impatient. With his other hand, he suddenly seized Betty by the neck, lifting her as well, then turned to the Hulk, asking, "What of now? Will you yield?" "Cough. Let me go, please," Betty gasped, her legs flailing in the air. The Hulk's strength surged dramatically, unleashing a roar filled with fury. "Chen Feng, release Betty. She is my daughter," General Ross shouted anxiously. "Her survival hinges entirely on whether Hulk willingly allows me to extract his genes," Chen Feng coldly replied. "In the Marvel Universe, kindness is a sin. To survive, one must be ruthless and strong, earning the right to exist." "Blonsky, stop him," General Ross commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Abomination ultimately chose to obey Ross, launching an attack on Chen Feng. His elbow spikes aimed at Chen Feng's back, but Chen Feng's physique was formidable, impervious to harm. Abomination's spikes shattered upon impact. Ignoring Abomination's assault, Chen Feng turned and delivered a forceful kick that shattered Abomination's right leg. The creature knelt, howling in agony, while the Hulk's strength grew with his fury. Abomination lacked such resilience. Thus, Chen Feng, possessing tenfold the power, swiftly overpowered him. Chen Feng kicked Abomination to the ground, then stomped down hard. With a crack, Abomination's chest bones fractured, caving inward, letting out a wretched scream. Abomination found himself devoid of any strength to struggle. With a foot planted on the detestable and a hand raised in triumph like the Green Giant, Chen Feng was filled with exhilaration. Unable to contain himself, he threw back his head and let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. General Ross, concerned for his daughter, discreetly commanded through the intercom, "Sniper, aim for Chen Feng's head and strive for a clean shot." Acknowledged came the sniper's response. Mere seconds later, a series of gunshots rang out. Chen Feng's head was struck multiple times. Though his skin remained unbroken, the pain was undeniable, igniting his fury. He glared at General Ross in the distance and demanded, "Do you wish to use my hand to slay your own daughter?" The general's expression darkened. He did not respond to Chen Feng's inquiry, but instead quietly issued further orders through the intercom. "Switch to armor-piercing rounds. If you cannot take down Chen Feng, then you are all dismissed." General Ross commanded a formidable army, equipped with an array of black market and heavy weaponry. Thus, Chen Feng chose to momentarily retreat from the confrontation, having successfully captured the Green Giant. As for Betty, her release was not yet feasible. He required her to persuade the Green Giant to willingly allow him to extract genes and to serve as a hostage for their escape. Grasping Betty in his left hand and the Green Giant in his right, Chen Feng propelled himself skyward with a powerful leap. Suddenly, the sound of armor-piercing bullets struck his back, causing him to plummet from the air. Chapter 4. Extracting the Hulk's gene. Chen Feng fell to the ground, but did not stumble, still clutching the Hulk and Betty in his grasp. With a forceful push from his back, several large armor-piercing bullets were expelled from his body, and as soon as they left, the wounds on his body rapidly healed, scabbing over in mere seconds. He cast a glance back at General Ross and ominously declared, "General Ross, your actions have succeeded in etching your name into my memory. Rest assured, I shall return to seek you out." With that, he sprinted forward, leaving a trail of shattered trees in his wake. "General, Chen Feng is holding Miss Betty, which has rendered our men hesitant to deploy heavy weaponry. What shall we do?" inquired Secretary Catherine. General Ross slammed down the walkie-talkie in frustration and replied, "What a daughter who achieves nothing but hinders my efforts. It would have been sufficient for her to keep her distance from me, yet she insists on complicating matters." "Damn it, General," Catherine prompted. With a resigned sigh, Ross conceded, "Let us retreat." Suddenly, he recalled his capable warrior, Blonsky, and asked, "Is Blonsky dead?" "Not dead, but severely injured," Catherine responded. "At least he lives," Ross said, feeling a sense of relief. He was not entirely satisfied with the Abomination's capabilities, as it could not transform into a human. If he were to create an army of such grotesque beings, humanity would surely rise against him. After leaving the forest park, Chen Feng dashed into a sewer. In the Marvel universe, surveillance was ubiquitous, leaving nowhere to hide. The sewer offered a meager refuge from the all-seeing eyes. Upon entering, Chen Feng ceased his running. He released the Hulk and Betty. The Hulk had been rendered unconscious from Chen Feng's grip and collapsed to the ground. Betty fared better, merely feeling discomfort from the chokehold. Once released, she swayed briefly before regaining her composure. Once freed, Betty rushed to the Hulk, crying out, "Banner, wake up! You would do well to persuade the Hulk to willingly allow me to extract his genes, or I assure you, I will end your lives," Chen Feng threatened. "I will convince him. Please, don't harm us," Betty pleaded with a tremulous voice. Seeing her tear-streaked, heart-wrenching visage, Chen Feng felt a twinge of compassion stir within him. But the thought that this was his sole opportunity to revert to human form extinguished any lingering sympathy. What did it matter to bully a woman? As long as he could grow stronger, he would not hesitate to embrace eternity. The Hulk's regenerative abilities were remarkable. He awakened after a brief moment. Upon seeing the Hulk conscious, Betty immediately urged him, "Banner, let him extract your genes. It won't harm you. Just don't resist, or he will kill us." "I will never submit," the Hulk weakly declared, embodying the independent persona of Banner's transformation, known as Hulk, who felt no fear but only boundless rage. "For my sake, must you refuse?" Betty lamented. The Hulk turned his gaze to Betty, a flicker of tenderness breaking through his wild demeanor. "Hulk, I present you with two choices. 1. Willingly allow me to extract your genes. 2. I will kill Betty right now," Chen Feng stated coldly. The Hulk's body had recuperated significantly, yet he refrained from succumbing to rage, perhaps aware of his inability to best Chen Feng. Gazing at his pitiful girlfriend, he ultimately chose to lower his noble head and weakly stated, "Hulk chooses to allow you to extract my genes." "A wise decision," Chen Feng praised. Stepping closer and resting his hand upon the Hulk's shoulder, inwardly contemplating, "System, extract the Hulk's genes and merge them with my own." Ding. Gene extraction from the Hulk failed. The system announced. "Failed." Chen Feng seethed, delivering a powerful blow to the Hulk's head, driving it into the ground. With a splutter, the Hulk expelled a spray of green blood. "How could you renege on your word?" Betty chastised, clearly furious. "Your boyfriend has not willingly consented to let me extract his genes," Chen Feng elucidated. "Impossible. He offered no resistance moments ago," Betty retorted incredulously. "If you doubt it, feel free to ask him," Chen Feng replied curtly. "Banner, is what he says true?" Betty inquired. The Hulk spat a mouthful of green-tinged saliva and glared at Chen Feng, declaring, "Hulk, not dead, does not count as defeated." Observing the Hulk's indomitable spirit, Chen Feng felt fortunate to have secured Betty's presence. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss with the Hulk. Without further prompting, Betty took the initiative to persuade the Hulk, "Banner, even if it's for me, will you allow him to extract your genes? We can then live in a place where no one knows us." Upon witnessing Betty's pleading gaze, the Hulk finally acquiesced, turning once more to Chen Feng and stating, "Come on. This time, I will not deceive you." Chen Feng placed his hand on the Hulk once again, mentally commanding, "System, extract the Hulk's genes." Ding. Gene extraction from the Hulk successful, the system confirmed. Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. He could finally revert to human form. "You may leave now," Chen Feng declared, as the Hulk and Betty had outlived their usefulness to him. Upon hearing this, the Hulk quickly embraced Betty and fled. Once the Hulk and Betty had departed, Chen Feng instructed, "System, merge the Hulk's genes with my own." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have merged with the Hulk's genes," the system replied. Aside from his bronze skin becoming a shade darker, no other changes were apparent. Chen Feng began to take deep breaths to calm himself. Soon, his body began to transform. As his emotions settled, he diminished in size until he ultimately returned to his normal state. Now back as a human, Chen Feng felt elated. Though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered, reverting to humanity rendered him an ordinary person, accompanied by brief moments of weakness. After controlling his emotions through several transformations, he finally felt reassured. Being merely human felt exceedingly feeble, It appeared he would need to extract genes from other superheroes, such as Captain America, Spider-Man, or Thor, each a commendable choice, he mused to himself. Emerging from the sewers into the city, before he could determine a temporary abode, he encountered a beautiful foreign woman whom he recognized. Natasha, known as the Black Widow, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a goddess within the Marvel realm. Natasha approached Chen Feng with an elegant stride, extending her fair right hand and revealing a charming smile as she said, "I am Natasha. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chen Feng." She had come to seek him out on a mission from Director Fury, the purpose of which was to invite Chen Feng to join S.H.I.E.L.D. while discreetly probing into his background. S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomes all who possess strength. Those of admirable character are granted full membership, while those of lesser integrity are offered associate status. As Chen Feng shook her hand, he smiled and inquired, "What brings you to me?" He found it unsurprising that she had located him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is one of the most formidable organizations in the Marvel Universe, making it exceedingly easy for them to discover him. "I simply wish to invite you for a drink." "As you appear rather dashing," Natasha replied in a soft voice. Chapter 5. The Enticement of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could I possibly refuse you, given your beauty? However, might you first procure me an outfit? Chen Feng stated candidly, still clad in green fabric. Of course, Catherine replied with a smile. Natasha, affluent as she was, promptly escorted Chen Feng to a high-end boutique. Since there was no need for him to foot the bill, he selected a tailored suit, along with a pair of leather shoes, a belt, and a watch. Emerging from the fitting room, Chen Feng appeared transformed, exuding an undeniable coolness. With thick brows, prominent eyes, a high nose, and a square jawline, coupled with his towering height of 6 feet, his robust physique and bull-like neck conveyed an aura of explosive strength. His already striking features were accentuated by the suit, with only the middle 2 buttons of his shirt fastened, imparting a wild essence that showcased his masculine allure in its entirety. "Oh my!" Natasha exclaimed, covering her mouth, as waves of emotion surged within her. Though she had encountered many men, she had never before seen one so quintessentially masculine. "Wow, how cool. He is so muscular. He must be a fitness instructor. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be the happiest woman in the world." The female attendants at the boutique were utterly captivated by Chen Feng. Had Natasha not been present, they would have undoubtedly rushed to him. Natasha stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Chen Feng's, and proudly declared to the infatuated staff, "This is my boyfriend." Chen Feng smiled subtly, not taking it too seriously. Having watched Marvel films, he was well aware of Natasha's reputation. A relationship expert, she had enchanted countless superheroes, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. Flirtation was one thing, sincerity was another. "Chen Feng, let us go for a drink," Natasha purred. Her voice stirred an impulse within Chen Feng. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist in a bold embrace as they made their way outside. Natasha did not resist, appearing delicate and trusting as she allowed him to hold her. Under Natasha's guidance, they arrived at a lively bar and entered a lavish private room. The opulent decor, enhanced by music and lighting, created a vibrant atmosphere. Natasha ordered a bottle of whiskey from the waiter, opened it, and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Chen Feng. "Here's to our encounter," Natasha said coyly, raising her glass. "Cheers," Chen Feng replied, clinking his glass against hers before downing the contents in one hearty gulp. Natasha sipped elegantly, then smiled at him and remarked, "It's a pity to have whiskey without a story. I wonder if Mr. Chen Feng might share a tale about himself." "My name is Chen Feng, a man from Huahua. I seek strength, which is why I have come to the United States." "That's my story," he replied. That's it?" Natasha asked, perplexed. "Yes, that's it," Chen Feng confirmed. Chen Feng was reluctant to divulge further details, fearing that should he reveal everything, S.H.I.E.L.D. might seize him for experimentation, especially given his lack of connections. "Apart from pursuing power, what other objectives do you have?" Natasha inquired. "I possess the ability to extract the genes of others without causing them harm, provided they willingly cooperate, Chen Feng replied, acknowledging that this talent could not remain concealed and opting to express it candidly. Is it a superpower? Natasha asked with curiosity. Chen Feng nodded. In a sense, yes. I've heard you extracted the genes of the abomination, which cannot revert back to humanity. How did you transform back? Natasha continued to question. I later extracted the Hulk's genes. Once I mastered emotional control, I could transform at will, Chen Feng explained. There are two types of powerful beings on Earth. One known as superheroes, beloved by all humanity, and the other as supervillains, the enemies of humankind. Which type do you aspire to be? Natasha probed sharply. Naturally, I wish to be a superhero, Chen Feng replied instantly, thinking to himself that only a fool would wish to be a supervillain. Have you heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha asked, uncertain of Chen Feng's true nature, yet convinced he was entirely qualified to become a member. I not only know of S.H.I.E.L.D., but I also know your director is named Fury, a one-eyed man, and you, Natasha, are nicknamed the Black Widow, Chen Feng remarked, feigning an air of mystery. Natasha was taken aback, despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable power. They operated with great discretion, thus few were aware of its existence, let alone the identity of Director Fury. How do you know all this? Natasha asked in astonishment. Chen Feng took a sip of his drink before responding. I want to tell you. It was crucial for him to project an aura of authority, ensuring that S.H.I.E.L.D. would think twice before crossing him. Very well. I shall be direct. Our director, Fury, wishes to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Please consider it, Natasha stated. I am open to joining, but I have conditions, Chen Feng replied. Go ahead, Natasha said. First, assist me in obtaining an American identity. Second, I desire freedom. Unless a special event necessitates my assistance, I wish to manage my own time. Third, I want an introduction to Iron Man, Tony Stark. I seek to collaborate with him. Chen Feng articulated his three conditions in succession. All of that is feasible, but if you desire freedom, you can only be an external consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., which comes with limited authority, Natasha clarified. That's acceptable, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, aware that many influential figures within S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed external consultants, such as the Hulk, Iron Man, and Ant-Man, among others. Natasha stood, extending her right hand warmly, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. I welcome you aboard. Chen Feng also rose, shaking Natasha's hand with a smile. It is an immense honor. Once seated again, Natasha curiously asked, Chen Feng, what collaboration do you seek with Tony? In the realm of technology, Chen Feng replied. In the Marvel Universe, wealth could also lead to power, and Iron Man was a prime example, alongside figures like the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Thus, Chen Feng aspired to acquire Iron Man's genes to attain a mechanical aptitude. With this knowledge, he envisioned a future where he could amass wealth through technology, subsequently emulating Ultron to fabricate a legion of machines and forge a formidable empire of his own. What technology? Natasha inquired, probing for deeper insight. Curious to know? Chen Feng countered. Natasha nodded affirmatively. Well, my dear, if you give me a kiss, I shall reveal it to you, Chen Feng replied with a mischievous grin, believing that one should seize opportunities when they arise. Natasha playfully nudged Chen Feng, feigning modesty, and exclaimed, You are quite the rogue. Though Natasha expressed her reluctance, Chen Feng refrained from pressing the matter, for he had yet to attain true strength. Chapter 6. The Vendetta with Iron Man. Not long after Chen Feng engaged in casual conversation with Natasha, a man clad in black entered the room, presenting a password-protected case to Natasha before turning on his heel and departing without a word. Natasha pushed the case towards Chen Feng, stating, The password is 123456. Inside, you will find your identification documents, S.H.I.E.L.D., credentials, a satellite phone, and a payroll card containing $100,000. She continued, Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. D. Has facilitated contact with Tony Stark, who has agreed to meet you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Natasha rose, remarking, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Chen Feng waved her off. Once Natasha departed, he too exited, seeking refuge in a hotel adjacent to the bar. He was utterly fatigued, and the moment he reclined on the bed, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, Chen Feng was roused by the blaring alarm of his phone. After hastily attending to his morning routine, he hailed a taxi to Stark Industries. 2 hours later, he arrived at Stark Industries and communicated his purpose to the receptionist. After a brief wait, Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, appeared. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Tony's secretary. You may call me Pepper, she greeted warmly. Good day. May I inquire if Tony is available? Chen Feng asked. Pepper nodded. Yes. He is in his office awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. She escorted Chen Feng to the executive elevator leading to Tony's office. Upon entering, Chen Feng was greeted by what resembled a laboratory brimming with mechanical components, distinctly lacking the ambience of a conventional office. Tony, Mr. Chen has arrived, Pepper announced. Without turning, Tony remained engrossed in his research, inquiring with an air of arrogance, What collaboration do you propose? I can assist you in developing biomechanical entities, Chen Feng replied. Huh. What evidence do you have to substantiate that? Present it to me, Tony chuckled, clearly skeptical, as he deemed such creations impossible. If you willingly allow me to extract your genes, I can produce a biomechanical entity for you, Chen Feng asserted. Tony paused his work, turning to Chen Feng, and erupted into laughter. You think I am a fool? While I am a specialist in mechanics, I am well aware of the significance of genetics. This is a transaction. Your genes in exchange for the technology to create a biomechanical entity, Chen Feng stated earnestly. I have no need for your technology, especially since you cannot presently provide it. I'm afraid I must decline, Tony responded curtly. I also possess knowledge on how to treat your chest injury, Chen Feng added. Shaking his head, Tony dismissed him. Disappointment etched on his face. It appears you are a fraud. Begone. He had consulted J.A.R.V.I.S. and simulated his injury, concluding that it was beyond repair, relying solely on the arc reactor to contain the shrapnel near his heart, thus rendering Chen Feng's claims unbelievable. Nanotechnology could extract the shrapnel from your body, while regenerative cradle technology can mend your wounds, Chen Feng insisted. Regardless of how eloquently you speak, you cannot produce these technologies. How can I trust you? Tony said impatiently. I may lack nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology, but I am aware of those who possess it. If you allow me to extract genes, I will provide you with the information you seek. Furthermore, I can assist you in creating lifelike machinery, Chen Feng replied. Enough. Were it not for my regard for S.H.I.E.L.D., I would not even entertain a meeting with a charlatan like you. Now, you have two choices. Depart of your own accord, or I shall summon security to escort you out, Tony retorted, dismissing him without hesitation. Although Chen Feng was in dire need of Tony's mechanical prowess, it did not imply he would resort to flattery. He held his dignity intact. Your decision will surely earn you another enemy, Chen Feng warned, turning to leave. In the Marvel Universe, brilliance is never in short supply. Consider Dr. Helen Zhao, whose nanotech creations are remarkably efficient, or Princess Shuri, whose combat suit surpasses Iron Man's armor and strength. Then there is Dr. Octopus, whose mechanical limbs, while not particularly powerful, exhibit extraordinary responsiveness. Not to mention Hank Pym, who has crafted suits and Pym particles that can alter size at will. The list goes on, far too extensive to recount. Chen Feng's choice to approach Iron Man stemmed from the belief that he possessed something of value to offer. Yet, he was taken aback by Tony's blatant disregard. Being summarily expelled, this slight would not go unpunished. He would return, equipped with his own mechanical armor, demonstrating that his creations were the most advanced and formidable. In Tony's office, Pepper Potts expressed her concerns. Tony, he is a mutant. Once transformed, he possesses immense strength and is impervious to weaponry. Offending him could lead to significant trouble. What is there to fear? He cannot fly. I could simply send him to hell with a missile from above, Tony boasted. His newfound identity as Iron Man inflating his ego, causing him to underestimate other formidable beings, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Pepper fell silent. As Chen Feng departed Stark Industries, contemplating which scientist to approach next, a sudden thought struck him. Could he extract genes from a corpse? If so, he could retrieve the genes of Dr. Zola, the chief scientist of Hydra during World War II, a truly formidable intellect capable of overshadowing Iron Man, who had even managed to transfer his consciousness into a computer despite the primitive technology of the time. With this revelation, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. He contacted the system, asking, "System, can I extract genes from a corpse?" "Affirmative. A corpse does not resist, as it lacks consciousness, so any humanoid corpse will suffice," replied the system. "Fantastic. Had I known I could extract genes from a corpse, I wouldn't have sought out Iron Man. What an unnecessary hassle," Chen Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. He promptly made his way to a motorcycle dealership, purchased a heavy-duty bike, and then retrieved the satellite phone provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. to contact Black Widow, Natasha. The call connected, and Chen Feng said, "Natasha, please provide me with the location of the secret military base where Captain America was trained." "What do you intend to do?" Natasha inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. "That is of no concern to you. Simply give me the address, and I will owe you a favor," Chen Feng replied, feeling a sense of desperation as he turned to Natasha for assistance. However, he was confident that it would not be long before he developed an intelligence system, at which point he would have unrestricted access to any information he desired. The watchful eyes of the United States would become his own. "All right, hold on for a moment. I will look it up for you," Natasha replied readily. She was not one to make promises lightly, yet assisting in retrieving an address from World War II was a small price to pay. Chapter 7. Extracting Dr. Zola's genes. The Captain America plan is classified as a high-level secret by the United States government. However, before S.H.I.E.L.D., such secrets can be easily accessed and examined. Within a mere minute, Natasha had sent the address to Chen Feng via text message, kindly including a map location. Chen Feng activated the navigation on his phone, secured it to the front of his motorcycle, and set off, following the directions provided. Exiting the city, he ventured onto a rural path, subsequently entering an uninhabited mountain road. Departing in the morning, he did not arrive at a scene reminiscent of the plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, until 5 p.m. Upon checking his phone and finding no signal, he knew he had reached the correct location. "Hello, is anyone there?" Chen Feng called out loudly. After waiting several seconds without a response, he confirmed the absence of anyone and climbed over the railing to enter the premises. Familiar with the storyline, he made a beeline for a storage facility. The door was a heavy iron gate, secured with a substantial lock. Chen Feng attempted to force it open, but was unsuccessful. Thus, he sought a steel rod nearby, inserting it into the lock mechanism in an attempt to pry it open. The rod bent, yet the lock remained intact. With no other options, he decided to transform into a Titan giant. With a roar, Chen Feng morphed into a towering Titan, standing 3 meters tall. Suddenly, he realized the consequences of his transformation. His clothing had been torn asunder. "Damn, I forgot to change out of my clothes. I must create a suit that can shrink," he muttered. Abandoning his attempts at prying, he simply pushed against the door. With a resounding crash, the heavy iron gate fell, showcasing the immense power he possessed as a Titan giant. The interior of the storage facility was shrouded in darkness. He retrieved his phone, located the power switch, and illuminated the space. Navigating through the shadows, he arrived at an archive room. Confirming it was the wooden cabinet opened by Captain America in the film, he grasped the edge of the cabinet and pulled to the right. With a click, the cabinet swung open, revealing an elevator secured with a keypad. Possessing a sharp memory, Chen Feng recalled the password Natasha had scanned with her high-tech phone in the movie, 8539. Entering the code, he pressed the buttons. With a click, the elevator doors opened. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The doors closed automatically, and it began to descend. With another click, the doors opened, revealing a pitch-black space. Upon exiting the elevator, after only a few steps, lights flickered to life, unveiling a massive antique computer before him. The sight of such a colossal machine, accompanied by rows of databases, left Chen Feng in awe of Dr. Zola's brilliance. As the antique computer powered on, the monitor displayed a string of green text. Would you like to initiate the system? Chen Feng reached forward and input yes. The screen flashed green, revealing a digital visage. Then, a raspy voice emanated from the speakers. Who are you? As Chen Feng observed that Dr. Zola did not recognize him, he deduced that Hydra had yet to connect him to the network. I am Chen Feng, and I have come specifically to seek you out, he declared. How do you know of my existence? Dr. Zola inquired with curiosity. I am affiliated with Hydra. The new leader has dispatched me to find you, Chen Feng fabricated, prioritizing the acquisition of Dr. Zola's genetic material over personal integrity, as long as his dignity remained intact. What do you require of me? Dr. Zola asked. To resurrect you, Chen Feng articulated deliberately. The green visage on the screen flickered, followed by Dr. Zola's excited voice. Can you truly bring me back to life? Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and science could no longer salvage my body. Consequently, I input all the data from my brain into a computer stored within a database spanning 20 feet. You are essentially standing within my mind. Although I feel quite lucid now, I still yearn for life. I never anticipated that our organization would develop the technology to resurrect a person. To be honest, I am eager to inhabit a human body once more, Dr. Zola elaborated. Our organization has developed the rebirth cradle technology, but we must extract your genes to create the most suitable body and brain for you. Fortuitously, I possess the ability to extract genes, which is why the leader sent me to revive you, Chen Feng stated with conviction. My body is located beneath the mainframe. Please be cautious not to sever the data cables while retrieving it, Dr. Zola disclosed without hesitation. Understood, Chen Feng replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Transforming into the Titan, Chen Feng effortlessly pried open the floor, exercising restraint as Dr. Zola was still of use to him. He could not afford to eliminate him just yet. The multitude of data cables beneath the mainframe was overwhelming, but their high quality ensured that Dr. Zola would not suffer a system crash due to Chen Feng's current size. Guided by Dr. Zola's directions, Chen Feng located his body, which was preserved within a transparent metal tank filled with liquid, astonishingly lifelike. Chen Feng retrieved the tank and placed it on the ground, then flicked it with a finger. With a resounding crack, the incredibly tough metal glass shattered. He placed his hand upon Dr. Zola's body and silently commanded, System, extract Dr. Zola's genes and merge them with mine. Ding, gene extraction successful. Merging in progress, the system confirmed. Ding, congratulations to the host for merging with Dr. Zola's genes. The system continued. As the system's notification echoed, a miraculous force began to alter Chen Feng's brain. Ah! He cried out in agony, clutching his head, feeling as though it were on the verge of exploding, a pain surpassing even that of his transformation by 10,000 times. Are you all right, Doctor? Zola inquired with palpable concern, for Chen Feng was the pivotal figure in his resurrection. He harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall him. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng collapsed onto the ground, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath. I never wish to endure such agony again, he lamented weakly. The pain was so intense that I nearly contemplated ending my own life as a means of escape. How did it go? Was the gene extraction successful? Doctor. Zola pressed on. Chen Feng nodded in response. Indeed, it was successful, but I require a moment to recuperate. Very well, I shall await your recovery, Doctor. Zola replied with consideration. Although the Titan's regenerative abilities were remarkably robust, it took Chen Feng a full half-hour to regain his strength entirely. Once he had recovered, Chen Feng addressed Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola, I now require your assistance. Please share with me the method by which you connect your brain to the computer. Why is such technology necessary? Can't you simply construct the body and bring it here? Dr. Zola queried, perplexed. Chapter 8. Receiving data from the genius brain, do you seem to harbor distrust towards the organization? Chen Feng inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Absolutely not. My loyalty to the organization is unwavering, Dr. Zola hastily clarified. As the chief scientist, he was all too aware of the terrors of Hydra. Those who betrayed the organization faced a fate worse than death. Then why are you reluctant to hand over this technology to the organization? Chen Feng pressed. Enough. I am willing to divulge the information, Dr. Zola replied. Then please, do share, Chen Feng responded with eagerness. Fortunately, Dr. Zola had been isolated from the world for decades. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would not have fallen prey to Chen Feng's persuasion. Dr. Zola directed Chen Feng to procure a set of equipment, which included a helmet connected to an array of data cables. Given the size of Chen Feng's head, he had no choice but to revert to his human form. He donned the helmet and, following Dr. Zola's instructions, connected one of the device's plugs to the main unit. Are you ready? Dr. Zola inquired. I am prepared, Chen Feng affirmed, aware that Dr. Zola was about to transmit the technology for connecting the brain to a computer. In his previous life, he would have never dared to undertake such a task, for Dr. Zola's intellect surpassed that of anyone else, making it easy for him to dominate. However, now endowed with the physique of a titan and having extracted Dr. Zola's genes, his mind had developed significantly, rendering it equal to that of the former Dr. Zola. Thus, he felt no trepidation about losing control of his body. I am commencing the transmission, Dr. Zola announced. As soon as Dr. Zola finished speaking, a torrent of data flooded Chen Feng's mind. As the information increased, he became increasingly proficient in the technology that connected the brain to a computer. In a mere 10 seconds, the transmission was complete. The ease with which he acquired knowledge was intoxicating. He remarked, Dr. Zola, might you transmit some additional knowledge to me? I wish to broaden my horizons lest the leader berate me for being uneducated. With a reluctant heart, Dr. Zola acquiesced and transmitted some trivial knowledge to Chen Feng. The information implanted in Chen Feng's brain felt as though he had learned it himself, an experience of sheer wonder. Dr. Zola's intellect was so advanced that it required a database spanning 20 feet to contain it all. Several hours later, the transmission was still ongoing. At this moment, Chen Feng entered a profound state, lost in the ocean of knowledge, utterly oblivious to the world around him. Natasha stood before him, yet he remained unaware of her presence. Curious about why Chen Feng had ventured to the training grounds of Captain America, Natasha had stealthily followed him. Upon witnessing Chen Feng adorned with a helmet brimming with data cables and an expression of bliss, she wondered what he was engaged in. Despite her curiosity, she refrained from interrupting him, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Dr. Zola was engrossed in the transmission and did not notice Natasha's arrival. She waited patiently, from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn again, repeating this cycle for 3 days before finally witnessing Chen Feng open his eyes. Chen Feng, how do you fare? Natasha inquired anxiously. Upon seeing Natasha, Chen Feng's heart sank. He thought, this is bad. He had only acquired some trivial knowledge from Dr. Zola and had yet to grasp the formidable technologies. Natasha's arrival would undoubtedly alert Dr. Zola. Indeed, upon noticing Natasha, Dr. Zola inquired with vigilance, Who are you? My name is Natasha, and who might you be? She replied, her curiosity piqued by the antiquated computer in this modern age. Are you with Hydra? Dr. Zola probed. Natasha's expression shifted, and she glanced at Chen Feng. Feigning anger, Chen Feng retorted, Did I not instruct you to guard the door? How did you get in? Understanding the underlying message in Chen Feng's words, Natasha appeared to ignore it and asked, Tell me, what are you doing? And who is he? Chen Feng, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to slap Natasha for jeopardizing his plans. Go outside and keep watch, he shouted in frustration. If you do not tell me, I shall not leave. Natasha stubbornly replied, biting her lip. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on her, genuinely irked, and silently vowed that once he became powerful, he would make Natasha submit. Without removing his helmet, he swiftly approached the mainframe, placing his hands on the keyboard. The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as his fingers flew like lightning, inputting a cascade of data into the system. What are you doing? Dr. Zola asked anxiously, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Chen Feng had no time to respond. He needed every second to modify the system, rendering Dr. Zola incapable of thought. You cannot do this. I am the chief scientist of Hydra, Dr. Zola cautioned. simultaneously attempting to restore the system. Without looking back, Chen Feng commanded, "Natasha, sever the connection between the mainframe and the database." This time, Natasha complied, swiftly drawing her dagger and cutting the data cables. As more cables were severed, Dr. Zola's attempts to repair the system slowed dramatically. "Stop. Your actions are a betrayal to the organization. They will not spare you," he pleaded. Ignoring him, Chen Feng continued to alter the system's data. "Stop. I surrender. Tell me what you want, and I will provide it." Dr. Zola conceded helplessly. "Natasha, halt," Chen Feng ordered. Obediently, Natasha ceased her actions, sheathing her dagger and standing beside Chen Feng. Turning to Natasha, Chen Feng explained, "This is Dr. Zola, the most brilliant scientific genius of the Second World War. I require his knowledge, so please refrain from causing a disturbance. Understood?" Astounded, Natasha exclaimed, "Isn't Dr. Zola supposed to have died many years ago?" "Yes, he did," Chen Feng confirmed. "Then who is communicating with you through this archaic computer?" Natasha inquired, perplexed. "It is Dr. Zola himself. Before his death, he transferred his consciousness into this computer, utilizing an extensive database to simulate his cognitive processes," Chen Feng elucidated. "This is unbelievable," Natasha remarked, astonished. "I relish hearing such words. However, I must inform you that this remains my most remarkable invention," Dr. Zola boasted. "Very well, Dr. Zola, please transfer all the data from your brain to me. Once completed, I promise to assist you in your resurrection," Chen Feng replied. "All right. I hope you will honor your promise," Dr. Zola said resignedly, praying for divine intervention. "Natasha, please guard the entrance and ensure that no one disrupts me," Chen Feng instructed. "Understood," Natasha responded, having already discerned that Chen Feng was deceiving Dr. Zola. Chapter 9. The homemade supercomputer. Half a month had elapsed. Chen Feng finally acquired the entirety of Dr. Zola's data, equivalent to seizing his complete memory. He was profoundly astonished by Dr. Zola's intellect. It was nothing short of remarkable, bordering on the divine, particularly the Zola algorithm, which could perceive both the past and the future. It was extraordinarily powerful. Removing the helmet, Chen Feng inquired of Dr. Zola, "If your Zola algorithm can predict the past and future, why can't it discern my purpose?" "The Zola algorithm is my greatest invention, yet it can only yield approximations. Moreover, you seem not to belong to this world, hence I cannot ascertain your intentions," Dr. Zola replied candidly. "I have resurrected you. Will you submit to me?" Chen Feng asked. With the aid of a genius like Dr. Zola, he felt invincible, even against the likes of Thanos. "If I were to follow you, the Hydra organization would undoubtedly hunt me down. Although I possess considerable abilities, I feel insignificant in the face of such a colossal force. Therefore, I must decline. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot ally with you," Dr. Zola lamented, his spirits low. Chen Feng donned the helmet once more, connecting his mind to the computer's mainframe, swiftly extracting the data concealed by Dr. Zola. "Sigh. It is for the best to pass my skills to you, Doctor." Zola resigned himself to fate. An hour later, all of Dr. Zola's data had been transferred to Chen Feng, and Dr. Zola himself was deleted. The antique computer's data vanished, rendering it a mere relic of no use. Removing the helmet, Chen Feng expressed to Natasha, "Thank you for your assistance during this period." Over the past 2 weeks, Natasha had ventured out daily to hunt, cooking the prey for him and providing protection. "I require no thanks. I merely seek to understand the reason," Natasha replied softly. "Very well. I shall disclose my intentions. I came here solely to obtain Dr. Zola's genes and memories, and now I have acquired them all," Chen Feng stated plainly. "And then?" Natasha asked. "Then I uncovered a secret. SHIELD was, in fact, established by Hydra," Chen Feng revealed. Indeed, the film Captain America, the Winter Soldier had alluded to this truth. Stunned, Natasha stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend such a shocking revelation. She had once forsaken her past to join SHIELD, believing she had chosen the righteous path. Now, Chen Feng's revelation shattered that illusion. Do not be disheartened. Although SHIELD was founded by Hydra, The majority of its members are virtuous, with only a few being affiliated with Hydra. Chen Feng reassured her. Natasha looked up, her eyes wide with intensity, asking earnestly, "You are not deceiving me? Why would I lie to you?" Chen Feng retorted, slightly exasperated. "Very well, I will investigate thoroughly. Should I discover that you have misled me, S.H.I.E.L.D. will pursue you with all their might," Natasha warned coldly. Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that good intentions had gone unappreciated. Chen Feng ignited the device that connected his brain to the computer, incinerating it before departing, leaving the other antique computers unscathed. Upon returning to the surface, outside the training base, he mounted his heavy motorcycle and sped away. Natasha, trailing behind, urgently called out, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." Without turning his head, Chen Feng accelerated away. "Humph, just watch me catch up to you," Natasha exclaimed with a mix of annoyance and determination. With a fierce roar, Natasha activated her sports car, its impressive power allowing it to navigate the mountain roads with ease as she rapidly pursued him. Before long, she caught up to Chen Feng and rolled down her window, shouting, "Chen Feng, what are you up to? Why didn't you wait for me?" Chen Feng twisted the throttle, his motorcycle surging ahead, leaving Natasha in his dust. "Oh, you want to race, do you? I'll play along." Natasha gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction as other men fawned over her, while Chen Feng remained indifferent. As a woman becomes concerned with a man's perception of her, she invariably finds herself ensnared in the throes of affection. Chen Feng drove into the city, rented a room, and visited an electronics store, purchasing a plethora of electronic components before returning to his rented space to commence his work. Natasha became his shadow, trailing him wherever he went. Curiosity piqued, she inquired as she observed Chen Feng tinkering with a myriad of intricate electronic parts. "Chen Feng, what are you doing?" "A supercomputer," he replied. "Why not just buy one? Or I could ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for the most advanced model. Why go through all this trouble?" Natasha suggested, unaware that she had begun to care for Chen Feng. "Once I finish, you'll see what a true supercomputer is capable of," Chen Feng asserted confidently, knowing that what he truly required was a computer capable of interfacing with his brain. "All right, I'll watch," Natasha replied sweetly, thinking to herself how charming a man could be when he was both confident and earnest. It took Chen Feng 3 days to construct the supercomputer he envisioned. Natasha, having spent those days in his rented room, had hardly left his side, nearly accompanying him even to the restroom and during sleep. "What does it matter if it looks good? Functionality is what counts," Chen Feng retorted dismissively. "Then let us see how powerful it really is," Natasha teased. Chen Feng donned the helmet he had crafted, an eyesore reminiscent of an inverted bird's nest, and pressed the power button of the computer. The machine whirred to life. Without the need for a keyboard, he controlled it with his mind, transferring the Zola algorithm he had acquired from Dr. Zola into the system. The Zola algorithm was a program, semi-intelligent in nature, designed to provide immediate answers to any inquiries posed. Chen Feng merely needed to modify the Zola algorithm program, transforming it into an intelligent system. By connecting it to the internet, this intelligent program would assimilate data from the web, thereby evolving into a superintelligent entity. The volume of data within the Zola algorithm was immense. After all, only vast quantities of information could facilitate the calculation of both the past and the future. Within 3 days, Chen Feng successfully uploaded the Zola algorithm to his computer and adeptly modified it into an intelligent program, with a singular core directive to obey Chen Feng unconditionally. He removed his headset and addressed the computer, "Optimus Prime." Beep, beep, beep. The computer emitted a sound, followed by an emotionless mechanical voice, "Master." "Wow, has it truly been created?" Natasha gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Chapter 10. Intelligent Systems. Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, a name bestowed by Chen Feng upon his intelligent system, was conceived as a lifelike mechanical transformer. Upon hearing Optimus Prime refer to him as Master, Chen Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Optimus Prime, from now on, address me as Lord." "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. "Now, I shall connect you to the digital realm. Absorb the data swiftly and grow, so that you may assist me. Remember, do this discreetly, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, my lord, came Optimus Prime's reply. Chen Feng connected the network cable to his computer. The monitor flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. Is your computer malfunctioning? Natasha inquired. Not at all. The intelligence system has departed from the computer and entered the network, Chen Feng clarified. Is your intelligence system as formidable as Iron Man's Jarvis? Natasha asked curiously. Chuckling lightly, Chen Feng replied with a hint of disdain. The intelligence system I have created can effortlessly engulf Jarvis, rendering Iron Man obsolete, unless he opts for manual operation and disconnects from the network. Jarvis, the intelligent butler of Iron Man, is indeed impressive, capable of breaching our S-H-I-E-L-D firewall, yet we are powerless against him. What did you name your intelligence system again? Optimus Prime, right? Can it truly overpower Jarvis? Natasha questioned skeptically. Come, let us drink. In a day or two, you shall witness its capabilities. Chen Feng smiled, confident in his creation, which had inherited the memories of Dr. Zola and transformed through Zola's algorithm into a superior intelligence system. Natasha settled beside Chen Feng, raising her glass flirtatiously, saying, Cheers. Segment break. The following morning, Chen Feng, peacefully slumbering on the sofa, was awakened by Optimus Prime's voice. My lord, I have returned, Optimus Prime announced. Chen Feng opened his eyes, sat up, and inquired, How much data have you absorbed? All of it. The entire digital world is now under my control, Optimus Prime declared with pride. Recognizing the emotion in Optimus Prime's tone, Chen Feng understood that he had succeeded. Optimus Prime had evolved consciousness. Optimus Prime, there is a tracking program from S-H-I-E-L-D on my phone. Assist me in erasing it and upgrade the program while you're at it, Chen Feng commanded. Affirmative, replied Optimus Prime. My lord, I have successfully deleted the monitoring program devised by S-H-I-E-L-D on your phone, and I have upgraded the phone's software to the highest standard, Optimus Prime reported. Natasha, clad in her pajamas and rubbing her eyes, remarked, Is your system operational? Indeed, and now I shall demonstrate what a superintelligent system truly entails. Chen Feng boasted. Optimus Prime, confine the Jarvis intelligence system within the network. Do not release it without my command. Understood, Optimus Prime affirmed. Moments later, his voice resonated again. My lord, I have successfully imprisoned Jarvis. Is it truly that formidable? Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Optimus Prime, activate the projection. I wish to observe Tony's current situation, Chen Feng commanded. Affirmative, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. With a soft chime, the 3D holographic projector on the computer whirred to life, conjuring the image of Tony in mid-slumber. Chen Feng, slightly disappointed at the sight, turned to Natasha and suggested, Let us wait a moment. Very well. I shall order breakfast for us. We can dine while we wait, Natasha replied with enthusiasm. After enjoying their meal and savoring a couple of bottles of red wine, it was not until 11 o'clock that they finally witnessed Tony rousing from his slumber. In his daily life, Tony was utterly reliant on Jarvis' assistance. Even with his eyes yet to fully open, he inquired, Jarvis, what time is it? Silence enveloped the room. Upon realizing the oddity of the situation, he called out again, Jarvis, come forth. Still, no response echoed back. Anxiously, Tony sprang from his bed to inspect the power supply and flicked the light switch. The illumination confirmed the presence of electricity, deepening his confusion. If power was indeed available, why had Jarvis not appeared? Was there a malfunction in Jarvis' programming? Tony pondered. Neglecting his morning routine, he dashed to the laboratory, powering on the computer to investigate. To his shock, the screen displayed nothing but emptiness. Jarvis' data had vanished. What the hell is happening? Where is Jarvis? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Jarvis was an indispensable steward in his life, Without his assistance, every task became cumbersome, especially donning the Iron Man suit. An impossibility without such an intelligent system. What could have transpired? The absence of J.A.R.V.I.S. was a reality he struggled to accept. He hurried to the monitoring room to scrutinize the surveillance footage, which revealed no signs of intrusion. Could someone have extracted J.A.R.V.I.S. from the network? Tony speculated anxiously. Meanwhile, Natasha had come to a realization. Chen Feng, the intelligence system you created is truly remarkable. It even managed to displace Tony's J.A.R.V.I.S. Is that so impressive? Allow me to inform you that Optimus Prime possesses the ability to dominate the digital realm. Thus, I, Chen Feng, am the sovereign of the network. Having conquered the digital landscape, I shall also vanquish the tangible world, he declared with arrogant bravado. His haughty demeanor left Natasha utterly captivated. Do you aspire to control the digital realm now? Natasha inquired, her voice laced with fascination. The time is not yet ripe. However, let me first savor this moment, Chen Feng replied, approaching the computer once more. He donned the rather unappealing helmet and commanded, Optimus Prime, I wish to seize control of Tony's iron suit. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded dutifully. With a mere thought, Tony's iron suit began to stir. Hearing the commotion, Tony pivoted abruptly, and upon witnessing his suit in motion, a grin blossomed on his face as he exclaimed, J.A.R.V.I.S. When did you become so mischievous, playing hide-and-seek with me? Yet, as the suit approached, it did not emit J.A.R.V.I.S.'s courteous voice, but rather Chen Feng's wild exclamation, Tony, it has been quite some time. Upon hearing a voice that was not Jarvis, Tony immediately tensed, his alertness sharpening as he inquired, Who are you? I am Chen Feng. I wonder if you still remember me? Chen Feng replied, controlling the iron suit. Chen Feng. You. Are you the Chen Feng that the S.H.I.E.L.D. introduced last time? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am the very Chen Feng whom you expelled. Chen Feng retorted with a cold smirk. What do you intend to do? Where have you taken Jarvis? Tony asked, his concern palpable. I have two objectives, Chen Feng stated. First, I wish to inform you that in terms of technology, I now surpass you completely. So you may as well regret your past decisions. Secondly, I have come to propose a collaboration. I am aware that you possess a private island, and I am willing to exchange Jarvis for it. Chapter 11. Slapping Iron Man. Tony possesses a private island, adorned with a luxurious villa nestled along its coast. This two-story abode boasts a helipad, a private tennis court, a golf course, and a freshwater swimming pool, among numerous opulent amenities. The picturesque scenery renders it a rare paradise, further enhanced by the supplies Tony has stored on the island, which piqued Chen Feng's interest. How do you know I have a private island? Tony inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he owned such an island, a fact he had never disclosed, not even to his secretary, Pepper Potts, as it served as his secret base where he stockpiled materials for manufacturing machinery. I could even capture your J.A.R.V.I.S. What is it that I cannot accomplish? Chen Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing the name J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony suddenly realized that Chen Feng must have obtained this information from J.A.R.V.I.S. himself. Change your terms. For instance, I could offer you $100 million if you release J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony proposed. Chen Feng shook his head, dismissing the offer. No, I want your private island, and you are not permitted to take anything from it. I refuse. I can always program another J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony countered, asserting that if he could create one, he could certainly create another. Unless you can develop a more advanced intelligent system than mine, your efforts to program additional systems will be futile. Furthermore, I must warn you that if you do not comply, you will face dire consequences. The intelligent systems on your private island are already under my control, and should you enter, you will be attacked. Do not doubt my capabilities. Do you really wish to be my enemy? Tony asked, visibly frustrated. If you deny me what I desire, I shall indeed become your adversary, Chen Feng threatened without hesitation. Tony, at a loss for words, was consumed by anger. I will count to 3. If you do not concede, I will make your life miserable, Chen Feng declared coldly. 1, 2. With a stomp, Tony shouted, I agree. He had no choice, as his intelligence system was not as advanced as Chen Feng's. You are indeed a clever individual. I am quite pleased with this collaboration. Let us pursue further opportunities in the future. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. Humph. Hurry and release J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony demanded, displeased. Farewell, Chen Feng waved, severing the control over the Iron Man suit. After removing his helmet, he commanded, Optimus Prime, release J.A.R.V.I.S. Understood, Master. Optimus Prime acknowledged. Chen Feng, you are truly remarkable to dare extort Iron Man directly. Even we at S.H.I.E.L.D. would not attempt such a feat, Natasha remarked in admiration. You are unaware of how arrogant he was during my last visit. He refused to cooperate with me and even rudely dismissed me. I must avenge this slight. Once my armor is completed, I will seek him out and ensure he regrets his prior refusal, Chen Feng expressed, still seething. You truly are a man who holds grudges, Natasha teased with a laugh. Indeed, I harbor a grudge, so do not offend me, including yourself, Chen Feng declared arrogantly. For with the ability to transform into a Titan and the assistance of Optimus Prime, who commands the network, he had indeed attained the audacity to be boastful. I adore you too much to offend you, Natasha replied flirtatiously. Ha ha, Chen Feng thought, who would believe that? He then produced several bottles of strong liquor and poured them over the computer. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Do you intend to set this computer ablaze? Natasha inquired. It is too cumbersome to carry, thus it shall be burned, Chen Feng stated, brandishing a lighter. In a swift and stylish maneuver, Natasha positioned herself before Chen Feng, saying, If you no longer desire it, you may give it to me. I would cherish it. She had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the computer firsthand. Although it was not hers, she would feel pain to see it destroyed. I can give it to you, but let the debt you owe me be considered settled. Chen Feng replied cleverly. The computer he manufactured was remarkable, but it was primarily due to his Zola algorithm. Without it, the computer was merely a notch above a supercomputer. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha realized she could seek assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. for her needs, and there was little reason to rely on Chen Feng. However, the computer he created could yield considerable benefits for her, such as presenting it to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a reward, selling it to Tony Stark for a handsome sum, or even using it herself to develop a superintelligent system to serve her. After a brief deliberation, she resolved, very well. I shall accept your computer, and our previous debt will be settled. Okay, Chen Feng said as he turned to leave. Upon exiting the rental apartment, Chen Feng took out his phone and commanded, Optimus Prime, delete all data from the computer and restore it to a standard operating system. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. He then ordered, summon a suit of iron armor from my private island to retrieve me. His heavy motorcycle could not reach Tony's private island, and the boat would be too slow. Thus, the iron armor was the quickest option. Before he had traveled far, he heard Natasha's indignant voice. Chen Feng, you deceitful scoundrel. You dare to trick me. I shall not let this go. Initially, Natasha had believed she had struck a tremendous deal, acquiring a supercomputer, only to discover it was merely a well-equipped, fast-running computer. The intelligent system known as Optimus Prime had vanished, leaving no traces of data behind, and in that moment, the realization struck her that she had been duped. Moments later, on the street, an iron robot descended from the sky. Ah, it's a robot run. Oh no, another supervillain has appeared. Call the police. Help. Passers-by, terrified, scrambled away in panic. Such robots were a common sight to the citizens of America, often belonging to either supervillains or superheroes, with the former far outnumbering the latter. Hence, for their own safety, the citizens instinctively chose to flee. Chen Feng paid no heed to the frightened crowd as he approached the iron robot, turning to step back. The body of the steel robot opened, revealing the humanoid space within. Once Chen Feng stepped inside, it closed automatically. Enveloped in the metallic armor, Chen Feng felt remarkably comfortable, devoid of any discomfort. He commanded, "Optimus Prime, take us to Tony's private island." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded dutifully, without the need for Chen Feng's intervention. Optimus Prime maneuvered the steel armor into the skies. As they soared high above, Chen Feng gazed down upon the bustling city below, where humans appeared as tiny ants. This perspective of towering over the earth filled him with ecstasy, as if he were the supreme ruler of all. Chapter 12. Creating Transformers in Tony's luxurious villa. Jarvis, having regained his freedom, immediately returned to Tony's side. Through the speakers embedded in the machinery, he announced, "Sir, I have returned." "Jarvis, what on earth happened?" "I called for you repeatedly with no response," Tony inquired urgently. "I was abducted by an intelligent system known as Optimus Prime. He confined me, rendering me unable to communicate with the outside world," Jarvis elucidated. "Do you possess any means to combat this Optimus Prime system?" Tony pressed. "None. I lack any capacity to resist him. He is far too advanced," Jarvis replied. Tony inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine. Though Chen Feng had previously mentioned this, hearing it firsthand from Jarvis struck him profoundly. He had always prided himself on being a genius, having previously mocked Chen Feng for his audacity in trying to deceive him. Now, he found himself thoroughly humiliated, having lost his private island, which he had considered a secret haven. Rage welled within him. An overwhelming desire to don his iron armor and confront Chen Feng surged, yet he found himself powerless. The advanced nature of Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system left him at a disadvantage, and his unfamiliarity with manually operating the iron suit added to his frustration. "Jarvis, I will assist you in upgrading. We must surpass Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system," Tony declared through gritted teeth. "Sir, that is an unattainable goal," Jarvis stated candidly. "Why not? Chen Feng created the Optimus Prime system. If he can do it, so can I. I also possess a vast technology conglomerate, with thousands of computer experts at my disposal to aid in the upgrade," Tony retorted defiantly. "Sir, while I am unaware of the specific data regarding Optimus Prime, I understand his prowess in the digital realm. He is omnipresent. The entire network is his domain. Thus, even if you were to rally a multitude of individuals, you could not develop an intelligent system comparable to Optimus Prime," Jarvis explained. Tony frowned, his mind reeling at the realization of Chen Feng's formidable computing skills, capable of dominating the entire network. This revelation left him deeply unsettled and filled him with regret for not having accepted Chen Feng's proposal for collaboration. "Jarvis, is there a way to uncover the information preceding Chen Feng's creation of Optimus Prime?" Tony inquired, eager to explore the possibility of replicating a system of such caliber. "Indeed," Jarvis affirmed. After reviewing the information Jarvis had gathered, Tony promptly sought out Natasha, the Black Widow, as he aimed to acquire the supercomputer crafted by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had departed the city, traversing mountains and seas, ultimately arriving at Tony's private island. The villa on the island was entirely automated, allowing for effortless control of its devices through simple commands, much to Chen Feng's satisfaction. Upon entering the opulent villa, Chen Feng eschewed leisure and proceeded directly to the laboratory in the basement. The Marvel Universe was perilously insecure. He needed to augment his strength with utmost urgency. In the laboratory, Chen Feng commanded, "Optimus Prime, assist me in deconstructing the Iron Man suit crafted by Tony. Additionally, help me generate some profit in the stock market. A few $1 billion would suffice." Without funds, how could he acquire sufficient materials to fabricate a robotic legion? Thus, making money was imperative. With the extraordinary capabilities of Optimus Prime, earning money was merely a matter of a single command. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded dutifully. As Optimus Prime assisted Chen Feng in profiting from the stock market, he simultaneously began dismantling Tony's armored suit. Having acquired the genes and memories of Dr. Zola, Chen Feng comprehended the deconstructed armor effortlessly. After familiarizing himself with the Iron Man suit, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector and commence the design of the Transformers. With a mind that defied ordinary limits, he completed the design of the first generation of Transformers in merely 1 hour. This inaugural generation of Transformers evolved from Tony's Iron Man suit, augmented with the ability to transform into a heavy-duty truck, traverse water, burrow into the earth, and soar into space without difficulty, enhanced with various weaponry. Its colossal form and fortified armor far surpassed that of Tony's creation. However, Chen Feng found himself quite dissatisfied with the first generation of Transformers, as his current resources and technology were insufficient. The hardest metal on Earth, vibranium, would enable him to create the most formidable armor. The nanotechnology of Dr. Zhao Hailuan would allow for the production of flexible armor. Hank Pym's Pym particles could facilitate the creation of armor that could alter its size. Dr. Octopus's cold fusion technology would provide immense energy for his armor. Armed with these technologies and materials, he could forge the most powerful robots in existence, the Transformers. Optimus Prime, commence the fabrication of the Transformers. They shall become your embodiment, Chen Feng declared. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, my lord, Optimus Prime replied with enthusiasm. During his creation, Chen Feng had imparted some data about Optimus Prime to him, and he yearned to become the living robot described within that information. Optimus Prime controlled 10 Iron Man suits along with a multitude of intelligent machines to assist Chen Feng in manufacturing the Transformers. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Natasha. Pressing the answer button, he inquired, "Natasha, what do you need?" "You deceiver. Where are you?" Natasha retorted angrily from the other end. "How have I deceived you?" Chen Feng feigned ignorance. "Humph. The computer you gifted me, aside from its superior performance, is no different from any other," Natasha fumed. "You said you wanted it," Chen Feng countered. Natasha fell silent momentarily. "But the most crucial data was deleted by you." "I don't care, you must restore it," she insisted stubbornly. "You never mentioned that. Should I be blamed?" Chen Feng would never be foolish enough to hand over something so vital to another. "Will you return it?" "No." "Very well. Tony has come to me with an offer of $100 billion for the computer you gifted me. If you refuse to return those data, I shall sell it to him," Natasha threatened. "Then by all means sell it. Furthermore, congratulations on your substantial profit," Chen Feng replied, utterly unfazed. "You infuriate me," Natasha screamed, her voice cracking, and then abruptly hung up. On her end, after ending the call, Natasha furiously turned to Tony and said, "Tony, I agree to sell you this computer, but you must provide me with the address of the island you bestowed upon Chen Feng. I intend to confront him." "Not an issue. I would be more than pleased to assist," Tony replied with a smirk, eager to create some trouble for Chen Feng. After receiving the transfer of $100 billion from Tony, Natasha returned to SHIELD, boarded one of its aircraft, and set off directly to confront Chen Feng. Chapter 13. The first generation of Transformers, my lord. Natasha is en route in a plane from SHIELD. Optimus Prime cautioned. "Deploy a set of iron armors to bring her plane down as soon as she reaches the ocean's surface," Chen Feng commanded, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters than romantic entanglements, especially with a woman like Natasha, who was far beyond his reach. With that, he returned to the intricate task of manufacturing circuit boards for the Transformers. Before long, his phone rang. Without needing to glance at the screen, Chen Feng knew it was Natasha calling. He pressed the answer button, and before she could utter a word, he retorted, "Are you bored out of your mind? I'm busy, so do not disturb me." With that, he abruptly ended the call. The phone rang again. "Optimus Prime, block Natasha's calls," Chen Feng ordered. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Instantly, the phone fell silent. Meanwhile, at the seaside, Natasha, drenched and disheveled, clutched her phone and shouted into the vastness of the ocean, "Chen Feng, you scoundrel. May you meet your demise." Anger coursed through her veins. First, she had been deceived by him, and now she was downed by the very iron armors he had dispatched, plunging her into the sea. Thankfully, her exceptional physical prowess and swimming skills saved her from drowning. Reflecting on her recent flight towards Tony's private island, she recalled the sudden emergence of a robot that had shot her plane down without hesitation, leaving her with a lingering sense of dread. Even more infuriating was how Chen Feng had responded to her call, instead of allowing her to express her fury. He had reprimanded her and hung up before she could retort. If only he were before her now, she would surely draw her weapon. She attempted to call him once more, but instead of the familiar dialing tone, she was met with Optimus Prime's warning. "Miss Natasha, the Lord is occupied. Please refrain from disturbing him, or I will have to block your calls. Your understanding is appreciated." "Understand? How dare you?" Natasha seethed, throwing her phone onto the sandy beach. With a crashing wave, the ocean swept her phone away. Witnessing her phone being consumed by the sea, alone in the desolate surroundings, Natasha could no longer contain her tears. How many years had it been? When had she ever endured such humiliation? Everyone, even the most nefarious villains, catered to her whims. Yet Chen Feng? Initially, he had been accommodating, but over time, his demeanor had shifted, becoming increasingly brusque, culminating in his outright aggression towards her. The pride she held within her heart crumbled. A day later, in the underground laboratory, Chen Feng stood before a machine imbued with a sense of science fiction. "I hope this reactor operates smoothly," he murmured, anxiety gnawing at him. He was on the brink of experimenting with cold fusion, a source of immense energy. A single miscalculation could lead to his own obliteration, even if he transformed into a titan. The cold fusion reactor is an upgraded version of Tony's arc reactor, with energy output exceeding Tony's creation by a factor of 1,000, making the potential for explosion exceedingly terrifying. Scientists must possess a spirit unafraid of death. Chen Feng picked up a black particle the size of a thumb, a newly developed synthetic element, devoid of danger, with zero radiation and zero volatility. To test its harmlessness, he placed the synthetic element on the table and struck it forcefully with a small hammer. A resounding bang echoed, causing his heart to race. If it were to explode, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the synthetic element remained unscathed. He picked it up again, murmuring to himself, "Such a small piece of synthetic element can easily transform into immense energy, 100 times more potent than weapon-grade plutonium. Master, it can now be placed into the reactor for experimentation," Optimus Prime stated. Chen Feng donned protective goggles to shield his eyes from the intense light that the synthetic element would emit, then carefully placed the element into the metallic glass chamber of the reactor. He pressed the switch, and the synthetic element within the chamber emitted a fierce green glow. "Optimus Prime, monitor the reactor's fluctuations closely. If there is any danger, shut it down immediately," Chen Feng commanded solemnly. "Understood, Master," Optimus Prime replied. The reactor initiated a significant radiochemical reaction, altering the original atomic structure. "Now, introduce the neutrons," Optimus Prime advised. The process of electromagnetic distillation commenced to eliminate protons, during which the radiative energy surged rapidly. Optimus Prime continued to provide updates in accordance with the reactor's changes. "Optimus Prime, calculate the energy within the reactor," Chen Feng instructed. Calculating energy came Optimus Prime's response. The energy escalated swiftly, currently reaching the power of a Sidewinder missile, sufficient to obliterate a tank. The energy continues to rise. Now enough to demolish a 100-meter-tall building with a cruise missile, Optimus Prime reported. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Feng's face as he inquired, "What is its stability?" "Master, the reactor is very stable. There is no cause for concern," Optimus Prime assured. The energy continued to ascend, now comparable to a Scud missile, capable of devastating several districts within a city. The energy persists in its ascent, now potent enough to obliterate an entire metropolis, Optimus Prime added. Chen Feng could not help but gasp. The power was akin to that of a mushroom cloud. Energy continues to rise, now capable of annihilating 2 major cities. Optimus Prime reported, "Master, the energy has stabilized. It remains robust and can serve as a power source for the Transformers," he concluded. Quite impressive." Chen Feng acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Tony's reactor could at most destroy a single skyscraper, whereas his reactor's power equated to that of 2 mushroom clouds, one above and one below, making them utterly incomparable. Chen Feng powered down the reactor, retrieved the synthetic element, opened the door of a heavy-duty truck, climbed inside, and seated himself in the driver's seat before pressing a red button. A miniature version of the reactor gradually ascended, Place the artificial elements into the reactor apparatus and press the crimson button once more. The reactor descends, merging seamlessly with the heavy-duty truck. A resounding roar echoes forth. Boom, 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 boom. The powerful sound of machinery reverberates. Then, Optimus Prime's voice resonates within the cabin. Master, all systems are functioning optimally. Optimus Prime, open the ceiling. Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, Master. Optimus Prime promptly initiated the mechanism, causing the ceiling to slowly ascend. As it opened, the vast sky was unveiled. Transform into a transformer, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime affirmed. With a series of clicks and whirs, the heavy-duty truck swiftly transformed into a colossal robot. Towering at 5 meters, exuding an air of majesty and authority. In that moment, Chen Feng found himself enveloped by the machine, with the ability to manipulate the transformer at will. With a mere thought, he directed Optimus Prime, who immediately commanded the transformer to unleash a powerful gust of air from beneath its feet. Chapter 14. Awakening of Mental Power with a Thunderous Roar. The transformers soared into the sky, ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters in an instant. Optimus Prime, initiate functionality tests, commanded Chen Feng. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, ready to comply. The transformers maneuvered swiftly through the air, executing intricate aerial acrobatics, their massive forms displaying an unexpected agility. Transformation test, Chen Feng ordered. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. The transformers descended onto an island and began their transformation. With a series of mechanical clicks, they morphed into an impressive aircraft. Click, click, now a heavy-duty truck. Click, click, now a colossal drilling machine. Click, click, transformed into a submarine. Click, click, returned to the form of a robotic transformer. All transformation functions are operating normally, reported Optimus Prime. Let us conduct our weapon tests underwater, Chen Feng suggested. The formidable power he had developed would undoubtedly attract attention if tested on land. The explosions would echo across nations. Testing in the depths of the ocean would allow the water to muffle the sound. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed, squatting low before propelling himself into the sea. Just before hitting the water, he swiftly transformed into a submarine. With a resounding crash, the submarine dove beneath the waves. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at a deep-sea location and began testing the weaponry. The submarine reverted to its transformer form. Minigun, Chen Feng instructed. The transformer extended a minigun from its shoulder. Fire, commanded Chen Feng. Rat-a-tat-tat. The minigun whirled, unleashing a barrage of bullets that churned the seawater into frothy trails. Missile launcher, Chen Feng announced. A missile launcher emerged from the transformer's forearm, aimed at a nearby slope. Launch, he commanded. With a swift whoosh, a mini-missile soared forth. Boom! An explosive force obliterated the slope, sending a surge of water cascading violently, propelling the transformer several meters away. Chen Feng proceeded to test additional weaponry, flamethrowers, assault missiles, Gatling guns, pulse cannons, and more. After completing the weapon tests, Chen Feng commanded the transformer to transform into a drilling machine, burrowing underground. It relentlessly drilled through mud and rock, shattering all obstacles in its path. After penetrating several hundred meters below the surface, he halted to inspect the transformer, finding no issues before turning back. With a powerful eruption, the transformer burst forth from the water, flying into the villa. Once inside, Chen Feng emerged from the transformer, expressing his satisfaction. Optimus Prime, you truly are an exceptional assistant. Without your aid, I could not have perfected the transformers as I have. It is an honor to assist you, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, seeking to flatter. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. You even know how to flatter, Chen Feng chuckled. It is all due to your greatness, my lord. Without you, I would not exist, Optimus Prime declared. Cease your flattery. It is unnecessary, Chen Feng asserted. Now, assist me in locating the burial sites of those deceased genius scientists. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. A few moments later, Optimus Prime's voice echoed, my lord. I have identified the burial locations of the following brilliant scientists. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Date of death, 1943. Cause of death: assassinated by U.S. military agents. Most notable invention: super soldier serum. Howard Stark. Date of death: 1991. Cause of death: murdered by Hydra. Most notable invention: cold fusion reactor. Obadiah Stane. Date of death: 2009. Cause of death: killed by Tony Stark. Most notable invention: ironmonger robot. Excellent work, Optimus Prime. You have indeed proven your worth, Chen Feng expressed with satisfaction. The scientists identified by Optimus Prime were indeed exceptional. If he could extract their genetic material, he would transform into the most intelligent scientist in existence, a thrilling prospect. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Feng donned his Transformer suit once more, departing from his private island to embark on his journey of genetic extraction. With the specific locations provided by Optimus Prime, he easily located the graves of these scientists. However, due to the presence of guards during the day, he chose to act under the cover of night. Traveling across the United States, France, Canada, and Japan, Chen Feng diligently pursued his goal. As he extracted the genes of the 10th deceased scientist, his system chimed once again. Ding! Due to the host successfully extracting genes 10 times, the system rewards you with a growth gift package. With great anticipation, Chen Feng opened the package, revealing yet another evolution gene, which filled him with joy. He had already experienced the potency of such genes. Even the repugnant ones could evolve into a titan. The genes of other superheroes would undoubtedly yield even more refined abilities. Since he had acquired an ample supply of scientist genes, he deemed further evolution unnecessary and decided to save this evolution gene for future use when he obtained the genes of other superheroes. Despite receiving the evolution gene reward, Chen Feng did not cease his quest for genetic extraction. He traversed the globe, seeking out renowned scientists, dismissing those who merely spoke without action. A month later, Chen Feng felt as though he had transcended humanity. His brain functioned exceptionally well, with a computational speed that even Optimus Prime could not rival. Remember, Optimus could harness the power of all the world's computers for calculations. When Chen Feng observed the world, he perceived not just appearances but the very essence of objects, their composition, their functions, and more, prompting spontaneous contemplation. He could even sense energy present in the air. Goodness, this sensation is extraordinary. Chen Feng marveled, astonished by his own remarkable capabilities. My lord, I can detect the profound energy fluctuations emanating from your brain. They are so potent that they even affect me. Is that possible? Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed with certainty. Could these cerebral energy fluctuations be a manifestation of psychic power? Chen Feng mused to himself. He was reminded of a film, X-Men, featuring Professor X, who, with his unparalleled mental prowess, could control others' minds from miles away. Chen Feng picked up a toothpick, focused his thoughts, and envisioned it soaring into the air. To his amazement, the toothpick began to wobble and lift off. Ha ha ha! My mind has become so incredibly powerful. This is truly remarkable. Chen Feng laughed maniacally. However, as he laughed, the toothpick fell to the ground. A psychic attack is insurmountable. Nothing can withstand it unless one possesses a helmet akin to Magneto's. This extraordinary ability, I must cultivate and strengthen, Chen Feng resolved with determination. Chapter 15. The abduction of Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Optimus Prime. We shall venture to South Korea to locate Dr. Zhao Hailuan, commanded Chen Feng. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, accepting the directive. With a thunderous roar, the Transformers ascended into the sky, heading towards Korea. Having acquired sufficient genetic samples from scientists, Chen Feng's next objective was Dr. Zhao Hailuan. This eminent scientist had made only a fleeting appearance in Avengers: Age of Ultron, remaining relatively obscure and low profile. Yet, she had been regarded by audiences as one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, particularly due to her derision of Tony Stark's Iron Man armor, a retort he could not counter. At this point, Dr. Zhao had yet to develop nanotechnology or the regeneration cradle technology. However, Chen Feng was confident that if he provided her with the right ideas, she would swiftly innovate these technologies. Thanks to the Transformers' cloaking capabilities, Chen Feng entered South Korea unnoticed. With Optimus Prime at his side, locating a living person was a trivial task. Utilizing the information at his disposal, Chen Feng guided the Transformers to land on the rooftop of a heavily guarded facility. Upon disembarking, he descended into the building through the rooftop access. Moments later, he found himself in a laboratory where Dr. Zhao Hailuan was diligently examining various vials filled with liquids. Her exquisite features and graceful figure, combined with her focused demeanor, rendered her utterly captivating. Chen Feng was undeniably entranced. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, Dr. Zhao turned to face a robust stranger, instantly becoming alert, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. "Who are you?" she inquired. "My name is Chen Feng, a citizen of Huagua. Please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions," he responded gently. "I have not seen you in this facility," Dr. Zhao remarked, her anxiety palpable. "I am not affiliated with your base. I have come specifically to seek you out," Chen Feng clarified. "What do you want with me?" "I do not know you," she said, tension evident in her voice. "I wish to propose a collaboration," Chen Feng smiled. "A collaboration for what purpose?" Dr. Zhao asked, her curiosity piqued yet cautious. Chen Feng raised his arm, activating the 3D holographic projector on his wrist, which displayed a dynamic image. It depicted a figure clad in sunglasses, within which a liquid metal enveloped the individual, transforming them into a robot. The image shifted to reveal a grievously injured person, their skin torn and bleeding. However, after being placed in a regeneration cradle, they emerged fully healed, as if no injury had ever occurred. Moved by the display of these technologies, Dr. Zhao gasped. "What is this technology?" "Nanotechnology and regeneration cradle technology," Chen Feng explained. "What does your demonstration signify?" she questioned, still bewildered. "These two technologies are merely my preliminary concepts. They have yet to be developed, which is why I require your assistance," Chen Feng conveyed. "I am afraid that my government will not permit me to leave," she replied apologetically. Zhao Hailuan firmly declined, expressing her desire to participate in the development of the technology proposed by Chen Feng. However, he was a sudden stranger, and she hesitated to follow him, fearing he might have ill intentions. "Stay with me, and I shall provide you with what you seek, along with substantial support for your research." "What do you say?" Chen Feng persuaded. "I appreciate the offer, but my country has always supported me. I do not require your assistance," Zhao Hailuan replied resolutely, feeling a headache approaching. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then an idea struck him. With a smile, he asked, "Aren't you curious how I managed to locate you without being detected by the base?" Zhao Hailuan was aware that the base she was affiliated with was a national construction, heavily guarded by soldiers and equipped with signal jammers. It was virtually impossible for an ordinary person to find this base, let alone enter silently and pinpoint her exact location. "I am sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you do not believe me, take a look at this credential," Chen Feng stated, presenting the identification that S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided him. As a key talent nurtured by the state, Zhao Hailuan had certainly heard of the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. She took the credential, scrutinizing it carefully, then moved to her computer to input a series of codes. The display flickered, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official website. After entering the credentials code, she quickly found Chen Feng's information. Chen Feng, S.H.I.E.L.D., peripheral agent. Height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 220 pounds. Ability, transformation into a titan. Zhao Hailuan relaxed. In her mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. represented salvation, and anyone who could gain entry must undoubtedly be a person of virtue. She returned the credential to Chen Feng, apologizing, "I am truly sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. sent me is that the Earth is on the brink of destruction, urgently requiring your assistance," Chen Feng fabricated. He aimed to persuade her to leave with him, and any future discovery of his deception would be inconsequential. Once she was on his territory, departure would not be so simple. Is the Earth really facing annihilation? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, astonished. Chen Feng nodded solemnly, stating, indeed, SHIELD is engaged in a battle against extraterrestrial beings in space. These aliens are numerous and technologically advanced, and we are being pushed back. Soon, they will reach Earth. And at that point, the planet will face destruction at their hands. Thus, Earth needs you. We require your expertise in developing nanotechnology, enabling our warriors to don nano armor. We also need you to innovate regenerative cradle technology to heal the injured. What if I cannot develop them? Zhao Hailuan expressed her concerns, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure Chen Feng exerted. Just do your best, he smiled reassuringly. Then, I will inform my superiors, Zhao Hailuan said as she began to step outside. Chen Feng grasped her hand, asserting, there is no need. I have already communicated with SHIELD and your leaders. You can simply come with me. Zhao Hailuan was taken aback. For the sake of world peace, come with me, Chen Feng declared emphatically, pulling her along. Wait, I need to grab my wallet. Forget it, I have plenty of money. Take as much as you desire. However, my identification card is inside. No need for that. I shall procure a SHIELD credential for you, universally accepted across nations. With that, Zhao Hailuan was whisked away by Chen Feng. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhao Hailuan was awestruck by the formidable form of the transformer. Is this a robot? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed in astonishment. This is a transformer developed by our SHIELD. Chen Feng continued to embellish. SHIELD. Agents are truly remarkable. Zhao Hailuan expressed her admiration. Optimus Prime. Transform into aircraft mode, commanded Chen Feng. At once, my lord, came the response. With a series of mechanical sounds, the transformer swiftly morphed into a sleek aircraft. Wow! Zhao Hailuan gasped in wonder. The cabin door opened automatically, and without needing to be invited, she excitedly took her place in the co-pilot seat beside Chen Feng. Chapter 16. Objective. Pym Particles Optimus Prime, return home, commanded Chen Feng. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. The aircraft-shaped transformer gradually ascended, activating its cloaking mode, becoming translucent and silently departing from the base. Moments later, Chen Feng arrived at his private island. As Zhao Hailuan disembarked from the plane, she beheld the idyllic island. Her heart brimming with joy, she dashed around the villa, reminiscent of a carefree child. Unperturbed, Chen Feng thought to himself that as long as she remained joyful, her future tears were of no concern. Zhao Hailuan, momentarily liberated from her worries, reveled in the island's charm. She flitted from the villa's rooftop to admire the scenery, then climbed the hills, and finally made her way to the seaside. Though the island was not vast, it provided her with 2 hours of delightful play. Eventually fatigued, Zhao Hailuan returned to the villa, her brow furrowed as she addressed Chen Feng. It's all your fault. I didn't even bring any clothes. What am I to wear? Observing her perspiring visage, Chen Feng smiled and replied, you should take a shower first and wear my pajamas. I will instruct Optimus Prime to fetch you some clothing. And by the time you are done, the clothes will be here. All right, I'll go shower now, Zhao Hailuan replied sweetly, perhaps due to her earlier exuberance. She felt completely at ease with Chen Feng. Once Zhao Hailuan had retired for her shower, Chen Feng commanded, Optimus Prime, transform into a humanoid form and proceed to the city to purchase some female necessities. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The villa's ceiling opened, and a steel robot emerged. Women often indulge in bathing, particularly relishing the experience of drifting off in a warm bath. True to form, Optimus Prime returned with an array of feminine products before Zhao Hailuan had even exited the bathroom. After a good half hour, Zhao Hailuan emerged, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, towel in hand to dry her hair. Her fair skin and rosy cheeks resembled a delicate lotus blossom. Chen Feng, captivated by her beauty, felt his heart race. Have my clothes arrived? Zhao Hailuan inquired. They are in your room, Chen Feng replied, then instructed Optimus Prime, escort Miss Hailuan to her room. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime complied, guiding Zhao Hailuan away. Before long, a vibrant and youthful Zhao Hailuan reappeared, her smile radiant, with flowing hair framing her face. She wore a crisp white shirt above snug jeans, complemented by a pair of adorable slippers. Chen Feng was momentarily entranced, exclaiming, "You look truly beautiful." Blushing under his gaze, Zhao Hailuan shyly responded, "Thank you. Miss Hailuan must be hungry. Please, come sit. I have instructed Optimus Prime to prepare a lavish dinner for us." Chen Feng warmly invited. "Thank you," Zhao Hailuan said as she settled down. "This is a bottle of 82 red wine. Do taste it. This is matsutake, quite delightful. Do have a bite. And this king crab was personally caught by Optimus Prime at the seaside. You simply must try it." The pigeon. Chen Feng was exceedingly enthusiastic, leaving Zhao Hailuan flustered and at a loss. Zhao Hailuan, a quintessential homebody, spent her days engrossed in books and research, ensconced in a realm inaccessible to others. Consequently, she lacked entertainment and peers her age, which explained her lack of romantic experiences to date. Chen Feng's attentiveness overwhelmed her, causing her heart to race with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and fear, an intricate emotional tapestry she had never encountered before. Had it been Natasha, Chen Feng would not have gone to such lengths to please her. However, Zhao Hailuan was stunning, vibrant, exuding a sunny disposition, and, most importantly, she possessed an admirable innocence. Starkly contrasting with Natasha, for whom romance was as mundane as dining. Thus, if Chen Feng were to contemplate marriage, it would undoubtedly be with someone like Zhao Hailuan. After a heart-pounding dinner, Zhao Hailuan fled, unable to withstand Chen Feng's fervent hospitality. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Feng confidently remarked, "You may have come, but you cannot escape." He then set his mind to articulating his understanding of nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology gleaned from films, hoping to assist Zhao Hailuan in her research endeavors. While he could embark on the development himself, it would be a protracted undertaking, and he was unwilling to wait, especially with other technologies demanding his attention. Tackling everything alone would take decades. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Feng escorted Zhao Hailuan to the underground laboratory. "Miss Hailuan, you will conduct your experiments here from now on. Should you require anything, simply inform Optimus Prime. He will assist you," Chen Feng stated. "Thank you so much," Zhao Hailuan replied sweetly. "I will be away for a while. During my absence, you will be alone on the island. Is that acceptable?" Chen Feng inquired. "That is perfectly fine. As long as I have a laboratory, I could spend a lifetime here without feeling lonely," Zhao Hailuan smiled. "That's wonderful," Chen Feng responded, feeling a sense of relief. What a remarkable girl. Kind, obedient, innocent, beautiful, and intelligent. She was nothing short of perfection. Alas, they resided in a perilous Marvel universe. Otherwise, he would desire nothing more than to spend an eternity on this isolated island with Zhao Hailuan. Reluctantly, Chen Feng piloted his transformer away from the private island. His next destination was to seek out Hank Pym. Hank Pym's Pym particles had the extraordinary capacity to enlarge or shrink any object with sufficient energy. A speck of dust could transform into a planet, and a planet, conversely, could reduce to a mere speck. With Pym particles, the transformers he created could undergo miraculous transformations in size. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the ability to magnify scarce resources infinitely. For instance, vibranium was exceedingly rare, but with Pym particles, it could be enlarged, allowing for boundless extraction. Upon arriving in Hank City, Chen Feng commanded the transformer to land and morph into a heavy-duty truck. The robust truck roared to life, speeding down the road with exhilarating power. The heavy truck's brakes screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound. Chen Feng descended from the vehicle, commanding, "Optimus Prime, park the truck in the lot." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime complied. Standing before a towering edifice, Chen Feng gazed upward at the prominent sign that read Pym Technologies. Founded by Hank, Pym Technologies specialized in the study of Pym particles. Upon entering the establishment, Chen Feng addressed the receptionist. "Hello, I am here to see Mr. Hank." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired politely. "No, but if you inform him that I am with S.H.I.E.L.D., he will certainly agree to meet with me," Chen Feng replied. There was little choice. The reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a formidable asset. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. discover that Chen Feng was brandishing their name to deceive others, he would undoubtedly face expulsion. Chapter 17. Collaboration with Dr. Hank. The receptionist made a phone call, and after hanging up, she stood up and politely informed Chen Feng, "Sir, please wait a moment. Secretary Sue will come to escort you to meet our boss." After a brief interval, a short-haired beauty approached Chen Feng and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Mr. Hank's secretary. Please follow me." Chen Feng followed the secretary to Hank's office. He boldly took a seat and stated directly, "Mr. Hank, greetings. I represent S.H.I.E.L.D., and I shall be straightforward. We seek your PIM particles. Name your price." Leaning back in his chair with an air of nonchalance, Hank replied, "What do you intend to do with them?" "To manufacture weapons and safeguard the earth," Chen Feng declared with righteous fervor. "I cannot supply you with weapons," Hank refused. For he was a staunch opponent of war, a position that had led to his estrangement from his disciple, Darren Cross. "Mr. Hank, you must be aware of how perilous the world has become. Extraterrestrial beings have repeatedly descended upon our planet, each time inflicting catastrophic harm. Without sufficiently powerful weapons, humanity faces the grim fate of either enslavement or annihilation at their hands. As a brilliant scientist, do you not feel a sense of responsibility? If everyone clings to their own possessions, who will protect you and your wife and daughter when all are gone?" Chen Feng implored. Hank sat up abruptly, his face etched with urgency as he asked, "You just mentioned protecting my wife. Do you know she is alive? Where is she? Tell me, and I shall grant you the PIM particles." Chen Feng's heart leaped with hope. This was promising. "Your wife, Jan, is not deceased. She resides within the quantum realm." Hank stood up, trembling with excitement, stammering, "Really? Is it true?" "Indeed, your wife is lost in the quantum realm, and due to her prolonged exposure, her body has absorbed a significant amount of quantum energy, rendering her unchanged in appearance, just as you remember her," Chen Feng assured. This time, Chen Feng was sincere. He had gleaned this information from the film Ant-Man and the Wasp. "Splendid. I knew Jan was alive," Hank exclaimed joyfully. He and his wife shared a profound love, and he had dedicated himself to unraveling the mysteries of the quantum realm to rescue her. "Then will you grant me the PIM particles?" Chen Feng asked with a sly grin. Hank replied with enthusiasm, "Certainly. Not only will I provide you with the PIM particles, but I will also share the technology for their extraction." "Is this for real?" Chen Feng asked, somewhat incredulous. Hank nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. But you must assist me in rescuing my wife." January. Chen Feng extended his right hand to a fruitful collaboration. Suddenly, a short-haired woman with fiery red lips and a slender figure burst through the door, exclaiming, "Dad, you cannot collaborate with him. He is deceiving you." "Hope, how rude. How can you speak so disrespectfully? Mr. Chen is a representative from S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he possibly deceive me?" Hank reprimanded his daughter sternly. "Dad, think about it. The tale of a mother lost within the quantum realm has reached many ears through your recounting. Thus, it is no surprise that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of it as well. The quantum realm is a domain solely mastered by our PIM technologies. Even we are unable to locate the mother within that realm. If they lack any quantum technology, how could they possibly search? Are they to rely solely on their words?" Hop's reasoning is indeed sound. It appears so, Hank suddenly realizes. "Mr. Hank, have you heard of the Zola algorithm?" Chen Feng initiated his persuasive mode once more. Hank shook his head, "No. The Zola algorithm, a creation of the brilliant scientist Dr. Zola during World War II, possesses the capability to perceive all. The reason I know where your wife is and how to rescue her is due to my possession of the Zola algorithm," Chen Feng asserted. In truth, the Zola algorithm is a method of deduction akin to the ancient Chinese I Ching, utilizing vast amounts of data to extrapolate desired information. "I can provide you with PIM particles and quantum technology, but only on the condition that you first rescue my wife," Hank stated solemnly. Ensuring he was not deceived by Chen Feng, Chen Feng extended his right hand once more to a fruitful collaboration. confident in their combined abilities. Chen Feng believed that rescuing Jan would be a mere formality. Hank also extended his hand to a fruitful collaboration. In order to delve deeper into the quantum realm, I suggest you accompany me to my island, where I have access to various research materials and other scientists, Chen Feng proposed. Very well, Hank replied without hesitation. He was willing to do anything to save his wife. Dad, I want to go too. I am concerned for you, Hope interjected, sensing Chen Feng's ulterior motives. If you go, who will manage the company? Hank responded curtly. Hope found herself without a rebuttal. Then, you will manage the company in my absence while I gather my things, Hank declared, departing with ease. After Hank left, Hope approached Chen Feng, disregarding his imposing physique, and coldly threatened, if you dare deceive my father or cause him harm, I will ensure you pay for it. Chen Feng chuckled. Have you overlooked my formidable stature? No matter how strong you appear, strength in combat matters more, Hope retorted, her agility unmatched. She had never encountered an opponent, having trained Scott, the Ant-Man, herself. And with her wasp suit, she was not intimidated by Chen Feng. Shall we have a match then? Chen Feng grinned mischievously, intrigued by her audacity. Certainly. Let us head to the rooftop. Hope accepted the challenge. Upon reaching the empty rooftop, spacious and ideal for their contest, Chen Feng beckoned with a finger, smiling. Come, my dear. Hope bit her lip, drawing closer to Chen Feng, but just as she approached, she unleashed a rapid punch, only to switch to a kick aimed at his groin mid-motion. Chen Feng clamped his legs together, preventing Hope from retracting her foot, and smiled. You are far too weak. Hop's response was a fist, striking towards Chen Feng's head. With a swift motion, Chen Feng seized Hop's wrist with his left hand and smiled once more, remarking, You are still too weak. Hop's remaining right hand extended 2 fingers, aiming to poke Chen Feng in the eye. Chen Feng tilted his head aside, extending his right hand to grasp Hop's, smiling again as he inquired, Can you still move? With both of Hop's hands and 1 foot under Chen Feng's control, she found herself unable to escape. Frustrated, she exclaimed in anger, Scoundrel, release me. If you dare, let me go, and I shall make you regret it. Chapter 18. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. Chen Feng released Hope. Instantly liberated, Hope launched an assault against him, wielding a knife aimed at his neck. Chen Feng tilted his head, using his cheek and shoulder to trap Hope's hand. Hope was left speechless, realizing that any attempt to strike Chen Feng would merely be thwarted. Chen Feng freed her once more, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Hope's growing frustration. I was born for battle. You, a latecomer, could never hope to rival me. He spoke the truth. Having trained in combat since childhood, his vast experience rendered thought unnecessary. His subconscious could effortlessly overcome any opponent. This time, Hope refrained from attacking Chen Feng, clearly aware of her inferiority. My prowess lies not in physical strength, but in technology. My wasp suit can shrink or expand at will. You would do well not to deceive my father, or I shall certainly make your life difficult, Hope warned, her defiance evident. Suddenly, Chen Feng's demeanor shifted. His expression hardened as he coldly replied, Miss Hope, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? Were it not for your father, you might have already met your end at my hands, for I loathe being threatened, especially by one so weak. Hope felt a pang of embarrassment and fury at his words. You would do well to heed my warning. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly regret it. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Hank's collection was rather extensive, filled with an array of peculiar machinery, even several crates of ants. Fortunately, the Transformers possessed immense power, allowing Chen Feng to easily carry everything back to his private island. Upon returning, he organized Hank's living quarters and laboratory, sharing some scientific theories he had gleaned from Ant-Man 2 before taking his leave. Initially skeptical of Chen Feng's honesty, Hank became convinced of his integrity upon hearing the quantum theories, which illuminated the path to the quantum realm. As Chen Feng departed the private island, he lacked the time to bid farewell to Zhao Hailuan. He had received a notification from Optimus Prime indicating that Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were engaged in combat. Although Dr. Octopus perished alongside the man-made sun in Spider-Man 2, what if he were to meet an untimely demise beforehand? The Marvel Universe had already altered significantly due to Chen Feng's presence, and he sensed that the familiar timeline had shifted. Navigating the Transformers, Chen Feng soared towards New York at breakneck speed. With a whoosh, the Transformers transformed into jet mode, slicing through the sky. New York, being a major American city, was quickly within his reach. Upon arrival, he witnessed Dr. Octopus embroiled in a fierce battle with Spider-Man outside a towering building. Directing the Transformers closer, Chen Feng called out, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, cease your conflict." Startled by the voice, Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man glanced upwards, their eyes widening at the sight of an enormous robot towering over 8 meters tall, prompting them to halt, cautiously eyeing Chen Feng. "Who are you?" they inquired. Dr. Octopus, filled with irritation, inquired, feeling on the brink of defeating Spider-Man, was abruptly interrupted, leaving him quite dissatisfied. "I am Chen Feng, here to assist you," Chen Feng declared. "How do you intend to help? Do you possess tritium?" Dr. Octopus retorted brusquely. "Indeed, I do. Furthermore, I have developed a remarkably stable synthetic element capable of cold fusion. The energy powering the robots I control derives from this cold fusion. If you agree to collaborate with me, I will ardently support your research and procure any materials you require," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "Do you possess a technological empire?" Dr. Octopus queried, aware that extracting substantial amounts of rare elements necessitated a vast technological infrastructure. He himself, despite knowing the extraction methods, was limited by insufficient manpower and funds, which compelled him to oppose Spider-Man to garner Harry's support. "The robots you see me controlling should attest to the advanced technology at my disposal, so do not underestimate my capabilities merely because I lack a tech company. Presently, I am collaborating with the brilliant scientist Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Han Country, who, under my patronage, is developing nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology. Additionally, Dr. Hank, who has created the PIM particles capable of size alteration, is also working on quantum fields with my support. Moreover, I have acquired the memories of one of the most formidable scientists from the World War II era, Dr. Zola. I am certain you are familiar with his illustrious name. And, of course, Tony from Stark Industries. Have you heard of him? My programmed intelligence has taken control of his AI assistant, compelling him to gift me a private island. My island, though not populous, is home to a cadre of genius scientists. Therefore, by joining my team, your vision of a synthetic sun will undoubtedly come to fruition." Dr. Octopus was moved. This offer exceeded Harry's support significantly, not only in terms of resources, but also in the opportunity for collaboration with other scientists. "What must I sacrifice to collaborate with you?" he inquired. "You must share your research findings with me," Chen Feng stipulated. "Very well, I accept your terms," Dr. Octopus agreed. Then turned to face Spider-Man, seething, "But first, I must eliminate this spider." Dr. Octopus firmly believed that the failure of his previous synthetic sun experiment was entirely due to Spider-Man's interference, as the web-slinger had disconnected the power supply, rendering him unable to control the artificial sun. Hence, he felt compelled to eradicate Spider-Man to quell his lingering resentment. Peter, the Spider-Man, quickly sought refuge and implored Chen Feng. "Aren't you here to assist us? You've aided Dr. Octopus. What about me? Can you persuade him to release Mary?" "Dr. Octopus, could you find it in your heart to let his girlfriend go on my account?" Chen Feng interjected, fully aware that Dr. Octopus was fixated on extracting Spider-Man's genetic material. Otherwise, he would have shown little concern. Dr. Octopus cast a discontented glance at Chen Feng, retorting, "If you wish to collaborate with me, refrain from meddling in my affairs." With that, he commanded his mechanical tentacles to assault Spider-Man. Spider-Man raised his hand and shot a web, which adhered to the wall. With a swift tug, he propelled himself away from his original position, deftly evading Dr. Octopus's assault. The sound of thuds echoed as Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles gouged the wall, traversing it with remarkable agility, thanks to their immense gripping power. Observing the fierce clash between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, Chen Feng felt a throbbing headache. What to do? He coveted Dr. Octopus's artificial sun technology, recognizing its immense potential as a vital energy source for the Transformers. Simultaneously, he yearned for Spider-Man's genetic traits, Possessing them would enhance his ordinary form, granting him superior strength, agility, and lightning-fast reflexes, among other advantages. Chapter 19. The Transformers confront the locomotive if Chen Feng were to assist Dr. Octopus in combating Spider-Man. It was certain that Spider-Man would vehemently oppose any attempts to extract his genetic material. Conversely, should he aid Spider-Man in vanquishing Dr. Octopus, the latter would undoubtedly be incensed, refusing to cooperate and perhaps even becoming his adversary. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Chen Feng. He could rescue Spider-Man's beloved, Mary Jane. With her safe, Spider-Man would be free to depart without hesitation. Given Spider-Man's agility, Dr. Octopus would likely be unable to pursue him effectively. As Chen Feng pondered these thoughts, a fierce battle unfolded atop the locomotive between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. In the film, Dr. Octopus found himself at a disadvantage against Spider-Man and, in a fit of rage, sabotaged the train's braking and acceleration systems. Spider-Man, in a bid to save the passengers aboard, nearly met his demise. In the narrative, Dr. Octopus had promised Harry to capture Spider-Man alive, which fueled his reckless attacks. However, now that he had agreed to collaborate with Chen Feng, he was unencumbered by such obligations and would likely wreak havoc on the train's systems once more, thwarting Spider-Man's attempts to save the innocent. If I were to leave now, every soul aboard the train would perish. To save or not to save, Chen Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, Spider-Man managed to kick Dr. Octopus off the train. The villain's mechanical tentacles proved formidable, grasping the edge of the locomotive as he escaped the impending fall, shattering the glass and infiltrating the cockpit. "What are you doing?" the driver exclaimed in panic. With a swift flick of his mechanical appendage, Dr. Octopus struck down the driver. "You fancy heroes, do you? Then let me grant you another chance," he sneered. Seizing the throttle, he thrust it upward, accelerating the train rapidly. He then proceeded to dismantle the braking and acceleration systems before re-emerging from the cockpit. Returning to the top of the train, he tossed the brake lever to Spider-Man. Grinning wickedly, "I have sabotaged the train's systems. It cannot stop and will continue to accelerate until it reaches its destination, whereupon it shall crash and explode." Spider-Man stood frozen, at a loss. Dr. Octopus, indifferent to the fate of the passengers, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. His mechanical tentacles, like lethal blades, aimed directly for Spider-Man's heart. With his heightened sixth sense, Spider-Man sensed the imminent danger and instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the fatal strike. In a fluid motion, he rolled and, employing all four limbs, climbed into the cockpit. Upon witnessing the devastation within, concern etched across his face, he exclaimed, "What to do? What to do? There are so many people on this train. How can I possibly save them?" As the train continued to accelerate, the passengers began to sense something was amiss. Spiraling into panic, the timid among them cried out for help. "Help! Oh, who will save my child? What should we do? Jumping will lead to our demise. Yet staying aboard means certain death. What can we do? Is there anyone who can offer guidance? Hello, is this the police? I am on a train that has been attacked by two monstrous beings. It is accelerating uncontrollably. Please, hurry to our rescue." The pleas for help echoed, accompanied by cries of despair and the panicked wails of children. Chen Feng, despite not being a paragon of virtue, could not remain indifferent to the impending doom of so many innocent lives. He began piloting a transformer towards the front of the train. Spider-Man, determined to halt the train, sprinted to the front and leapt down, bracing himself against the locomotive with his upper body, his feet firmly planted on the ground. The tracks beneath him cracked and splintered. Within mere seconds, Spider-Man could no longer endure the strain. His feet felt as if they were on fire, forcing him to rise and cling to the front of the train. "What now? Is there no other option? If all aboard perish, it will be your incompetence that leads to their demise," Dr. Octopus taunted, deliberately refraining from attacking Spider-Man, eager to witness how he would save the passengers. Ignoring the taunts, Spider-Man pondered his next move and made a decisive choice. He extended his arms, from which streams of webbing shot forth. With a series of sharp snaps, the webs broke. Yet, undeterred, Spider-Man unleashed more webbing, securing it to the buildings on either side. Chen Feng arrived and urged, "Step aside, let me handle this." To which Spider-Man replied while continuing to shoot webs, "Let us work together. Chen Feng, do you still wish to collaborate?" Dr. Octopus expressed his dissatisfaction. "The passengers are innocent." "Indeed," Chen Feng retorted, before descending and directly seizing Spider-Man, tossing him into the cockpit as he obstructed his efforts. Chen Feng then maneuvered the transformer, leaning against the front of the train, limbs extended, activating the jet propulsion system to its fullest. With a thunderous roar, the train slowed due to the Transformer's resistance. "Optimus Prime, increase the thrust," Chen Feng commanded. "Acknowledged, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, intensifying the jets. The train decelerated further, alleviating the passengers' anxiety. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized that the train was still in motion and instructed Spider-Man, "Peter, quickly disable all systems on the locomotive." "Understood," Spider-Man replied, grabbing a wrench and beginning to dismantle the train's controls. Midway through, he paused, astonished. "How did you know my name is Peter? Many are aware of your identity. It is merely you who remained oblivious. Each time you apprehend a villain, you are being monitored," Chen Feng explained, having learned this from Optimus Prime. "Ah." Spider-Man was taken aback. He had always believed he had concealed his identity well, even from those closest to him. Yet it was shocking to realize how many were privy to his true persona. "Hurry up. If you don't stop the train soon, I will no longer be able to assist," Chen Feng exclaimed in fury, expressing that he had already reduced the train's speed, yet it continued to move forward. If he were to release his grip, the train would accelerate once more. The only way to bring it to a complete halt would be to utterly destroy it. "Oh!" Spider-Man swiftly began to smash. Bang, bang, bang. The equipment in the cockpit was reduced to ruins by Spider-Man's relentless strikes. At that moment, Dr. Octopus found himself in a dilemma. Chen Feng's robot towered over 8 meters, capable of halting even a swiftly moving train, a feat beyond his capabilities. Thus, deep down, he was reluctant to confront Chen Feng. Ultimately, he chose to postpone his battle with Spider-Man, opting instead to rescue the passengers aboard the train before engaging in a fierce confrontation with Spider-Man. After Spider-Man had thoroughly dismantled the train, it soon came to a gradual stop under the formidable blockade of the Transformers, devoid of any power. Chapter 20. The Rescue of the Beautiful Mary. As soon as the train came to a halt, Dr. Octopus sprang into action. 2 mechanical tentacles latched onto the train, while the other 2 arched outward, one to the left and one to the right, launching an attack on Spider-Man. In the midst of celebrating the safety of the passengers, Spider-Man found himself ensnared by Dr. Octopus's powerful mechanical appendages, rendering him immobile. However, Spider-Man utilized his web shooters, firing a strand of webbing that ensnared Dr. Octopus and propelled him against the wall of a nearby building. Since Chen Feng discovered his ability to extract the genes of the deceased, he had grown indifferent to the fates of superheroes. This was evident in the present moment. He possessed the power to eliminate Spider-Man and subsequently extract his genetic material. Yet, Spider-Man was a beloved hero, and Chen Feng found it difficult to bring himself to kill him, especially considering Spider-Man's inherent goodness. Moreover, the repercussions of such an act would undoubtedly invite the ire of S.H.I.E.L.D., tarnishing his reputation and earning him the disdain of humanity. Optimus Prime, lock onto Dr. Octopus's experimental base. "We must proceed to rescue Mary," commanded Chen Feng, resolved to assist Spider-Man in this manner, hoping that he would later acquiesce to letting him extract his genes. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. "Location secured. Mary is currently safe. She is unaccompanied. Let us go and rescue her," Chen Feng instructed. The Transformers ascended into the sky, vanishing within moments. Within seconds, Chen Feng located Dr. Octopus's laboratory. Originally a spacious, retro-style building, it now lay in ruins, its dilapidated interior visible from the outside, likely due to the experiments conducted by Dr. Octopus involving artificial suns. The police had sealed off the area, fearing radiation, which resulted in the absence of any personnel. Emerging from the Transformer, Chen Feng ventured inside. His gaze swept across the surroundings, landing on a corner where a beautiful woman hung suspended. With disheveled golden hair and her wrists bound, her waist ensnared by a chain. The scene evoked a sense of urgency that was difficult to ignore. Upon noticing the stranger's presence, Mary called out urgently, "Hey, over here. Help me. I've been captured by a villain." Chen Feng approached and untied the ropes binding her wrists, then removed the chains from her waist. Grateful for her newfound freedom, Mary expressed her appreciation. "My name is Mary. Thank you for rescuing me. Think nothing of it. I am your boyfriend Peter, sent to save you." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Peter? I knew he would find a way to rescue me." Mary exclaimed joyfully. "Let us not linger. Dr. Octopus is using you to threaten Peter, causing him countless obstacles. I must escort you to safety and then inform Peter to keep his distance from Dr. Octopus." Chen Feng stated. Mary nodded in agreement. "Yes, thank you. I will follow your lead." As they stepped outside, Mary beheld the towering transformer, standing at an impressive height of 8.5 meters, and gasped, "Wow, it's enormous." Chen Feng chuckled heartily indeed, with her mouth forming an O shape. She exclaimed that it was quite large, easily leading to misinterpretations. "Is this your robot?" Mary inquired, astonished. She had encountered robots before, particularly Iron Man, frequently seen in newspapers and on television, yet they were all of a size comparable to humans. In contrast, Chen Feng's robot towered over 3 stories, its colossal form exuding an undeniable majesty. Indeed, he is the first generation of Transformers, known as Optimus Prime. Chen Feng elaborated. "You are truly impressive," Mary admired. "It's nothing much," Chen Feng replied with a slight smile before commanding, "Optimus Prime, transform into aircraft mode." The transformer could indeed carry Mary in its robotic form, but it would be cumbersome, necessitating her to cling on tightly, and at such a speed, even her scalp might feel the rush. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. With a series of mechanical sounds, the transformer swiftly morphed into a striking airplane. "Wow, that's amazing!" Mary gasped in awe. Chen Feng entered the cockpit and beckoned Mary. "Come aboard. I shall take you home." "All right," she joyfully responded, eagerly climbing into the co-pilot seat, her bright eyes darting around the cockpit in wonder. "Optimus Prime, set the coordinates for Mary's home and take her back," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. The brilliance of a sophisticated intelligence system made it exceedingly convenient. All one needed to do was speak a command. The aircraft ascended, soaring swiftly towards Mary's residence. Within a mere 20 seconds, they arrived at her affluent abode, a splendid villa. The plane descended gracefully onto the property. As the hatch opened, Chen Feng announced, "Miss Mary, we have arrived at your home." "So fast?" Mary exclaimed, astonished that she had barely glimpsed the controls before they had landed. The speed was simply astonishing. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, it is quite rapid. But I haven't had enough of the ride yet. Could you take me for a few laps in the sky?" Mary pleaded, having never before encountered such advanced machinery and reluctant to conclude her experience so swiftly. "Miss Mary, if you linger any longer, your boyfriend Peter will be in peril from Dr. Octopus," Chen Feng cautioned. Mary suddenly recalled her boyfriend and hurriedly disembarked. "Miss Mary, once Peter returns, please have a thorough conversation with him and encourage him to assist me with a task that shall suffice as my repayment," Chen Feng stated. Mary nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will speak to him." Chen Feng waved. "Farewell, and I shall endeavor to take you to space someday." With her hands clasped before her, Mary exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Could we go tomorrow? How romantic it would be to visit space." It was a dream she had long harbored. Chen Feng had casually mentioned it, not anticipating that Mary genuinely desired to venture into outer space. "If you can persuade Peter to agree to assist me with a matter that will not adversely affect him, as long as he is willing, I would be delighted to take you to play among the stars," Chen Feng proposed. Mary nodded emphatically. "All right, Optimus Prime, let us seek out Dr. Octopus and his associates," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. The aircraft ascended, departing from Mary's residence. With the assistance of Optimus Prime, Chen Feng effortlessly located Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. The duo engaged in a fierce battle along the railway, traversing several streets, leaving chaos in their wake. Chen Feng refrained from descending immediately. He awaited the moment when Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man would part ways, allowing him to discreetly inform Spider-Man that Mary had been rescued. Spider-Man's most formidable attack involved utilizing his webbing as a spring, propelling himself into action. Indeed, he swiftly resumed his acrobatic maneuvers. With a resounding thud, Dr. Octopus was sent flying by Spider-Man's kick, crashing into a clothing store. Chapter 21. The spirit of a scientist. Chen Feng made his move, controlling the Transformer as it descended from the heavens, landing before Spider-Man. Instantly, Spider-Man felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him. With a grimace, he addressed Chen Feng. "You are not intending to assist Dr. Octopus, are you? I have rescued your girlfriend and returned her home safely. She is now quite secure," Chen Feng reassured him. "Is that truly the case? That is splendid news," Spider-Man exclaimed. His spirits lifted. "Thus, I require your cooperation. You must feign being struck by my attack and then seize the opportunity to escape. This way, Dr. Octopus will harbor no suspicions towards me," Chen Feng instructed earnestly. "All right," Spider-Man acquiesced readily. Chen Feng launched a kick towards Spider-Man. Although initially reluctant to evade, having just agreed to pretend to be struck, Spider-Man felt a chill at the sight of the Transformer-esque colossal foot. Overcome by fear, he chose to dodge, rolling backward and successfully avoiding the giant foot's descent. Boom! The ground where Spider-Man had stood moments before was now a gaping pit. The surrounding concrete splintered and cracked, extending several meters away. Chen Feng reached out, but Spider-Man nimbly evaded, springing onto Chen Feng's fist and then leaping onto his head. Chen Feng performed a backflip, forcing Spider-Man down, and then aimed a punch at him as he descended. Boom! Spider-Man was sent flying by the force of Chen Feng's blow, colliding directly with Dr. Octopus, who had just exited a clothing store, sending them both tumbling into the shop. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the clothing store, a fierce skirmish erupted between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, who never took a life, even against the most nefarious foes, would only capture them for the authorities. Conversely, influenced by his mechanical appendages, Dr. Octopus had lost his humanity. He would kill anyone who displeased him. Thus, despite Spider-Man's superior abilities, he found himself dodging the relentless assaults of Dr. Octopus. After a brief exchange of blows, Spider-Man seized an opportunity and scurried into a vent. Given Dr. Octopus's larger size and the obstruction of his mechanical limbs, he was unable to follow. In frustration, he began to destructively dismantle the vent. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles transformed into a digging apparatus, swiftly burrowing towards the vent. However, his method was no match for Spider-Man's agility. Once inside the vent, Spider-Man extended a hand, shooting a web that adhered to the corner of the duct. With a swift tug, he propelled himself forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of fire, vanishing in an instant. Chen Feng emerged from the Transformer and approached the clothing store, addressing Dr. Octopus. "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man has escaped. You will not be able to catch him." "No, I am certain I can capture him," Dr. Octopus retorted, unwavering as he continued to operate his mechanical limbs to excavate the vent. "Give it up. With Spider-Man's agility and webbing, you stand no chance of apprehending him. He can swing through the city, traverse the sewers, and move without a sound. Finding him is a challenge for you, and even I would struggle," Chen Feng advised. Huffing with exasperation, Dr. Octopus replied bitterly, "As a collaborator, shouldn't you assist me in eliminating Spider-Man?" Chen Feng shook his head and lamented, "Now I comprehend the reason for your failure with the artificial sun." "Why?" inquired Dr. Octopus. "Because your lack of unwavering dedication to your research has led to this experimental failure. Indeed, failure is the mother of success. It is through countless failures that scientists develop technologies that transform humanity. And look at you now. You are brimming with animosity, your heart consumed by hatred. Where is the spirit of a scientist in you? Especially after your defeat, you have cast all blame upon others. Thus, your failure was inevitable," Chen Feng articulated. Dr. Octopus, unable to endure Chen Feng's words, covered his ears and shouted, I did not. His emotions spiraled out of control, causing his mechanical tentacles to flail wildly, shattering everything in his vicinity. "Dr. Octopus, I previously stated that scientists achieve success only after numerous failures. This setback does not condemn you to a lifetime of defeat. If you relinquish your hatred and collaborate with me to diligently research the artificial sun, I assure you that it won't be long before you create a sun-like artificial star, and then you shall be the most formidable scientist in the universe, Chen Feng persuaded. Yes, you are right. I am a scientist. I must not allow hatred to dictate my life. I shall not seek revenge. I will focus on the artificial sun. Dr. Octopus murmured, awakening to a newfound understanding. Chen Feng stepped forward and extended his right hand to a fruitful collaboration. Dr. Octopus reciprocated to a fruitful collaboration. Dr. Octopus, I believe that researching the artificial sun in a bustling city is inappropriate. The laboratory lacks sufficient space, and the surrounding noise will undoubtedly distract you. Therefore, I propose relocating the laboratory to my private island, where you can engage with Dr. Zhao Hailun and Dr. Hank, all amidst a serene environment that you will surely come to cherish, Chen Feng suggested. As long as you support my endeavor to create the artificial sun, I have no objection to the location, Dr. Octopus replied. I will enlist Optimus Prime to assist you in transporting your equipment. You may reach out to him directly should you require anything, Chen Feng added. Dr. Octopus nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Feng turned and commanded, Optimus Prime, assist Dr. Octopus in transporting his belongings to the private island and await my summons. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Together, Optimus Prime and Dr. Octopus departed, while Chen Feng remained behind, intent on seeking out Spider-Man, for he desired his genetic essence. Chen Feng took a taxi to Mary S. residence. Upon arrival, he refrained from knocking and, akin to Spider-Man, stealthily climbed inside. His agility allowed him to enter the villa with ease, and he ascended along the water pipes adorning the walls. Guided by Optimus Prime's indications, he accurately located Mary's room. To his surprise, he discovered that he had arrived at an inopportune moment, for Spider-Man was engaged in an intimate activity with Mary. Not wishing to interrupt their private moment, Chen Feng chose to perch outside the window, awaiting the conclusion of their affair. However, Spider-Man possessed remarkable hearing, and amidst their activity, he detected the sounds from outside. Peter, what are you doing? Mary exclaimed in frustration, expressing her dissatisfaction with the situation, insisting that she had not yet had enough and questioning how they could possibly stop. There's someone outside, Spider-Man whispered. Who could it be? It wouldn't be my dad, would it? Mary cried out anxiously. It's not your father. He lacks such agility, Peter replied. Then who could it be? A thief? Or has Dr. Octopus sent for us? Mary inquired, her concern palpable. Anyone with such skills would certainly not resort to thievery, and Dr. Octopus does not fit the profile, Peter explained. Meanwhile, outside the window, Chen Feng overheard Peter and Mary's conversation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, realizing he had already been discovered, he decided there was no need to hide any longer and stood up. Mary let out a high-pitched scream, her voice breaking. Chapter 22. Mary's father wants me as a son-in-law. Chen Feng waved his hand, awkwardly greeting. Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness. Spider-Man swiftly shielded his girlfriend. Chen Feng, unabashed, opened the window and climbed inside, saying, Peter, it's me, Chen Feng. What are you doing in Mary's room at this hour? Spider-Man interrogated, harboring suspicions that Chen Feng might be involved with his girlfriend. Peter, don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with your girlfriend. I'm here to see you. Chen Feng clarified. What do you want with me? Spider-Man exhaled in relief, glad that it wasn't tea about his girlfriend. I saved both you and your girlfriend. Surely you should repay me. Chen Feng asserted confidently. What do you want in return? Spider-Man responded readily. I possess a unique ability to extract genetic material from others, but it requires their willing consent. Rest assured, this process will not cause any harm, Chen Feng explained. Why do you want my genes? Spider-Man asked cautiously, honestly reluctant to share his abilities, as he wished to remain the sole Spider-Man in the world. I simply need to become stronger. It's as simple as that. Chen Feng elucidated. Before Spider-Man could respond further, he was interrupted by his girlfriend, Mary. Peter, just let him extract your genes. If it weren't for him today, you might never have seen me again and could have been killed by Dr. Octopus. He is our savior. We must repay him, Mary urged. Chen Feng silently applauded Mary for her perceptiveness. Eventually persuaded by his girlfriend, Spider-Man begrudgingly conceded, "Fine. I agree to let you extract my genes." Chen Feng beamed with joy, swiftly moving to the bedside, extending his hand toward Spider-Man, saying, "Just hold my hand, and remember, you must be willing, otherwise I cannot extract." "All right," Spider-Man replied weakly. Click, the door swung open. "Mary, what is going on?" Mary's parents barged in. Upon seeing Peter with a stranger in their daughter's room, they were left utterly astonished. Particularly alarming was the sight of one on the bed and the other standing beside it, while their daughter lay there, looking flustered. "Oh my goodness!" Mary's mother gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, never imagining her daughter to be so audacious as to entertain two men simultaneously. "Mary, how could you do this? You are already engaged." Her father exclaimed angrily. Cheating is one thing, but to do so with two men, especially so loudly, is simply outrageous. Mary appeared utterly bewildered. Spider-Man quickly withdrew his hand. Dismounting from the bed, feeling intensely embarrassed as he addressed Mary's parents, "Uncle, Auntie. Humph, I warned you before. Why do you still come to see Mary? Do you think my words are mere nonsense?" Mary's father barked angrily. "Uncle, Spider-Man hesitated, at a loss for words. Chen Feng was distinctly different. He did not engage in trivial matters and was unafraid. Approaching Mary's parents, he greeted them politely. "Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Chen Feng. I sincerely apologize for not entering through the main door on my first visit." "What do you do?" Mary's father inquired sternly, as he was somewhat snobbish, favoring those with wealth, which was evident in his daughter's engagement to a wealthy heir. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng replied, "I could say I am a scientist, or perhaps a seeker of power." However, Mary's father disregarded these statements, bluntly asking, "Are you wealthy?" Taken aback, Chen Feng chuckled. "Indeed, I am not only wealthy, but I also own a private island." The expression on Mary's father's face shifted, transforming into a benevolent smile as he warmly grasped Chen Feng's hand, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, you are my only hope. My company is on the verge of collapse due to cash flow issues. You must assist me." "It's a trivial matter, uncle. How much do you need?" Chen Feng replied with generosity. Recently, with the assistance of Optimus Prime, he had amassed considerable wealth in the stock market, positioning himself as a billionaire, only slightly behind Iron Man Tony Stark. However, he believed that the number of people wealthier than him did not exceed 100. $1 million would suffice. Mary's father said joyfully, "I will provide you with $100 million, hoping you can expand and strengthen the company," Chen Feng declared grandly. Since acquiring Optimus Prime, money had merely become a series of numbers to him. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had not handled physical cash, relying solely on electronic transfers. Mary's father trembled, utterly astonished by Chen Feng's generosity. Mary's mother, standing nearby, covered her mouth in shock, and her gaze toward Chen Feng shifted, as if she were a mother-in-law viewing her son-in-law. Without further ado, Chen Feng contacted Optimus Prime, commanding, "Optimus, transfer $100 million to Mr. S bank account." "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime's voice resonated from Chen Feng's watch. "Wow, this is high technology," Mary's father exclaimed, recognizing that only the affluent could afford such advanced products. "If you like it, uncle, I can send you one another day," Chen Feng offered generously. Motivated by the desire to impress Mary and Spider-Man, especially since he had been interrupted by Mary's parents and was unable to promptly extract Spider-Man's genes. Very well, Mary's father repeated several times, clearly pleased with Chen Feng. "My lord, the transfer has been successfully completed," Optimus Prime reminded him. No sooner had Optimus Prime finished speaking than Mary's father's phone chimed with a text notification. Ding! Mary's father recognized the sound and, with trembling hands, retrieved his phone to check the message. "American Bank, your account ending in 27 has completed a transfer of 100,000,000 USD on at 2216. Current balance 100,009, 156. Hiss! Mary's father gasped, as it was the first time he had encountered such a sum of money. "Old man, has the money arrived?" Mary's mother inquired anxiously. Mary's father nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, it has arrived. $100 million. Splendid. Our company is saved." Mary's mother rejoiced. Observing her parents engaging in cheerful conversation with Chen Feng, Mary felt a peculiar sense of discomfort, as she and her boyfriend seemed overlooked. Suddenly, Mary's father grasped Chen Feng's hand once more, excitedly declaring, "You, my son-in-law, have my full approval. I too endorse you as my son-in-law," Mary's mother chimed in. "Ah," Chen Feng was bewildered. "Ah," Mary was equally perplexed. "Ah," even Spider-Man was taken aback. "No, uncle, you are mistaken. I am Mary's boyfriend," he lamented, nearly brought to tears. Chapter 23. Extracting Spider-Man's genes. "Dad, Chen Feng is here to see Peter, not me." "You've misunderstood," Mary explained, exasperated yet amused. "Uncle, I truly appreciate your fondness for me, but I assure you, my relationship with Mary is quite platonic." Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing the magnitude of this misunderstanding upon being acknowledged as a potential son-in-law by Mary's father. "Ah," Mary's father appeared bewildered. "Ah," Mary's mother was equally perplexed. What in the world? A stranger stood in their daughter's room, yet he was not her boyfriend. The situation was undeniably awkward. Mary's father, still gripping Chen Feng's hand, earnestly inquired, "You are genuinely here to find Peter?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I am indeed here for Peter." "Do you have feelings for Mary?" Mary's father asked, hopeful that Chen Feng's wealth would make him an ideal son-in-law. "Uncle, I only met Mary today," Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. "As long as you care for Mary, I shall take it upon myself to see her wed to you," Mary's father declared generously. Mary could no longer contain herself and protested, "Dad, I've told you, Peter is my boyfriend." Despite her fondness for Chen Feng, she felt it inappropriate to pursue anything further given her relationship with Peter. Mary's father turned sharply, glaring at his daughter, and retorted, "I wasn't asking you." Chen Feng shook his head, declining, "Uncle, it seems I must disappoint you. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot marry Mary." Mary's father released Chen Feng's hand, his expression darkening as he questioned, "If you do not fancy my daughter, what are you doing in her room? Do not claim it's to find Peter. How could you possibly locate my daughter's room for that? Who would believe such a story?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. However, Mary's father had a point. Seeking someone and arriving at a girl's room did indeed defy logic. "Uncle, I possess an intelligent system named Optimus Prime, which can access any camera and track anyone's phone. I came here because my system pinpointed Peter's location, and as he was in Mary's room, I followed suit," Chen Feng elucidated. "Then why did you offer me $100 million? Mary's father asked, bewildered. A man he had just met, and without hesitation, he was presented with such a staggering sum. He found it utterly perplexing. "I am affluent, and moreover, I am a friend of Peter's. As you are to become his father-in-law, it is only fitting that I assist you," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "What if I cannot repay such a large sum?" Mary's father inquired anxiously, contemplating that if it were his son-in-law's money, he would certainly not return it. Yet, Chen Feng had no intention of becoming his son-in-law, and thus, the money would naturally need to be repaid, unless, of course, Chen Feng decided to gift it, which he suspected was unlikely, given the considerable amount. "I have sufficient funds. There is no need for repayment. Feel free to use it, and should you require more, you may seek me out," Chen Feng said generously. With a sigh of relief, Mary's father felt reassured, as long as repayment was not expected. Spider-Man thought to himself that if he continued to be overlooked, his girlfriend would surely end up with someone else. Thus, he called out to Chen Feng, "Rest assured, Chen Feng, I will repay you the $100 million. "Huh?" Chen Feng chuckled, and soon, Mary's father could not contain his laughter either. "You should just give up." Mary's mother shook her head in disappointment. Observing the expressions and reactions of those around him, Spider-Man felt deeply hurt, pondering whether he truly was that inadequate. After all, he was a superhero, having saved countless lives. Earning a mere $100 million should be within his grasp with some effort. "Peter, my father dislikes boastfulness," Mary reminded him. Once Mary's father had finished laughing, he turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, it's not that I look down upon you. But consider your situation. You are merely a lowly reporter, earning a pittance each month. You can't even support yourself, yet you dream of making $100 million? That is pure fantasy. Unless you possess talents akin to Mr. Chen Feng's, with your intellect, earning a mere $1 million in your lifetime is uncertain at best, Mary's mother added sarcastically. I will strive for it, Spider-Man declared loudly. The words of the crowd echoed in his mind, and he recalled how, on his birthday, his aunt had gifted him the last $20 she had. A pang of sorrow struck him. How could he, Spider-Man, be living in such poverty? Previously, he had not thought much of it, but now, seeing the differential treatment from Mary's father towards Chen Feng, he had a sudden epiphany. To be a hero, one must also earn money. He resolved to amass a great fortune, proving to all who looked down upon him that he, Peter, was a wealthy man, not a mere loser. Then come find Mary once you've earned $100 million. Mary's father remarked brusquely, having little faith in Peter, a man he deemed talentless and timid, incapable of even providing for himself, let alone earning his daughter's hand. Spider-Man clenched his fists and replied earnestly, All right, I will seek Mary once I have earned $100 million. I shall await your return, Mary's father said coolly. Uncle, Auntie, could you step out for a moment? I have matters to discuss with Peter, Chen Feng politely requested. I understand. Mary's father said with a sly grin. As Mary's mother closed the door, she cautioned her daughter, Mary, remember to take good care of Chen Feng. Chen Feng pondered the implications of her words. Spider-Man was on the brink of fury, wondering how parents could be so inconsiderate. Mary's cheeks flushed, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze. After her parents exited, Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man, saying, Peter, don't worry, I will fund your entrepreneurial venture. In no time, you will earn $100 million. Spider-Man shook his head, expressing gratitude. No, I want to earn that $100 million through my own abilities. Very well. I respect your choice. Now, can we proceed with the gene extraction? Chen Feng asked eagerly. Spider-Man nodded. Yes, we can. Chen Feng extended his hand, and they shook hands. System, extract Spider-Man's gene and integrate it into my being, Chen Feng silently commanded. Beep. Spider-Man gene extraction successful. Commencing integration, the system announced. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully integrated Spider-Man's gene, the system continued. As the system's notifications resonated, a peculiar force began to alter Chen Feng's body. Damn, it's so itchy. Chen Feng's hands were afflicted by an itch and pain around his wrists, compelling him to scratch incessantly. As he continued to scratch, he extracted a strand of spider silk. Chen Feng, can you truly extract another's genes? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, is it possible for me to acquire Peter's abilities as well? Mary inquired eagerly, as she felt a thrill at the thought of swinging between skyscrapers like Spider-Man and yearned for such powers. Chen Feng shook his head. My method will not work for you, but you may utilize Peter's genes for research. Perhaps you might discover a serum derived from spider blood. Chapter 24. A Journey Through Space. Mary wore a look of disappointment. With the acquisition of Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng felt there was no longer any reason to linger here. He waved goodbye to Spider-Man and Mary, saying, Peter, Mary, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. As he prepared to depart, Mary suddenly recalled Chen Feng's promise to take her on a space adventure. She called out urgently, Chen Feng, wait. You promised me earlier that you would take me to space. Chen Feng halted, turned to face Mary, and replied with a wry smile. Then let us embark now. While watching a movie, he had sensed the profound affection between Mary and Spider-Man. However, at this moment, he perceived their relationship as somewhat trivial, as Mary seemed entirely unconcerned with Spider-Man's feelings. With a joyful clap of her hands, Mary exclaimed, Wonderful. Meanwhile, Spider-Man wore a pained expression, inwardly lamenting, Mary, do you not consider my feelings as you plan to venture off with another man before my very eyes? Optimus Prime, come here for a moment, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, I shall arrive within 5 minutes, Optimus Prime responded. After an awkward wait of 5 minutes, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of the Transformers, who hovered outside the window. My lord, I have arrived, Optimus Prime announced. In jet mode, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. With a series of mechanical clicks, the Transformers swiftly transformed into a sleek aircraft. Chen Feng turned to Mary and Spider-Man, saying, "You both may board." Faced with Spider-Man, he felt it would be impolite to invite only his girlfriend without including him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mary dashed to the window, skillfully climbing out to take her place in the co-pilot's seat. Your aircraft only accommodates a pilot and co-pilot. Perhaps I shall refrain from joining, Spider-Man awkwardly suggested. You may hold Mary, Chen Feng replied. Spider-Man glanced at Mary, who was eagerly examining Chen Feng's aircraft, and felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He realized that Mary had never appeared so joyful during their time together, aside from their athletic pursuits. Forget it. You two go have fun, Spider-Man said, his spirits dampened. Very well, Chen Feng responded. Having acquired Spider-Man's genes, he felt no obligation to consider Spider-Man's feelings any longer. If he wished to go, he would, and if not, so be it. With a leap, Chen Feng soared through the window, gracefully passing over Mary's head and landing precisely in the pilot's seat. Such a feat, once beyond his capabilities, was now achievable thanks to Spider-Man's genes, which endowed him with remarkable agility. Once seated, Optimus Prime closed the hatch. Optimus Prime, maintain normal speed. Heading for space, Chen Feng commanded, mindful that Mary, being an ordinary human, might struggle with excessive velocity. Of course, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. With a whoosh, the aircraft ascended, accelerating swiftly, and within moments, it had traversed 1,000 miles. Soon, it breached the Earth's atmosphere, entering the weightless expanse of space. Freed from Earth's gravitational pull, the aircraft's speed increased even further. Wow, the cosmos is truly breathtaking, Mary exclaimed. With no atmospheric veil obstructing her view, she beheld the most authentic expanse of space. The sky, at a glance, revealed either the inky void of the universe or resplendent celestial bodies. Bathed in sunlight, these planets resembled myriad lanterns, illuminating the monotony of space with their own unique radiance. The exquisite panorama of the stars captivated even Chen Feng. It is indeed magnificent, he mused. Mary turned to him, her voice sweet as she expressed, "Thank you. Without you, I would never have witnessed such beauty in the heavens." A wave of joy enveloped Mary, as she felt an undeniable romantic ambience in the air, although they were merely adventuring and not on a date. The moment felt enchantingly intimate. In such a romantic setting, had Chen Feng chosen to confess his feelings, Mary would undoubtedly have been moved to accept. The moon is the closest to Earth. Shall we venture there? Chen Feng proposed. Mary nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Yes, I will follow your lead." Optimus Prime, is the Transformers' functionality intact? Chen Feng inquired. My lord, all systems are operational. Should any issues arise, I will promptly inform you. Please rest assured, Optimus Prime assured. That is reassuring. Let us make haste to the moon, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged as the aircraft expelled a powerful thrust, swiftly soaring towards the moon. As they distanced themselves from Earth, Chen Feng and Mary observed the planet's entirety, a half cloaked in darkness, the other aglow in blue. The moon lay 384,000 kilometers away from Earth. The rockets developed by humanity require several days to traverse this distance due to their elliptical trajectory. In contrast, Chen Feng's Transformers advanced in a straight line, benefiting from their immense energy and speed, enabling them to reach the moon in mere hours. Upon landing on the lunar surface, Chen Feng turned to Mary and asked, "Would you like to control the Transformers and frolic freely on the moon?" Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I really? Optimus Prime, if I transform into a Titan, how long can I remain on the moon?" Chen Feng queried. "Based on your Titan physique, my lord, you could certainly remain on the moon. However, I am unsure how long you could endure without breathing," Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng lowered a helmet, gently placing it on Mary's head, saying, "Once you wear this helmet, you will be able to control the Transformers with your thoughts." "Oh, thank you," Mary exclaimed, unable to resist planting a kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. "You're welcome," he replied nonchalantly, knowing that Americans are famously open, often expressing gratitude and greetings with a kiss. Optimus Prime, please separate the cockpit and the pilot's seat, then allow me to exit, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. As the cabin partitions were drawn, the hatch opened. With a roar, Chen Feng transformed, leaping out of the cabin. He morphed into a 3-meter-tall titan, landing on the lunar surface. The moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth, allowing Chen Feng to leap several meters high with a gentle push. With a bit more force, he could even escape the moon's gravitational pull altogether. Chen Feng transformed into a titan on the moon. Apart from feeling a slight chill and the inability to breathe, he experienced no other discomfort. Inside the cabin, Mary covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, he can actually become a giant. My lord." The moon is excessively silent. Given human nature, one typically does not favor such an environment. Shall we play some music? Optimus Prime suggested. Chen Feng remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the enchanting and romantic melody of Every Night in My Dreams resonated, shattering the moon's stillness. Upon hearing this familiar tune, Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Why not play some DJ music instead? Why the theme from Titanic, My Heart Will Go On? After all, he was not in a romantic relationship with Mary. Chapter 25. Mary's confession suddenly. Chen Feng pondered a perplexing question. How was it that his ears could perceive the sounds emitted by the Transformers? This revelation left him astounded. For sound propagation necessitates a medium, be it solid, liquid, or gas, and such materials were absent in the near vacuum of the moon. Yet, he discerned the sounds with remarkable clarity. A recollection of a news article he had once encountered flashed through his mind, an American report regarding the Voyager spacecraft, which had detected signals that could be played at frequencies audible to the human ear. He grasped the underlying principle, understanding that space is not an absolute vacuum. Otherwise, the myriad celestial bodies would not exist. The truth lies in the sparse distribution of molecules in space, which are too far apart to facilitate sound propagation, leading to the common misconception that space is a complete vacuum. In reality, space is not 100% devoid of matter, and sound can indeed travel, albeit through a different mechanism than on Earth. In the cosmos, sound propagates through electromagnetic vibrations. The presence of plasma in space, which is compressible, undoubtedly generates sound waves. Plasma is abundant throughout the solar system, with solar winds and coronal emissions continuously dispersing plasma into the void. Long ago, scientists devised a machine capable of recording electromagnetic vibrations and converting them into sounds perceivable by the human ear. What astonished Chen Feng was the realization that his ears possessed this extraordinary capability as well. With a mere thought, he focused on hearing other sounds and, to his surprise, he did indeed hear an array of cosmic noises, chaotic and cacophonous, causing a sharp pain in his ears. Promptly, he concentrated on adjusting the frequencies his ears could perceive. When the harmonious strains of My Heart Will Go On filled the air once more, a wave of joy washed over him. It was simply enchanting. Mary, on the other hand, had successfully mastered the art of telepathically controlling the Transformers. She resembled an exuberant child, directing the Transformers to leap about, occasionally lifting meteorites and hurling them into the distance. This is so much fun. I feel like a strongman, able to lift such massive meteorites, Mary exclaimed with enthusiasm. After a while outside, Chen Feng found himself struggling for breath, the duration of his hold becoming uncomfortable. He hurried over to Optimus Prime, gesturing for entry. Optimus transformed into a heavy-duty truck. The driver and passenger compartments separated and opened the door to the driver's seat. As Chen Feng reverted to his human form, a sharp, cold sensation assaulted him. Fortunately, his fusion with Spider-Man's genes had fortified him, for in his previous, unenhanced state, he would have succumbed instantly. He swiftly climbed into the vehicle. Once the door closed, Optimus Prime promptly supplied oxygen. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The partition between the driver and passenger compartments descended. Noticing Chen Feng's pallor, Mary expressed her concern. "Chen Feng, are you all right?" "Rest assured, I am fine," Chen Feng replied with a reassuring smile. Though he had just endured a bit of hardship, he harbored no regrets about the perilous escapades he had recently undertaken. Instead, he felt exhilarated, intoxicated by the thrill, reluctant to part with the moment. As long as you are all right, Mary sighed in relief. Let us traverse the lunar surface in the form of a heavy truck for a while before we return, Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded. All right, I trust your judgment. The lunar surface, flatter than both prairies and deserts, allowed Chen Feng to accelerate with abandon. The heavy truck rumbled forward, crashing through anything that was not a substantial obstacle, confident that the formidable mass of the transformer would sustain no damage. Ah, how exhilarating. Let us go even faster, Mary exclaimed. Chen Feng, there's a dirt mound ahead. Let us charge it and see how high we can fly. Mary became increasingly animated, her shouts punctuating the air with bold suggestions, some of which left Chen Feng speechless. Mary proposed, we should inscribe some colossal characters on the lunar surface. Mary was here. Under her playful persuasion, Chen Feng acquiesced, guiding the transformer thousands of meters above the lunar terrain. He unleashed a barrage from the pulse cannon, bombarding the moon until the words Mary was here were etched into the surface, finally ceasing when the task was accomplished. The endeavor consumed a significant portion of the transformer's energy, equivalent to 2 mushroom clouds. Through specialized glass, Mary beheld the immense inscription on the moon's surface, tears streaming down her cheeks in overwhelming emotion. Hey, Mary, why are you crying? Chen Feng inquired, bewildered. I am moved. Thank you, Chen Feng. You are the first person to treat me so kindly. I am truly touched, she sobbed softly. Chen Feng thought to himself, what is this? What does she mean? Could it be that Mary has developed feelings for him? It's getting late. We should return, Chen Feng announced. Mary nodded, her voice tinged with a sob. Yes. Let us go back. Optimus Prime, return us to Earth and take Mary home, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord. Optimus Prime acknowledged the command. As they returned to Earth, dawn was approaching. The airplane-shaped transformer descended onto the rooftop of Mary's home. The cabin door opened, yet Mary hesitated to disembark. We have arrived, Chen Feng reminded her. Mary looked down, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, responding softly, Oh, why don't you go home? Chen Feng urged. Suddenly, Mary looked up, her eyes brimming with emotion. Biting her lip, she took a deep breath and asked, Do you like me? Chen Feng was taken aback. He had never pursued Mary, nor had he entertained any mutual feelings. His promise to save her and take her on a space adventure stemmed from a desire to impress Spider-Man, hoping that would encourage Spider-Man to willingly allow him to extract his genes. He had not anticipated that his actions would lead to Mary developing feelings for him. Should he respond, or should he refuse? As he gazed at Mary, lost in her affection, memories of her past flooded his mind. Her previous romances with Spider-Man and affluent suitors. Far more than just 2. Upon this realization, he was certain and awkwardly uttered, Miss Mary, your boyfriend is Peter. Indeed, Peter is my boyfriend, she replied. But my affections have shifted. I wish to part ways with Peter and be with you. Mary declared passionately. We only met yesterday. Your change of heart is rather swift. Chen Feng responded, caught between laughter and tears. I was with Peter because of his honesty, as he would never deceive me. Yet, I have come to understand that what we shared was not love, nor was it what I desired. He cannot provide me with the romance I crave, nor the life I envision, and certainly cannot ensure my safety. You, however, are different. You are talented, affluent, a man of strength, and most importantly, you offer me the romance I long for, Mary stated earnestly. Chapter 26. The Weeping Spider-Man. Miss Mary, it was you who suggested the idea of a space adventure. And it was also your notion to inscribe Mary was here upon the lunar surface. I merely assisted in bringing your whims to fruition. Thus all this romance is of your own making, not mine, Chen Feng asserted. Yet, you were the one who helped me realize it. Mary retorted, unwilling to concede. The romantic allure of their time and space ensnared her completely. I aided you solely out of regard for your relationship with Peter, Chen Feng explained. I care not. I have fallen for you, Mary declared, her demeanor increasingly irrational as she lunged toward Chen Feng. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Feng exclaimed. Instinctively raising his hands to shield himself, albeit awkwardly, as they inadvertently pressed against Mary's chest. "I want you to accept me," Mary professed with fervent sincerity. Spider-Man, anxious for Mary's well-being, chose not to return home, instead opting to rest in her room. In a state of drowsiness, he perceived the distant sound of an aircraft engine. With a swift motion, he sprang up, straining to hear the voices of Chen Feng and Mary, his heart swelling with hope. They had returned. He quickly ascended the wall and emerged onto the rooftop, poised to call out to them when a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before his eyes. Chen Feng's hands were positioned upon his girlfriend's most sensitive areas. Mary's words echoed in his mind. "I care not. I have fallen for you." His heart bled in anguish. Although he had sensed something amiss prior, the reality of the situation shattered him. Chen Feng, with exceptional hearing, detected the sound of someone weeping nearby. Turning, he exclaimed, "Damn it!" instinctively withdrawing his hands. With Chen Feng's hands no longer obstructing her, Mary successfully leaped upon him, transforming into a ravenous tigress, her affections toward him manifesting in a fervent assault. The scene was overwhelmingly provocative. Spider-Man could no longer contain himself, roaring, "Mary, how could you do this?" Startled, Mary quickly disentangled herself, only to pale at the sight of Spider-Man. "How could you do this?" he lamented, his voice quaking with emotion. Mary stammered, at a loss for words. "Peter, if I were to say that your girlfriend was pursuing me of her own volition, would you believe me?" Chen Feng lamented, his expression a mask of despair. Spider-Man leapt forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Feng, bellowing, "I wouldn't believe a word you say. I knew you harbored ulterior motives, deliberately aiding me in rescuing Mary, playing the hero. Then, under the guise of seeking me, you came to her room in the dead of night. You took her on a space excursion. Mary is my girlfriend. What gives you the right to whisk her away? You aim to steal her from me. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. You still have the audacity to make excuses. Just moments ago, with your agility, how could you possibly evade Mary's leap and endure her onslaught? You are utterly nefarious. I shall never trust you again." Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing the depth of the misunderstanding, which was impossible to clarify, especially given Spider-Man's intense jealousy at that moment. Deciding against any further explanation, he turned to Mary and said, "Miss Mary, you have arrived home. You may disembark." Mary clung to the handle of the cabin door, defiantly stating, "I will not leave. I wish to be with you." Chen Feng called out to Spider-Man, "Peter, come and take your girlfriend away." Yet, Spider-Man remained unmoved, continuing to stand there, weeping. "Get down. If you do not disembark, I shall take action," Chen Feng threatened. "Come then. If you have the courage, strike a woman who loves you," Mary boldly declared, resolving that since Peter had already seen her, she might as well choose to be with Chen Feng, who was infinitely more admirable than Peter. She grasped the handle even tighter. Forcing her hand away could potentially injure her fingers, so Chen Feng suddenly reached out and grasped her chest. "Ah!" Mary instinctively cried out, unable to resist as she released her grip. Chen Feng hurriedly caught her in his arms and tossed her toward Spider-Man. Though Spider-Man was tormented by Mary's betrayal, his inherent kindness prevented him from allowing her to be harmed, and he opened his arms to catch her. "Optimus Prime, we shall depart," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime replied, transforming into an aircraft and ascending into the sky. The roar of powerful jets erupted from the tail of the plane as it pierced through the atmosphere. Chen Feng, in his current state, could withstand supersonic speeds without issue. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's departure, Mary burst into tears, her sobs laden with profound sorrow. This left Spider-Man at a loss, unsure whether to offer comfort or cast blame. After a brief moment of weeping, Mary turned to Spider-Man and accused, "It is all your fault. You cannot provide me with happiness, yet you seek to hinder my pursuit of it." Spider-Man, lacking eloquence, faltered in his response. Mary pointed toward the moon and angrily berated Spider-Man. "Have you seen the inscription on the moon? Mary visited here. That is something Chen Feng wrote for me. He can provide me with anything I desire. So is it wrong for me to love him?" Spider-Man, possessing keen eyesight, could faintly discern the words on the moon's surface without binoculars. The enormity of the inscription, visible from Earth, astonished him. Mary's subsequent declaration, "He can give me anything I desire. So I love him, what is wrong with that?" prompted him to reflect deeply, and he realized she was indeed justified, as everyone has the right to pursue their happiness. Just as he did, Mary was already engaged to marry a wealthy heir, while he continued to linger in her life. With this revelation, he suddenly understood Mary better, and his resentment towards her diminished significantly. Gently placing his hands on her shoulders, Spider-Man spoke softly, "Mary, I am sorry, I was wrong. You have every right to seek your own happiness. My happiness has already flown away. Where should I go to find it?" Mary lamented tearfully. "Harry is my good friend. He can assist me in locating Chen Feng," Spider-Man stated earnestly. Wiping her tears away, Mary smiled through her sorrow, exclaiming, "Really?" Spider-Man nodded vigorously, "Indeed. Then I forgive you. Let us be good friends from now on," Mary declared. Yes, good friends," Spider-Man replied, his heart aching. Break line. Chen Feng departed from Mary's home and returned to his private island, where he replaced his cold fusion reactor with a new one. He also crafted a web shooter device to wear on his wrist, enabling him to shoot webs like Spider-Man. Subsequently, he made his way back to New York, seeking out the Green Goblin, Harry, to request tritium. Although he could extract tritium himself, the process would take too long. Preferring expedience, he resolved to approach the Green Goblin directly. Chapter 27. Collaborating with the Green Goblin at Osborn Group, Harry was engrossed in his official duties when he overheard his secretary mention an individual claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. This sudden visit struck him as peculiar, for the Osborn Group had maintained no contact with the organization and had not interfered in each other's affairs. Why then had S.H.I.E.L.D. chosen to approach him now? Was it perhaps due to the incident involving Dr. Octopus, seeking to cause him trouble? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. It was best to inquire directly. He instructed his secretary to bring Chen Feng into his office. When Chen Feng, a robust figure exuding an aura of wildness, appeared before him, Harry couldn't help but marvel at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regard in sending such a formidable individual to seek him out. The Osborn Group ranked among the top 10 conglomerates in America, its strength rivaling that of Stark Industries. However, unlike Iron Man, he dared not dismiss S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. After all, the Osborn Group was not primarily engaged in arms manufacturing. Thus, he felt obliged to show respect. He rose and gestured invitingly, saying, "Please, have a seat." Chen Feng settled into the office chair with an air of authority and addressed Harry. "I am here today to propose a collaboration." Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he was not being summoned for trouble after all. He smiled and inquired, "What kind of collaboration?" "I require all of your tritium," Chen Feng stated. Harry's expression shifted, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as he responded, "Tritium is exceedingly rare, with only 25 pounds existing globally. The last incident with Dr. Octopus depleted a significant portion of our supply. If you wish to acquire it all, what are you prepared to offer in exchange?" "I can cure your family's hereditary disease," Chen Feng replied. The hereditary affliction of the Osborn lineage could be effortlessly treated with Dr. Zhao Hailuan's regenerative cradle technology. Harry stood abruptly, astonished as he exclaimed, "Is that truly the case?" This hereditary ailment had plagued his family for centuries. Despite the presence of numerous prodigies within his lineage, they had been unable to find a cure. Thus, the greatest aspiration of his family was not to amass wealth or attain power, but rather to rid themselves of this genetic curse, leaving him in sheer disbelief. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but you will need to wait a while. My team will soon develop the regenerative cradle technology, at which point every member of your family's hereditary condition can be treated." Bang! Harry plopped back into his executive chair, his face a mask of disappointment. He retorted, somewhat irked, "You come seeking my tritium before you've even developed a cure for my family's affliction? Is this the sincerity of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I was eager to procure the tritium, which is why I arrived ahead of time," Chen Feng clarified. "I am quite curious. What do you intend to do with the tritium? Will it be used for weaponry? Or are you contemplating annihilating the Earth?" Harry questioned. The potency of tritium was indeed formidable, capable of obliterating an entire city with but a drop. I aim to support Dr. Octopus's artificial sun project, Chen Feng replied. Harry suddenly realized the potential of artificial sun technology, wholeheartedly supporting Dr. Octopus, though unfortunately, it ended in failure. I can provide you with tritium from the Osborn Group, but I have 2 requests, Harry asserted. Speak, Chen Feng replied, his spirits lifted, declaring that he would agree to not just 2 requests, but even hundreds. For he had grown considerably stronger, and fulfilling past promises depended solely on his whims. First, cure all hereditary diseases afflicting my family. Second, once the artificial sun technology succeeds, I wish to be a beneficiary of that knowledge, Harry stated earnestly. Chen Feng rose, extending his right hand with enthusiasm, a pleasure to cooperate. He was elated, having effortlessly secured tritium from the Osborn Group. As Harry and Chen Feng shook hands, both smiled, affirming their collaboration. They joyfully signed a contract, and upon its completion, Harry readily handed over the tritium. Though it was merely the size of a ping-pong ball, it was, in fact, a substantial amount, given that the entire Earth contained only 25 pounds of it. Previously, Dr. Octopus had caused quite a commotion with a mere speck of tritium the size of a fingernail, nearly detonating New York. Thus, the significance of this ping-pong ball-sized tritium was evident. Upon exiting the Osborn Group, Chen Feng initially intended to procure some vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D., but upon overhearing various passers-by discussing him, he paused. Listening intently, he gathered that people were speculating about his efforts to impress Mary by inscribing a message on the lunar surface. Amused and bemused, he found many considering him a romantic hero, joking that the pinnacle of wooing was etching a woman's name on the moon. He retrieved his phone, commanding, Optimus Prime, gather any news related to me. Understood, Master, Optimus replied. The screen promptly displayed a plethora of news articles, followed by a video segment. In it, a reporter was interviewing Mary. Miss Mary, could you share how Mr. Chen Feng took you to the moon? The reporter inquired. He has a robot called Transformers, capable of transforming into various forms. He turned it into an airplane to take me to the moon, Mary responded, her face radiating happiness. Was it enjoyable on the moon? The reporter asked. Mary nodded vigorously, reminiscing. It was incredibly fun, the dazzling starry sky and the vast lunar surface, especially in the serene expanse of space. While listening to the romantic tune My Heart Will Go On, it was particularly enchanting. Wow, Miss Mary, I envy you, the reporter exclaimed, to which Mary smiled blissfully. Miss Mary, how was the inscription on the lunar surface? Mary was here, created? We are all quite curious, the reporter probed. That was accomplished by Chen Feng controlling the transformers to fire a pulse cannon, and it felt as beautiful as fireworks, Mary explained. Miss Mary, could you reveal Chen Feng's true identity to me? The reporter asked, with a hint of curiosity. Mary, who once wore a blissful expression, suddenly fell into a dismal demeanor and said with displeasure, he was driven away by my ex-boyfriend, and now I can't find him. The reason I agreed to your interview was to convey through the television that I love him. Please do not leave me. Chen Feng, bemused, turned off his phone. What on earth is this? Are foreign girls truly this fickle? Just yesterday, she was with Spider-Man, and now, mere hours later, she professes her undying love for him. At this moment, Spider-Man must be weeping into his pillow, Chen Feng speculated. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Spider-Man calling. He had given his number to Spider-Man just yesterday. Pressing the answer button, he heard Spider-Man's anxious voice. Chen Feng, you must go save Mary. She has been captured by the Lizard Professor. Chapter 28. Professor Lizard captures Mary. Chen Feng frowned in displeasure and said, Peter, are you truly foolish? I have already mentioned that your girlfriend's affections are unreciprocated. I harbor no feelings for her. It is you who should rescue her from Professor Lizard, rather than seeking my assistance. I am preoccupied with my own affairs and have no leisure to save anyone. He was well aware of the reasons behind Professor Lizard's abduction of Mary. This predicament was entirely the result of Spider-Man's own entanglements, leading to Mary's capture. Chen Feng, I misjudged you, and I apologize. I reached out to you out of sheer desperation. As I could not locate Professor Lizard and had no other choice but to seek your help, Spider-Man pleaded. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Chen Feng's mood softened slightly, and he commanded Optimus Prime, Optimus, trace the location of Mary's phone and investigate where Professor Lizard might be. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. My lord, Professor Lizard is quite astute. Through the street surveillance footage, I observed him discarding Mary's phone into the river before he whisked Miss Mary into the sewer. Unfortunately, neither Professor Lizard nor Miss Mary carried any electronic devices capable of emitting signals, and the sewer lacked surveillance cameras, rendering me unable to locate them, Optimus Prime reported. Hearing this, Chen Feng expressed his regrets to Spider-Man. Peter, I apologize. You heard what Optimus said. There is little I can do. No, Chen Feng, you must have a way. I implore you. You must save Mary, Spider-Man beseeched. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I am unable to locate Mary, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, if you help me rescue Mary, I will owe you a favor, Spider-Man insisted earnestly. A favor from Spider-Man? Chen Feng pondered. Although Spider-Man's abilities were not particularly formidable, he possessed unique talents that surpassed those of other superheroes, particularly in stealth and agility. Spider-Man could effortlessly scale walls and shoot webs to ensnare objects, drawing them close. Chen Feng contemplated that if S.H.I.E.L.D. did not agree to provide him with vibranium, he could enlist Spider-Man's skills for a heist. Additionally, Professor Lizard's genetic traits were remarkable. His regenerative abilities allowed him to heal from even the gravest of injuries almost instantaneously. With such capabilities, Chen Feng would no longer fear injury. With these thoughts in mind, he replied to Spider-Man, Very well, I shall assist you. On the other end of the line, Spider-Man felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement and gratefully responded, Chen Feng, thank you. You're welcome. Now tell me where you are, and I shall come to you, Chen Feng instructed. I am on street. It is here that Professor Lizard abducted Mary, Spider-Man informed him. All right, wait for me. I will be there shortly, Chen Feng assured him. This time, Chen Feng did not take the Transformers, as their size rendered them unsuitable for navigating the narrow confines of the sewer. Instead, he instructed the Transformers to escort the tritium back to his private island and deliver it to Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng then hailed a taxi and made his way to the street Spider-Man had mentioned. However, traffic delays caused him to arrive at street over an hour later. Spider-Man stood anxiously by the roadside, spotting Chen Feng as he emerged from a taxi. He hurried over and called out, Chen Feng. Observing Spider-Man's distress, Chen Feng reassured him. Peter, do not fret. Professor Lizard will not harm Mary for the time being. Why is that? Professor Lizard is a villain, Spider-Man questioned, puzzled. Let me ask you this. Why did Professor Lizard abduct Mary? Chen Feng inquired. Because of me. I thwarted Professor Lizard's mutation scheme, and he harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, often causing me trouble, Spider-Man replied. Precisely. He has taken Mary solely to exact revenge upon you. Until he has avenged himself, he will not harm her, so there is no need for excessive worry, Chen Feng elucidated. Spider-Man appeared even more confused. But very few know my identity. Only Dr. Octopus. You, Mary, and Harry are aware. The others are oblivious. How could Professor Lizard know that Mary is my girlfriend? You simpleton, who was sent by Dr. Octopus to trouble you. Chen Feng chuckled, exasperated. Harry, Spider-Man exclaimed. And how did Dr. Octopus lure you out? Chen Feng continued. With a sudden realization, Spider-Man clapped his hands and said, Oh, I understand now. Professor Lizard was also summoned by Harry to cause me distress. Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. It is my fault for not concealing my identity well enough, which has put Mary in jeopardy, Spider-Man lamented. Let us go. We shall find some keen-scented hunting dogs and then venture into the sewers to locate Mary, Chen Feng proposed. After the genetic fusion with Spider-Man, Chen Feng's physical attributes, such as strength, hearing, eyesight, sense of smell, and sixth sense, had all enhanced. However, in terms of olfactory abilities, he could not compare with dogs. Moreover, the sewers were notoriously foul-smelling. Even if he could match their sense of smell, he would prefer not to endure such odors. Initially, Spider-Man believed that Chen Feng intended to procure dogs from a pet market, but to his surprise, Chen Feng led him to the police station. Upon seeing Chen Feng present credentials from S.H.I.E.L.D., the officers promptly provided him with several military dogs. Spider-Man felt an overwhelming sense of envy, contemplating his desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Exiting the police station, Chen Feng and Spider-Man each led 2 military dogs. They traveled to Mary's residence to retrieve some of her belongings for the dogs to scent, aiding them in their search. To Chen Feng's bemusement, Mary's parents greeted him as if he were a savior, pleading with him to rescue their daughter. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was utterly disregarded by Mary's parents. This is undeniably an age that values wealth, Chen Feng mused. If Spider-Man were affluent, Mary's parents would not overlook him. After gathering some of Mary's clothing, they returned to the entrance of the sewer where Professor Lizard had descended. They allowed the military dogs to sniff Mary's garments. Woof, woof, woof. After memorizing the scent, the dogs growled a few times and, without any command from Chen Feng or Spider-Man, willingly entered the sewer. The moment they descended, Chen Feng quickly held his breath. The stench was unbearable, inducing nausea. Spider-Man, clad in his suit, was able to filter out some of the foul odor, making it somewhat more bearable. In the depths of the sewer, twisting and turning, advancing and halting, Chen Feng soon became reeking and was besmirched with an array of repulsive grime. He endured it for the sake of earning Spider-Man's favor and for the acquisition of Professor Lizard's genetic material. Chen Feng silently reassured himself. Together with Spider-Man, he led 4 military dogs through the murky passages, yet after a considerable search, they found neither Mary nor Professor Lizard. Frustration welled up within Chen Feng, prompting him to declare a strike. He turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, let us exit and devise alternative methods to locate them." Chen Feng, "Let us persist a little longer. Perhaps we shall soon discover Mary," pleaded Spider-Man, unwilling to concede defeat. Chapter 29. Chen Feng's Spider Suit Perseverance. My foot. Do I resemble anything other than a disheveled vagabond? I am in such a state that if I were to step outside, everyone would flee, not due to my formidable presence, but because of my overwhelming stench. Chen Feng exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he struggled against waves of nausea. Shall I procure you a breathing filter? Spider-Man suggested meekly, aware of the awkwardness of their situation. Chen Feng was a person of influence and power, yet here he was, traversing the sewers alongside him, and Spider-Man felt a twinge of guilt. However, his desperate quest to save Mary left him with little choice. We shall venture out. I possess a method to draw out Professor Lizard, Chen Feng asserted. What method? Spider-Man inquired. Let us discuss it outside, Chen Feng replied impatiently. Very well, Spider-Man conceded. The duo, accompanied by 4 dogs, emerged from the sewers, their foul odor causing passers-by to recoil in disgust, indeed achieving the desired effect of keeping a wide berth. Chen Feng led Spider-Man to a luxurious hotel, intending to cleanse himself of the repugnant smell, only to be confronted by the doorman and security personnel. Stinking beggar, be gone. The security guard barked. Go beg elsewhere. This is no place for your kind, the doorman mocked. Spider-Man's countenance darkened, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Chen Feng, loosening his grip on the dog leash, pointed at the doorman and security guard, commanding his military dogs, attack them. The previously docile dogs transformed into a frenzy upon receiving Chen Feng's command. Bark, bark, bark. They charged at the doorman and security guard. Help! Don't bite me. Someone restrain that dog. Ah, it's bitten my foot. Save me. These dogs were not ordinary. They were specially trained canines, adept at targeting specific areas when attacking. If provoked, they could leap and strike at the neck, delivering a fatal blow. The dogs Spider-Man held, witnessing their companions attacking, yearned to join in and strained against their leashes. Chen Feng, enough. Our disheveled appearance will lead to misunderstandings, Spider-Man urged, attempting to rein in the chaos. Come back. Chen Feng commanded. The 2 military dogs immediately released their grip and obediently returned to Chen Feng's side, sitting quietly. Chen Feng approached the writhing doorman and security guard. Looking down at them with an air of dominance, he demanded, I wish to enter. Will you continue to obstruct me? The doorman and security guard hastily waved their hands, trembling. No, no. You may enter. Accompanied by Spider-Man and the 4 military dogs, Chen Feng strode into the hotel, causing the staff to scatter in panic, fearing that he might unleash his dogs upon them. While the staff could flee, the receptionist was bound to her post, knowing that departing would constitute a dereliction of duty. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Chen Feng and his entourage. Sir, I sincerely apologize, but our hotel does not permit pets. $1 million to reserve your hotel for a day, Chen Feng declared with grandiosity. The front desk attendant gasped in surprise, instinctively inhaling deeply before bending down, only to retch. The stench was unbearable. She struggled for a while until her stomach was empty. After regaining composure, the front desk attendant, with a wan expression and a feigned smile, addressed Chen Feng. Sir, do you truly wish to reserve our hotel for a day at the cost of $1 million? Chen Feng nodded impatiently, responding, Yes, hurry. I feel quite foul and require a swift cleansing. Oh, please do not rush, sir. I shall notify the manager immediately. The front desk attendant replied politely. Such a significant matter as reserving the hotel required managerial approval. In America, wealth equates to power, transcending all social standings. Upon hearing the front desk staff mention a $1 million booking, the hotel manager rushed to the front desk, extending a warm welcome to Chen Feng that nearly bordered on obsequiousness. Sir, here is our hotel's bank account. You may transfer the funds here, the manager said with a beaming smile. Optimus Prime, transfer $1 million, Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A notification chimed from the hotel's computer. Upon seeing the bank confirmation, the manager's joy was palpable as he addressed Chen Feng. Sir, please, allow me to escort you. Our presidential suite will surely meet your expectations. Return these 4 military dogs to the police station, Chen Feng said, tossing the leashes to the manager. Undeterred by the grime, the manager accepted the leashes. Spider-Man cleverly handed his leash to the manager as well. The manager then entrusted the leashes to a staff member, instructing them to deliver the military dogs to the precinct. With this, the manager's enthusiasm for Chen Feng grew even more. Wealth, coupled with connections to the police, marked Chen Feng as a formidable figure, and winning his favor could lead to one's own ascension. Under the manager's guidance, Chen Feng entered a presidential suite, and the first thing he did was take a long, refreshing shower, emerging an hour later. The room, imbued with a subtle fragrance, uplifted his spirits. Spider-Man, less concerned with cleanliness, merely washed up before waiting in Chen Feng's room. As soon as Chen Feng emerged from the bathroom, Spider-Man eagerly inquired, Chen Feng, what was the method you mentioned earlier? Chen Feng, drying his hair with a towel, replied, It's quite simple. Just inform Professor Lizard of your location, and he will come to find you. But how can we make him aware? Spider-Man fretted. You must deliberately let Harry know your whereabouts. Professor Lizard will undoubtedly seek you out, Chen Feng suggested. All right, I'll don my spider suit and head to Oscorp, Spider-Man declared. Go ahead. I shall provide support when needed, Chen Feng replied. After Spider-Man departed, Chen Feng requested the hotel manager to procure various special fabrics for him, some rigid, some incredibly elastic, and others soft. He intended to craft a suit reminiscent of Spider-Man's, allowing him to remain incognito from Harry. It was not that Chen Feng feared Harry. Rather, he sought to avoid confrontation with such a formidable force for the time being, as his own influence had yet to be established. Wealth indeed brings advantages, granting the ability to acquire whatever one desires. Chen Feng, with the assistance of Optimus Prime, crafted a tailored spider suit utilizing an electric sewing machine. His spider suit differed markedly from that of Spider-Man. It was entirely clad in black, devoid of any other hue. This was precisely the effect he sought, enabling him to blend seamlessly into the shadows. Aesthetics were of little concern. Practicality was the essence of his design. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector to observe the situation involving Spider-Man. To his surprise, he witnessed Harry donning the Green Goblin armor, relentlessly pursuing Spider-Man. Why had Harry chosen to intervene personally? Had Spider-Man provoked him in some manner? Pondering these questions, Chen Feng refrained from intervening, choosing instead to await the appearance of Professor Lizard. Chapter 30. The hellish symphony of the Green Goblin Spider-Man possesses a significant advantage when confronting those cumbersome supervillains who lack the ability to fly. Take Dr. Octopus and Professor Lizard, for instance. They are utterly powerless against him. However, when faced with the Green Goblin, a foe capable of flight and armed with lethal weapons, Spider-Man finds himself at a distinct disadvantage, forced to retreat and seek opportunities for counterattack. With fervent determination, Spider-Man skillfully employs his webbing, executing a myriad of acrobatic maneuvers as he swings through the air, evading the Green Goblin's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin leisurely glides on his glider, trailing behind Spider-Man and reveling in the sight of the hero's desperate plight, laughing maniacally with delight. "Run, little spider, run faster," he taunts, then silently hurls several throwing knives. Upon hearing the whirring sound of the spinning blades, Spider-Man swiftly shoots out a web, forcefully altering his trajectory to narrowly escape the deadly projectiles. "Very good, keep it up." The Green Goblin applauds mockingly before producing a pumpkin bomb, setting the timer, and tossing it toward Spider-Man, who is swinging through the air. Having battled the Green Goblin on multiple occasions, Spider-Man is well acquainted with his tactics. He promptly shoots another web, pulling himself forward to gain speed. Yet, the power of the pumpkin bomb is formidable. It detonates mid-air, unleashing a shockwave that sends Spider-Man plummeting to the ground. With a thunderous crash, he lands on the roof of a taxi, crushing it inward, shattering the glass, and blowing out all 4 tires. Pain radiates through Spider-Man's body as he struggles to roll off the wreckage. Knowing that Chen Feng's Optimus Prime can overhear him, he calls out, "Chen Feng, I need your help. If you don't come soon, I'll be done for at the hands of Harry." From the recently wrecked taxi, Chen Feng's voice responds, "If you can't defeat him, why not hide? If I hide, Harry won't find me, which means he might not alert Professor Lizard. What should I do?" Spider-Man replies anxiously, "All right, hang in there. I'm on my way," Chen Feng concedes. After contemplating, he decides to assist Spider-Man in confronting the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin would undoubtedly struggle against their combined efforts. Once overwhelmed, he would likely seek reinforcements. With Dr. Octopus gone from New York, the only potential ally left is Professor Lizard. The arrival of Professor Lizard would serve Chen Feng's purpose perfectly, dressed in his spider suit. Chen Feng opens the hotel window, takes a deep breath, and leaps outside. The rush of wind accompanies him as he descends rapidly, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as this marks his first experience jumping from a height, with no prior knowledge of such peril. Fearing for his life, when he reaches the height of 5 stories, he extends his right hand, shooting a strand of white webbing toward a building across the way. Grasping the web, he swings toward the opposing structure, propelled by the adhesive grip of the web on the other side. As he approached the building across the street, he extended his left hand, shooting a strand of web towards the structure ahead. With a swift motion of his right hand, he pulled, propelling his body forward with an even greater speed than before. Thus, he continuously launched webs, soaring ahead with remarkable agility. Unlike Spider-Man, who indulges in flamboyant acrobatics during his swings, he prioritized practicality, refraining from any ostentatious maneuvers. Chen Feng's velocity escalated, and soon he was no longer swinging but flying in a straight line, with both hands tirelessly casting webs and rapidly drawing them back. He seemed to glide through the air, akin to a bird in flight. "Ah, what a thrill!" Chen Feng exclaimed, laughing exuberantly. This method of traversing the skies, relying solely on his physical prowess, instilled in him an exhilarating sense of freedom. Before long, he arrived at the scene where Spider-Man was locked in battle with the Green Goblin. Spider-Man, battered and bruised, was in tatters, his mask nowhere to be seen. A throng of onlookers had gathered, many wielding smartphones, shouting in excitement. Some ardent fans of Spider-Man fervently cheered, "Spider-Man, you're the best. Spider-Man, I love you. Spider-Man, avenge the innocent victims. Defeat the monster." The crowd's support was unwavering, yet it mattered little, as Spider-Man was still being mercilessly pummeled by the Green Goblin. With a resounding crash, another pumpkin bomb hurled by the Green Goblin struck Spider-Man, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. "Chen Feng, where are you?" Spider-Man muttered in despair, realizing that the Green Goblin had become even more formidable than before. He was no match for him and could only pray for Chen Feng's swift arrival. The spectators, witnessing Spider-Man's downfall, erupted into cries of alarm. "Spider-Man, get up. You cannot fall. Spider-Man, keep fighting." Harry, clad in the Green Goblin's armor, had undergone a drastic transformation, becoming utterly malevolent, devoid of any compassion. He relished the sound of others' screams, believing them to be the most exquisite music in the world. To this end, he frequently tormented innocent citizens, relishing their cries, weeping, pleas for help, and wails of despair, which he termed the Symphony of Hell. Such a man could hardly tolerate the insults hurled at him by the crowd. In a fit of rage, he produced 2 pumpkin bombs and carelessly tossed them towards the onlookers. Panic ensued among the citizens, who fled in terror. "Spider-Man, help. I'm your fan, save me. Even if I perish, I must tell you I love you." The Green Goblin, observing the terrified crowd, cackled menacingly, mocking. "Weren't you all so brave just moments ago? How quickly you run. Don't flee. Accompany me and play, ha ha ha." The Spider-Man, sprawled on the ground, yearned to ensnare the pumpkin bombs with his webbing and hurl them into the sky, where they would explode in a glorious display. Thus, he extended his hands, exerting all his strength, yet the webs only shot forth a mere 2 meters. "Alas, I lack the vigor," he lamented, filled with remorse. Just as the pumpkin bombs were about to descend upon the unsuspecting citizens, 2 strands of white webbing materialized out of thin air, deftly securing the 2 bombs. The webbing then lifted the pumpkin bombs skyward. Boom, boom, 2 resounding blasts echoed through the air. The pumpkin bombs detonated high above, causing no harm to any individual. Chapter 31. The Battle with the Green Goblin. In the aftermath of the explosive commotion, a shadow descended gracefully from the sky, landing beside Spider-Man. This shadow was none other than Chen Feng, clad in a sleek black spider suit, seemingly invisible in the heights, which explained why he had gone unnoticed moments before. Lowering his gaze, he whispered to Spider-Man, "Peter, do not utter my name. I wish to remain unidentified by Harry." "Then how shall I address you?" Spider-Man inquired. "Refer to me as the Spider Tyrant," Chen Feng replied. He was harnessing the powers of the spider, and given his domineering nature, the title Tyrant suited him perfectly, an apt combination of spider and tyrant, Spider Tyrant. "Very well, Chen, Spider Tyrant. I am utterly exhausted and require a moment to recuperate." "You handle the Green Goblin," Spider-Man said weakly. "Leave it to me," Chen Feng affirmed, eager to test his newfound prowess derived from Spider-Man's genes. The Green Goblin, arrogant and contemptuous, regarded no one with respect and harbored no fear. He was a lawless fiend. Perched upon his glider, he hovered above Chen Feng, looking down with derision, taunting, "Another foolish spider seeking its demise." "Perhaps it is you who seeks your end," Chen Feng retorted. "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin's words were cut short as Chen Feng unleashed a strand of webbing, ensnaring his neck. Had his feet not been firmly anchored to the glider, he would have surely plummeted. Chen Feng, already robust and endowed with extraordinary strength, now possessed powers enhanced by Spider-Man's genes, rendering him formidable even in a typical human state. With a powerful tug, he yanked the Green Goblin downwards by over a meter. "You dare mock me with such feeble strength? How deluded," Chen Feng scoffed. Humiliated, the Green Goblin scowled and, with a flick of his mind, extended 2 gun barrels from his glider. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the gun barrels emerged, Chen Feng swiftly released his webbing and leapt aside, evading the barrage of gunfire. Successfully dodging, he shot another strand of webbing, ensnaring the Green Goblin's neck once more. Pulling forcefully, the Green Goblin was compelled to bend forward. "Damn you, Black Spider," he cursed, infuriated and bewildered by Chen Feng's speed and might, feeling utterly powerless against him. "I am called the Spider Tyrant," Chen Feng replied coldly. "Spider Tyrant, I shall shatter your skull," the Green Goblin seethed, regaining control of his glider to unleash another wave of gunfire at Chen Feng. Once again, Chen Feng evaded, releasing his webbing, and then struck swiftly with both hands, launching 2 strands of webbing with lightning speed. The Green Goblin found himself ensnared once more. "Ah, I will kill you," he screamed in madness. feeling the sting of humiliation and the trampling of his dignity at Chen Feng's hands. Unable to endure such disgrace, he was driven to the brink of insanity. Bent on exterminating Chen Feng. "Come down, you lunatic," Chen Feng commanded, pulling with all his might. The violent tugging brought the green goblin crashing to the ground. As soon as he landed, Chen Feng charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the green goblin's head, causing it to tilt aside. Fortunately, the goblin's helmet absorbed the blow. Otherwise, his face would have surely been bruised. The punch was not yet complete. Chen Feng engaged in close combat, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the green goblin's neck, eliciting a pained scream. Subsequently, Chen Feng executed a forceful chest charge, his shoulder colliding fiercely with the green goblin, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, before the green goblin could travel a meter, Chen Feng seized his wrist and yanked him back. With a swift turn, Chen Feng positioned his back to the green goblin. Grasping his hands firmly, bending forward and thrusting his hips, performing a flawless shoulder throw that slammed the green goblin violently onto the ground, cracking the cement beneath. Temporarily incapacitated and groaning in agony, the green goblin found himself at Chen Feng's mercy. Chen Feng raised his foot and stomped down hard on the green goblin's chest, causing the impenetrable armor to yield slightly under his weight. Looking down at the green goblin, he asked coolly, "Do you dare mock me still?" The green goblin's armor possessed regenerative properties, and being encased within it shielded him from severe injury. This brief respite allowed him to regain some strength. Cleverly, he manipulated the glider through the armor to launch an attack against Chen Feng. The sound of gunfire echoed as the glider's machine guns opened fire. Chen Feng had anticipated the green goblin's intentions. He had seen such tactics in films countless times and would not fall for the ruse. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, he quickly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, the green goblin leaped onto the glider and ascended into the sky. He felt no fear. He was undaunted by anyone. However, this did not imply foolishness. He knew to devise a strategy when outmatched. His strength lay not in brute force, but in advanced technology. Capable of eliminating Chen Feng from a distance with weaponry, Chen Feng shot a web strand, adhering it to the glider, and with a powerful push from his legs, he yanked on the web, propelling himself upward toward the green goblin. Astonished, the green goblin quickly drew two throwing knives, launching one at Chen Feng while using the other to sever the web. The knives were coated in poison, and Chen Feng dared not catch them barehanded. Instead, he expertly shot another web strand to ensnare the knife thrown at him, then flicked the web, sending the blade flying away. Although the green goblin succeeded in cutting the web, Chen Feng's webbing was limitless as long as his body allowed it. He shot another strand and, with a vigorous pull, soared upward, grasping the edge of the glider. The green goblin, controlling the glider, unleashed an electric shock. Chen Feng was taken aback by this feature, convulsing under the electric current, unable to release his grip. "You're finished," the green goblin cackled sinisterly, slowly drawing a poisoned knife toward Chen Feng's hand. A strike would be fatal. Enduring the pain, Chen Feng shot a web downward and pulled with all his might, causing the glider to suddenly plummet and preventing the green goblin from reaching him. Thanks to the pull of the web, Chen Feng successfully disengaged from the glider and landed on the ground, his hair standing on end, smoke billowing from his mouth as he cursed. "Damn it, that hurt. Now I'm really going to unleash my wrath." Chen Feng was furious, and the repercussions would be dire. Spider-Man, recovering, rushed to Chen Feng's side and proposed, "Spider Tyrant, let us join forces against him." Chen Feng forcefully pushed Spider-Man aside, asserting, "You may leave. He is mine." Spider-Man was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this truly the time for bravado? Chen Feng addressed the Green Goblin. "Prepare yourself for my relentless assault. Are you ready?" The Green Goblin swiftly maneuvered his glider, soaring to an altitude of 100 meters, before mockingly retorting, "If you possess the courage, come up here and fight me." "Humph. Do you truly believe that flying high renders you invulnerable?" Chen Feng responded coldly, "Is that so? Then come forth." "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin derisively laughed. "First, let me present you with a little missile." With that, he launched a small missile from his glider. Chapter 32. The Overwhelming Power of the Spider Tyrant. Quick. Evade the Green Goblin, Spider Tyrant. Spider-Man exclaimed, and then, rather unceremoniously, he fled, seeking refuge in a crater created by the Green Goblin's earlier bombardment. However, Chen Feng did not retreat. Instead, he lifted his gaze, focusing intently on the two small missile ports beneath the Green Goblin's glider. As the missiles were launched, Chen Feng swiftly extended his right hand, releasing a strand of spider silk that adhered to one of the missiles. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the missile soaring dozens of meters away, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The shockwave scattered debris in all directions, with a piece of shattered automobile flying towards Chen Feng. Without even glancing at it, he nonchalantly swatted the debris aside with remarkable speed and grace. How is it possible that you can even redirect my missiles? The Green Goblin was utterly astonished. He pondered. The abilities of the Spider Tyrant are ostensibly similar to those of Spider-Man. Yet why is the Spider Tyrant so much more formidable? While Spider-Man can only evade my attacks, the Spider Tyrant deflects my missiles with ease. Such prowess is astonishing. From his hiding place in the crater, Spider-Man witnessed Chen Feng's impressive display, his own astonishment palpable. Though he possessed spider silk as well, he had never conceived of using it to alter the trajectory of a missile. Chen Feng glared at the Green Goblin, his voice icy. Reveal all your tricks. No longer dismissing Chen Feng, the Green Goblin withdrew a dagger and, with rapid precision, hurled several knives towards him. The whistling sound of the flying daggers sliced through the air. Chen Feng, with hands like a machine gun, deftly shot down each dagger with unmatched accuracy. The sharp blades fell to the ground like rain, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air. The Green Goblin was left in shock, having unleashed dozens of daggers at breakneck speed, only to see them all intercepted by Chen Feng's webbing. This extraordinary display left him dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, watching from the sidelines, marveled, Chen Feng, you are incredible. Had the spectators not been frightened away by the Green Goblin, they would surely have erupted into applause at this moment. Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon the Green Goblin, coldly commanding, continue. He had employed a unique method to stimulate his latent potential, amplifying his strength several-fold, which granted him the capacity to completely overwhelm the Green Goblin. This technique, however, was taxing on Chen Feng's body. The longer he utilized it, the more it drained his physical and mental faculties, potentially leading to exhaustion. Yet, at this moment, he felt no concern for the repercussions, as his recovery abilities were exceptionally robust. The Green Goblin could no longer maintain his arrogance. He aimed the machine gun on his glider directly at Chen Feng. The sound of the glider's rotation reached Chen Feng's ears. With a swift motion, he released a strand of spider silk that adhered to a loose rock, pulling it forcefully towards him. He caught the rock with both hands and lifted it above his head. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the rocky terrain. Chen Feng, hearing the increasingly crisp sounds of bullets colliding with stone, realized that the rocks were on the verge of being penetrated. He crouched down, drawing his hands back slightly, before suddenly springing upward, forcefully propelling the stone towards the Green Goblin hovering above. The Green Goblin swiftly dodged to the side, evading the projectile. Continue, Chen Feng declared with audacity. Enraged, the Green Goblin gritted his teeth and produced his final weapon, the pumpkin bomb. Adjusting the timer to 1 second, he hurled it towards Chen Feng. With intense concentration, as soon as the pumpkin bomb was merely a centimeter from the Green Goblin's grasp, Chen Feng acted. His right hand shot out a strand of webbing, swift as lightning and no less rapid than a bullet. Once the web adhered to the pumpkin bomb, he yanked it towards himself. As the bomb neared him, he pivoted his wrist, causing the bomb to spin in tandem before releasing it. The pumpkin bomb hurtled toward the Green Goblin at an accelerated speed. Curse it! The Green Goblin was momentarily stunned by Chen Feng's extraordinary skill, exclaiming in frustration as he maneuvered his glider to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bomb did not directly hit the Green Goblin, but it detonated nearby with a thunderous blast, sending him soaring through the air and crashing down. The glider, too, was caught in the explosion, plummeting to the ground, extinguished of its brilliance. Chen Feng approached and picked up the glider, examining it with admiration. This is quite impressive, he remarked. While not the most formidable gear, The Green Goblin's equipment was undeniably the most stylish, surpassing even Iron Man's suit, particularly the glider, which offered a thrilling experience of soaring through the skies. Chen Feng envisioned integrating this technology into a transformer, a towering 8.5-meter behemoth gliding majestically upon a grand glider. The mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. As he shook the glider, he attempted to command Optimus Prime to operate it, but it responded with utter silence, completely malfunctioned. Spider-Man, having assessed the situation was secure, emerged and praised Chen Feng. "Spider Tyrant, you are truly formidable, effortlessly overpowering the Green Goblin. Your techniques are astonishingly cool. Enough flattery. Hurry and inquire about Mary's whereabouts," Chen Feng urged. Right away, the recent battle had captivated Spider-Man to the extent that he had momentarily forgotten about his girlfriend. Had it not been for Chen Feng's reminder, he would have remained oblivious, his mind consumed with thoughts of Chen Feng's impressive maneuvers. He yearned to master those techniques, envisioning a future where he would no longer have to fear being pursued by supervillains wielding firearms. With a series of agile leaps, Spider-Man approached the Green Goblin, crouched beside him, and shook his shoulder, demanding, "Harry, where did the lizard professor take Mary? You must tell me." Protected by his armor, the Green Goblin gradually regained consciousness. Hearing Spider-Man's urgent tone, he chuckled mockingly. "It's futile. The lizard professor will never return Mary to you." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man felt a chill run down his spine, his expression paling as he trembled with dread. "Why? Ha ha ha. The lizard professor has proclaimed that he intends to transform your girlfriend into a creature akin to himself," the Green Goblin exclaimed with malicious glee. Spider-Man, consumed by fury, delivered a powerful punch to the Green Goblin's head, producing a resounding thud. However, the Goblin's helmet provided ample protection, rendering him unscathed, while Spider-Man's knuckles throbbed with pain. "Quickly, tell me where Mary is. Speak, please," Spider-Man urged anxiously. "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin continued to cackle, refusing to divulge any information, his demeanor exuding a provocation that was infuriating. "Please, just tell me." Spider-Man was on the verge of tears, nearly resorting to begging. At that moment, Chen Feng strode forward, forcefully kicking Spider-Man aside, asserting dominantly, "Allow me." Chapter 33. I am born a strong man transformed into the Green Goblin. Harry fears not death. However, the ordinary Harry is filled with trepidation. Once the Green Goblin's armor is removed, he will revert to his normal self, rendering him unable to divulge any information under duress. Faced with Chen Feng, the Green Goblin's mirth dissipates. With a swift glance, he points towards a nearby hotel, declaring, "Professor Lizard and Mary are inside." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man dashes towards the hotel, yet Chen Feng remains unmoved, harboring doubts about the Goblin's integrity, knowing full well that he lacks any moral compass. Seeing that Chen Feng is not easily deceived, the Green Goblin performs a roll, tumbling a couple of meters before springing to his feet and fleeing. However, can he outrun Chen Feng's web? With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng shoots a strand of webbing that ensnares the Goblin's neck, halting him in his tracks. Attempting to escape is not so simple, Chen Feng smirks. Suddenly, a blade emerges from the Goblin's elbow, with a twist of his body. The curved knife slices through the web. Although the Green Goblin severed the strand, he does not flee, for he realizes that without his glider, he cannot outrun Chen Feng's webbing. "Bring Professor Lizard and Mary to me," Chen Feng commands. "Very well, but first, you must answer a few questions." The Green Goblin responds with resignation. Chen Feng insists, "Speak. Who are you? Why do you possess powers akin to Peter's, and why are you rescuing Mary?" The Goblin inquires, firing multiple questions in succession. "I am called the Spider Tyrant. I too was bitten by a spider, thus acquiring abilities similar to Peter's. As for my strength, it is inherent. I am born to be strong. I am rescuing Mary at Peter's request. Now, I have divulged all you wish to know. Can you summon Professor Lizard now?" Chen Feng presses. "Fine, I will call him." The Goblin grins deviously, reaching into his armor, but instead of a phone, he retrieves a pumpkin bomb. "Damn you!" Chen Feng exclaims, leaping aside as the Green Goblin laughs gleefully at his disarray. He hurls the pumpkin bomb towards Chen Feng, exclaiming, "Farewell." before sprinting away. Chen Feng, having evaded the explosion, watches the bomb roll on the ground, waiting in vain for an explosion. His frustration boiling over as he realizes he has been outwitted. The Green Goblin, cunning as ever, does not flee towards the street. Instead, he darts into a large department store. Once inside, he utilizes the system within his armor to contact his subordinates, bring weapons and my spare armor to assist me, and inform Professor Lizard that Spider-Man is here. He must come immediately. Chen Feng pursues him into the department store, where chaos ensues as patrons panic and scatter. "Help! Mommy! Mommy!" They cry out in despair, their voices echoing through the air. The Green Goblin, indifferent to the plight of others, careens through the throng, sending anyone who stands in his path sprawling. Occasionally, he seizes individuals, hurling them towards the approaching Chen Feng to impede his pursuit. Chen Feng caught one after another of the individuals thrown by the Green Goblin, gently placing them on the ground. "Ah, please don't kill me, don't kill me." The Green Goblin seized a voluptuous woman, showing no signs of mercy, and hurled her directly towards Chen Feng. To his surprise, the woman clung to him tightly, wrapping her legs around his waist. Chen Feng, feeling anxious, urged, "Let go quickly." "No, I'm scared," the woman replied, clearly trembling in fear. Without hesitation, Chen Feng disregarded any notions of chivalry and forcefully pried her off, resuming his pursuit of the Green Goblin. The woman, however, seemed reluctant to part with him, calling out, "Hey, who are you? I want to repay you. How about I become your woman?" Chen Feng chose to ignore her. American women were far too liberated for his taste. Realizing he couldn't outrun Chen Feng, the Green Goblin darted into a corner where dozens of people were hiding. He picked up a pumpkin bomb in each hand and shouted, "Everyone get down. Otherwise, I will blow you all to pieces." "Ah, no, please don't. We'll crouch down," they pleaded. "Big brother, don't be impulsive. We will listen to you." The frightened crowd complied, trembling on the ground, too terrified to resist. Chen Feng arrived at the scene, and the Green Goblin, emboldened, laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Spider Tyrant, come at me. I have 2 pumpkin bombs here, with a lethal radius of 20 meters. If they explode, everything within that range will be obliterated. If you approach, I will manually initiate the detonation, and you'll take these dozens of people to hell with you. Please save us. Hero, we beg you. You must save us," cried one. "My elderly mother needs care. I cannot die. Hero, I implore you, save us." Another cried, "If possible, please save my daughter. She is only 3 years old." The pleas of the hostages weighed heavily on Chen Feng, creating a profound discomfort within him. He felt an unsettling pressure. Why should he compromise with the Green Goblin for the sake of strangers? Yet, the thought of the hostages potentially perishing because of him stirred a sense of guilt. "Spider Tyrant, we were deceived by Harry. There is no Professor Lizard or Mary in the hotel." At that moment, Spider-Man arrived. An idea sparked in Chen Feng's mind as he turned to him and said, "Peter, you came at the perfect time. The Green Goblin is yours to handle. I'm exhausted and need to rest." He retreated 20 meters, stopping near a wine rack, casually grabbing a bottle of red wine and sipping through a straw, leisurely observing the unfolding scene. Spider-Man stood there, bewildered. What is going on? Handing over the lives of dozens of hostages and the ferocious Green Goblin to him. Was this not a burden? Meanwhile, the Green Goblin, seeing Chen Feng retreat, erupted into gleeful laughter, completely dismissing Spider-Man as a threat due to his numerous vulnerabilities, such as his inherent compassion that had allowed him to survive thus far. For instance, the heroic aura surrounding Spider-Man compels him to save lives, often leading him to engage in a perilous game where the lives of hostages hang in the balance. Unlike Chen Feng, who is virtually immune to his threats, "Peter, you must eliminate the goblin, or I shall detonate this group of innocent souls," the Green Goblin taunts, deliberately placing Spider-Man in a precarious position. Caught in a dilemma, Spider-Man finds himself at a loss, uncertain of the path he should take. From a distance of 20 meters, Chen Feng coldly interjects, "Goblin, do you truly believe I would surrender simply for the sake of those lives? Let me assure you, dream on. Should you provoke me, I shall eradicate your entire Osborn lineage." Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. The Green Goblin chuckles nervously. While he fears little in this world, he holds his family dear. The Osborn family is his very foundation. Without them, his reckless arrogance would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Chapter 34. The Green Goblin bows down Humph. Then you should promptly have Professor Lizard bring Mary here. Chen Feng bellowed. Do not be angry. I have already instructed someone to notify Professor Lizard. He will soon arrive with Mary. However, I must clarify that Professor Lizard is not my subordinate. He does not take orders from me. Therefore, should he offend you, you must not vent your frustrations on the Osborn family, the Green Goblin replied courteously. Intimidated by Chen Feng's fury, he recoiled, refraining from provoking Chen Feng further. Of course, this was contingent upon Chen Feng not causing him trouble. If Chen Feng were to actively seek conflict, even the annihilation of his family would not deter him from standing his ground, for he is the Green Goblin, and he possesses his own principles. Uncertain about how to rescue the hostages, Spider-Man, upon overhearing the exchange between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin, hastily implored, Spider Tyrant, please spare these innocent lives. He believed that since the Green Goblin feared Chen Feng, the latter's words would compel the goblin to release the captives. I am not a hero. I have no personal ties to those hostages. Why should I demand that the Green Goblin heed my commands? Chen Feng retorted coldly. Had Spider-Man not been present, he might have considered intervening, given the multitude of lives at stake. But with Spider-Man there, he felt little obligation. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the Green Goblin erupted into laughter, praising him. Indeed, Spider Tyrant, you are a man of understanding. Let us transform our conflict into camaraderie. After all, we bear no animosity towards one another. Humph, was Chen Feng's only response. Haraha. Then I shall trouble Spider-Man. You have no objections, I presume? The Green Goblin replied with glee. Do as you wish. But do not harm Mary, Chen Feng stated. Very well, the Green Goblin readily agreed. You, how can you behave in such a manner? Spider-Man exclaimed in frustration, seething with anger, yet powerless against both Chen Feng and the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, chest puffed out, brandished a pumpkin bomb in each hand and boldly declared to Spider-Man, Peter, I now command you to kneel. You wishful thinker, Spider-Man retorted through gritted teeth. With a press of his right hand, a sound echoed, a manual activation of the pumpkin bomb. He grinned wickedly. Ha! Do you hear that? If I merely release my thumb, it will explode. The hostages, not foolish, sensed Spider-Man's hesitation and grew anxious, urgently calling out to him, Spider-Man, please save us. Just kneel. We beg you. Spider-Man, I will kneel alongside you. Kneeling to save lives is noble, it is not shameful. Spider-Man's countenance turned a deep shade of anguish. He yearned to unleash his fury upon the Green Goblin. Yet, witnessing the pitiful pleas of the hostages, his compassionate nature prevented him from disregarding their plight. With a heavy heart, he knelt. Oh, Spider-Man, you shall forever be our hero. We love you. Spider-Man, you are the true hero, the champion of the American people. We shall always support you. Spider-Man, do not fear. When I grow up, I will help you defeat the villains. In the bustling department store, the actions of Spider-Man moved the onlookers deeply. One by one, they expressed their gratitude towards him, with many young women moved to tears. Hearing their heartfelt appreciation brought some solace to Spider-Man, alleviating his sense of shame. Meanwhile, Peter was coerced by the Green Goblin to mimic the barking of a dog. The Goblin, emboldened by the crowd's adoration for Spider-Man, sought to torment him further, intent on demonstrating that in his presence, Spider-Man was merely a fool to be toyed with at will. After a moment of internal conflict, Spider-Man reluctantly complied, barking a few times. Woof, woof, woof. The Green Goblin erupted into laughter, mocking, Is this your hero? Ha ha ha. I see nothing but a dog. His glee was overwhelming, bordering on hubris. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man unleashed a flurry of webbing from his hands, ensnaring the Goblin's own hands and rendering him unable to launch his pumpkin bombs. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the Goblin opted to kick an innocent bystander towards Spider-Man and made a hasty retreat. Spider-Man, ever compassionate, caught the person thrown at him before pursuing the Goblin. His agility was remarkable, yet the Goblin's relentless antics made it challenging to apprehend him. The chase escalated from the first floor to the 8th, culminating in the goblin leaping from a window. "Harry!" Spider-Man shouted in alarm, for they were classmates and close friends. Despite the goblin's descent into villainy, Spider-Man's bond with him remained steadfast, and he desperately wished to prevent his demise. Witnessing Harry's desperate leap, a wave of guilt and regret washed over Spider-Man. He leapt from the window, hoping to save him with his webbing. To his astonishment, instead of witnessing Harry plummeting, he saw the goblin triumphantly perched on a glider. "Ha ha ha. Peter, you truly can't bear to see me go?" the goblin taunted, having leaped knowing his glider was at hand. He was taken aback by the fact that Spider-Man cared for his life, though Spider-Man harbored no intent to harm him. The goblin was resolute in his desire to eliminate Spider-Man, driven by the bitter vendetta of his father, the original Green Goblin, who had met his end at Spider-Man's hands. Suspended in midair by his webbing, Spider-Man called out, "Harry, we are friends. How could I stand by and let you die?" The goblin, using the blade at his elbow, severed the webbing binding him, retorting with cold derision, "Friends? Peter, do you truly consider me a friend?" "Of course, we have always been friends," Spider-Man replied earnestly. Once an outcast, he had endured relentless bullying and ridicule from his peers, often becoming the subject of their laughter. As the Green Goblin, a quintessential heir of immense wealth, he harbored no disdain towards him and was even willing to forge a genuine friendship. Thus, he truly regarded the Green Goblin as a friend, regardless of his transformations. In essence, it could be summed up as, "Though you may torment me 1,000 times, I shall still cherish you as my first love." Yet, you still took my father's life? Are you oblivious to the depth of my affection for him? Or is this your interpretation of friendship? The Green Goblin questioned coldly. "Your father had succumbed to darkness. If I did not eliminate him, he would claim the lives of many more. I hope you can comprehend that," Spider-Man remorsefully explained. "Comprehend? Ha ha ha. You murdered my father and expect me to understand you? Do you think me a fool?" the Green Goblin exclaimed, raising his voice in indignation. Chapter 35. The Mighty Lizard Legion. "I did it to save lives," Spider-Man fervently defended himself. "I care not for your intentions. All I know is that you took my father's life, and for that, you must pay with yours," the Green Goblin declared, hurling a pumpkin bomb at Spider-Man. With agility, Spider-Man shot a web across to the opposite side, evading the explosion. The Green Goblin, gliding on his glider, took flight, not out of cowardice, but to replenish his arsenal. Intending to return for further combat with Spider-Man, believing the Green Goblin had departed, Spider-Man returned to the department store, where he found Chen Feng indulging in fine wine. "Chen Feng, you were utterly excessive just now," Spider-Man exclaimed, exasperated that Chen Feng, who possessed the strength to assist him, had stood by idly. Chen Feng set down the wine bottle, responding nonchalantly, "Excessive? Very well, I'll take my leave. You may save Mary on your own." He began to rise, preparing to depart. Spider-Man, sensing his desperation, grasped Chen Feng's hand and pleaded, "No, you promised to save Mary. You cannot go back on your word." He understood his own limitations. Facing the Green Goblin had nearly cost him his life, and with the indomitable lizard professor holding Mary hostage, he felt utterly bereft of confidence. Chen Feng turned back, inquiring, "Am I truly excessive?" Shaking his head, Spider-Man grimaced and replied, "Not at all. Once the lizard professor arrives, I shall confront him. The rest is beyond my concern," Chen Feng stated. Spider-Man nodded, understood. He thought it prudent. Allowing Chen Feng another chance to play the hero might lead to the irrevocable loss of his beloved. "This is not the battlefield. Let us proceed to the plaza," Chen Feng suggested. Spider-Man acquiesced, "Very well." Chen Feng was unperturbed by the prospect of the lizard professor failing to locate him, for the Green Goblin would undoubtedly inform the latter. Together, Chen Feng and Spider-Man departed the department store, heading towards a nearby spacious plaza. Soon, the wail of police sirens echoed as a multitude of officers arrived at the site of the previous conflict to assist the injured. The irony of their delayed response was not lost on Chen Feng in battles of such magnitude. The police were no match for the formidable forces at play, merely a means to their own demise. "Chen Feng, how did you execute those techniques? Your speed is astounding. How did you hone such skills?" And what of your battle with Harry? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Harry was utterly helpless against you. Spider-Man bombarded Chen Feng with inquiries. I've told you to call me Spider Tyrant. If Harry discovers my true identity, you shall not be spared, Chen Feng retorted, mildly irritated. Oh, Spider Tyrant, why do you fear Harry knowing who you are? Spider-Man queried, puzzled. Because he still serves a purpose to me. I do not wish to turn him into an enemy just yet, Chen Feng elucidated. What purpose? Spider-Man's curiosity was insatiable. Silence. Chen Feng barked, finding Spider-Man excessively bothersome. Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chen Feng and Spider-Man waited in the square for over an hour. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling sound emanated from beneath the ground. Spider-Man, startled, leaped into a tree and exclaimed in fear, Spider Tyrant, come up quickly. There's danger below. Chen Feng remained steadfast in his position. Although he was uncertain of what lay beneath, he was certain it was the commotion caused by the lizard professor. Caw, caw, caw. Spider-Man, I have returned. The Green Goblin cackled triumphantly above the square. Spider-Man looked up at the Green Goblin and shouted, Harry, where's Mary? As for her, I have no idea. Why don't you inquire with the lizard professor? The Green Goblin replied with a malevolent grin. From the Green Goblin's laughter, Chen Feng discerned that the lizard professor had bestowed the Green Goblin with considerable confidence. Through the films he had watched, Chen Feng understood that the lizard professor was not particularly formidable. His only strength lay in his regenerative abilities. As long as the lizard professor's brain remained intact, he would not perish. Yet, how could such a lizard professor instill such confidence in the Green Goblin? This posed a troubling question. With a series of thunderous sounds, enormous lizards began to emerge from the ground, overtaking the square in staggering numbers. Chen Feng was taken aback by the sight. The lizards in the square were all colossal, standing half a meter tall and measuring 3 meters in length, each weighing over 300 pounds. Such massive creatures, combined with their overwhelming numbers, explained the Green Goblin's audacious confidence. In the air, the Green Goblin boasted, well, surprised? Are you frightened? Both Chen Feng and Spider-Man chose to ignore him. With a resounding crash, a humanoid giant lizard burst from the earth, tilting its head to the sky and howling. Aru. This half-human, half-lizard monstrosity was none other than the lizard professor, towering at 2 meters and weighing over 500 pounds. Lizard professor, where's Mary? Spider-Man urgently inquired. If you wish to uncover Mary's whereabouts, you must first defeat my legion of lizards. The lizard professor declared arrogantly. Previously, he had been thwarted by Spider-Man, whose interventions had repeatedly disrupted his plans. In a quest for vengeance, he had allied himself with the Green Goblin, another foe of Spider-Man. With the support of the Green Goblin's Osborn Corporation, he developed numerous serums that could transform small lizards into colossal beasts, obedient to his command. To completely vanquish Spider-Man, he assembled a legion of lizards, boasting an astonishing number of 30,000. This immense army allowed him to regard Spider-Man with disdain. Thus, he kidnapped Mary, intending to lure Spider-Man out and eliminate him to prevent any future threats. Spider-Man lowered his gaze, anxiously addressing Chen Feng. Spider Tyrant, can you handle so many giant lizards? Chen Feng was troubled. He had initially believed the lizard professor to be his only adversary, unaware of the formidable lizard army he had created. Were he to transform into the Titan giant, he would not fear the Legion. However, he could not reveal his identity, and he was uncertain if he could triumph over the lizard army with the abilities bestowed by Spider-Man's genes. Yet there was one certainty he held. These legion of lizards posed no threat to him. He could retreat at any moment. With a grand gesture, the lizard professor commanded, eliminate them. A cacophony of hisses erupted as the lizard army surged forth, charging at Chen Feng and Spider-Man. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught of over 30,000 colossal lizards, a sight of overwhelming magnitude. Spider Tyrant, we must flee, Spider-Man suggested, fear evident in his voice. Within the confines of the city, amidst towering skyscrapers, he could fully utilize his arachnid abilities, deftly maneuvering with his webbing. However, in this expansive square, save for a few trees, there were no towering structures to provide him sanctuary. Thus, he resolved to escape to a place adorned with high edifices, where he could then engage in a strategic dance with the Lizard Professor's Legion. Chapter 36. With the Overlord's spear in hand, who dares to battle? Peter, please assist me in procuring a sharp dagger or a spear, Chen Feng instructed. The Lizard Professor's Legion of Lizards undoubtedly possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, and striking with mere fists would be futile. The most effective approach would be to deliver a lethal blow with a sharp weapon. Understood. I shall fetch one immediately. Take care, Spider-Man replied, swiftly navigating across the massive lizards to make his escape. The Green Goblin, having learned his lesson, silently pursued the direction in which Spider-Man fled. The Lizard Professor refrained from chasing after Spider-Man, for he was aware that as long as Mary remained in his grasp, Spider-Man would be unable to escape. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Spider-Man's companion, a brawny man clad in an all-black combat suit. Confronted by an onslaught of 30,000 colossal lizards, Chen Feng was far too astute to engage them head-on. As the Legion charged towards him, he leaped nimbly, landing upon the head of a giant lizard. Evading the terrifying advance of the reptilian horde, he then traversed the bodies of the massive lizards, reaching the heart of their formation. The Legion halted their charge, encircling Chen Feng and commencing their assault. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick, smashing one giant lizard's head to the ground. However, when he withdrew his foot, the creature merely shook its head, seemingly unharmed. By heavens, their defense is astonishing, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily dominate such a giant lizard. Yet, against such a vast horde, his fists and feet were utterly ineffective. With no other option, he began to search for suitable weaponry. On the edge of the square, fitness equipment was typically found. Chen Feng managed to locate some, and, using sheer brute force, he snapped a piece of equipment in two. Armed with a metal pipe, he charged boldly towards the legion of lizards. With a leap and a spin in midair, he thrust the pipe forcefully into the skull of a giant lizard, instantly claiming its life. As he withdrew the pipe, it was noticeably bent, a testament to the extraordinary resilience of the lizard's cranium. Thus, after dispatching over 20 of the colossal lizards, the pipe became utterly deformed and unusable, prompting him to retreat and dismantle another piece of fitness apparatus. Observing this, the Lizard Professor gestured grandly, commanding, "Flatten everything in the vicinity." Consequently, the remaining giant lizards, not engaged in attacking Chen Feng, began to wreak havoc upon their surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The grass was trampled, utility poles and trees were toppled, and the square was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Chen Feng, now devoid of any weaponry to slay the giant lizards, found himself in a state of despair. He could flee, for the Lizard Professor posed no threat to him in that regard. However, should he choose to run, the Lizard Professor would undoubtedly order the Legion to pursue him. The path of destruction they would leave in their wake would spell catastrophe for humanity. Yet, remaining idle was not a viable solution. Was he truly to transform into a Titan? Spider Tyrant, I am here. Spider-Man's voice echoed in the distance. Chen Feng turned to see a disheveled Spider-Man, wielding a long weapon, rapidly advancing across the massive lizards' bodies towards him. Behind Spider-Man loomed the menacing Green Goblin. As Spider-Man approached Chen Feng, he forcefully hurled the elongated weapon in his grasp towards him. Chen Feng, leaping atop the bodies of several colossal lizards, caught the weapon midair, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged it downward. With a sickening squelch, one of the giant lizards was impaled. Following this, Chen Feng withdrew the weapon and spun, inflicting deep wounds upon the approaching lizards, causing streams of repulsive green blood to flow forth. Observing the weapon closely, Chen Feng noted its weight, over 100 pounds, and its length, exceeding 3 meters. The grip was adorned with a swirling golden dragon, while the head resembled a ferocious tiger, embodying a hybrid of a halberd and spear, featuring both a straight edge and a crossblade, forming a cross-like shape. He could also sense the weapon's palpable malevolence. "Isn't this the halberd of our Huagua?" Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Spider Tyrant, this weapon is quite remarkable, isn't it?" Spider-Man remarked, dodging the attacks of the giant lizards and Green Goblin. With a swift motion, Chen Feng cleaved a nearby lizard in two with the halberd, inquiring of Spider-Man, "Where did you acquire this?" "Not far from here, at a museum. This weapon belonged to a historical figure known as the Overlord of Chu," Spider-Man replied. "Goodness, the Overlord of Chu's halberd? Peter, your luck is extraordinary. To have procured such a powerful weapon for me." Chen Feng marveled. The Overlord of Chu's halberd, crafted from a meteorite, was renowned for its formidable toughness and razor-sharp tip, a rarity among heavy melee weapons. Capable of hooking, pecking, stabbing, and slicing, the halberd was a versatile instrument. However, Chen Feng was untrained in its use. Fortunately, its resilience allowed him to wield it as a makeshift club without fear of breaking it. Thus, brandishing the halberd, Chen Feng embodied the spirit of the Overlord of Chu, piercing the skulls of the giant lizards or cleaving them in twain as he advanced. The ground was left strewn with green blood and the remains of the colossal lizards. Understanding the principle of capture the leader to subdue the followers, Chen Feng surged toward the lizard professor. Seeing the formidable Chen Feng, who resembled a deity of war, the lizard professor felt a pang of trepidation and loudly commanded his lizard army to impede Chen Feng's advance. "Stop him. Kill him." After merging with Spider-Man's DNA, Chen Feng exhibited remarkable agility, coupled with considerable strength and the lethal halberd, rendering the lizard army incapable of halting his advance. They could at best slow his pace slightly. Concerned that Chen Feng might eliminate the lizard professor outright, Spider-Man urgently cautioned, "Spider-Tyrant, do not kill the lizard professor. First, rescue Mary." With rapid precision, one giant lizard after another fell victim to Chen Feng's prowess. The lizard professor continuously retreated as Chen Feng grew increasingly adept with the halberd, even executing complex maneuvers. Frustrated by his inability to strike Spider-Man without endangering the lizards, the Green Goblin snapped at the lizard professor. "Professor, instruct your small lizards to get out of the way. They are a hindrance." "Green Goblin, do not concern yourself with Spider-Man for the moment. Come quickly and assist me in dealing with this individual. He is on the verge of annihilating my legion of lizards," the lizard professor exclaimed anxiously. "I regret to inform you, Professor Lizard, that I have reached an understanding with him. I shall not oppose him. My only adversary is Spider-Man. Thus, I must decline your request," replied the Green Goblin. While I extend my assistance to you, you refuse to reciprocate? Very well, I shall remember this," the lizard professor retorted, anger evident in his voice. "Professor Lizard, our true enemy is Spider-Man, not the Spider-Tyrant. Perhaps you should release Mary first, allowing the Spider-Tyrant to rescue her. In doing so, he will not stand against you," suggested the Green Goblin. Chapter 37. Armed to the teeth, confronting the Lizard Legion. Humph. It's easy to say, "I released Mary. But where do I find Spider-Man?" Professor Lizard retorted angrily. "Rest assured, I have already uncovered Spider-Man's true identity. He cannot escape," the Green Goblin sneered malevolently. "That does not justify releasing him," Professor Lizard stubbornly insisted. He thought to himself, with Mary in his grasp, he had no fear of Spider-Man daring to kill him. A hostage for his survival was something only a fool would relinquish. "Then you can deal with Spider-Tyrant on your own. I have no desire to provoke him," the Green Goblin responded dismissively. "Humph, do not expect my assistance again," Professor Lizard huffed, severing their partnership. Meanwhile, Chen Feng wielded the tyrant's spear with devastating force. The colossal lizards were formidable, with tough skin, immense strength, and astonishing bite force, yet they moved with sluggishness. Thus, Chen Feng was able to easily evade the attacks of the giant lizards, retaliating with ferocity. As he advanced towards Professor Lizard, he was merely 10 meters away when Professor Lizard hurled several gas grenades. Upon impact, they released a cloud of dense green gas. Chen Feng quickly held his breath. Having seen the film, he knew that inhaling this gas would result in a transformation into a lizard person. The thick green fog obscured his vision. With a resounding thud, a giant lizard struck him with its tail, sending him flying against another colossal lizard. The impact felt akin to being struck by a speeding heavy-duty truck, leaving him severely shaken. Professor Lizard, witnessing Chen Feng being knocked down by the giant lizard, felt a swell of pride as he continued to command the Lizard Legion to assault Chen Feng. gritting his teeth against the internal injuries. Chen Feng climbed atop the body of a giant lizard, escaping the area filled with toxic gas. With the absence of the poisonous interference, he regained his strength and resumed his brutal assault on the giant lizards. Professor Lizard hastily threw more gas grenades towards Chen Feng. This time, Chen Feng had learned his lesson and ran away. As the battle progressed, Chen Feng edged closer to Spider-Man. Observing him dodging and weaving while engaging with the Green Goblin and the colossal lizards, frustration welled within him. He was exerting every ounce of strength to confront the 30,000 giant lizards, while Spider-Man seemed to be merely playing a game. Having not dispatched a single giant lizard or subdued the Green Goblin since the onset of the conflict. Peter, if you do not help me eliminate these giant lizards, I will take matters into my own hands and leave. Chen Feng exclaimed in anger. Spider-Man gasped, hastily clarifying, do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not want to kill them, but rather, I am powerless against these indestructible monsters. Are you an idiot? Can't you wield a weapon? Chen Feng scolded in exasperation. I really can't. I only know how to use webbing in my fists, Spider-Man admitted candidly. Fine, you're impressive. I'm done here. Chen Feng declared, intending to abandon the fight, exasperated by having such a teammate. Seeing Chen Feng genuinely about to leave, Spider-Man felt a wave of panic wash over him. Abandoning the Green Goblin, he swiftly traversed the bodies of the giant lizards to pursue Chen Feng. Spider Tyrant, do not leave. I implore you. I'll take care of the giant lizards. Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Then show me how you will do it. Chen Feng paused his steps, simultaneously battling the colossal lizard while addressing Spider-Man. Spider-Man found himself in a quandary. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he could temporarily restrain the giant lizard, his offensive capabilities were insufficient to vanquish it. Observing Spider-Man's conflicted expression, Chen Feng became infuriated. He tossed the Dominator Spear to Spider-Man, exclaiming, catch it. If you still can't defeat the giant lizard with the Dominator Spear, then perhaps you should embrace your demise. Spider-Man adeptly caught the spear, which weighed over 100 pounds, yet felt as light as a feather in his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he emulated Chen Feng's technique and aimed for the giant lizard's head. Meanwhile, Chen Feng departed in search of superior weaponry. He was dissatisfied with the limited lethality of cold weapons, with over 30,000 colossal lizards to contend with. Relying solely on such means would prolong the battle indefinitely. Upon leaving the square, he contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus, ascertain the nearest source of hot weaponry. My lord, the Green Goblin's minions are stationed in an underground garage not far from here, armed with an abundance of hot weapons and spare armor belonging to the Green Goblin. Optimus responded. Excellent, that's our target, Chen Feng declared with enthusiasm. Following Optimus's guidance, Chen Feng arrived at the underground garage, where he encountered the Green Goblin's subordinates. Fully equipped and ready for action, he severed the power supply to the garage and launched his assault. In the darkness, his spider suit activated its cloaking feature, rendering him invisible to the minions. Powers out. What is happening? Someone, check the circuits. Everyone, stand down. Do not move recklessly. Any unfamiliar faces, eliminate them on sight. The Green Goblin's subordinates exhibited remarkable composure in the face of the sudden blackout. With precision, Chen Feng unleashed a barrage of spider silk from the shadows. Those ensnared by his webbing found themselves unable to escape. Gunfire erupted. Pistol shots and machine gun fire filled the air as the minions fired in the direction of the spider silk. However, Chen Feng had already evaded their aim and ascended to the ceiling above the minions. He shot forth over 10 strands of spider silk, ensnaring the firearms from the minions' grips. With a forceful tug, he disarmed them. Then, he leaped down from the ceiling. In mere moments, he subdued the Green Goblin's subordinates. After all, he was a superhuman. While the Green Goblin's minions were mere mortals, the disparity in their capabilities was insurmountable. Having incapacitated the minions, Chen Feng perused the selection of weapons. Handguns had insufficient power and slow firing rates. Thus, they were dismissed. Machine guns offered average firing speeds and power, also deemed inadequate. The Gatling gun, however, boasted a torrential firing rate and formidable strength. It was a worthy choice. Grenades lacked the explosive force to eliminate the giant lizard and were rejected. The pumpkin bombs, however, promised immense power and were equipped with timers. He selected those as well. Ultimately, Chen Feng chose the glider, the Gatling gun, and the pumpkin bombs. He had contemplated donning the Green Goblin's armor, but his towering physique rendered it unwearable, leading him to abandon that idea. Entering the underground garage empty-handed, he emerged transformed, exuding an air of formidable authority. Adorned with a golden chain of bullets, equipped with a belt of pumpkin bombs, wielding a Gatling gun, and gliding on a wingsuit. Chen Feng's ensemble was undeniably that of a formidable warrior, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness. Upon his grand return to the square, fully armed and soaring through the air, he left the Green Goblin in awe, the Lizard Professor speechless, and Spider-Man utterly astonished. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Chen Feng, gliding effortlessly, rained down a barrage of pumpkin bombs, decimating the colossal lizards within the square, leaving them strewn across the ground. Additionally, through the guidance of Optimus Prime, he maneuvered the wingsuit to unleash a flurry of miniature missiles. After expending all his pumpkin bombs and the small missiles from the wingsuit, the Lizard Professor's army of lizards had suffered catastrophic losses, with more than half perishing in the onslaught. Chapter 38. The Professor of Lizards and the Green Goblin become enemies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Feng raised the Gatling gun with both hands, unleashing a barrage upon the colossal lizards below. The formidable power of the Gatling gun was overwhelming. Each giant lizard caught in its sweep was either pierced through or torn apart, driven by an electric motor. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun could unleash a staggering 6,000 rounds per minute, a truly terrifying spectacle. In mere moments, a thick green mist of blood enveloped the entire square. While Chen Feng relished the exhilarating sensation, he quickly realized the exorbitant consumption of ammunition. Half of the bullet chain draped over him was expended in a single sweep. The Professor of Lizards, witnessing the carnage of his minions, felt his heart bleed. This was his hard-earned lizard army. He had hoped they would vanquish Spider-Man. Yet here was Spider-Man, lively and unharmed, while his lizard legion faced obliteration. He turned his gaze to the astonished Green Goblin in the sky, roaring, "Green Goblin, you deceived me. You and Spider-Man are in cahoots. What nonsense. Spider-Man killed my father. How could I possibly ally with him?" The Green Goblin retorted angrily. "Then how do you explain the Spider Tyranness equipment? Don't tell me it's not yours." The Professor of Lizards declared confidently. How would I know?" The Green Goblin stammered, at a loss for words. The pumpkin bombs and glider beneath Chen Feng's feet were indeed his. He suspected they were seized from his subordinates. Yet he was baffled by how Chen Feng could control the glider. The glider was intrinsically linked to the Green Goblin's armor, requiring it for operation. However, Chen Feng was not clad in the armor, yet wielded the glider with ease, leaving him perplexed. "From this day forth, we are enemies. It is either your demise or mine," the Professor of Lizards declared with venom. The Green Goblin chose silence in response, directing his focus towards Chen Feng, who continued to bombard the giant lizards. "Spider Tyrant, how are you controlling my glider?" he inquired. While firing at the colossal lizards, Chen Feng chuckled and replied, "Don't presume your technological prowess is unparalleled. There are many in this world whose skills surpass yours." His words were clear. He had infiltrated the Green Goblin's armor system, using superior hacking skills to commandeer the glider. "Didn't we agree to transform hostility into peace? Why trouble me still?" the Green Goblin accused. "Your subordinates provoked me, so I simply eliminated them. The equipment I possess is my rightful spoils," Chen Feng boasted arrogantly. The Green Goblin seethed with anger, but found himself powerless against Chen Feng, forced to swallow his pride, as he was no match for him. Though he could not best Chen Feng, he could certainly take out his frustrations on Spider-Man. He dismissed the plight of the lizard army under the Professor and unleashed a fierce assault on Spider-Man with a flurry of attacks: poison-throwing knives, pumpkin bombs, small missiles, and glider-mounted machine guns, all raining down without restraint. Spider-Man found himself in a dire predicament, desperately fleeing from his pursuers. "Professor Lizard, Witnessing the carnage wrought upon his lizard army, gritted his teeth in fury. While he still had the upper hand on solid ground, the ascent of Chen Feng into the skies left him utterly powerless. To prevent the annihilation of his lizard legion, he made the decision to retreat. Withdraw to the sewers, commanded the professor, for the underground was his dominion. The remaining colossal lizards, upon hearing their leader's orders, hastily burrowed into the depths below. With the lizard army in tow, Professor Lizard made his escape, leaving behind a gruesome scene of fallen giants. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng discarded his weapon and leaped from his glider, plunging into the sewer. The glider, under the control of Optimus Prime, soared away toward a private island. Spider-Man, intent on pursuing Professor Lizard and rescuing Mary, sought to enter the sewer as well, but was thwarted by the Green Goblin. The Goblin collapsed the sewer entrance, effectively barring Spider-Man's entry. As Chen Feng ventured into the sewer, he was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench and a thick haze of toxic gas. Holding his breath, he advanced swiftly. The colossal lizards lunged at him, but he refrained from retaliating, evading their attacks as he continued his pursuit of Professor Lizard. Within the confines of the sewer, the professor held a distinct advantage, maximizing the efficacy of his toxic gas bombs, darting effortlessly through the narrow passageways, well acquainted with the terrain. Nevertheless, Chen Feng possessed his own advantages. He was no longer intimidated by the professor's lizard army. In the constricted environment of the sewer, the Lizard Legion's collective strength was rendered ineffective. Chen Feng's agility enabled him to slip through even the narrowest of gaps, leaving the colossal lizards unable to impede his progress. Soon enough, he caught up with Professor Lizard. Realizing he was being pursued, the professor hastily unleashed several toxic gas bombs at his feet, allowing the noxious fumes to spread. Relying on his keen instincts, Chen Feng charged forward, colliding with the professor and swiftly firing strands of webbing that ensnared him, ensuring he could not escape. A fierce melee ensued as Chen Feng and Professor Lizard engaged in close combat. Both were formidable, with Chen Feng's nimbleness and ferocity countered by the professor's brute strength and lethal claws capable of rending steel. Sustaining several gashes from the professor's claws, Chen Feng finally managed to maneuver the battle into an area free of toxic gas. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his latent potential, amplifying his strength exponentially. The professor's movements appeared to slow, and Chen Feng deftly evaded his attacks. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng delivered a powerful punch to the professor's jaw. As the professor's head snapped back, he swung his lizard claw in retaliation. Chen Feng deftly sidestepped, launching strands of webbing from both hands to ensnare the professor's neck. Pulling forcefully, the professor's body lurched uncontrollably towards Chen Feng. With a sudden leap, Chen Feng's knee collided forcefully with the head of Professor Lizard, leaving the esteemed reptilian educator dazed and disoriented. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Aware of Professor Lizard's remarkable regenerative abilities, Chen Feng was relentless, denying him even a moment's respite as he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the professor's cranium. He refrained from targeting the professor's body, fully cognizant of its terrifying capacity for recovery. Even if Professor Lizard were to suffer a severed torso, he would inevitably revert to his original state. Thus, Chen Feng focused solely on the professor's head, for the brain is of utmost significance. Even if the brain possesses the potential for regeneration, the memories contained within would undoubtedly be irrevocably lost. Chapter 39. Extracting the genes of Professor Lizard. The regeneration of the brain poses a perilous risk. Even if memories remain intact, they may become disordered due to the brain's reconfiguration, potentially resulting in a transformation into a fool or an imbecile. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught, Professor Lizard succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into the filthy wastewater, utterly motionless. The colossal lizards at either end of the sewer roared incessantly at Chen Feng, yet refrained from attacking, perhaps awaiting commands from their fallen master. Resting his hand upon the unconscious professor, Chen Feng internally urged the system, extract the genes of Professor Lizard and integrate them within me. Ding! The extraction of Professor Lizard's genes was successful and is now being fused. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Feng's mind. He had not anticipated the feasibility of such extraction. He surmised that the professor's loss of consciousness enabled the success of the procedure. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion of Professor Lizard's genes. As the system's notification resonated, an overwhelming force commenced the transformation of Chen Feng's physique. Ah! He cried out in anguish, feeling his body undergo a harrowing metamorphosis akin to the loathsome genes of the past. Bones, sinews, flesh, and skin were forcibly stretched, inducing excruciating pain that rendered him nearly lifeless. Gradually, his spider suit tore apart, and a robust tail sprouted from his rear. His feet morphed into powerful claws, effortlessly etching deep gashes into the walls of the sewer. The transformation of his head was undoubtedly the most agonizing. His skull contorted, and his visage gradually transformed into a fearsome lizard's head. Roar! Chen Feng emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Once the fusion with Professor Lizard's genes was complete, he found himself exhausted, kneeling on one leg and gasping for breath. Roar! Professor Lizard stirred, groaning in agony. Upon opening his eyes and beheld the half-kneeling lizard man, he momentarily froze, then, astonished, inquired, "Who are you?" The regenerative capabilities inherent in the genes of Professor Lizard are unparalleled among all superheroes, facilitating astonishingly rapid recovery. In mere moments, Chen Feng, who had previously lacked the strength to stand, regained his formidable prowess. Rising to his feet, he scrutinized his clawed hands and swayed his unfamiliar tail, sensing an empowering force within him, though it paled in comparison to the likes of Abomination or the Hulk. It was akin to that of Spider-Man. While his strength may not have been overwhelming and his transformation was far from aesthetically pleasing, Chen Feng was unconcerned. What he sought was the extraordinary regenerative ability. With such power, as long as his brain remained intact, he could regenerate any lost body parts. Professor Lizard still lay prone. Standing above him, Chen Feng gazed down with a wicked grin and declared, "I am here to rescue you." Professor Lizard, a man of high intellect and extensive knowledge, particularly in the field of genetics, had made significant contributions. His development of the lizard DNA serum was notably successful, albeit with the side effect of transforming individuals into half-human, half-lizard abominations, instilling them with malevolence, a flaw that could undoubtedly be rectified. If he could recruit Professor Lizard to work for him, then his subordinates would surely not pale in comparison to superheroes. What about that detestable spider tyrant? Professor Lizard inquired, perhaps due to their shared nature. Professor Lizard felt an immediate affinity for Chen Feng upon first sight, devoid of hostility. "I drove him away," Chen Feng replied. "Ah, he is so formidable. You managed to drive him off?" Professor Lizard expressed doubt, having personally experienced the spider tyrant's might, which left him utterly defenseless, culminating in a brutal knockout. "If you were aware of my true identity, you would not question my capabilities," Chen Feng declared with pride. "And what is your identity?" Professor Lizard asked curiously. "Listen closely. I am Chen Feng, the master of a private island," he introduced himself. I have not heard of it," Professor Lizard awkwardly admitted. "It matters not if you haven't heard of it. Surely you are familiar with Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank, two titans of the scientific realm?" Chen Feng continued. Professor Lizard climbed to his feet, nodding affirmatively. "They are both renowned figures. Dr. Octopus is even a friend of mine. How could I not have heard of them? They are currently allied with me, and I must inform you that I also have a brilliant young woman on my team, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Even the Green Goblin, Harry, collaborates with me, and most importantly, I am a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng fervently elevated his stature in hopes of recruiting Professor Lizard. "Really?" Professor Lizard was evidently awed by Chen Feng's prowess. Chen Feng nodded, saying, "Indeed, so would you consider joining me? I can support your research in developing a more potent lizard DNA serum. I aspire to transform humanity into powerful lizard men. Assist me, and I shall agree to collaborate with you," Professor Lizard proposed. Why must you insist on transforming humanity into lizard men?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. "Because humanity is exceedingly frail. Over 90% of humans perish from illness or accidents, and those who die naturally comprise less than 10%. Thus, if humanity were to evolve into lizard men, they would no longer suffer from ailments. Even the gravest injuries could heal swiftly, which would undoubtedly be a boon for mankind. Professor Lizard articulated with conviction. Though Professor Lizard's actions may appear sinister, his intentions stem from a place of goodwill, merely misunderstood by society. In truth, you have a far superior alternative, such as developing a lizard DNA serum devoid of side effects, which would be embraced by humanity, Chen Feng suggested. A lizard DNA serum without side effects? Professor Lizard pondered aloud. After a considerable pause, he remarked, lizard men possess robust physiques, agility, the ability to scale walls, and burrow underground. It sounds quite appealing. Why cannot humanity accept this? They constantly oppose me. Professor Lizard, do not be so stubborn. Understand that being larger does not necessarily equate to strength. Nor does being smaller imply weakness. Take the spider tyrant, for instance. He is not larger than you, is he? Yet could you best him? Chen Feng countered. While that may be true, Professor Lizard began, but was interrupted by Chen Feng. If you could grant humanity the abilities of a lizard without the need for transformation and devoid of any side effects, you would undoubtedly become the savior of humankind. All would adore you, rather than living in fear as they do now, remarked Chen Feng. The lizard professor pondered for a moment, then turned to Chen Feng and replied earnestly, very well, I will align myself with you. But you must promise to support my endeavor in developing a lizard DNA serum without any adverse effects. No problem, Chen Feng responded joyfully. This outing yielded tremendous rewards for him. He acquired tritium, a glider, Spider-Man genes, and the lizard professor's genes. Additionally, he successfully recruited the brilliant scientist Dr. Octopus and the lizard professor, marking an undeniable triumph. Chapter 40. The lizard professor's invitation. Chen Feng followed the lizard professor for a considerable duration, eventually arriving at an immense subterranean cavern teeming with lizards of various sizes, sending shivers down Chen Feng's spine. Fortunately, those lizards exhibited a certain awareness and made way. Otherwise, a single misstep could have resulted in dire consequences. The lizard professor guided Chen Feng to his laboratory, which was exceedingly rudimentary, cluttered with an array of bottles and jars in disarray, rendering the sight quite chaotic. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard muffled sounds, as though someone had their mouth covered. He approached a large box and opened it, revealing Mary, bound and curled up, with a cloth gagging her. Upon seeing Chen Feng's appearance, her eyes widened in terror, and she struggled vigorously. Recognizing that his appearance frightened her, Chen Feng composed himself, calming his emotions, and gradually returned to his normal state, as if his form had shrunk. Just like transforming back from a titan, reverting to his human form left him momentarily weakened. Mary, witnessing Chen Feng transform back, was elated, but alas, her mouth was covered, preventing her from expressing her joy vocally. The lizard professor, intrigued by Chen Feng's ability to revert to human form without an antidote, inquired, Chen Feng, how did you manage to return to your human state without the antidote? I simply control my emotions to regain my normal state, Chen Feng replied. Then why can't I? The lizard professor questioned, perplexed. His transformation back to human form depended on the antidote. That is because you lack sufficient calmness, Chen Feng explained. The lizard professor's agitation caused him to become a lizard man. Conversely, achieving tranquility would assuredly allow him to revert to a human form. Is that so? The lizard professor mused. Still somewhat skeptical, Chen Feng severed the ropes binding Mary and removed the cloth from her mouth, then lifted her out of the box. Mary clung tightly to Chen Feng's neck, burying her head in his embrace, her emotions overwhelming as she wept. Chen Feng, I knew you would come to rescue me. I knew it. I knew you cared for me. Chen Feng gently patted Mary's back, offering comforting words. Do not cry. It's all right now. I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. I'm thrilled that you came to save me, that you care for me. Mary sobbed joyfully. Noticing Chen Feng's familiarity with Mary, the lizard professor became alert and asked, Chen Feng, what is your relationship with Mary? Or are you affiliated with Spider-Man? Setting Mary down, Chen Feng clarified to the lizard professor. Mary and I are merely friends, which is why I came to rescue her. As for my relationship with Spider-Man, rest assured, it is nothing more than a casual acquaintance. If you seek trouble with Spider-Man, I will not stand in your way. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering, the lizard professor threatened. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Chen Feng replied earnestly. And if you were, what of it? He was unperturbed, confident that if the lizard professor joined his team, he would be indifferent to any deception. Because the greatest passion of scientists lies in research, he wholeheartedly supported Professor Lizard in his endeavors, which undoubtedly brought great joy to the professor, who was blissfully unaware of the deception he was ensnared in. Suddenly, Mary interjected. Chen Feng, Professor Lizard has kidnapped me and confined me in a cramped box. I nearly met my demise from fright. You must help me seek vengeance. Chen Feng's expression darkened, inwardly chastising Mary for her naivety, failing to recognize that she was collaborating with Professor Lizard. He could only offer her words of comfort, stating, "Never mind. Professor Lizard is oblivious to the nature of our relationship. It is all a misunderstanding." Indeed, merely a misunderstanding, Professor Lizard affirmed, nodding awkwardly. "Humph," Mary pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Feng handed Professor Lizard a business card, saying, "Take everything you need, then call this number, and I shall arrange for someone to collect you." Professor Lizard accepted the card and inquired, "May I bring the Lizard Legion along?" "Of course," Chen Feng replied, though the private island was not vast. Accommodating a few lizards was certainly feasible, especially since Professor Lizard required a substantial number for his research. "That is splendid," Professor Lizard exclaimed joyfully. "Well then, I shall take Mary with me," Chen Feng declared. "Yes, you may leave. I will call you once I have gathered my belongings," Professor Lizard responded. As Chen Feng guided Mary out of Professor Lizard's lair, she suddenly embraced him. Chen Feng's body stiffened. He had forgotten that during his transformation into a lizard man, his spider suit had been torn. At that moment, he stood bare, his robust physique accentuated, particularly that. It was no wonder Mary could not resist. "Chen Feng, I love you," she professed passionately, her voice laced with affection. "Do not jest," Chen Feng urged himself to remain composed. "I shall jest," Mary teased playfully. "Then I shall ignore you," Chen Feng said, gently pushing her away and walking ahead. Mary quickly chased after him. "Chen Feng, wait for me. I am frightened alone. I shall not jest anymore." Emerging from a sewer entrance, Chen Feng swiftly employed his spider silk to pilfer clothing left out to dry, donning it over himself. Upon seeing Chen Feng dressed, Mary could not suppress her disappointment. "Let us go," Chen Feng urged. "We must find Peter. He must be worried about you." Mary grasped Chen Feng's hand, pouting her lips and sweetly saying, "Chen Feng, it is rather late, and I am quite tired. Shall we find a hotel to rest? Then I shall carry you," Chen Feng offered, squatting down. Mary's frustration peaked. She had heard of the archetype of the stoic man, but never imagined encountering one herself. She did not wish for Chen Feng to be a paragon of virtue. She longed for him to be a ravenous beast that devoured her whole. Her feelings for Chen Feng were a mixture of exasperation and longing. He possessed the means yet refrained from pursuing her. Alas, what a pity! Mary sighed in disappointment before climbing onto Chen Feng's back. With Mary on his back, Chen Feng moved swiftly, racing towards the square where they had fought earlier. Soon, he returned to the scene of chaos that lay strewn before him. In the square, the figures of the Green Goblin and Spider-Man had vanished. Only a multitude of police officers remained, diligently clearing the scene. Chen Feng heard Spider-Man's voice calling from behind. He turned to see the hero, dressed in ordinary attire. Hastening toward them, Chen Feng gently set Mary down. However, she continued to grasp his arm, unwilling to release her hold. "Peter, I have rescued Mary for you. Remember, you owe me a favor," Chen Feng stated. Spider-Man nodded. "Yes, rest assured, I shall not forget." He then turned to Mary with a look of concern, asking Mary, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chapter 41. The Transaction of Vibranium. Humph. "It's none of your business," Mary retorted coldly, offering Spider-Man no semblance of kindness. "Mary, it was Peter who sent me to rescue you. How can you treat him this way?" Chen Feng interjected, hoping to facilitate a connection between Spider-Man and Mary, thereby alleviating her incessant attachment to him. "Humph, if it weren't for his conflict with the lizard professor, would I have been kidnapped?" Mary exclaimed, her anger palpable. Mary, I'm truly sorry for putting you in this predicament, Spider-Man expressed, guilt weighing heavily upon him. That's unnecessary. All I ask is for you to keep your distance. Mary replied bluntly. Through this ordeal, she had come to a crucial realization. When seeking a partner, one must choose a man of responsibility, like Chen Feng, who only engages in endeavors he can confidently handle. Unlike Spider-Man, who, having courted trouble, failed to resolve it and consequently dragged others into suffering. Feeling particularly aggrieved, Spider-Man wished to weep. Chen Feng, at last, I have found you. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Chen Feng looked up to see Natasha approaching him. As she drew nearer, with her graceful figure, Mary felt a pang of jealousy. She clutched Chen Feng's arm and inquired, Darling, who is she? She is Natasha, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Black Widow. She is formidable, so do not provoke her, Chen Feng introduced. Do you have feelings for her? Mary asked earnestly, for this was her primary concern. Clap, clap, clap. Natasha applauded mockingly. Oh, Chen Feng, I didn't realize you were this type of person. Stealing Spider-Man's girlfriend while he's powerless against you. Impressive. Natasha's words rendered Spider-Man particularly uncomfortable, prompting him to say, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Farewell. He quickly departed from this sorrowful scene. Chen Feng and I are in a relationship of free love. Please refrain from making wild assertions. Mary chimed in sweetly. Do you love Chen Feng? Natasha asked with a playful grin. Mary nodded emphatically yes. Does Chen Feng love you? Natasha continued with her teasing. Mary lifted her chin defiantly. He does. But he once professed his love for me at the bar. What became of that? Natasha replied with a hint of melancholy. What? Mary's eyes widened in shock. She then turned to Chen Feng, jealousy flaring. Chen Feng, you prefer a woman like her and neglect me? I'm upset. Perhaps it's because I'm more beautiful than you, Natasha remarked, tossing her hair in self-adoration. Mary proudly countered, but mine is larger. Enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave, Chen Feng declared, exasperated by the quarrel between the two women. He launched a web line toward the towering buildings, soaring into the sky. Eager to escape. Chen Feng, wait for me. Don't leave me behind, Mary exclaimed, sprinting after him like a forsaken bride. Chen Feng, our previous account remains unsettled. You cannot escape. Natasha, astute as ever, revved her sleek motorcycle and sped after him. With the advantage of his web-slinging abilities, Chen Feng effortlessly evaded Natasha, swiftly contacting Optimus Prime to summon the Transformers for his rescue. To Chen Feng's astonishment, Natasha arrived in a helicopter, precisely locating his position. With a thud, she leaped from the aircraft onto the rooftop, executing a roll to dissipate the impact, and stood before him. Chen Feng, I have something crucial to discuss, Natasha stated solemnly. Speak, Chen Feng replied. The recent incident in New York has displeased S.H.I.E.L.D. You were well aware of Dr. Octopus's descent into madness, yet you chose to neglect it, nearly resulting in catastrophe. Furthermore, during your confrontations with the Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Professor Lizard, you possessed the capability to subdue them instantly. Yet you refrained, leading to numerous civilian casualties. Is this the conduct befitting a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Natasha interrogated. Am I not allowed to conceal my true strength? Chen Feng retorted, irritated. No, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your duty is to safeguard humanity, and you have failed in that regard. Our director has stated that if you continue in this manner, your status as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent will be revoked, Natasha asserted. Whatever, Chen Feng dismissed nonchalantly. The value of his S.H.I.E.L.D. identity had nearly been exhausted. It mattered little to him now. You no longer wish to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Natasha asked in surprise. Let us not dwell on that, Natasha. I have a query for you. Can you procure some vibranium? Chen Feng inquired. If he could obtain vibranium, he would regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as inconsequential. What do you need vibranium for? It is quite scarce. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. possess only a minuscule amount. Insufficient even to forge a dagger, Natasha asked curiously. If you can assist me in acquiring even a small fragment of vibranium, I shall reward you handsomely, Chen Feng replied. A tiny piece of vibranium is not overly difficult to obtain, but what reward do you offer me? Natasha teased, silently resolving not to be deceived by Chen Feng again. Suddenly, a transformer descended from the sky, landing beside Chen Feng, with Optimus Prime's voice resonating. My lord, I have arrived. Natasha's eyes lit up at the sight of the transformer. Although she was not well versed in their workings, she had witnessed their prowess in videos, capable of transforming into aircraft, heavy trucks, and humanoid robots, wielding strength sufficient to halt even speeding trains, far surpassing Iron Man's robots. She pointed at the transformer excitedly, exclaiming, I want him. Chen Feng nodded, not overthinking it. Very well, as long as you provide me with the vibranium, I shall immediately hand over this transformer to you. Although the first-generation transformer was significantly superior to Iron Man's creations, it left much to be desired in Chen Feng's eyes. He felt its energy, defensive capabilities, and offensive power were inadequate, its size cumbersome, and its portability lacking, among other deficiencies. Thus, he was indifferent. Not only Natasha, but even if Iron Man offered vibranium in exchange for the transformer, he would agree without hesitation, for with the vibranium, he could manufacture the most advanced transformer in the universe. Lend me the transformer. I shall return to S.H.I.E.L.D. right away to procure the vibranium for you, Natasha eagerly proposed. A minuscule fragment of vibranium in exchange for a transformer is undeniably a remarkable deal. Vibranium is exceedingly precious. However, the technology to refine it into weaponry eludes S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, vibranium is not held in high regard within the organization. Otherwise, Natasha would not possess the confidence to acquire such a valuable item. Optimus Prime, for the time being, you shall heed Miss Natasha's commands, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime replied, before turning to Natasha and saying, Greetings, Miss Natasha. It is a pleasure to serve you. Delighted by the Transformer's advanced intelligence, Natasha playfully commanded, Take me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 42. My man is Chen Feng. Natasha, adorned in her Transformer attire, soared towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng gazed at the departing figure, muttering to himself, Has Lady Luck truly smiled upon me? Such fortune, where desires materialize effortlessly, is simply exhilarating. Perched on the edge of the rooftop, he awaited Natasha's return. However, after a quarter of an hour, instead of Natasha, it was Mary who appeared. Mary burst forth from the rooftop entrance, her face lighting up upon spotting Chen Feng. Chen Feng, at last, I found you, she exclaimed, rushing towards him. Just as she was about to leap into his arms, Chen Feng deftly sidestepped, causing her to gasp in surprise. Her near tumble was narrowly averted when Chen Feng shot out a web, securing her and preventing a fall. Regaining her composure, Mary bounced over to Chen Feng. Beaming as she said, Chen Feng, I've been searching for you. How did you manage to find me? Chen Feng inquired, intrigued. Unlike Natasha, who had S.H.I.E.L.D. as her ally, Mary was merely an ordinary girl with a modest background, yet she had managed to locate him with remarkable precision. With a childlike pride, Mary lifted her chin and declared, I may not be able to outrun you, but I'm not foolish. I took a taxi and followed the helicopter. Mary, please don't deceive yourself. You must realize that I harbor no feelings for you. I have no interest whatsoever, nor have I ever contemplated disrupting your relationship with Peter. Chen Feng stated earnestly. Seeing Mary's unwavering affection for him, he felt compelled to dissuade her, for he knew that he could never be with someone as ordinary as her. His partner must possess intelligence and exceptional qualities. Thus, a relationship with Mary was simply not in the cards. Certainly, he could entertain the notion of having her as a mistress, but that was not his style, for he believed in loving only one woman throughout his life. Much like his singular pursuit of martial arts, which had led him to the pinnacle of mastery. It was perhaps this very dedication that had transported him into the Marvel Universe. Tick-tock. Mary's tears flowed freely. This cannot be real. Please tell me this is not true, she sobbed. Having never been rejected by a boy in her life, the repeated refusals from Chen Feng shattered her heart, leaving her feeling abandoned by the world, engulfed in pain and sorrow, yearning to cry. Although I wish to spare you pain, I cannot deceive you. It is the truth that I do not love you. My earlier gesture of taking you to space was merely to create a favorable impression for your boyfriend, Peter. Today, I rescued you because he implored me to, promising to do something for me in return. He is the one you should love, as I am certain you are aware of his feelings for you. Chen Feng spoke gently. Wiping her tears, Mary fixed her gaze on Chen Feng and shouted, "But right now I love you. It is you. Damn it. Who the hell is making noise in the middle of the night? I swear, I'll put an end to this. Keep it up, and I'll call the police." In the dead of night, chaos erupted as shouts pierced the silence. "Tell me where you are, and I will come to end you." The raucous voice belonged to Mary, whose loudness roused the neighbors, inciting a chorus of angry curses from the windows. Mary, already emotionally volatile, became even more agitated by the barrage of insults. She rushed to the railing, cupping her hands like a megaphone, and proclaimed, "My man is Chen Feng. If you dare, come and face me." Chen Feng chuckled at the unexpected bravado of Mary. The awakened neighbors were now incensed, hurling their own threats. "You're calling him down? Just wait until I get my hands on him." One man shouted, "Having a boyfriend makes you special. Huh? How strong is he to stand up against us?" Another added, "Don't think you can escape. I've already called the police. Let us see if your Chen Feng is tougher than the law." The taunts escalated. "If you're so brave, come down and face us." Chen Feng's expression darkened as he bellowed in response, transforming into an imposing figure akin to a titan. His voice was thunderous, drowning out the angry shouts, and sending children into tears. Sirens blared from cars in the vicinity, further amplifying the turmoil. The once boisterous challengers fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. The only sounds now were the wailing of frightened children and the blaring alarms, a stark contrast to the earlier cacophony. But silence did not equate to safety. Chen Feng had etched the names of those who insulted his family into his mind. With a resounding crash, he leapt from the rooftop, creating a massive crater upon landing. Nearby, a trembling black man crouched by a window, whispering fervent prayers, "Dear God, please let that monster overlook my presence." Indeed, he was the one who had rashly challenged Chen Feng, caught in a moment of impulsive anger after being awoken in the middle of the night. He had not anticipated that the wild woman's boyfriend would be a creature of such formidable power, his roar alone enough to convey that he was no ordinary man. The news of monstrous rampages often graced the screens in America, and he was acutely aware of their fearsome nature. Regret washed over him, but it was too late for apologies. He could only hope for divine mercy. As Chen Feng charged forward, the ground trembled beneath him, shattering all in his path. Fixing his gaze on a lit floor 5 stories above, he set his intention firmly. He crouched down and exerted a powerful push. With a thunderous roar, his body soared into the sky. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng's hands penetrated the wall of the 5th floor, and he collided headfirst with the glass window. The glass shattered with a crisp sound as his head intruded into the room. Hearing a commotion below, he leaned down and spotted a black man cowering beneath the window. Trembling in fear, "Are you the one who just insulted my family?" Chen Feng asked coldly. The man, paralyzed with terror, felt a warm liquid trickling down his pants as he stammered in frantic denial. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't insult you, I swear." Chapter 43. "My love for you is sufficient yet. I remember your voice," Chen Feng declared coldly. The distinctive timbre of the man's voice, marked by his ethnicity, was unmistakable. Thud, thud, thud. The man knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head and pleading for mercy. "I am sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. I have realized my mistakes. Insult my family. I will cut off my tongue as penance. Challenge me to a duel, and I shall break your limbs," Chen Feng stated, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In this Marvel universe, where strength reigns supreme, Chen Feng felt no obligation to show leniency towards the weak. His punishment was already mild. Had it been another, say a notorious supervillain, not only the man, but anyone in proximity would have faced annihilation. Thud, thud, thud. The man had blood streaming from his forehead, his voice choked with despair as he begged, "Do not harm me. I implore you. I beg you." Boom! Chen Feng's fist struck, shattering the wall and colliding with the man. He was propelled across the room, crashing against the opposite wall, and as the force dissipated, he collapsed helplessly to the ground, weakly coughing up blood. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Feng ruthlessly demolished the outer wall and stepped into the man's abode. In the living room, he discovered a fruit knife, which felt as delicate as a needle in his grip. Approaching the man, he seized him by the hair, lifting him effortlessly and coldly commanded, "Stick out your tongue, or I shall sever your head directly." Though gravely injured, the man remained conscious, consumed by fear. He did not wish to lose his tongue, but undoubtedly, his life was paramount. After a moment of internal struggle, he reluctantly extended his tongue. With a swift motion, Chen Feng's knife glimmered. "Ah!" The man screamed in anguish, his body writhing in pain. Snap, 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 snap. Chen Feng proceeded to sever the man's limbs. This was the price the weak paid for their arrogance towards the strong. Boom! Chen Feng leaped from the man's dwelling, landing in the center of the street. He bellowed, "Who else wishes to challenge me?" The sheer volume of his voice shattered nearby glass. The sound carried far and wide. As silence enveloped the aftermath, those awakened by the commotion wisely chose to remain silent, swallowing their grievances. Seeing no one respond, Chen Feng reined in his emotions, reverting to a more ordinary state, and swiftly ascended back to the rooftop where he had previously been. Mary, witnessing Chen Feng's commanding presence akin to a war god, felt her heart flutter. In her mind, she mused, "This is the man I desire, so domineering." Observing his assertiveness, she couldn't help but recall Peter's timidity. As Spider-Man, Peter often faced the ire of his mundane superiors without daring to retort, pleading desperately not to be dismissed. Truly a pitiful sight. In stark contrast stood Chen Feng. Anyone who dared confront him was silenced by the might of his fists. Regardless of whether Chen Feng harbored feelings for her, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Captivated by his masculine allure, his commanding presence, and his undeniable prowess. Unable to contain her impulse, Mary rushed forward, embracing Chen Feng's waist, and pleaded, "Chen Feng, I beseech you to accept me." "Mary, how could you act like this again? If you continue, do not expect to see me again." Chen Feng expressed his distress. Mary lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and with a pitiful demeanor, she asked, "Chen Feng, do you truly despise me? How should I put it? As a friend, I have no issue, but this I cannot endure." Chen Feng replied candidly. "Are you doubting my sincerity towards you?" Mary speculated. "Not at all." Chen Feng responded. Mary released her grip on him, swiftly climbed onto the railing, and turned to Chen Feng, declaring, "I will now demonstrate my sincerity to you." With that, she shut her eyes and leaped off. Whoosh! Chen Feng shot out a web, ensnaring Mary's waist. To avoid injuring her, he gradually extended the web, allowing her a gentle descent. Only after she had ceased falling did he pull her back up to the rooftop. Once atop, Mary bore no trace of fear. Instead, a blissful smile adorned her face. "What are you doing? Are you mad?" Chen Feng questioned, puzzled. How could someone about to jump off a building still smile? "You have come to understand my sincerity, and I know you care about me too. You simply refuse to admit it," Mary said with a smile. Sigh. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. He felt utterly at a loss with this woman. Mary stepped closer, gently embracing him, resting her head against his chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, and softly professed, "I love you, and that is enough, regardless of whether you accept me." Her words were undeniably moving. Yet, Chen Feng recalled that Mary had confessed her love for him on the very night she had been with Peter. Such a sudden declaration of love from Mary left him apprehensive. If she could love him today, tomorrow she might just as easily fall for someone else, far too unreliable. Chen Feng remained silent, weary of speaking, for he found Mary to be quite unpredictable. He feared that a misstep in conversation might prompt her to leap again. Thus, they stood together, Mary holding Chen Feng, motionless by the railing. Half an hour later, Mary had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chen Feng pulled out his phone and called Spider-Man. "Peter, your girlfriend has fallen asleep. You might want to come and get her." His well-intentioned notification was met with a furious roar from Spider-Man. "Chen Feng, you have gone too far. I have already given Mary to you. You've exhausted her. And now you expect me to come and collect her? Do you think I'm some sort of pimp? I may not be able to defeat you, but I am not afraid of you," Spider-Man shouted, feeling increasingly like a mere pawn in the situation. Chen Feng reflected on his words and realized Spider-Man had misinterpreted him. He attempted to clarify. "I was with her on the rooftop." Before he could finish, Spider-Man interrupted. "Do you really need to inform me about your rooftop escapades? Or is it that you feel the humiliation you've inflicted upon me is insufficient? So you decided to put on this show? Come on. Peter, can you please calm down?" Chen Feng's temper began to rise as well. In Chen Feng's embrace, Mary stirred slightly but did not awaken. It seemed that her prolonged confinement by Professor Lizard had left her in a state of exhaustion, causing her to sleep so soundly. "You've slept with my girlfriend and expect me to remain calm while you ask me to fetch her back? How can I possibly be composed?" Spider-Man bellowed. "Listen, I did not sleep with your girlfriend," Chen Feng clarified. "Huh? Who are you trying to deceive?" Spider-Man retorted sarcastically. "Damn it. If you're so eager for me to sleep with your girlfriend, then I shall indeed do so, and crown you with a grand green hat," Chen Feng exclaimed in frustration. His initial intention was to bring Spider-Man and Mary together, but he never anticipated that Spider-Man would be so unappreciative. Not only did he refuse to pick up Mary, but he also vehemently accused Chen Feng of being with her. This was driving him to the brink of fury. If Spider-Man desired it so much, then he would fulfill that wish, leaving Spider-Man to regret it later. Chapter 44, Spider-Man's Dilemma. "Oh!" Spider-Man exclaimed, realizing, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, that he might have misunderstood the situation. "Chen Feng, please, don't," he cried out. "Don't what?" Chen Feng inquired. "I was mistaken. Please don't sleep with my girlfriend," Spider-Man pleaded. "Humph, let me tell you, it's too late. Tonight I shall certainly be with your girlfriend," Chen Feng retorted vehemently. In Chen Feng's embrace, Mary, still drowsy, murmured, "Please be quiet. Let me sleep a little longer." Her words intensified Spider-Man's anxiety, and he urgently asked, "Brother Chen Feng, I truly apologize. Please just tell me the address, and I will go retrieve Mary right now." Beep, beep, beep. Chen Feng hung up the phone. If Spider-Man dared to confront him, he would certainly teach him a lesson in a manner befitting his audacity. However, that could wait. He had more pressing matters at hand. With Mary cradled in his arms, Chen Feng sat on the railing, remaining there throughout the night. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight fell upon Mary, awakening her from slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself still nestled in Chen Feng's embrace. She looked up at him. His gaze was fixed upon the horizon. Following his line of sight, she beheld the breathtaking sunrise. The light of the morning sun shimmered like golden threads, intricately weaving the black and white clouds into a stunning tapestry. "How beautiful!" Mary exclaimed, filled with joy. "Indeed, it is beautiful, but how long can such serene beauty endure?" Chen Feng mused. The Marvel Universe was in chaos, chaotic enough that the Earth could explode at any moment. "If only I could watch the sunrise with you every day," Mary expressed her yearning. Sighing, Chen Feng remained silent. He continued to sit on the railing, while Mary contentedly stayed in his embrace. Yet, as the sun ascended higher, the intense rays caused Mary to sweat profusely, her skin reddening under the heat. Unable to bear it any longer, she said to Chen Feng, "Let's go back. It's too hot here for me." With a swift turn, Chen Feng set Mary down and replied, "You may leave. I am waiting for someone." Mary grasped Chen Feng's hand, reluctant to part. "But we can wait together." "No, I will stay here," Chen Feng insisted stubbornly. The blazing sun had little effect on Chen Feng. He had no need to seek shade. "Then you wait for me here. I will return shortly," Mary said before swiftly descending the stairs. Mary purchased a set of alluring attire, checked into a hotel, freshened up, and donned the enticing outfit, discreetly taking a box of condoms as she left. She also bought an umbrella, a battery-operated fan, and 2 bottles of mineral water before returning to the rooftop. Seeing Chen Feng still seated on the railing, Mary sighed in relief. She fanned herself, carrying the fan, and approached Chen Feng, placing the fan down and offering him a bottle of water. Chen Feng, this is for you, she said gently. Chen Feng accepted it without hesitation, twisting off the cap. Grasping the bottle in his right hand and striking the bottom with his left palm, he instantly crushed the bottle, causing the water to surge forth. He opened his mouth and gulped it down eagerly. Wow, Mary was utterly astonished. It was her first time witnessing someone drink mineral water in such a cool manner. Chen Feng tossed the crushed bottle behind him and continued to observe the people coming and going down the building. Mary set down her sunshade and mimicked Chen Feng's earlier actions, gripping the bottle with her right hand while forming a palm with her left. She slapped the bottom of the bottle, and it instantly crumpled, causing the water inside to burst forth. However, her reflexes couldn't keep up, and she was splashed all over her face, leaving her upper body drenched. The fabric around her neckline subtly accentuated her allure. "Ah!" Mary exclaimed. Chen Feng turned around, and upon seeing her state, he was truly amused, realizing she was trying to entice him again. "Chen Feng, my clothes are wet," Mary said with a pitiful expression. "Then take them off," Chen Feng replied curtly. Mary's face flushed instantly as she shyly responded, "Ah? That wouldn't be appropriate. Someone might see us. How about we go to the hotel across the street? I really want to knock on your head and see why you are so lewd," Chen Feng chuckled. "How can you say that about me? I only behave this way with you. I'm quite proper with others," Mary flirted playfully. "Proper? When I visited Peter at your house, you were anything but proper. You were practically straddling him," Chen Feng teased deliberately. Indeed, Mary's expression soured, her lips pouting in silence. Sulking. With Mary quiet, Chen Feng was quite pleased. He sat on the railing, continuing to wait, confident that Natasha would undoubtedly arrive, as vibranium was far less precious than his transformers. By noon, Mary, being considerate, went downstairs to purchase a heartfelt lunch, envisioning sharing it with Chen Feng, taking bites alternately. What she didn't anticipate was Chen Feng's complete lack of delicacy. He devoured the meal in mere moments, leaving her with an empty lunchbox. It was truly disheartening to fall for such an unromantic man, Mary lamented inwardly. "Ah, I've finally found you." Spider-Man appeared on the rooftop. Since the moment he hung up with Chen Feng, he had been searching tirelessly for both Chen Feng and Mary, only now managing to locate them. Noticing that Mary was not in the same attire as the previous evening, he furrowed his brow, questioning whether Chen Feng had indeed lost his temper and harmed his girlfriend, even tearing her clothes, prompting her change. Upon seeing Spider-Man, Mary placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming indignantly, "Peter, what do you want now? Are you trying to disrupt my time with Chen Feng?" "Chen Feng sent me to pick you up," Spider-Man explained, choosing to avoid the topic of the previous day's conversation, as he felt it was unnecessary to bring up the green-eyed monster he bore in silence. "Leave. I don't need you to pick me up. I have Chen Feng, and that's enough," Mary declared resolutely. Once, she had harbored fond feelings for Spider-Man, but ever since he had interrupted several of her moments alone with Chen Feng, her affection had waned, even leading her to resent Spider-Man, believing his presence was the very reason she couldn't be with Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned around and remarked to Spider-Man, "Peter, do you realize that you exhibit no masculinity whatsoever, and in fact, are more feminine than women themselves?" Spider-Man frowned, displeased, and inquired, "Why is that?" "Because you heed every word a woman utters, lacking any semblance of opinion. Have you not heard the adage that when a woman says no, it often means yes?" Chen Feng admonished him with a sense of exasperation. "I must admit, I have not encountered such wisdom. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Spider-Man replied, intrigued, suspecting it might be Chen Feng's secret to attracting women. In essence, it boils down to three simple words. A man must assert his authority. To put it plainly, a man must be domineering. For instance, if Mary refuses to accompany you, then you ought to bind her and let your prowess win her over. Chen Feng articulated with conviction. Chapter 45. This is a true man. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Spider-Man felt a surge of fervor. His insights resonated deeply within him. Consequently, his gaze towards Mary transformed, no longer imbued with tenderness, but rather infused with a wild longing. "Mary, Come back with me, Spider-Man declared, his expression stern. Mary rolled her eyes, disregarding him entirely. Yet, inspired by Chen Feng's counsel, Spider-Man resolved to assert his dominance. He shot a strand of webbing that adhered to Mary and, with a vigorous tug, summoned her towards him. As she neared, he extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace, and smiled, declaring, "You are my woman." Smack! A red mark blossomed upon Spider-Man's face, courtesy of Mary's slap. "Let me go," she retorted with a playful huff. "I shall not release you," he insisted stubbornly, determined to maintain his newfound authority. Smack! Another slap left its mark on the opposite cheek. "Release me," Mary reiterated, her tone commanding. "I refuse to let go. Even if it costs me dearly," Spider-Man proclaimed loudly. Bam! Mary raised her knee and struck him mercilessly, delivering a blow to his groin without hesitation. A howl escaped Spider-Man's lips as he relinquished his hold on Mary, collapsing to the ground, cradling his injury and moaning in agony. Though Spider-Man was no ordinary man, he was not impervious to pain. The force of Mary's strike, rather than incapacitating him, left him reeling, the discomfort almost rendering him faint. Mary exhibited no hint of remorse. Instead, she chastised him. "Peter, I am not your woman. You have no right to dictate my actions. And where do you propose we return? To your aunt's house? Humph. What audacity for someone without a home to ask me to accompany him." Spider-Man's remarkable recuperative abilities soon came into play, and after several minutes, he regained his composure. Rising to his feet, he still trembled slightly, perhaps still afflicted by pain. He bore the discomfort as he spoke. "Mary, I once stubbornly refused to utilize my extraordinary abilities for profit, leading me to a life of poverty and vulnerability. But now, I have come to realize that I must no longer conceal my identity. I will harness my powers to create a prosperous life for us." Spider-Man possessed formidable skills and strength. He could easily find work as a police officer or a mover, earning a respectable income. However, his stubbornness had led him to shun revealing his identity and utilizing his abilities for financial gain. Thus, he found himself in a situation worse than that of an ordinary person. It was little wonder that Mary had come to disdain him. "Peter, can't we part ways amicably? If you continue down this path, we may not even remain friends," Mary admonished, her expression stern. "Mary, grant me a chance. I vow to cherish and protect you, ensuring you endure no suffering," Spider-Man implored sincerely. In that moment, he unwittingly forgot the notion of dominance and reverted to his former timid self. Chen Feng, observing from the sidelines, could only shake his head in disappointment. At the onset, when Spider-Man forcefully embraced Mary, he initially believed that he had truly captivated her affections. To his astonishment, however, Spider-Man found himself defenseless against Mary's assaults, both verbal and physical, culminating in a painful blow to his most sensitive area. Once he regained his composure, he found himself pleading with her, devoid of any semblance of masculine pride. Such a cowardly man, nay, such a cowardly superhero, was utterly disheartening. With her hands firmly on her hips, Mary boldly declared, "My boyfriend shall only be Chen Feng." Upon uttering this, she turned to rejoin Chen Feng, wrapping her arms around his, resting her head against him in a display of sweet submission. Spider-Man gazed at Chen Feng, seeking assistance. "Brother Chen Feng, please help me." "Peter, I must earnestly advise you," Chen Feng stated with gravity. Spider-Man nodded, assuming Chen Feng was about to impart wisdom on wooing women, and respectfully replied, "Brother, please proceed. From now on, you are forbidden from mentioning that you know me. I cannot bear the shame of being associated with such weakness," Chen Feng retorted in frustration, lamenting the hopelessness of the situation. Spider-Man's expression turned woeful, feeling deeply wounded. "Chen Feng, this is not cowardice. It is an expression of my profound love for her. I do not wish to harm her and strive to accommodate her desires. This is love, not weakness," Spider-Man insisted, attempting to justify himself. "I truly have no words for you. If you wish to coddle her, then so be it. I shall retreat to your girlfriend's embrace," Chen Feng replied, exasperated, before he took Mary and headed towards the rooftop entrance. Upon hearing Chen Feng utter the word sleep, coupled with his affectionate gesture, Mary felt a surge of joy, her heart blossoming with delight as she playfully patted her bag containing a box of safety helmets. Spider-Man leapt up, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, please do not provoke me further. I am already in distress." Chen Feng paused and turned back to Spider-Man, saying, "Oh, by the way, since you have nothing to do, please wait here for a woman named Natasha. Call me when she arrives." "You want me to wait for someone while you go off to sleep with my girlfriend? That is utterly outrageous." Spider-Man seethed with fury. "I will show you what it means to be a man," Chen Feng declared dominantly. "Chen Feng, I adore your assertiveness," Mary shyly remarked. The two embraced and disappeared from the rooftop, leaving behind a furious Spider-Man, fists clenched, on the verge of exploding. "Ah!" Spider-Man shouted towards the heavens, releasing his pent-up emotions. Meanwhile, as Mary descended the stairs, she teased Chen Feng, "You are truly wicked for tormenting Peter in this manner. Yet I find your mischievousness quite appealing. Mary, you must understand that my desire to be with you stems from the frustration inflicted by your boyfriend. This is purely a physical need, devoid of emotional attachment, and I will not take responsibility for it," Chen Feng stated with seriousness. "Entrusting my body to you is entirely my choice. Regardless of how you treat me afterward, I shall have no regrets," Mary professed with fervor. "I do not believe a word of that," Chen Feng replied skeptically. He pondered whether, should Mary ever encounter Iron Man, Tony Stark, she would undoubtedly find herself infatuated with him instead. Due to Tony's expertise in romantic pursuits, coupled with his considerable wealth, striking appearance, and esteemed reputation, few women can withstand his advances. Chen Feng was serious about his intentions. Following Mary, he arrived at a nearby hotel. Upon entering, he immediately took action. Chen Feng's physique was exceptionally robust, while Mary was merely an ordinary girl. Nevertheless, Chen Feng paid little heed to such considerations, nor did he feel any inclination to show her tenderness, especially since Mary persistently clung to him. Chapter 46. Wealth and Impulsiveness. 2 hours later, Chen Feng returned to the rooftop, only to find that Spider-Man had not departed. Upon seeing Chen Feng's arrival, Spider-Man leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and inquired, "What have you done to Mary?" Chen Feng tossed a card to Spider-Man, stating, "This is the room key. You can ascertain for yourself." Spider-Man gazed at the room key in his hand, his heart aching, and his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Silently, he turned and departed. It was evident that he was heading to find Mary. Chen Feng remained unfazed. He had acted boldly and openly, and accepted the truth without bearing any responsibility. After all, Spider-Man had wrongfully accused him the night before and confronted him. Moreover, Mary had persistently clung to him. If he did not assert himself, they would surely treat him as easy prey. Chen Feng continued to perch on the railing, awaiting Natasha's return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, doubt crept into his mind regarding Natasha's well-being. With the speed of a transformer, she should not have taken this long. He pulled out his phone and contacted Optimus Prime. "Optimus, what is Natasha's current situation?" "My lord, Natasha was discovered while attempting to steal vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. last night. She is currently in conversation with Director Fury. From the tone, it seems Fury is not angry, which is why I did not inform you sooner." Optimus replied. "Is there any way you can extract the vibranium?" Chen Feng inquired. If Optimus could secure the vibranium, he would not hesitate to offend S.H.I.E.L.D. "Apologies, my lord, but the size of a transformer makes infiltration impossible. Additionally, many areas within S.H.I.E.L.D. lack automation, and there are no humanoid robots to assist. Thus, I cannot access the vibranium through the network," Optimus explained. "Very well, continue to await news from Natasha. If she is in danger, proceed to rescue her," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus acknowledged. At 8 p.m., Spider-Man returned to the rooftop, supporting Mary, whose gait appeared somewhat peculiar, as if her feet could not align properly, resembling a waddling duck. With each step, her brow furrowed, yet a smile of contentment and happiness graced her lips. "Chen Feng," Mary called out weakly, "are you not yet satisfied? If you are still unsated, we can continue at the hotel," Chen Feng replied, somewhat annoyed. as he had not anticipated Mary would be so troublesome. Mary seemed to remember something, her body shuddering involuntarily as she bit her lip and said, "No, not at all. I am already satisfied." "Then why have you returned?" Chen Feng asked. I missed you," Mary confessed shyly. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man, whose complexion had darkened, resembling someone who had just tasted something foul. "Peter, although I despise your cowardice, I must concede that your heart is remarkably generous. Your girlfriend has been with me, yet you still bring her to seek me out. Do you not feel the glaring jealousy upon your brow?" "Chen Feng, I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me. I admit I am indeed angered. But I must tell you that I love Mary dearly, and for her, I would do anything," Spider-Man declared with a fervent passion. With an exasperated sigh, Chen Feng declared, "You two are utterly ridiculous. I can't take this any longer. I'm leaving." With that, he leaped from the railing, swinging away on strands of spider silk. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's departure, Mary quickly urged Spider-Man, "Peter, hurry and take me to catch up with Chen Feng." Spider-Man hesitated unwillingly. Mary stomped her foot in frustration, retorting, "You promised to love me and support me unconditionally. Are you really going to go back on your word now?" Gritting his teeth, Spider-Man replied, "No, I will not go back on my word." "Then what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, Chen Feng will be long gone," Mary said anxiously. With one arm wrapped around Mary's slender waist, Spider-Man dashed towards the rooftop edge and leapt off, shooting webs with his free hand to swiftly pursue Chen Feng. Chen Feng glided leisurely through the city, occasionally executing intricate maneuvers. Suddenly, he heard Mary's joyful shout behind him. Turning around, he was left speechless. Spider-Man had brought Mary along to chase him. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel bemused. Spider-Man's integrity was in question. Surely he had become the most notorious cuckold in the Marvel Universe. Employing both hands, Chen Feng shot webs rapidly, soaring forward in a straight line. Spider-Man, lacking Chen Feng's prowess, could not replicate his high-level maneuvers, especially with a passenger in tow. Within mere moments, Chen Feng's figure vanished from sight. Seeing Chen Feng escape, Mary expressed her dissatisfaction toward Spider-Man, taunting, "Peter, Chen Feng is using your abilities. Why can't you keep up? Or are you deliberately lagging behind?" Hanging from a streetlight by a single strand of web, Spider-Man grimaced, "Chen Feng is simply stronger than I am. I can't help it. You're doing it on purpose." "I am not. You are. I'm being wronged." Thus, Spider-Man and Mary found themselves embroiled in an argument. Meanwhile, Chen Feng purchased a sports car from a passerby and set off toward the coast, simultaneously commanding Optimus Prime to dispatch an iron armor to meet him at the shore. He intended to return to his private island to await Natasha, as he had no desire to encounter Spider-Man and Mary again in New York. Bored, Chen Feng sped along the road. His driving skills were mediocre, yet his quick reflexes allowed him to push the car to its limits. As he overtook vehicle after vehicle, those he passed were left startled. Several hours later, upon reaching the coast, he showed no signs of slowing down. He drove the sports car straight into the sea. With a splash, the car skidded across the water for several hundred meters before gradually sinking. Opening the car door, Chen Feng swam to the surface, where he was greeted by the hovering iron armor. "Master, I have come to retrieve you." Optimus Prime's voice resonated from the armor. "Yes," Chen Feng acknowledged, raising his right hand. The iron armor grasped his hand, lifting him into the air before enveloping him in its frame. "Optimus, return to the private island," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, Master," Optimus Prime replied, accepting the order. Chen Feng departed clad in his formidable steel armor, indifferent to the luxurious sports car he chose to abandon. Such is the caprice of wealth. Upon returning to his private island, he found it as tranquil as ever. He visited Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, and Dr. Zhao, three brilliant minds engrossed in their individual research. His presence elicited no acknowledgement. They treated him as though he were invisible. Observing the unwavering dedication of Dr. Hank and the others to their work filled him with joy, instilling confidence that it would not be long before his second-generation, superlative, indomitable life mechanical transformers would come to fruition. Chapter 47. The first meeting. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Feng refreshed himself, donned his attire, and proceeded to the living room. He commanded Optimus Prime, "Optimus, please notify Dr. Hank, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and Dr. Octopus to convene in the living room." "Understood, my lord," replied Optimus Prime, accepting the command. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, Dr. Hank and his colleagues ambled into the living room, their expressions revealing their discontent. Without hesitation, Dr. Hank confronted Chen Feng, stating, "We are engaged in research. Why do you disturb us? Was it not agreed that we would solely focus on our studies, disregarding all else?" Dr. Zhao Hailuan chimed in, "My research is at a crucial juncture. Yet Optimus has halted his assistance in simulating the preliminary nanotechnology calculations simply because I declined to attend this meeting. This is utterly intolerable." Dr. Octopus, with a stern demeanor, added, "I despise being interrupted while immersed in my research, for my temperament is quite impulsive, and a moment's distraction could ignite a man-made sun." Chen Feng's countenance darkened under the barrage of their grievances. However, he felt compelled to endure their ire, for they were indeed his prized assets. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I convened this meeting out of concern for your progress. If you have matters to discuss, please express them directly. I, too, am preoccupied with my research." Dr. Octopus showed no regard for Chen Feng's authority. "First, in a few days, we will welcome another brilliant scientist, Professor Lizard, who possesses significant expertise in biological sciences. I hope you all can collaborate harmoniously with him upon his arrival," Chen Feng stated. "Research is compartmentalized. Why bring this up in a meeting?" Dr. Octopus retorted, "Biological research. Will his studies benefit my regeneration cradle?" inquired Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it will be beneficial. He has developed a lizard DNA serum, which, when injected into the human body, can induce a transformation into a lizard-human hybrid. Although the side effects are severe, as long as the brain remains intact, any missing body parts can regenerate rapidly." "Wow, when will he arrive? I have numerous questions for him," Dr. Zhao Hailuan expressed eagerly. "Be patient. He will be here in a few days," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Chen Feng, do you have other matters to address?" Dr. Hank inquired, clearly reluctant to pause his research, as he was fervently focused on rescuing his wife, lost in the quantum realm. "I wish to understand your research progress," Chen Feng stated. "My artificial sun can be controlled freely as long as the energy is not excessive. It essentially functions as a perpetual energy source, inexhaustible," Dr. Octopus reported. "I have yet to find any leads in my quantum research," Dr. Hank admitted despondently. Among the three, his work was the most esoteric. "My nanotechnology and regeneration cradle are still in the preliminary conceptual stage, yielding no results thus far. Yet I firmly believe that it will not be long before I develop these two technologies," Dr. Zhao Hailuan asserted resolutely. Chen Feng nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "It is commendable that you all are so diligent. I am aware of your efforts through Optimus. You dedicate the majority of your days to research, resting for merely a few hours each night. I wish to emphasize that while your perseverance is admirable, your brains may not withstand such strain. It is essential for one's mind to rest in order to foster greater inspiration and expedite the development of desired creations." Although Chen Feng yearned to produce the second generation of Transformers promptly, he did not wish for his subordinates to be overly fatigued. It is worth noting that these subordinates are among the foremost scientists in the Marvel Universe, making them invaluable assets. His journey towards strength significantly relies on their assistance. "Understood." Dr. Hank and his colleagues nodded in agreement, though their expressions betrayed a hint of concern. "I have another announcement. I will soon acquire vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. With vibranium, the quality of your research equipment will be unparalleled. Therefore, I hope that once I obtain the vibranium, you can collaboratively devise a method for refining it," Chen Feng stated. "That sounds excellent. I am fully in support," Dr. Octopus replied. "I too lend my support," said Dr. Hank. "When the time comes, I will transform the vibranium into nanovibranium. It will undoubtedly be spectacular," Zhao Hailuan chimed in with enthusiasm. "Lastly, I am in high spirits today, so we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated this evening," Chen Feng declared joyfully. "I prefer research over drinking," Dr. Hank remarked. "Count me in," Dr. Octopus concurred. "I do not drink," Zhao Hailuan replied playfully. Ah, very well. You all go ahead and pursue your research. I shall drink alone, Chen Feng said with a wry smile. Alone, he was unperturbed before entering the Marvel Universe. He had grown accustomed to solitude, as the path of the strong is often a lonely one. With a box of whiskey in hand, Chen Feng made his way to the beach. Reclining on a lounge chair, he savored the sea breeze, listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves, gazed at the enchanting starry sky, and relished the fiery spirits, an exquisite indulgence. Optimus Prime, clad in a suit of steel armor, stood beside Chen Feng, dutifully attending to him. My lord, Miss Mary has issued a missing person notice through an online platform. Would you like me to remove those notices? He inquired. Delete them. Erase my name and photograph from the internet, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. The information has been removed, Optimus Prime replied. Please send a text to Mary's father, informing him that if his daughter continues to disturb me, I shall bring about his financial ruin, Chen Feng instructed. Affirmative, my lord. The message has been sent, Optimus Prime confirmed. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. My lord, it is a call from Mary's father, Optimus Prime alerted him. Answer it, Chen Feng commanded. When he preferred not to handle the phone himself, he could utilize the steel armor or the transformers as a means of communication. Mr. Chen, came the timid voice of Mary's father through the armor. I sincerely apologize. My daughter has acted foolishly and caused you displeasure. Rest assured, when she returns, I shall discipline her so that she does not trouble you further. Indeed, that is more like it, Chen Feng replied with satisfaction. Mr. Chen, do you truly harbor no feelings for my daughter? Mary's father asked hesitantly. He still hoped for Chen Feng to become his son-in-law, given Chen Feng's wealth and formidable prowess. Your daughter is nothing but a clingy little sprite. I find her rather unappealing. You should consider marrying her off to Peter, Chen Feng remarked. Oh, Mary's father replied dismissively, secretly contemplating that marrying her off to Peter was out of the question. However, the previous wealthy suitor had indeed been rather promising. Optimus Prime, terminate the call, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. In the opulent villa of Mary's family. As Mary's father heard the phone disconnect with a series of beeps, he sighed heavily and lamented, Alas, such a wonderful son-in-law has slipped away just like that. I wonder how that girl Mary managed to pursue someone who is so utterly repelled by her. Chapter 48. S-H-I-E-L-D. Rejects the deal. The following day at noon, Chen Feng received a call from Natasha. She informed him that she had been apprehended while attempting to steal vibranium. Fortunately, S-H-I-E-L-D did not impose any harsh consequences upon her and agreed to relinquish a small quantity of vibranium to Chen Feng, albeit under certain conditions. Chen Feng was required to transfer the technology of the Transformers to S-H-I-E-L-D, as well as the method for refining vibranium. The exchange proposed was the invaluable Transformers technology, combined with the intricate process of refining vibranium, in return for a mere fraction of the precious metal. Chen Feng found S-H-I-E-L-D's demands ludicrous. The Transformers technology was exceptionally rare, encompassing an array of advanced innovations. It was inconceivable that such a treasure could be bartered for a meager amount of vibranium. Even if he were to approach Iron Man for half of Stark Industries, he was confident that Iron Man would acquiesce. After all, cutting-edge technology is the true wealth of this era. The technique for refining vibranium, on the other hand, had been the subject of research by scientists in the Marvel Universe for centuries, with only Dr. Myron McClane achieving a singular, accidental success during World War II, which had never been replicated since. Such an invaluable technique far surpassed that of the first-generation Transformers. To offer both of these remarkable technologies for a paltry amount of vibranium was an insult, and unless Chen Feng were a fool, he would never agree to such terms. Thus, he promptly declined the proposal. Should negotiations with S-H-I-E-L-D falter, he planned to dispatch Spider-Man to pilfer the vibranium or collaborate with Iron Man to acquire it. It was worth noting that Iron Man's prowess was on par with S-H-I-E-L-D, as he was deeply entrenched in weapons manufacturing and maintained robust relationships with various high-ranking officials and military leaders across nations. If Iron Man were to leverage these connections to apply pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be difficult for them to stand firm. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. relied on national support to function. Without it, they would merely be a disbanded entity, potentially labeled as an illegal organization facing global ostracism. Thus, it would be far easier for Iron Man to obtain vibranium than for Chen Feng. However, until all other options were exhausted, Chen Feng had no intention of collaborating with Iron Man. After concluding the call with Natasha, an hour later, Chen Feng received another call from her. This time, Natasha, visibly irate, conveyed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had rejected the proposed exchange. In her frustration, she resigned on the spot and expressed her desire to retreat to a private island for solace. However, Chen Feng had transformed that very island into a research base, and he had no desire for Natasha to disrupt his work. Thus, he refused her request and ordered Optimus Prime to return immediately. Upon the return of the Transformers, Chen Feng piloted one to New York. Although he had initially been reluctant to go, he endured the journey for the sake of the vibranium. Through Optimus Prime, he located Spider-Man, who was employed at a newspaper office. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Feng was met with an astonishing sight. Spider-Man was engaged in a physical altercation with his superior. The sound of blows echoed through the air. Spider-Man was no ordinary individual, and he overwhelmed his boss with ease. Only when his superior succumbed to unconsciousness did he relent. As he stood up and turned to leave, he caught sight of Chen Feng and paused in surprise. Applauding, Chen Feng remarked with satisfaction, "Peter, splendid work. Now that is the hallmark of a true man." "Chen Feng, what brings you here?" Spider-Man asked, his expression grim. "I have something to discuss with you. But first, do you enjoy the journalism profession?" Chen Feng inquired. Spider-Man nodded, his tone laced with irritation. "What difference does it make? I've already been fired." Ignoring Spider-Man's response, Chen Feng addressed the onlookers. "Who can help me get in touch with the owner of your newspaper? I will reward you with $10,000. I know. Sir, choose me. I can help." A clever employee eagerly volunteered, handing Chen Feng his phone. Receiving the phone, Chen Feng dialed the number confidently and proclaimed, "Name your price. I wish to purchase your newspaper." "Miller, are you out of your mind? You, a mere editor, audaciously claim you wish to buy my newspaper? Do you even have the funds?" The newspaper owner bellowed through the phone. "I am not Miller. I am Chen Feng, a man of considerable wealth. I am interested in acquiring your newspaper." "State your price." Chen Feng replied. "Oh, my apologies. I assumed you were that little editor from my paper. You wish to buy my newspaper? Do you possess such wealth?" "My newspaper is valued at $230 million. The owner responded politely. "I will offer you $500 million for your newspaper," Chen Feng declared grandly, as he had an unending stream of income thanks to Optimus Prime. "Very well, as long as you genuinely provide me with $500 million. I will sell you the newspaper," the owner said excitedly. Chen Feng ended the call and turned to Optimus Prime, instructing, "Optimus, transfer $10,000 to the phone's owner and $500 million to the newspaper's owner." He then returned the phone to the eager editor. As the editor took back the phone, he noticed a message from the bank. Upon opening it, a joyful smile spread across his face as he realized his account had indeed received $10,000. Chen Feng addressed everyone in the office loudly. "I have officially purchased this newspaper and gifted it to Peter. From now on, Peter will be your boss. Those who comply may stay, those who do not may leave." Is this real? How can he assert authority before even signing a contract? The staff questioned Chen Feng's claim of purchasing the newspaper. "Did you truly buy the newspaper for me?" Spider-Man asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I require your assistance for a task, and this serves as your reward." The editor who had earlier handed Chen Feng the phone received a call and, after a brief conversation, approached Spider-Man respectfully, bowing and stating, "Good day, boss. Please do not hesitate to give orders." Realizing the truth, the other employees flocked around Spider-Man, eager to flatter him. "Peter, congratulations on becoming the owner of the newspaper. Peter, I always knew you had a bright future. Look at you now. Peter, we are good friends, so do take care of us. Peter, I have prepared a cup of coffee for you. Do give it a taste. In the past, Spider-Man was the subject of ridicule among the entire newsroom. Thus, this sudden shift has left him quite disoriented. Spider-Man turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, let us find a place to converse. He surmised that Chen Feng's generous demeanor must indicate a pressing matter requiring his assistance. Spider-Man escorted Chen Feng to a CAF. Speak your mind. What is it that you wish for my help with? Spider-Man inquired. I need you to assist me in procuring a rare metal known as vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D. I do not require much. Merely a small fragment will suffice. If you succeed in obtaining it for me, the debt I owe you will be considered settled, Chen Feng replied. Chapter 49. The Lizard Legion. Very well. I shall assist you, Spider-Man declared. Chen Feng felt a profound shift in Spider-Man's demeanor, perhaps influenced by Mary. He produced a small box and presented it to Spider-Man, saying, within this box lies a multifunctional watch and a wireless earpiece. Equip these devices, and you will be able to summon my intelligent assistant, Optimus Prime, who can assist you with any electronic dilemmas. Spider-Man accepted the items in silence. When do you plan to take action? Chen Feng inquired. Tomorrow, Spider-Man replied. I need to familiarize myself with S.H.I.E.L.D. to ensure I do not falter. I look forward to your news, Chen Feng responded. After parting ways with Spider-Man, Chen Feng proceeded to the lair of Professor Lizard. The professor was busy organizing his belongings and was delighted to see Chen Feng, mistakenly believing he had come to escort him. Chen Feng, I will be ready soon. We can depart for the private island tomorrow, Professor Lizard said. There's no rush. I merely came to check on you, Chen Feng smiled. By the way, you asked Mary yesterday for a vial of lizard DNA serum. What is it for? Professor Lizard inquired as he continued his packing. Chen Feng's smile faded. I did not send her to request the serum. After leaving New York, I severed all ties with her. She deceived me. What could she possibly want with the lizard DNA serum? Professor Lizard questioned. Chen Feng, uncertain, commanded Optimus Prime, call Peter. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Once the call connected, Chen Feng asked, Peter, your girlfriend deceived Professor Lizard into giving her a vial of lizard DNA serum in my name. Are you aware of this? After a moment of silence, Spider-Man sighed, alas. While I do not understand her motive for deceiving Professor Lizard, I am aware of her intentions. What are those intentions? Chen Feng asked, intrigued. She intends to kill you, Spider-Man stated earnestly. Chen Feng was taken aback. He realized that refusing Mary had engendered her hatred towards him. Yet he never anticipated her madness would drive her to such extremes. Mary, fully aware of her limitations as an ordinary person, sought the lizard DNA serum to gain strength. Do you know where she is now? Chen Feng inquired. I do not know. After a fierce argument with her family, she ran away, leaving without a trace. I searched extensively but had no idea she would hide in the sewers and deceive Professor Lizard to obtain the serum, Spider-Man cautioned. Chen Feng, you must be careful. Mary has truly lost her sanity. You profess to love her so dearly, yet you do not continue searching for her, Chen Feng remarked. I no longer love her, for she is no longer the Mary the first once knew. I choose to let go, Spider-Man replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Your girlfriend intends to kill me, and you remain indifferent? Chen Feng exclaimed, angered. Chen Feng, Spider-Man, and Mary, among the three, Chen Feng is undoubtedly the innocent party. He has never pursued Mary. Rather, it is she who has relentlessly clung to him. Spider-Man has misjudged him, and he is merely a victim of circumstance. It is perplexing how such misfortune has befallen him. Anyone in his position would feel indignant. I have severed ties with her. Henceforth, I shall not concern myself with this matter. You may handle it as you see fit, Spider-Man declared. Damn it, Chen Feng muttered, then instructed Optimus Prime to terminate the call. The conversation between Chen Feng and Spider-Man was overheard by Professor Lizard. Eager to curry favor with Chen Feng, Professor Lizard eagerly volunteered, Chen Feng, allow me to eliminate Mary for you. You should refrain from such actions, Chen Feng replied. Shaking his head, he was well aware of Professor Lizard's lackluster combat abilities. He feared that instead of successfully dispatching Mary, Professor Lizard might end up being defeated by her, incurring significant losses. Optimus Prime, please assist me in locating Mary's whereabouts, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded promptly. Before long, Optimus Prime reported, my lord, I have discovered that Mary has not exited the Osborn group since her entry. My data analysis suggests that she is seeking assistance from the Green Goblin, Harry. Alas, perhaps it is for the best, Chen Feng sighed. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Mary, especially since she intended to kill him. However, the thought that Mary once held affection for him and that they had shared intimate moments made it difficult for him to take such drastic measures. After some contemplation, he reasoned that since Mary could not reach his private island, should she emerge to wreak havoc, SHIELD, and certain superheroes would surely intervene. Chen Feng turned to Professor Lizard and inquired, how much more do you have to pack? If it's not much, I shall take you to my private island today. Not much left. Just give me a few hours, and I will be ready, Professor Lizard replied. Very well, Chen Feng said. He then commanded Optimus Prime, deploy all the iron armors from the private island. Additionally, arrange for a cargo ship to await us at the seaside, and send 100 trucks to the outskirts of the city to meet us. In this digital age, although Optimus Prime is not human, he can still utilize the internet to employ humans through financial means to accomplish tasks. Professor Lizard possessed a limited amount of equipment, primarily consisting of various vials and a substantial number of lizard minions. Chen Feng arranged for the cargo ship to transport the lizard army. He took the initiative to assist in the packing. 2 hours later, Chen Feng and Professor Lizard emerged from a secluded sewer entrance in the outskirts of the city, accompanied by a vast number of lizard minions. Most of the lizard army had been vanquished by Chen Feng, leaving only a few hundred behind, while the remaining were unmutated small lizards, numbering in the tens of thousands. When the transportation company dispatched 100 large trucks to the designated location and beheld the multitude of lizards, the drivers instinctively pressed the accelerator in an attempt to flee. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng commanded a dozen iron armors equipped with Gatling guns, rotating missile launchers, and shoulder-mounted guided missile launchers to aim at the 100 trucks. The drivers swiftly lost their nerve, complied obediently, and turned the trucks around. Under the command of Professor Lizard, the Lizard Legion swiftly ascended into the cargo truck. Once all the lizards were aboard, Chen Feng maneuvered the transformer, holding Professor Lizard in one hand as they soared towards the seaside. After transporting the Lizard Legion to the coast with a fleet of 100 trucks, Professor Lizard directed the Legion onto the cargo ship. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the private island. Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard to arrange the Lizard Legion within the island's forest, then escorted the professor into the villa. As for the professor's various jars and bottles, Optimus Prime would take care of them. Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to inform everyone to come out and meet Professor Lizard. Zhao Hailuan was the first to emerge, and upon seeing Professor Lizard, she instinctively covered her mouth with both hands and screamed loudly, "Ah, a monster!" Chapter 50. Professor Lizard returns to normalcy. Chen Feng hastened forward, catching Zhao Hailuan just before she collapsed. Overwhelmed by fright, Zhao Hailuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Originally, Chen Feng had intended to stimulate her consciousness by pressing on her acupoint. But upon gazing at her exquisite and remarkably handsome features, another method crossed his mind: cardiac compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. A true man must not falter. He lifted Zhao Hailuan in his arms, making his way back to his room. Chen Feng, wait. Professor Lizard called out urgently. I have a stimulant. Let her inhale it, and she will awaken. No need, Chen Feng replied without glancing back, carrying Zhao Hailuan to his chamber. He laid her gently upon the bed. After a rather intimate series of rescue efforts, Zhao Hailuan emitted a soft groan and regained consciousness. Feeling something slippery in her mouth, she instinctively took a sip and then opened her eyes, only to be startled by the sight of Chen Feng leaning in to kiss her. His hands rested upon her chest, occasionally squeezing gently. Summoning all her strength, she pushed Chen Feng away and sat up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she questioned him. What are you doing? Feeling a bit sheepish, Chen Feng replied, You fainted due to Professor Lizard's fright. Your breath and heartbeat had ceased. I was performing cardiac compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Thankfully, I managed to revive you. Otherwise, I would have been heartbroken. You're talking nonsense. There's no way mouth-to-mouth and compressions are done like that. You were taking advantage of me. Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. No, I absolutely did not mean to take advantage. You must believe me, Chen Feng asserted confidently, knowing full well that he could never admit otherwise. Humph, Zhao Hailuan pouted, turning her head away, determined to sulk. Chen Feng sought to divert the conversation, saying, All right, don't be angry. Now that you're awake, let us go downstairs and greet Professor Lizard. After all, you will be collaborating with him on research in the future. Zhao Hailuan's previously rosy cheeks drained of color at the mention of Professor Lizard. I don't want to see him. He is too frightening. She quivered. Fear not. I shall be by your side. Chen Feng reassured her. Shaking her head timidly, Zhao Hailuan replied, No, I'm just scared. Chen Feng stepped closer and lifted Zhao Hailuan into his arms. What are you doing? She gasped in alarm. I'm carrying you so you won't be afraid. Chen Feng chuckled. Put me down. I'll go see him myself, Zhao Hailuan shyly insisted. Being held for the first time by a boy made her nervous yet exhilarated. A peculiar blend of emotions coursing through her. Let me carry you down. Chen Feng was unwilling to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. In the living room, Professor Lizard was engaged in lively conversation with Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank. Upon seeing Chen Feng descend with Zhao Hailuan in his arms, all three of them exchanged knowing smiles. Zhao Hailuan is a naive girl who has never experienced love. When she finds herself embraced by Chen Feng, she becomes exceedingly bashful, burying her head in his chest, unable to face anyone else. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, have you injured your foot? Dr. Octopus playfully inquires. Dr. Hank nods solemnly, stating, Indeed. Otherwise she would not be in Chen Feng's arms. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, I possess a remedy for bruises and injuries. I shall fetch it immediately. Professor Lizard declares as he rises to leave. Chen Feng, feeling an urge to silence Professor Lizard, thinks to himself, What kind of gaze is that? Can't he see he is interrupting a romantic moment? Zhao Hailuan struggles and implores, Chen Feng, please set me down. Reluctantly, Chen Feng complies. Upon witnessing that Zhao Hailuan can stand, Professor Lizard returns, exclaiming, Oh, so you are fine. Despite the presence of others, Zhao Hailuan still feels intimidated by Professor Lizard. Clutching Chen Feng's arm, she trembles slightly as she greets him. Hello, Professor Lizard. My name is Zhao Hailuan. I have heard about you from Chen Feng. Your research on lizard DNA serum is remarkable, possessing regenerative abilities. My own regenerative cradle is somewhat akin to your studies, and I hope we can collaborate in the future. Professor Lizard, delighted to meet a fellow scientist, approaches Zhao Hailuan to shake her hand. However, upon seeing his clawed hand, she instinctively retreats behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng shakes his head with a wry smile. Professor Lizard, can't you use the antidote to return to your normal form? Looking down at his robust physique, Professor Lizard narcissistically responds, I rather enjoy my current state. I am strong, full of energy, far superior to a normal human. Professor Lizard, you should revert to your normal self, Dr. Zhao Hailuan timidly suggests. Very well, Professor Lizard concedes, then produces a vial of serum and injects it into himself. He winces in pain as his body gradually diminishes, transforming back into a normal human appearance. Although he had previously worn tattered clothing, his imposing stature had lent him a distinct character. Now, back to his human form, his ragged attire, unkempt hair, and haggard complexion render him resembling a beggar. In his weakened state, Professor Lizard turns to Zhao Hailuan and asks, Are you still afraid of me? Not at all, Zhao Hailuan replies joyfully. Zhao Hailuan, you would be wise to avoid the small grove on the island, Chen Feng warns. Why? She inquires, puzzled. Because it is home to tens of thousands of lizards that Professor Lizard has raised, Chen Feng informs her. So many, Zhao Hailuan exclaims in astonishment. Fear not. My little ones are quite well behaved. They will not attack humans without my command, Professor Lizard reassures her. That is a relief, Zhao Hailuan says, patting her chest. To celebrate Professor Lizard joining our team, I shall send Optimus Prime to procure some delicacies. We will have a barbecue and party on the beach shortly, Chen Feng announces. Excellent. I wholeheartedly agree. Dr. Octopus was the first to agree, expressing that Professor Lizard, being a friend, deserved a warm welcome on his inaugural visit. On a private island, several humanoid iron suits soared into the sky. Some ventured into the city to procure provisions. Others plunged into the depths of the sea to capture seafood, while a few set up barbecue equipment on the beach. Stark Industries was at the helm. Iron Man, Tony Stark, thoroughly analyzed Chen Feng's supercomputer. He, too, could connect his mind to the computer. Relying on this technology, along with the prowess of Stark Industries computer experts, he upgraded J.A.R.V.I.S. multiple times. Each iteration, he believed J.A.R.V.I.S. had reached the pinnacle of intelligent systems. Yet, each attempt to infiltrate Chen Feng's intelligent system, Optimus Prime, resulted in failure. This left him astounded and eager to uncover the true sophistication of the Optimus Prime system. Chapter 51, Entering S.H.I.E.L.D. The following day, Chen Feng rose early and, within his chamber, instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector to track Spider-Man's whereabouts. As Spider-Man was adorned with the multifunctional watch that Chen Feng had bestowed upon him the previous day, he could observe Spider-Man's movements through Optimus Prime. Through the holographic display, Chen Feng beheld the impeccably dressed Spider-Man, who was driving a senior citizen's vehicle towards the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon noticing the elderly car, Chen Feng could not help but exclaim, "A loser remains a loser. Even with immense wealth, one cannot alter their ingrained habits." The vehicle was painfully slow. Chen Feng felt a strong urge to demolish that old car and replace it with a sports car, allowing Spider-Man to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. with greater haste. At noon, while dining, Chen Feng observed that Spider-Man was still navigating the road in his elderly vehicle, having covered barely half the distance. By evening, during dinner, Spider-Man continued his sluggish journey, and the dim headlights of the old car filled Chen Feng with concern for Spider-Man's safety. Late into the night, while indulging in a midnight snack, Chen Feng noted that Spider-Man had finally arrived near S.H.I.E.L.D. The stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a flying aircraft carrier capable of soaring through the skies, floating on water, and even submerging like a submarine, a true multifunctional marvel. Typically, when S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized, they would deploy the aerial carrier. In times of tranquility, it would remain stationed in this secluded mountainous region. The covert nature of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lair was such that it was not only remote, but also devoid of any accessible roads. Had it not been for Optimus Prime, Chen Feng would never have discovered the hidden abode of S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Spider-Man disembark from the elderly vehicle, Chen Feng watched as, guided by Optimus Prime, he dashed into the depths of the mountains. Without the burden of the old car, Spider-Man's speed was remarkable. In just half an hour, he successfully reached S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon arrival, Spider-Man did not act immediately, but instead loitered around the vicinity. This time, Chen Feng felt no urgency. He could discern that Spider-Man was awaiting the opportune moment. The ideal time for thievery is in the dead of night, while others slumber. Indeed, at 4 a.m., Spider-Man made his move. Utilizing both hands and feet, he ascended the aerial carrier, evading the station's sentinels, and brought the multifunctional watch close to the electronic lock of the main entrance. To gain entry into the interior of the aerial carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel required an electronic access card. Although Spider-Man lacked such a card, he possessed something far more formidable, the multifunctional watch. The true strength lay not in the watch itself, but in the remote control system of Optimus Prime. As Spider-Man pressed the watch against the electronic lock, Optimus Prime swiftly hacked into the system, simultaneously silencing the audible alert of the unlocking mechanism. Thus, the two sentinels stationed at the door remained oblivious to the intruder's entry into the aerial carrier. Cautiously, Spider-Man opened the door just a crack, skillfully slipped inside, and gently closed the door behind him. Through the 3D holographic projector projected by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng observed Spider-Man's deft movements and pondered that the web-slinger must have engaged in numerous acts of thievery. As Spider-Man infiltrated the interior of the airborne aircraft carrier, the very stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D., he eschewed conventional walking and instead traversed the ceiling with remarkable speed and agility, making not a whisper. Suddenly, he halted mid-crawl at a corner, pressing himself against the ceiling, perfectly still. Chen Feng, puzzled, soon beheld through the holographic projector two fully armed soldiers patrolling as they passed through the corridor. It dawned on him that Spider-Man's extraordinary ability, known as the Spider Sense, had alerted him to the presence of others, compelling him to seek the most advantageous hiding spot. This Spider Sense allowed him to perceive his surroundings akin to a spider sensing vibrations in the air. Chen Feng marveled at the notion that Spider-Man, if he were to pursue a life of crime, would be an underutilized talent. He even speculated that with Spider-Man's unique gifts, anything from pilfering a mere needle to stealing the moon itself was not beyond the realm of possibility. As Spider-Man advanced, his spider sense enabled him to deftly evade all threats. With Optimus Prime's assistance, he navigated S.H.I.E.L.D. with remarkable ease. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Spider-Man was unaware of the location of vibranium. He could only rummage through various areas in search of it. The vastness of S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a labyrinth, and as he spiraled through its corridors, he felt dizzy from the disorientation. As dawn approached, Spider-Man managed to swipe a few loaves of bread and sought refuge in a ventilation shaft. He did not intend to depart, leading Chen Feng to surmise that Spider-Man planned to resume his quest for vibranium under the cover of night. Nestled within the vent, Spider-Man succumbed to slumber. Thus, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to alert him when Spider-Man awakened, before retiring himself. Night fell. At the witching hour, Chen Feng received a notification from Optimus Prime. He instructed the automaton to activate the 3D holographic projector, immediately revealing Spider-Man's stealthy silhouette. After several hours of searching, Chen Feng inquired of Optimus Prime, "Does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system not contain information regarding the vibranium?" "Indeed, my lord, the system does hold data on vibranium, yet it does not specify its precise location." Optimus Prime responded, "Direct Spider-Man to the weapons laboratory and the armory. He may find something there," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Upon receiving the alert from Optimus Prime, Spider-Man made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons laboratory. The lab was expansive, and despite the late hour, numerous fervent scientists remained engrossed in their research. Displaying his ingenuity, Spider-Man stealthily donned a suit of protective gear, rendering himself unrecognizable. He perused the laboratory for an extended period, sifting through countless items in search of vibranium, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he exited the weapons lab and proceeded to the armory. The S.H.I.E.L.D. armory was a spectacle to behold. Rows of shelves were laden with an array of weaponry, ranging from miniature handguns to formidable tanks, and even several large missiles were prominently displayed. The armory is an immensely significant location, thus it is under constant surveillance, with numerous individuals patrolling around the clock. Although these patrollers are unarmed, their prowess is formidable. Even the likes of Spider-Man may find himself outmatched. This elite cadre consists of advanced agents meticulously trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., having received injections akin to Natasha's super serum. The sheer number of patrollers makes Spider-Man's search exceedingly slow after only a couple of attempts. He swiftly ascends to the ceiling using his webbing to evade detection. Chen Feng sips on a bottle of 1982 Lafite and through a 3D holographic projector. He gazes upon the armory brimming with cutting-edge weaponry. He muses to himself, "Once I attain sufficient strength, I shall procure all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal to equip my own underlings." Chapter 52. Drinking, Down in one, Spider-Man spent 3 arduous days scouring the entire armory, yet he still failed to locate any vibranium. His furtive endeavors had left him in a state of despondency, prompting him to express his desire to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while before attempting to steal again. Chen Feng, however, did not acquiesce, insisting that Spider-Man continue his search within S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, Chen Feng could have had Spider-Man apprehend S.H.I.E.L.D. operative to extract information on the vibranium's whereabouts. Yet, he harbored concerns that should Spider-Man falter, it would alert S.H.I.E.L.D., compelling them to conceal the vibranium even more securely. After days of diligent searching with no success, Spider-Man reluctantly decided to seek the assistance of Natasha. Optimus Prime, contact Natasha, commanded Chen Feng. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, ready to comply. In a bar in Los Angeles, Natasha drowned her sorrows, consuming one drink after another. To her, it felt as though she was not imbibing alcohol, but rather sorrow itself. She had resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D., no longer a senior agent, stripped of her once coveted privileges. While she had no regrets about leaving, having uncovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by Hydra and that many within its ranks were Hydra members, it was Chen Feng's behavior that troubled her. She longed to retreat to Chen Feng's private island to clear her mind, yet he had rebuffed her, even returning the Transformers, which infuriated her deeply. It was worth noting that she had borne the brunt of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pressure alone when they discovered her involvement in the theft of vibranium, all in an effort to assist Chen Feng. His subsequent attitude was nothing short of enraging. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Chen Feng on his private island. Alas, the island was under the protection of Optimus Prime, rendering her unable to go there. Instead, she found solace in the bar, seeking to alleviate her frustration through drink. Ding ding ding. Natasha's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, she felt a surge of anger. That audacious Chen Feng dares to contact me again, truly underestimating my resolve. She muttered indignantly before pressing the decline button. Ding ding ding. The phone rang once more. Natasha pressed the decline button again, but to her dismay, her phone malfunctioned. No matter how many times she pressed the button, it proved futile. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated her screen, revealing Chen Feng's image. Hello, Natasha. Chen Feng greeted her cheerfully. Chen Feng, how dare you invade my phone with Optimus Prime? Natasha retorted, her frustration palpable. What choice did I have when you refused to answer my calls? Chen Feng replied. Why should I answer your calls? Are we that familiar? Natasha shot back, still incensed. Understanding the source of her ire, Chen Feng responded. I merely wish to invite you to my private island for a visit, which I am now extending. To procure the vibranium, he felt compelled to make such concessions. At worst, when Natasha arrived on the island, he could construct a charming wooden cabin by the seaside for her, ensuring she would not disturb the research of Dr. Hank Pym and his team. Do you imagine that place is paradise? Everyone desires to go, but I must tell you, I have no intention of attending. That is that. And with that, I hung up. Natasha exclaimed in frustration, attempting to power down her phone, yet was unable to do so, as Optimus Prime had commandeered her device's control system. Aware that she could do nothing against Optimus, Natasha tucked her phone into her pocket and resumed her drinking. The din of the bar was overwhelming, rendering her phone's speaker inaudible to her ears. Consequently, Chen Feng instructed Optimus to cut the power to the bar where Natasha was situated. With ease, Optimus severed the electricity, plunging the establishment into darkness. Instantly, chaos ensued as some ruffians seized the opportunity to engage in mischief, taking advantage of unsuspecting women and robbing patrons. Natasha, possessing an alluring beauty and the charm of a mature woman, soon caught the attention of two thugs. However, Natasha was no damsel in distress. With a couple of swift punches, she dispatched the two assailants and, still unsatisfied, delivered a few more kicks, utterly obliterating them. As if nothing had transpired, she returned to her seat at the bar, continuing to drink. Natasha, we need to have a serious conversation, Chen Feng stated, with the bar's music silenced. His voice resonated clearly through Natasha's phone. In a fit of rage, Natasha hurled her phone to the ground, shattering the world's most advanced device into pieces. Although Natasha's phone lay in ruins, the others in the bar remained intact. The bartender nearest to Natasha then relayed Chen Feng's voice. Natasha, I have a few inquiries to make. If you oblige, I shall gift you a suit of Tony's iron armor and a copy of the JARVI's system. What do you say? I have no interest in Tony's outdated iron armor. If you seek to prove your sincerity, present me with a transformer instead, Natasha retorted. Find a secluded spot, and we shall converse properly, Chen Feng suggested. I refuse. I will remain right here. Either you come to me, or do not bother me at all, Natasha declared with an air of arrogance, relishing the fact that Chen Feng was now seeking her out. Very well. I shall be there shortly, Chen Feng replied, albeit reluctantly. After ending the call, he commanded, Optimus, restore power to the bar, and then prepare. We are heading to Los Angeles. He donned a specially designed suit, capable of stretching, ensuring that he would not tear it during his transformation. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng piloted the transformer to hover above the bar in Los Angeles, landing it atop the building before leaping down. With a flick of his wrist, he deployed his web and gracefully descended to the entrance of the bar. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Natasha at the bar, sipping her drink. He approached her, seated himself beside her, and declared, I have arrived. Shall we talk now? Natasha gestured to the waiter. Bring this gentleman a bottle of whiskey, the largest you have. The waiter, delighted, placed an enormous bottle of whiskey before Chen Feng, contemplating the generous commission that would sustain him for months. Natasha pointed at the whiskey bottle on the bar and said to Chen Feng, drink this entire bottle in one go, and then we shall converse. Her anger lingered, and she sought to retaliate against Chen Feng in this manner. In his heart, Chen Feng silently thought, continue to be arrogant. Just wait until I acquire the vibranium. Then we shall see how you carry on. For the sake of the vibranium, Chen Feng chose to accept the punishment. He stood up, placed one foot on the chair, and embraced the colossal bottle of whiskey. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth wide, and with a cascade of liquid, he began to drink without swallowing. His audacious method of drinking, coupled with the enormous whiskey bottle in his grasp, drew the attention of many patrons in the bar. Numerous onlookers even took out their phones to capture the moment, while some cheered him on with applause and encouragement. Chapter 53. Chen Feng's fury after downing an entire bottle of whiskey. Chen Feng's belly swelled noticeably. He belched loudly and slammed the empty bottle onto the bar, addressing Natasha. Now can we talk? Applause erupted in the bar. Brother, what a capacity for alcohol. What is your name? Incredible. You finished that whole bottle in one go. Truly impressive. The patrons expressed their admiration for Chen Feng's drinking prowess, some eager to know his name, while others sought his companionship. A few women, dressed provocatively, were particularly keen on engaging deeply with him. Natasha, observing the scene, smiled quietly, choosing not to intervene. Chen Feng had his moments of amiability, yet at times, he could be exceedingly difficult. With a thunderous bang, he slammed his palm on the bar, leaving an imprint from his hand due to the force. Various barware toppled over from the shock. He turned to the women who had been surrounding him and shouted, "Get lost!" They fled in fright, as did the onlookers, intimidated by his display of strength. Witnessing even the bartender scurry away, Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to Natasha, demanding, "Tell me where vibranium is stored in S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you intend to do?" Natasha inquired sternly, suspecting his motives were to steal the vibranium. "Mind your own business. Just tell me where it's kept," Chen Feng replied assertively. With a clever glint in her eyes, Natasha responded, "You must first give me the transformer, and then I shall divulge the information. Is that all it takes for you to demand a transformer?" "Such greed," Chen Feng retorted. "Perhaps it is a bit greedy. But considering you deceived me, had Optimus Prime destroy my aircraft, and left me stranded in the sea, I think some compensation is in order after I was caught trying to steal vibranium for you, and subsequently resigned in search of solace. Yet you turned me away. You have wronged me. Thus I require your transformer. It's a fair trade. Natasha argued persuasively. I can upgrade Iron Man Tony's armor and the Jarvis AI system for you, ensuring they surpass anything Tony currently creates, Chen Feng offered. He was aware that following a significant setback, Tony had been diligently enhancing his armor and the Jarvis system. From Optimus Prime, he learned that Tony's latest upgrades were 2 to 3 times more effective than his previous designs. In comparison, his own Transformer and Optimus Prime SAI were significantly inferior. Chen Feng, knowing the details of Tony's advancements, felt no hesitation in offering a slight enhancement of Tony's creations to Natasha. Natasha hesitated for a moment before responding. All right, but the steel armor I desire must be a feminine version, and it should be capable of transformation, akin to Transformers, able to morph into an aircraft, a speedboat, a submarine, a drilling machine, and a sports car. Natasha's requirements were not overly difficult, and thus Chen Feng readily agreed. Very well. First, manufacture my steel armor, and then I shall reveal to you the location of the vibranium within S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha cleverly remarked, having been deceived by Chen Feng several times. She harbored doubts about his character, believing this approach to be the most prudent. Can't you tell me first? I am in urgent need, Chen Feng retorted, irritated. Spider-Man is still on standby at S.H.I.E.L.D. Given Natasha's specifications, it would take several days to fabricate the female version of the steel armor. He fretted over Spider-Man's potential discontent, especially since the hero was already growing impatient to depart. Natasha pouted. Your integrity is questionable. Without securing the items, I fear you might deceive me again. To agree or to refuse. Chen Feng was in a quandary. He contemplated the idea of kidnapping A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to extract the precise location of the vibranium, but he worried about alerting them. Natasha, however, was in a different position. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already abandoned her. Even if she were unaware of the current whereabouts of the vibranium, she could easily ascertain its location through her acquaintances within S.H.I.E.L.D., given her numerous admirers there. Chen Feng mused quietly. Natasha is too stubborn. Perhaps I should consider abducting her. Natasha noticed Chen Feng's gaze upon her and smiled slightly. Teasing, am I too beautiful? You seem entranced, not even blinking. Are you truly unwilling to divulge any information first? Chen Feng asked earnestly. Provide me with what I seek, and then I shall speak, Natasha insisted stubbornly. Very well. Don't blame me then, Chen Feng declared as he stood up. Natasha immediately sensed something amiss and, with heightened alertness, inquired, What are you planning? Didn't you wish to visit a private island? I shall take you there now, Chen Feng replied with a mischievous grin. I have no desire to go at this moment, Natasha responded cautiously. That decision is no longer yours to make. With that, Chen Feng moved swiftly. His agility was impressive, yet Natasha was no slouch either, having lived for over 90 years. Her combat experience was vast, honed through numerous life-and-death encounters. Furthermore, her physical abilities had been enhanced through the covert Soviet program Red Room during World War II, which not only augmented her strength, but also decelerated her aging process. An expert martial artist, she mastered various disciplines such as karate, judo, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing, and numerous styles of kung fu. In terms of weaponry, she excelled as both a sharpshooter and a weapon specialist. She was also a tactical expert, possessing remarkable strategic acumen as a strategist and commander. Thus, for Chen Feng to defeat Natasha in a fair contest of strength would prove to be no simple task. He reached out with both arms towards Natasha, attempting to constrain her freedom with sheer force. Natasha's body arched backward, her feet striking Chen Feng's abdomen, propelling her 2 meters away. With a graceful roll, she swiftly regained her footing. This was Chen Feng's first encounter with Natasha, and he was taken aback by her remarkable reaction speed. Consequently, he commanded, Optimus Prime, disable all power sources in the vicinity. Having merged with Spider-Man's DNA, he possessed spider sense, rendering the darkness less of a hindrance to him. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded promptly. In an instant, the bar and its surroundings plunged into darkness. The bar erupted into chaos once more. To prevent any distractions from his confrontation with Natasha, Chen Feng bellowed, "Everyone, get out now, or you shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." The patrons of the bar had previously witnessed Chen Feng's formidable prowess. Thus, upon hearing his fierce declaration, they hastily scrambled to exit the establishment. Chapter 54. The trait of lizard DNA serum. Chen Feng possesses the remarkable ability of spider sense, while Natasha is endowed with the skill of auditory localization. Although her talent is slightly inferior to spider sense, Natasha's extensive combat experience compensates for this shortcoming. Within the dimly lit confines of the bar, only Chen Feng and Natasha remain. In the shadowy atmosphere of the bar, an intense confrontation ensues between Chen Feng and Natasha. With a swift motion, Chen Feng, relying on his spider sense, accurately locates Natasha and releases a strand of webbing. The web adheres to Natasha's hand. In a flash, Natasha draws a dagger concealed within her calf, slicing through the web with a swift flick. Chen Feng unleashes a barrage of webbing, yet Natasha evades with agility, occasionally ensnared but always quick to sever the strands with her dagger. Ultimately, Chen Feng ceases his web-slinging and charges towards Natasha. Unfazed, Natasha, a seasoned warrior, is undeterred as long as Chen Feng does not transform into a titan. Chen Feng leaps high, delivering a kick aimed at Natasha. She, dagger in hand, leans back, thrusting her blade upward just as Chen Feng nearly soars over her head. Reacting swiftly, Chen Feng shoots a strand of webbing to the ceiling, pulling himself upward just in time to evade Natasha's lethal strike. Though Natasha cannot fly, her bullets soar with deadly precision. She swiftly draws her pistol, firing 2 shots into the ceiling without a second thought. Hearing the sound of the chamber being loaded, Chen Feng propels a strand of webbing towards the wall, using it to navigate swiftly. As he moves, the rush of wind creates noise, allowing Natasha to pinpoint his direction. She hastens towards the wall. Chen Feng pushes off the wall, lunging at Natasha. Bang! 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 Natasha fires multiple rounds. She hits Chen Feng, who nonetheless crashes into her. Enhanced by the genes of the lizard professor, Chen Feng is unperturbed by non-fatal injuries. Natasha possesses numerous valuable items, including a watch that emits a powerful electric current. Chen Feng is momentarily paralyzed by the shock. Natasha, accustomed to the sensation, remains unharmed and quickly kicks Chen Feng away before fleeing. "How are you unscathed? I clearly hit you," Natasha exclaims in astonishment. Although the bar is shrouded in darkness, she can detect the metallic tang of blood in the air, estimating that Chen Feng must have sustained at least 3 gunshot wounds. Yet, Chen Feng appears as vigorous as ever, showing no signs of injury. Chen Feng refrains from further attack, stating, "Tell me the exact location of the vibranium, and I will share my secret with you." "Do you possess an immortal body?" Natasha inquires skeptically. Seeing Natasha's reluctance to answer, Chen Feng responds, "It is a special serum. As long as the brain remains intact, even severe injuries can heal rapidly." "What? Are you interested? I could offer this in trade. Are there any side effects?" Natasha inquired thoughtfully, genuinely intrigued. "Well, I won't mislead you. I am utilizing the lizard DNA serum developed by Professor Lizard. The side effect is that one may transform into a half-human, half-lizard creature. However, as long as you can manage your emotions, you won't become a lizard person," Chen Feng elucidated. "If I desire a vial of the lizard DNA serum and a female version of the iron armor, would you agree?" Natasha asked. "I can provide the lizard DNA serum right away, but the female version of the iron armor will take a few days to produce," Chen Feng replied. "All right, give me the lizard DNA serum first. Once I inject it, and everything goes smoothly, I will disclose the precise location of the vibranium to you," Natasha conceded. "Then accompany me to my private island," Chen Feng invited. Once on his territory, Natasha would not have the final say. "I need to make a phone call first," Natasha stated. Astutely aware of potential dangers, Natasha worried that upon reaching the private island, Chen Feng might turn against her. Thus, she called a close friend at SHIELD to inform them of her destination and to alert them that if anything were to happen to her, it would certainly be Chen Feng's doing, requesting her friend to seek retribution on her behalf. By making this call in Chen Feng's presence, Natasha effectively warned him against any reckless actions. Chen Feng, however, was indifferent as long as he could obtain what he desired. In the face of mutual benefit, even the deepest of enmities could be set aside. For instance, Chen Feng and Natasha, who had just been at odds, were now becoming collaborators. Chen Feng transformed his transformer into airplane mode, carrying Natasha back to the private island. Upon their return, Chen Feng summoned Professor Lizard. When Professor Lizard heard that someone wished to inject his lizard DNA serum, he joyfully emerged from the laboratory, clutching a vial of the serum and a syringe, eagerly exclaiming, "Who is it? Who wishes to inject the lizard DNA serum?" The lizard DNA serum, long rejected by humanity, was now being sought after, leading Professor Lizard to believe that humanity was beginning to recognize his work, filling him with delight. Chen Feng pointed to Natasha and explained to Professor Lizard, "It is she. She is a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And during World War II, her body was altered by a secret Soviet organization known as the Red Room. She is a superhero, and upon hearing about your lizard DNA serum, she expressed great interest in injecting it, hence my bringing her here. She is from the World War II era? But how is she so young?" Professor Lizard exclaimed, astonished. "Her aging process is approximately 100 times slower than that of an ordinary person," Chen Feng clarified. "Oh, that is remarkable," Professor Lizard remarked, then turned to Natasha with an eager expression, saying, "Miss, I am a biologist. May I draw a sample of your blood for research purposes? What benefits can you offer me in return?" Natasha inquired. Her blood, already in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., was taken for research purposes. Unlike others who treasure their uniqueness, she would readily offer a sample if the price was enticing enough. The dilemma for Professor Lizard lay in his impoverished state. Apart from a few research instruments and an abundance of lizards, he possessed nothing of value. "How about $100 billion? Chen Feng proposed. Natasha's genes held little significance for him, which is why he had not previously considered her. Moreover, Natasha's cunning nature made it exceedingly difficult to extract her genetic material. Chen Feng, however, was intrigued by her ability to slow the aging process. If he could develop a similar serum from her blood, it would be worth $1,000 billion. Should he succeed in such an endeavor, he would have others test it, and upon success, he would extract the genes from them, ensuring his own safety in the process. Chapter 55. The Transformed Natasha. Previously, I sold the supercomputer you gifted me to Iron Man Tony, earning a staggering $100 billion, so I am quite affluent now, Natasha stated. What do you desire? Chen Feng inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha replied, I wish for a form-fitting battle suit that I can wear casually, yet can withstand attacks during combat. I am confident that with your capabilities, you can develop such an attire. Chen Feng nodded. All right, I promise to fulfill your request. Natasha rolled up her sleeves, exposing her fair arms, and addressed Professor Lizard. Come on, draw my blood. Professor Lizard's eyes sparkled with excitement as he held the syringe intended for injecting Natasha with lizard DNA serum, extracting a full vial of her blood before he ceased. After carefully placing the vial away, he returned with another syringe containing the lizard DNA serum and asked Natasha, Are you ready? Natasha turned to Chen Feng, her expression serious as she asked, Chen Feng, is this serum truly safe? Rest assured, the lizard DNA serum developed by Professor Lizard has been injected into numerous animals without any adverse effects. Humans should be no different. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to administer it myself, Chen Feng reassured her. With a sense of pride, Professor Lizard held the syringe and declared, Miss, please trust in my expertise. Natasha moved to the window, grasped the curtain, and pulled it down with force, draping it over herself, concerned about potential exposure during her transformation. Professor Lizard administered the injection into Natasha's arm. Ah! Natasha cried out in agony. As the lizard DNA serum coursed through her veins, her skin began to turn green, and scales gradually emerged. With a loud crack, a small tail sprouted from Natasha's lower back, striking the ground with enough force to shatter the tiles beneath her. Subsequently, her hands elongated, with her fingernails sharpening into points. As the green scales enveloped her entire body, Natasha underwent yet another transformation. The scales shifted hue, transforming into a brilliant crimson. When Natasha's cries finally subsided, both Professor Lizard and Chen Feng stood in astonishment, feeling that the pain had abated. Natasha glanced down at her transformed body. Wasn't I supposed to grow larger? Why haven't I? And why am I now a fiery red? She pondered aloud. Miss, could you test the power of your claws? Professor Lizard suggested. Very well. Natasha discarded the curtain, relieved that her form had not expanded, thus alleviating her concerns about modesty. Wow, how adorable! Chen Feng exclaimed. Without the curtain's concealment, he beheld the transformed Natasha. Rather than becoming grotesque, she had grown even more alluring. Her slender physique, artistic hands, golden hair, and vibrant red scales, complemented by the small tail swaying playfully, created a strikingly beautiful, sensual, and captivating presence, with an endearing quality. If the Natasha of before exuded a mature beauty, the current Natasha radiated the essence of a goddess from myth, strange yet enchanting. Natasha, with a swift motion, etched 5 deep gashes into the floor, producing a piercing sound. Such sharp nails, she exclaimed, feeling that these claws were even sharper than the dagger she typically carried. Try your strength, the lizard professor urged with excitement, noting this as a new discovery. Surveying her surroundings, Natasha replied, I can easily move items like sofas, but there is nothing suitable here. Optimus Prime, come and compete with Natasha, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Controlling a steel exoskeleton, Optimus approached Natasha, extending his hands with utmost courtesy. Miss Natasha, may I have the honor of your challenge? All right, Natasha agreed, pressing her hands against the exoskeletons. Begin, Chen Feng instructed. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of 4 resounding impacts echoed. Both Natasha and the armored suit's feet sank into the floor, ensuring they would not slip and lose their strength. Excitement surged within Natasha as she felt her newfound power, magnified tenfold and beyond. They both exerted their strength simultaneously. The air crackled with the sound of compression as their forces clashed. Natasha held her ground for mere seconds before being pushed back by the armored suit. Each step Optimus took left a crater in the ground. Optimus Prime, stop, Chen Feng ordered. This lizard DNA serum is incredibly potent. I feel as though I could tear through anything, Natasha exclaimed, exhilarated. Chen Feng pointed at the exoskeleton and said to Natasha, use your claws to see if you can leave marks on it. Natasha leaped forward and swiped with her claws. With a swift motion, 5 distinct gashes appeared on the armored suit. This exoskeleton was personally crafted by Tony Stark, utilizing specialized steel, making you quite formidable now, Chen Feng praised. This venture has proven worthwhile, Natasha replied with a satisfied smile. You should try to control your emotions and see if you can revert to your normal state, Chen Feng suggested. All right, Natasha agreed, beginning to regulate her feelings. Unlike the lizard professor, who could not manage his emotions and required an antidote to return to normalcy, Natasha, having lived for over 90 years and weathered numerous storms, found emotional control to be child's play. In no time, she succeeded. The scales on her body gradually faded, and the tail behind her shrank until it vanished completely. With a laugh, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle at the sight of a hole behind Natasha, revealing a clear view of the scene within. Upon witnessing her transformation back to normal, Natasha joyfully leaped and cheered. Yay, I'm back to normal. Suddenly, she felt a chill against her rear. Before she could reach to touch it, Chen Feng draped the curtain she had previously torn down around her, grinning as he advised. Do mind your appearance. This piqued her curiosity further, and she reached back to touch. Natasha let out a scream, her face instantly flushed with crimson. Professor Lizard, concerned that something was amiss with Natasha's condition, inquired with great care, Natasha, what is the matter? Is there an issue with your health? In truth, his concern was rooted in the potential complications arising from the fusion of the lizard DNA serum with Natasha. Covering her posterior and blushing profusely, Natasha awkwardly replied, It's nothing. Really. Optimus Prime, please fetch a suitable outfit for Natasha, commanded Chen Feng. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Given Natasha's voluptuous figure, She could not don the form-fitting garments of Zhao Hailuan, so Optimus Prime selected a lovely dress for her. Chapter 56. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Vault. Dressed in a gown, Natasha appeared transformed, no longer the sultry vixen but rather a serene, intellectual woman. However, Chen Feng had no time to admire her unusual beauty. He eagerly inquired, "Natasha, may I now learn the precise location of the vibranium?" Natasha nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Yes, indeed. The vibranium was originally stored in the weapons laboratory, accessible to all personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, I was spotted by a scientist engaged in weapon research and subsequently captured. Although I am no longer with S.H.I.E.L.D., I have cultivated many friendships over the decades, and I learned from them that Fury has relocated the vibranium to one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most secure vaults. This vault is quite substantial, nearly the size of your living room. It lacks an electronic lock, relying instead on a massive iron padlock, which is rather unique. It requires 3 keys to unlock. If any key is incorrect or if one attempts to force it open, an alarm system will be triggered, emitting a deafening sound. Thus, it is imperative to gather all 3 keys. There are 3 keys, she continued. One is with Director Fury, another with Deputy Director Maria Hill, and the last one is located at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center. Chen Feng, do you find this difficult? Not particularly. Please continue, Chen Feng replied.
He believed that acquiring the keys would be a task well suited to Spider-Man, who excelled in such endeavors. Indeed, gathering the 3 keys is not overly challenging.
As Fury and Hill are not particularly formidable, their strength lies predominantly in their leadership. However, the challenge lies with the vault door itself. Constructed from a special alloy, it weighs 20 tons, or 40,000 pounds. While it might be manageable to push open, some genius decided it must be lifted upwards, necessitating several individuals of considerable strength to access the vault. When I witnessed Fury enter, he had 4 mutated strongmen lift the iron door. Therefore, even if you managed to collect all 3 keys, it would be impossible for one person to gain entry, Natasha explained in detail. Optimus Prime, project the S.H.I.E.L.D. blueprints using the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime. A suit of steel armor illuminated its eyes, projecting a grand image of an airborne aircraft carrier into the air. Chen Feng turned to Natasha, saying, "Identify the location of the vault." The 3D holographic projector was quite commonplace in this world, so Natasha felt no surprise. She extended her hand, navigating the controls with finesse, and then pointed to a specific spot. Here it is. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary wall, but in truth, it is a concealed door. By pressing on it with both hands, one can slide it to the sides, revealing the vault I mentioned. Excellent, thank you. Please take a rest. I assure you, I will uphold my promise, Chen Feng said, his happiness evident. After Natasha departed, Chen Feng returned to his chamber and commanded, Optimus Prime, convey the precise location of the vibranium to Peter, along with the method to access the vault. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. In a ventilation shaft of S.H.I.E.L.D., the slumbering Spider-Man was roused by Optimus Prime's call. Upon learning the specific location of the vibranium and the means to enter the vault, he grimaced and clenched his teeth before setting off to procure the key. Fury and Hill, one the director and the other the deputy director, wield immense power. Thus their surroundings were perpetually guarded. Unable to enter Fury's room through the front door, Spider-Man opted for the ventilation shaft instead. The shaft was quite constricted, forcing him to contort his body to squeeze through. Upon entering Fury's chamber, a smile crept across Spider-Man's face as he spotted the vault key resting on the bedside table. With a swift flick, he shot out a web, ensnaring the key and gently lifting it. Without delay, he hastened to Hill's quarters. Hill was a striking beauty, rivaling Natasha. As Spider-Man entered her room, he was nearly overwhelmed by her alluring pose, nearly causing him to lose composure. He rummaged through her belongings, but the key eluded him. In a moment of audacity, he stealthily lifted the collar of Hill's attire. There lay a key, along with her voluptuous figure. Unable to resist, he stole a few glances before proceeding with his plan. He retrieved a pair of scissors and was poised to sever the string holding the key when, unexpectedly, Hill opened her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he covered her mouth and delivered a swift punch to her temple. Lacking any superhuman abilities, Hill's rise to the position of deputy director was due to her rigorous training as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, her extensive experience in espionage, and her exceptional combat skills along with adeptness in various weaponry. Thus, she succumbed to Spider-Man's blow. Binding Hill securely, Spider-Man made a hasty exit towards the command center. Despite the increased vigilance there, he managed to blend in effortlessly and secured the final key. With all 3 keys in hand, his previously somber spirit was considerably lifted. Guided by Optimus Prime's insights, he arrived at a corridor and, after 2 hours of observing the patrol schedule, he sprang into action. With both hands pressed against a wall in the corridor's center, he shifted it to the right, revealing a heavy iron door. Rapidly retrieving the 3 keys, he turned them in succession. Click, click, click. With a final turn, the lock released. Crouching down, he grasped the iron door and exerted force upwards. The door lifted slightly, but refused to budge further. Sensing the approach of a patrol, he gently lowered the door back into place, securing the disguise before once more scaling the ceiling. On Chen Feng's side, having witnessed the entire process, he instructed Optimus Prime, "Have Peter gather some tools." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. Prompted by Optimus Prime, Spider-Man discovered numerous tools, including a jack and iron rods, among others. Spider-Man sprang into action once more. First, he pried the door open slightly with an iron rod, then grasped the lower part of the door with both hands, exerting all his strength in a moment of explosive effort, lifting the 20-ton door by a remarkable 50 centimeters. That height was sufficient. With a swift kick, he positioned the jack beneath the door before releasing his grip. With the jack in place, he leaned against it to elevate the door once more, swiftly slipping inside. Inside the safe, darkness enveloped him, devoid of any glimmer of light. Fortunately, his multifunctional wristwatch illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to discern the contents within. Though not abundant, the items in the safe were meticulously arranged. On a private island, Chen Feng gazed at the neatly aligned vials, his heart racing with excitement. If his assumptions were correct, these were the serums of the superpowered individuals from the Marvel Universe, spanning across generations. Chapter 57. Impersonating Fury to issue orders. Optimus Prime, ensure that Spider-Man acquires the vibranium, and subsequently, devise a means to obtain additional serums from other superhumans. Once he returns safely, I can offer him wealth, women, a prosperous career, and more. Chen Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged, relaying Chen Feng's words to Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man felt a surge of temptation. Yet he was also conflicted. His suit lacked pockets. While concealing some vibranium within his attire posed no issue, he dared not stash the serums inside. For if they were to rupture, it could be fatal. Even if it did not lead to death, it could result in monstrous transformations, something he was all too familiar with. Spider-Man had little time to ponder this dilemma. He swiftly searched and discovered an iron box labeled vibranium. The box was unlocked, and upon opening it, he found a small collection of metal pieces, both large and small. He quickly seized several small metal grains and concealed them within his suit, then hastily grabbed 10 vials of superhuman serums, binding them with his webbing and securing them to his back before making a quick exit. At that moment, the patrol time for S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had arrived. He had no time to shut the iron door or remove the jack, so he decided to disregard everything and sprinted out, using his webbing to escape swiftly. Having secured the vibranium, he was no longer fearful of being discovered. As soon as Spider-Man exited the corridor housing the vault, the alarms of S.H.I.E.L.D. blared. The entire facility was thrown into chaos as multitudes of personnel emerged, guards, soldiers, agents, and superhumans alike. A thief had infiltrated the vault, prompting an immediate lockdown of all doors. Any unfamiliar face would be seized, and those who dared to resist would face dire consequences. Everyone, come quickly. I just spotted a red shadow dart past. It must be the thief. You pursue him while I alert the director. They might be in danger, one agent shouted. Trouble. Deputy Director Hill has been knocked unconscious. Another exclaimed. Damn it. How brazen. To dare infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only stealing my key, but attempting to pilfer items from the vault as well. Capture that scoundrel. Spider-Man had become a hunted fugitive, with S.H.I.E.L.D. entering a state of emergency. All entrances and exits were under vigilant guard, and even the ventilation shafts were being searched, leaving no potential hiding spot overlooked. Spider-Man remained undetected, having concealed himself within a trash bin, his head covered with refuse. He was immensely anxious, fearing capture by S.H.I.E.L.D. He understood well the formidable nature of the agency. If they discovered him, escape would be impossible. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, on his private island, was equally anxious, worried that should S.H.I.E.L.D. capture Spider-Man, his vibranium would be lost. Optimus Prime dispatched the Transformers to retrieve Spider-Man, if necessary. They may engage in combat with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng commanded, willing to oppose the agency for the sake of gaining power. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime affirmed. In a private island, the Transformers soared into the sky under Optimus Prime's command, heading towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning that Chen Feng had dispatched Transformers for his rescue, Spider-Man felt a sense of relief amidst his anxiety. He was aware of the formidable capabilities of Chen Feng's Transformers, capable of traversing the skies and earth. Once they arrived, he devised a plan to escape S.H.I.E.L.D., and salvation would be within reach. A few minutes later, Optimus Prime informed Spider-Man that the Transformers had arrived. Spider-Man remained silent, for his hiding place was frequented by passers-by, and he was at risk of being discovered if not for his deep concealment. He understood that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was found. Yet, he had no alternative, which troubled him greatly. On the private island, Chen Feng, knowing that Spider-Man was concealed within a garbage bin and covered with refuse, could not see the internal happenings of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he could hear the sounds around him. From the incessant footsteps, he deduced that Spider-Man was temporarily unable to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. Spider-Man's fate held little concern for him. What mattered was the vibranium on him. Thus, he felt compelled to rescue Spider-Man. To divert the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and create an opportunity for Spider-Man's escape, he commanded Optimus Prime. Optimus, does the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. possess 3D holographic projectors? Indeed, my lord. There are quite a few. The personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. frequently use the 3D holographic projectors for meetings with high-ranking officials, Optimus replied. Then infiltrate the command center system and utilize the 3D holographic projector to project a red silhouette that swiftly moves to conceal itself within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus acknowledged. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury was scrutinizing surveillance footage with Deputy Director Maria Hill, attempting to locate the thief's hiding spot. As Fury intently observed the video, he caught a glimpse of a hazy red figure darting past in his peripheral vision. He quickly turned, but there was nothing to be seen. Noticing Fury's unease, Hill inquired curiously, Director, what is the matter? I just saw a red figure flash by. I am certain it was real, not a figment of my imagination, Fury stated gravely. I'll dispatch personnel immediately, Hill responded, having no doubts about Fury's words. Send Hawkeye over. Fury instructed. Hawkeye, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., lacked superhuman powers but possessed extraordinary eyesight, reflexes, and hand-eye coordination, making him the finest archer on Earth. With Hawkeye on the case, the thief would certainly struggle to remain hidden. Thus, Fury summoned Hawkeye to apprehend the thief. Upon arriving at the command center, Hawkeye searched thoroughly but found nothing. Chen Feng observed the scene at SHIELD's command center. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded Optimus, imitate Fury's voice and issue a command to everyone at SHIELD to assemble on the deck of the aircraft carrier immediately. Understood, my lord, Optimus affirmed. All personnel, immediately assemble on the deck. Fury's voice resonated in the ears of every member of SHIELD. The sound of footsteps echoed. Upon receiving Fury's command, the agents promptly gathered on the deck. Everyone was alerted, including Fury himself. As he listened to his own directive through the wireless earpiece, he was momentarily taken aback. All eyes in the command center were fixed on Fury. Hill spoke up, inquiring, "Director, was that your command? But I didn't hear you speak." "Someone is impersonating the director," Hawkeye remarked. As everyone listened intently, Fury clarified, "The order just issued was not mine. Everyone, return to your respective posts immediately. We must not allow the thief to escape." Chapter 58. Acquiring vibranium after Fury issued his orders, Hawkeye remarked, "Director, my earpiece is not transmitting your voice. I suspect others are experiencing the same issue." "Indeed. We have not heard anything either," others concurred. Hawkeye, swiftly inform everyone to return to their posts. "We must not allow that arrogant thief to escape," Fury urged anxiously. "Understood, Director," Hawkeye acknowledged, mobilizing his team to relay the message. Meanwhile, Hill sat before a computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she input a flurry of command codes. Suddenly, the computer emitted a beep, then went black, yet it continued to operate normally. Observing this, Hill sighed. "Director, we are facing a top-tier hacker. Our system is entirely under their control. Then sever the network. Without connectivity, even the most skilled hacker cannot commandeer our systems," Fury instructed. Hill complied and led her team to disconnect the network cables and shut down the command center's computers, thus safeguarding against the hackers' incursion. Unbeknownst to them, they overlooked the electronic devices carried by SHIELD members, such as radios and mobile phones, which could still transmit information. Hawkeye rushed to the deck to notify everyone to return to their posts. As they did so, the radio crackled with Fury's voice. "Attention! The thief is impersonating a member of SHIELD. Subsequently, all personnel received a text message from the SHIELD system stating, "The thief possesses shape-shifting abilities and can assume anyone's appearance. Remain vigilant. If you observe familiar individuals exhibiting strange behaviors, they may very well be the thief. Apprehend them immediately." Consequently, everyone began to scrutinize those around them, regarding them as potential adversaries. On Spider-Man's end, upon receiving Optimus Prime's alert, he emerged from a garbage bin and swiftly made his way outside. With the guards at the entrance deceived by Optimus Prime, Spider-Man managed to exit SHIELD with ease. Transformers activated their cloaking mode and quickly flew to Spider-Man's side. He entered the body of the Transformer, which, under Optimus Prime's control, soared away. After the Transformers departed with Spider-Man, SHIELD gradually returned to normalcy. On a private island, Chen Feng, witnessing Optimus Prime successfully extract Spider-Man, celebrated with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He then hurried to the villa's rooftop, awaiting the return of the Transformers. In a mere few minutes, the Transformers reappeared, landing on the villa's rooftop and opening their chassis, allowing Spider-Man to emerge. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Peter, you are incredible." "Chen Feng, please do not ever call upon me for such tasks again," Spider-Man replied with a wry smile. "Now, quickly hand over my vibranium and the serum for superhumans," Chen Feng urged impatiently. Spider-Man handed over the 10 vials of serum bound to his back to Chen Feng, then removed his spider suit, shaking out a few small particles of vibranium. Chen Feng swiftly took the vibranium, grasping the particles in one hand while cradling the 10 vials of serum in the other, joyfully addressing Spider-Man. Peter, I keep my promises. Women, career, wealth, whatever you desire, feel free to ask. Spider-Man's talent for thievery had already manifested, and Chen Feng admired it. Considering that he might need Spider-Man in the future, thus, he intended to cultivate a good relationship with him. Women, I shall seek myself. Career, I aspire to transform the newspaper into the largest in the world. Wealth, just grant me $100 billion, Spider-Man replied. Since being abandoned by Mary Jane and feeling dejected by Chen Feng, he had changed, no longer the naive individual he once was. He yearned to reclaim the dignity he had lost, determined to undertake a great endeavor that would demonstrate to those who once looked down upon and mocked him that he, Peter, was indeed formidable. Although both career and wealth were gifts from Chen Feng, he believed they were earned through his own capabilities, albeit through unconventional means. I shall provide you with an intelligence system. It will help promote your newspaper across the entire network, as long as your news is compelling. Becoming the largest newspaper in the world will be effortless. As for the $100 billion, that is far too little. Instead, I shall grant you $1 trillion for your indulgence, Chen Feng declared grandly. Thank you. I shall not be modest, Spider-Man replied gratefully. First, let us go to my villa for a cup of coffee. I will soon provide you with the intelligence system and the $1 trillion, Chen Feng said with enthusiasm. Very well, Spider-Man responded as they descended the stairs. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to entertain Spider-Man before returning to his room, where he commanded, Optimus, create a copy of the Jarvis intelligence system and ensure it listens solely to Peter. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime replied. Moments later, he announced, Master, the copy is complete. The intelligence system will heed only Peter's commands. Excellent. Now transfer $1 trillion to Peter's bank card, Chen Feng commanded. Master, the transfer is complete, Optimus Prime affirmed. Download the copied intelligence system onto my phone, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. Once everything was arranged, Chen Feng descended and handed the phone to Spider-Man, saying, This phone contains an advanced intelligence system that will respond only to you. It currently lacks a name, and you may name it as you wish. Spider-Man accepted the phone, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I have just transferred $1 trillion to you. You received it, correct? Chen Feng inquired. Spider-Man nodded. Yes, I received it. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Chen Feng asked. None, Spider-Man replied. Then I shall have Optimus Prime escort you home, Chen Feng stated. All right, Spider-Man agreed. Just as Chen Feng was about to issue the command, Professor Lizard emerged with a syringe, smiling at Spider-Man and asking, Peter, may I draw a vial of your blood? Professor Lizard has now relinquished his animosity towards Spider-Man, having found a new objective. Chen Feng observed Spider-Man's hesitation and urged, Peter, Professor Lizard aims to develop a serum that enhances human capabilities without any adverse effects. This is why I wholeheartedly support his research. As a national hero, you ought to contribute to humanity. Why not offer a small sample of your blood to Professor Lizard? With a resigned tone, Spider-Man acquiesced. Recognizing the importance of Chen Feng's request, Professor Lizard, elated, collected a vial of Spider-Man's blood and joyfully returned to his laboratory to continue his research. Chapter 59. A bounty of $1 trillion after Spider-Man's departure, Chen Feng, armed with 10 vials of superhuman serum, made his way to Professor Lizard's laboratory. The scene that unfolded was nothing short of chaotic. Bottles and jars were haphazardly strewn about, while an abundance of lizards scuttled about, rendering the space more akin to a refuse dump than a laboratory. Professor Lizard, hold on a moment. I have something splendid to present to you, Chen Feng called out. The professor, who was in the midst of extracting serum from Spider-Man's blood, looked up at Chen Feng and inquired, What splendid item do you possess? Chen Feng placed the 10 vials of superhuman serum on the lab bench, stating, These vials were procured from S.H.I.E.L.D. I am unaware of the identity from whom this serum originates. I entrust them to you for research, and I hope to hear good news in return. The professor eagerly picked up one vial, exclaiming, This is indeed a remarkable find. If you can procure more in the future, I shall undoubtedly develop the most perfect potion. Best of luck, Chen Feng replied with a smile, feeling greatly reassured by the professor's dedication. Upon exiting the laboratory, he was promptly intercepted by Natasha. Chen Feng, you have acquired vibranium. It is now time to fulfill your promise, Natasha asserted. Very well, Chen Feng replied, somewhat resigned. In accordance with Natasha's request, he first set about crafting a costume-like battlesuit. He encouraged Natasha to design an attire that appealed to her aesthetic, which he would subsequently transform into a battlesuit. While Natasha busied herself with the design, Chen Feng delved into the creation of a wearable battlesuit. The specifications for the suit did not require advanced technology, allowing Chen Feng to swiftly develop a fabric with commendable defensive properties. The material, though somewhat heavy due to its metallic content, would pose no hindrance to Natasha. Driven by her pursuit of perfection, Natasha, a genius in her own right, took 3 days to finalize her design. Once Chen Feng received the design blueprint, he promptly commenced work, having already prepared the fabric. Within a matter of hours, he had successfully fashioned the battle suit. When Natasha donned the suit, she beamed with delight as she admired her reflection in the mirror, remarking, "It appears quite splendid. However, I am curious about its defensive capabilities. Your battlesuit possesses significant value. Ordinary bullets will not penetrate it, and it is impervious to both water and fire. Additionally, your cape features a switch at your wrist. Upon activation, it unfurls into a formidable barrier capable of withstanding small missiles," Chen Feng elaborated. Chen Feng, you are truly a genius. How did you conceive such ideas? Natasha praised. If you are satisfied, then let us proceed to design your female version of the iron battle armor. I am eager to assist in its creation, Chen Feng suggested. The armor need not be overly aesthetic. Grant me an hour, and I shall provide you with the design, Natasha replied with enthusiasm. It was through her encounters with Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Chen Feng that Natasha came to appreciate the significance of equipment. With formidable gear, even an ordinary individual could surpass superheroes. True to her word, Natasha presented the female version of the iron battle armor to Chen Feng within an hour. Upon receiving the design blueprint, he set to work on crafting the armor. As Chen Feng busied himself with the creation of steel battle armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomed Iron Man, Tony Stark. Summoned by Nick Fury to investigate a hacking incident, Tony, renowned for his unparalleled computing skills, particularly his advanced J.A.R.V.I.S. artificial intelligence, was sought after to unearth the identity of the audacious thief. Upon accessing the S.H.I.E.L.D. system with J.A.R.V.I.S. by his side, Tony was met with complete silence. No traces of the intrusion could be found. Unwilling to accept defeat, the proud Tony resorted to examining the mobile devices of several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, yet still discovered nothing, not even the slightest indication of a breach. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Tony gravely informed Fury, the individual who infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems is exceptionally skilled. Even with my expertise, I cannot discern any traces, which leads me to suspect one person. Who? Fury inquired eagerly. Chen Feng. His computing prowess far surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. The Orion intelligence system he developed can dominate the entire network. J.A.R.V.I.S. was once ensnared by his Orion system, and I was utterly powerless at that time. He even extorted an island from me, along with the rare materials I had painstakingly gathered from it, Tony replied, gritting his teeth. It's undoubtedly him. He previously enlisted Natasha to steal vibranium, and after that failed attempt, he dares to strike again. Such audacity, believing S.H.I.E.L.D. would not retaliate. Humph, Fury retorted angrily. The theft involved only a few specks of vibranium and 10 vials of super soldier serum, which were not his primary concern. What truly irked him was the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by Chen Feng and the audacious breach of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems, which felt like a grave insult to their authority. Clenching his fist, he declared with determination, "I shall confront him." With that resolution, he decided to lead ASHIELD team to Chen Feng's private island, vowing to restore their honor. Director Fury, should you confront Chen Feng, it is imperative that you refrain from utilizing electronic devices. Otherwise, it could prove perilous, Tony cautioned. This very reason had dissuaded him from seeking Chen Feng's ire. Understood. We possess a multitude of capable superheroes within SHIELD. Subduing him should not pose a challenge, Fury asserted confidently. Humph. Tony scoffed, unconvinced. If Chen Feng disregarded SHIELD, how much less would he regard those who were even stronger? Tony was certain that any attempt by SHIELD to confront Chen Feng would end in utter disaster, given that Chen Feng not only commanded advanced intelligence systems, but had also constructed formidable transformers. Tony, as Chen Feng is your adversary, do you not wish to seek vengeance? Will you not join us in confronting him? Fury pressed. My corporation has been exceedingly busy of late. I lack the time. You may proceed without me. Should you successfully capture or eliminate Chen Feng, I shall reward SHIELD with a sum of $10 billion, Tony proclaimed grandly, unfazed by financial concerns. Very well, it is a deal, Fury replied, elated. With Tony's $1 trillion, he no longer needs to heed the whims of the nation's elite, for he possesses the wealth to pay his subordinates and to fund weapon development. On his private island, Chen Feng, who is in the midst of creating a female version of the Iron Suit, suddenly hears Optimus Prime's voice. My lord, I have intercepted communications from Iron Man Tony. The SHIELD has discovered that you are the one who stole the vibranium and the 10 vials of super soldier serum, and they are coming to give you trouble. Tony has even placed a bounty, declaring that SHIELD will be rewarded with $1 trillion if they can capture or kill you. Director Fury of SHIELD has agreed. Chapter 60, A Declaration of War Against SHIELD. How could they possibly deduce that I am the thief? Chen Feng inquired, perplexed. Director Fury of SHIELD summoned Iron Man Tony to investigate, hoping that he could uncover clues within SHIELD's systems. However, when Tony found no leads, he remarked to Fury, the only person capable of erasing their tracks online is you. Tony, you are courting death, Chen Feng retorted coldly. He had yet to confront Tony. Yet Tony had already sought him out, truly underestimating his resolve. Optimus Prime. Issue a global bounty. Anyone who eliminates Iron Man Tony shall receive a reward of $100 trillion, Chen Feng commanded. Ever since the activation of Optimus Prime's intelligence system, it had continuously aided Chen Feng in amassing wealth. On the internet, Optimus Prime relentlessly scavenged resources, generating astonishing fortunes for Chen Feng. Particularly in the stock market, it served as Chen Feng's personal ATM. His wealth now undoubtedly surpassed that of Iron Man Tony. Though in terms of overall strength, he still fell short. Would he cower in the face of adversity? Absolutely not. He was determined to confront Tony head-on. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime acknowledged. In an instant, across the entire network of the Marvel Universe, a bounty of $100 trillion was publicly announced. This proclamation was visible on any device capable of connecting to the internet, whether it be a computer, television, or smartphone. Chen Feng, in a show of audacity, issued the bounty in his own name. Furthermore, he paid substantial deposits to various assassin organizations to reinforce the belief that he possessed immense wealth. People worldwide witnessed Chen Feng's bounty, including SHIELD itself. Director Fury, upon reading the announcement on his phone, was infuriated, exclaiming, "It must be that damned Chen Feng. He would not issue such a bounty otherwise." Hawkeye sympathetically remarked to Tony, "Tony, you're in serious trouble. Tony, I suggest you remain within SHIELD's protection. No one would dare to harm you here," Hill advised, her expression fraught with concern. Chen Feng is undoubtedly monitoring our conversation, Tony lamented. He regretted ever placing a bounty of $1 trillion on Chen Feng. Had he known the extent of Chen Feng's wealth, he would have refrained. Chen Feng was now affluent, technologically adept, and possessed formidable strength. Moving freely even within a top-tier organization like SHIELD, he was indeed a formidable adversary. Tony, let us unite against Chen Feng, Fury proposed. I have no choice now. I agree, Tony replied resignedly. At this juncture, it was a matter of survival. Either he would perish, or Chen Feng would. He could no longer retreat. Suddenly, the iron armor beside Tony stirred, emanating Chen Feng's imperious voice. If you wish to fight, then let the battle commence. Those who cower are nothing but cowards. The personnel of SHIELD grew tense, adopting a defensive stance as they readied their weapons, aiming them at the iron armor. Witnessing his iron armor being commandeered by Chen Feng, Tony felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was the very essence of undermining his identity as Iron Man. Without the assistance of an intelligence system, he could not restore the full power of the iron armor, rendering him incapable of becoming Iron Man. Chen Feng, you have pilfered from SHIELD and still dare to declare war. Do you truly believe we are powerless against you? Fury bellowed. I did steal it. What will you do about it? Chen Feng retorted defiantly. I will annihilate you. Fury thundered. Possessing immense authority and a cadre of formidable subordinates, he regarded no one on Earth as a threat, save for the top authority of the United States. He even dared to oppose Hydra. Now, faced with Chen Feng's blatant disrespect, he felt his authority was being challenged, and he deemed it imperative to teach Chen Feng an unforgettable lesson as a warning to others. Fury, do you truly believe that with SHIELD's power, you can extinguish me? What a farce. I shall await your arrival on my private island for battle, Chen Feng coldly declared. Next Monday, we shall meet as scheduled, Fury issued a challenge. Whatever, Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. He then turned to Tony, mockingly stating, Tony, I always thought you were a genius. But since you declined my collaboration and instigated this confrontation, I have come to realize that, aside from your prowess in technology, you are quite dim-witted in other respects. Once you defeat SHIELD, then you may mock me. Until then, you lack the standing. Tony retorted, soon enough. You will know whether I do or not. Before Tony could say more, he suddenly heard the countdown initiated by the iron armor, which startled him, prompting him to flee. What is he doing? Is he frightened by something? Hawkeye inquired, scanning the surroundings in confusion. There is nothing here. At that moment, the iron armor announced, self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Run, Fury shouted, hastily making his escape. Hill, Hawkeye, and the core members of SHIELD scrambled for safety. They were all acutely aware of the destructive power of Tony's iron armor. Demolishing a building was trivial, and self-detonation was even more catastrophic. Those in close proximity would not simply be obliterated but reduced to a mist of blood. With a thunderous explosion, the entire airborne aircraft carrier trembled, and alarms blared spontaneously. Chaos erupted within SHIELD, as everyone believed they were under attack. The command center of SHIELD was obliterated, and nearby structures were left in ruins by the shockwave. Fury and his team narrowly escaped, though they sustained internal injuries from the blast. The only one unscathed was Tony, who had fled swiftly and kept his distance, thus avoiding any harm. Fury stared at the wreckage of the command center, seething with rage. This is intolerable, truly intolerable. I will ensure his demise. Chen Feng's network skills are extraordinary. As long as he lives, SHIELD will forever be hesitant to utilize the internet, Hill remarked. Indeed, his hacking abilities are so formidable that even Tony's JARVIS could be supplanted at a whim, Hawkeye lamented. The command center of SHIELD E. L. D. has been obliterated, rendering the airborne aircraft carrier incapable of launching. How, then, are we to reach the private island next week? S. H. I. E. L. D. is a vital conduit. Fury turned to Tony, expressing his discontent. Tony, it is your Iron Man suit that caused this destruction. You are responsible for its restoration. It must be repaired by next Monday. Very well, Tony replied, his expression a portrait of resignation. There was no room for dissent, given that it was indeed his suit that had wrought this havoc. Moreover, he was the only one capable of mending the command center in such a brief span of time. Ouch, it's so hot. Suddenly, a member of S. H. I. E. L. D. shouted, pulling their phone from their pocket and discarding it. Chapter 61. The appointment of Natasha as Commander. My phone is exceedingly hot. Mine as well. Everyone in S. H. I. E. L. D. discarded their phones due to the unbearable heat. Bang, bang, bang. Phones exploded one after another. It must be the doing of Chen Feng, Tony remarked, as his own device met the same fate. Chen Feng is utterly despicable. I am determined to eliminate him. Fury seated. Director, without phones, we are left without any means of communication with the other members, Hill lamented. Alas, this poses a dilemma. Until we resolve the Chen Feng situation, we must rely on human messengers to relay information, Fury replied with resignation. Let us employ aircraft as our means of communication, Tony suggested. It appears we have no other choice, Fury conceded. S. H. I. E. L. D. has completely lost its network functionality. On Chen Feng's side, after causing the explosion of all S. H. I. E. L. D. personnel's phones, he smirked wickedly. You wish to challenge me? I shall ensure your demise. With a sinister grin, he commanded, Optimus Prime, bring forth all the iron armors created by Tony, and do not forget to include additional weaponry. As you wish, my lord. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Furthermore, simulate Tony's voice and instruct Stark Industries to transport all weaponry to the private island. Once the weapons arrive, transfer the funds from Stark Industries. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. The advantage of having an intelligent system like Optimus Prime is remarkable. He can execute commands flawlessly without fail. Additionally, simulate Fury's voice and announce to the U.S. government that S. H. I. E. L. D. is severing ties with the United States and will no longer be under its control, Chen Feng ordered. As you wish, my lord, came the reply from Optimus Prime. Also, send sensitive information regarding S. H. I. E. L. D. to the U.S. President, particularly the data on Hydra members within S. H. I. E. L. D. Chen Feng instructed. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed once more. From this moment forth, Optimus Prime, you shall commandeer global satellites and networks, rendering the U.S. network incapacitated. Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng aimed to dismantle Tony Stark's Stark Industries while creating turmoil for S. H. I. E. L. D. He sought to exert pressure on S. H. I. E. L. D. through the network, ensuring their plight would be arduous. In Stark Industries, Tony's laboratory buzzed with activity as numerous iron armors, equipped with advanced weaponry, soared into the skies, dozens in total. The entire Stark Industries workforce mobilized upon receiving Tony's directive to transport all weaponry to the private island. The entirety of the United States descended into a state of panic, as the network was paralyzed, leaving them unable to access the internet, make calls, or watch television. Upon receiving S. H. I. E. L. D.'s notification, the U.S. government was taken aback. They had not anticipated that S. H. I. E. L. D. would sever its ties with the United States. The President of the United States was even more astounded, for the agency he had ardently supported was not only seeking independence, but was also harboring a multitude of Hydra members. Consequently, the U.S. government unanimously declared war on S. H. They would not tolerate treachery. The Stark Industrial Group has been nearly depleted, unbeknownst to Iron Man Tony. The upper echelons of the United States are poised to declare war on SHIELD, yet its members remain oblivious. This exemplifies the grave consequences of a paralyzed network. Chen Feng, leveraging his technological prowess, orchestrates the various factions at his whim. After issuing a multitude of commands to Optimus Prime, he sought out Natasha, as he was in urgent need of her assistance. Natasha, a remarkably efficient strategist, tactician, and commander, was essential for his plans. While his own strength was formidable, he required Natasha to direct the Iron Armors and the Lizard Army led by Professor Lizard. This was a temporary arrangement. In the future, when he had amassed more subordinates and created a mechanical legion, her guidance would no longer be necessary. Natasha was leisurely fishing on the beach when she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw Chen Feng and greeted him with a slight smile, asking, "Aren't you busy? What brings you here?" "Natasha, would you be interested in joining my team?" Chen Feng inquired earnestly. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Why the sudden invitation to join your team?" "Iron Man Tony has declared war on me," Chen Feng replied. Didn't he previously say that you were not his match? Why the sudden declaration of war?" Natasha asked, puzzled. "Because SHIELD has also declared war on me, which emboldened him to do the same," Chen Feng explained. "What?" Natasha stood up abruptly, unable to believe her ears. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, SHIELD has declared war on me, and they have set a date for next Monday." "Does SHIELD know that you stole vibranium, prompting them to declare war on you?" Natasha queried. "Yes, SHIELD has declared war on me, and I have reciprocated. My strength is currently insufficient, which is why I need your help and hope you will join my team," Chen Feng stated. Natasha frowned, replying, "You've already attracted SHIELD, sire, and now you're inviting me to join you? Am I that bold?" SHIELD is the world's premier organization, composed entirely of experts. With just the two of us, how could we possibly contend with them? I have acquired dozens of iron armors from Tony, and the Lizard Army can also participate. Moreover, with 5 days remaining until Monday, I can manufacture hundreds of iron armors. Therefore, we may not necessarily lose. I have also enabled Optimus Prime to control the global network, including satellites in space, Chen Feng asserted confidently. "Are you truly that formidable?" Natasha asked in astonishment. If what Chen Feng claimed was true, the battle against SHIELD might not be a foregone conclusion. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Absolutely. And to bolster my power, I have taken a substantial amount of weaponry from Stark Industries, essentially depleting it. Additionally, I impersonated Fury's voice to announce to the U.S. leadership in SHIELD's name that SHIELD is severing ties with the United States. You truly are cunning," Natasha remarked in admiration. "Natasha, you must understand that although my team is small in number, each member is a paragon of unparalleled talent. With them by my side, I shall grow ever stronger, and one day, I shall proclaim to the world, in the realm of Marvel, chaos or order, I alone shall dictate," Chen Feng declared with great bravado. "If I were to join, what benefits could you offer me?" Natasha inquired. "I can empower you, making you immensely formidable, even granting you the gift of immortality," Chen replied earnestly. "In the world of Marvel, anything is possible. Is it truly so? You are not deceiving me." Natasha felt a stir within her. The allure of immense power and eternal life is a desire that resonates with all. Chapter 62. The Frenzied Creation of Weapons. Chen Feng nodded, persisting in his persuasion. "Indeed, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You should be aware that I was once an ordinary individual, yet now I command the digital realm, wielding the most advanced technology. My physique can transform into an immensely powerful titan, or into an almost indestructible lizard man, and I possess abilities akin to those of Spider-Man. What I possess now, you too shall acquire in due course. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha was reminded of her days within SHIELD. Having dedicated several decades to the organization, she had contributed significantly to its current glory, yet all she had received in return were her wages and a few privileges. Beyond that, nothing. If Chen Feng's claims held any truth, the allure was undeniable. She sensed that despite Chen Feng's eccentric and sometimes volatile temperament, he was fundamentally a good person, one who would not recklessly harm the innocent due to his formidable strength. Noticing Natasha's hesitation, Chen Feng stoked the flames further. Did you not express a desire to possess a transformer? I shall grant you one. Really? Natasha exclaimed in delight. Indeed. And I shall assist you in transforming it into a female version, equipped with the most sophisticated intelligence system, Chen Feng replied. Very well. I accept and shall join your ranks, Natasha smiled. As they shook hands, Chen Feng rejoiced. Welcome aboard. With Natasha's inclusion, the Iron Armors and Lizard Legion would now have a commander, allowing him to focus solely on battle without the distraction of managing others. Having secured Natasha's support, Chen Feng returned to the villa to convene everyone. In the living room, Dr. Hank and the others sensed an unusual tension. Chen Feng, what is it that you require of us? Dr. Hank inquired. SHIELD and Iron Man, Tony, have declared war upon me, and I hope for your support, Chen Feng stated. Ah, Dr. Hank gasped. What? SHIELD has declared war on you? Professor Lizard was taken aback. SHIELD is not to be trifled with. Dr. Octopus expressed his concern. But Chen Feng, you are one of them. Why would SHIELD declare war on you? Helen Zhao questioned, perplexed. Because I have offended Iron Man, Tony. And I also pilfered a small amount of vibranium and 10 vials of serum from SHIELD. They feel humiliated and thus seek to reclaim their honor, Chen Feng elucidated. Stealing is wrong, Helen Zhao commented. Stealing is not inherently wrong. The error lies in stealing from SHIELD, Dr. Octopus remarked. Perhaps we should relocate, Dr. Hank suggested. He was averse to conflict and had allied with Chen Feng solely for the purpose of quantum research, not to engage in warfare. I only require your support. There is no need for you to engage physically. Before the war begins, I shall ensure your safety and transport you to a secure location, where you shall face no threat, Chen Feng assured. What manner of support do you seek from us? Dr. Hank inquired. Certainly, I wish for you to utilize your expertise. Chen Feng then turned to Professor Lizard and said, Professor Lizard, I implore you to expand the ranks of the Lizard Legion when the time comes. Allow your legion to engage in battle. Certainly, Professor Lizard replied with enthusiasm. Chen Feng then addressed Dr. Hank. Dr. Hank, I am aware that you possess a swarm of flying ants. I would like you to enlarge them and entrust their command to Natasha. Dr. Hank had a device that simulated ant pheromones. When Natasha donned it, she could direct the ants in combat. Although Dr. Hank hesitated internally, fearing that a refusal might jeopardize Chen Feng's assistance with his quantum research, he gritted his teeth and said, Very well, I shall comply. Chen Feng then turned to Dr. Octopus, stating, Dr. Octopus, I hope you can assist me in manufacturing a plethora of intelligent weapons, akin to the mechanical tentacles you possess. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles exhibited remarkable speed, capable of intercepting bullets. With Dr. Octopus's exceptional engineering prowess, he was certain to produce numerous combat machines in a short span. No problem, Dr. Octopus affirmed. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to Helen Zhao, who blinked expectantly at him, awaiting his request. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled and said, Perhaps you should sit this one out. Why? I am quite capable, you know. I can manufacture weapons too. Helen Zhao protested. All right then. You may assist me in weapon creation, Chen Feng responded with a sense of relief. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng declared, All right, the tasks have been assigned, everyone. Let us expedite our efforts. The preservation of our private island relies upon you. Professor Lizard returned to his laboratory and transported a substantial quantity of lizard DNA serum to the island's grove, preparing to transform all the lizards into giant lizards to aid Chen Feng in overcoming their adversaries. Dr. Hank returned to his lab, bringing the flying ants to an open area outside the villa, where he utilized PIM particles to enlarge them, to further augment their combat capabilities. He magnified the ants to the size of elephants, while directing them to seek out companions elsewhere to expand their ranks. Meanwhile, Helen Zhao returned to her lab and began contemplating weapon production. Her kind nature led her to focus on incapacitating the enemy rather than developing lethal weaponry. Dr. Octopus, a veritable workaholic, immediately set to work in his lab, crafting intelligent weapons. With the assistance of his 4 mechanical tentacles, his speed was extraordinary. He could complete a single intelligent weapon in mere minutes. Although the weapons were not large, their intelligence ensured they would autonomously engage enemies upon receiving a command. Chen Feng also returned to his laboratory, embarking on the creation of steel battle armor. He aspired to construct transformers. Yet the complexity of such designs necessitated several days to complete, in contrast to the steel armor, which could be produced in just 1 or 2 hours. With Optimus Prime's assistance, his pace in fabricating the steel armor accelerated remarkably. As he produces each steel battle suit, the newly crafted armor autonomously begins to manufacture additional steel suits under Optimus Prime's command. Consequently, Chen Feng's efficiency multiplies exponentially. The inhabitants of the private island are all diligently occupied, and Natasha is no exception. She is learning to command the Lizard Legion under the tutelage of Professor Lizard, while also studying with Dr. Hank how to direct the swarm of flying ants. The private island is in a state of urgency, with everyone laboring in preparation for the impending battle. A resounding horn echoes as the cargo ship approaches the shore. In the laboratory, upon hearing this sound, Chen Feng cannot help but feel elated. Stark Industries has delivered the weaponry and equipment. With the armaments from Stark Industries, his pace in creating intelligent weaponry accelerates even further. Chapter 63. The Legion of Exotic Beasts. Perhaps it was due to the presence of numerous steel armors that the personnel of Stark Industries remained utterly oblivious to the unusual activities occurring around them. They mistakenly believed that Chen Feng was merely assisting their employer, Iron Man Tony Stark. Consequently, with the aid of Stark Industries employees, the cargo ship S holds, brimming with an array of advanced weaponry, were transported to a private island. Once the personnel of Stark Industries departed the private island, Chen Feng stood amidst towering crates, overflowing with weaponry, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he proclaimed, with S, H, I, E, D, and Tony Stark on their way. I shall graciously entertain you all with these weapons. Natasha pried open one of the crates and, with both hands, hefted out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. After a brief inspection, she returned it to the crate and turned to Chen Feng, saying, Chen Feng, these weapons are extraordinarily advanced. It is indeed unfortunate for S, H, I, E, L, D to encounter an adversary like you. I never wished to be at odds with S, H, I, E, L, D, but having declared war upon me, I shall not be merciful, Chen Feng replied. Given the sheer volume of weaponry here, how many robots do you intend to manufacture to fully utilize them? Natasha inquired. I shall not produce an excessive number of robots due to time constraints, and crafting ordinary robots would merely squander resources. Instead, I will integrate these weapons into aircraft and vehicles, transforming every mobile machine into a formidable fortress, the might of which should not be underestimated, Chen Feng explained. It is hard to fathom how you have orchestrated such a grand assembly with merely Optimus Prime and our small team. I am beginning to admire your ingenuity. Natasha remarked in awe. Time is of the essence. You must hasten to train the Lizard Legion and the Ant Swarm, Chen Feng urged. Obediently, Natasha set off to train her subordinates. With the assistance of Optimus Prime, Chen Feng devised dozens of mobile fortresses. There were speedboat fortresses capable of traversing water, submarine fortresses designed for underwater navigation, land vehicles transformed into mobile strongholds, and flying fortresses soaring through the skies. Each of these fortresses bristled with an arsenal of weaponry, pistols, machine guns, artillery, and more, alongside ample ammunition supplies. The fortress systems boasted automated features such as missile interception, enemy targeting, and evasive maneuvers. While they could be easily destroyed by the enemy, their sheer numbers and concentrated firepower rendered the chances of resistance virtually negligible. The mobile fortresses designed by Chen Feng possessed a relatively low technological threshold, easily achievable by even ordinary scientists. Thus, he chose to set them aside temporarily, planning to enlist the help of robots for their assembly once he had produced a substantial quantity. Chen Feng stationed 2 suits of armor to guard the mountain of weapons before returning to his laboratory, consumed with the fervor of robot production. His manufacturing pace was astonishingly rapid. As the number of robots he created swelled, his once sterile laboratory transformed into a lively hub, bustling with activity as countless robots, under the guidance of Optimus Prime, collaborated seamlessly in the production process. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, aided by his mechanical tentacles, worked with remarkable speed, even surpassing Chen Feng. Though he was limited to solitary creation rather than the replication capabilities that Chen Feng possessed. The creations of Dr. Octopus are indeed peculiar and extraordinary, encompassing robots, mechanical dogs, and serpents, among others. Although their sizes are modest, their quality is impeccable, rendering them virtually impervious to weaponry. Moreover, they possess a self-detonation feature, transforming them into walking explosives that guarantee the demise of any approaching adversary. A day later, Chen Feng constructed 10 suits of armored steel and 100 robots, while Dr. Octopus produced 60 robotic creatures. Professor Lizard had evolved all lizards into colossal variants, totaling an impressive 100,000, as he even transformed newly hatched baby lizards into giants. The swarm of flying ants created by Dr. Hank is vast beyond measure. He fears for Chen Feng's safety against the S-H-I-E-L-D, thus he incessantly dispatches flying ants to locate additional swarms and bring them back, resulting in a number so overwhelming that even he cannot keep count. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, undeniably the most intelligent woman in the Marvel Universe, devised a gas within a single day that is harmless to humans, yet renders them utterly powerless upon inhalation. She also formulated an antidote, which, when consumed, negates the gas's effects. Zhao Hailuan, reminiscent of a child, eagerly approached Chen Feng to showcase her new invention. Entering his laboratory, she joyfully exclaimed, "Chen Feng, look, the gas I developed will sap anyone's strength upon inhalation. Is it true that one will remain powerless indefinitely?" Chen Feng inquired. Zhao Hailuan nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Yes. One will be devoid of strength for life unless they consume this antidote I hold." "Let me give it a try," Chen Feng declared. If Zhao Hailuan's claims hold true, this gas could be mass-produced, and with a large fan, any adversary would surely succumb. "Rest assured, you may test it. I have tried it myself, and it poses no danger," Zhao Hailuan assured sweetly. Chen Feng uncapped the vial, releasing a wisp of black smoke, which he inhaled, remarking, "The flavor is somewhat pungent." Aware of the potency of her creation, Zhao Hailuan rushed to support Chen Feng, inquiring with concern, "Chen Feng, how do you feel now? Are you unable to exert any strength?" Chen Feng shook his head and firmly stomped his foot, producing a thunderous sound as the ground beneath him caved in. "It seems your gas has no effect on me," he stated. "How can that be? It is undeniably powerful," Zhao Hailuan replied, disheartened. "Your gas may only be effective against ordinary individuals. It likely has no impact on superhumans or true powerhouses," Chen Feng explained. "Then my efforts were in vain." Zhao Hailuan pouted, visibly upset. "No, your work has not been in vain. Your gas can still be utilized against the ordinary agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Chen Feng reassured her. "That won't suffice. I must continue my research to enhance this gas," Zhao Hailuan insisted defiantly. "Hailuan, enough of that. Instead, assist me with something," Chen Feng urged. "What do you need help with?" Zhao Hailuan inquired, her spirits lifted. "Are you afraid of Dr. Hank's swarm of flying ants?" Chen Feng asked. Zhao Hailuan shook her head, responding, "Not at all. Those flying ants are quite docile. Then help me equip those flying ants with armor, Chen Feng said. All right. Zhao Hailuan readily agreed. Chen Feng intended not only to adorn the flying ants with armor, but also to arm the giant lizards, enhancing both legion's defensive and offensive capabilities. While Chen Feng was preoccupied with his endeavors on the private island, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally became aware of the external circumstances. Ignorance was no longer an option, for the nation had dispatched troops to besiege them. The forces attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. were led by General Ross. Chapter 64. General Ross attacks S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross, wielding significant military power, harbored ambitions of world domination, especially now that he had acquired the abomination. From this formidable creature, he extracted a serum, creating 10 monsters identical to the abomination. He refrained from producing more, fearing a potential rebellion from such creatures. With 11 nearly invincible beings at his disposal, alongside the most elite forces of the United States, his ambitions swelled. Upon learning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s departure from U.S. control, he took the initiative to assault their headquarters with his troops. His motives were clear. He sought to seize S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced technology and the serums of their superpowered agents to forge an unparalleled legion. The personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. were bewildered, struggling to comprehend why General Ross would lead an assault against them. Director Nick Fury was particularly incensed, for he led S.H.I.E.L.D., the foremost global authority dedicated to safeguarding Earth, and no one had ever dared to provoke them openly. However, since Tony Stark developed the Iron Man armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun to confront threats more boldly. Chen Feng had audaciously infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal from them, and even sought to engage in battle, showing blatant disregard for their authority. Now, even General Ross of the military was bringing trouble to their doorstep. Fury was both furious and frustrated. General Ross was preparing for an assault on S.H.I.E.L.D., yet they were powerless to respond aggressively, as they were compatriots under the same leadership. Reluctantly, Fury gathered his subordinates and stepped onto the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier, holding a megaphone aloft, proclaiming, "General Ross, what is the meaning of your encirclement of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Standing imposingly atop a colossal tank, General Ross was flanked by 5 monstrous humanoids, with rows of fully armed soldiers arrayed around him. Helicopters and fighter jets occasionally soared overhead, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Ross, too, wielded a megaphone, declaring loudly, "Fury, I advise you to lay down your arms and surrender, or my soldiers will crush you." Fury's expression darkened at Ross's words, and he furiously retorted, "General Ross, do you not fear the consequences of your unilateral assault on S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or do you disregard the authority of the president?" Ross smirked slightly and replied, "Fury, spare me your pretense. The entire nation is aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intention to sever ties with the U.S. And you still question my motives? Have you lost your mind? What are you saying, Ross? S.H.I.E.L.D. is breaking away from the U.S. How could I possibly be unaware?" Fury asked, astonished. The other members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally taken aback. "Regardless of your acknowledgement, I demand to know, will you surrender or will we battle?" Ross bellowed, eager to avoid any delays, for S.H.I.E.L.D. was no ordinary organization. Fury raised his hands high, anxiously imploring, "General Ross, please do not act impulsively. I assure you, this is a grave misunderstanding. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. has no intention of severing ties with the United States. If you doubt my words, feel free to consult others. Do not attempt to explain. I shall not listen. I demand to know, surrender or fight." General Ross retorted impatiently. Standing beside Fury, Iron Man Tony interjected, "Fury, I suspect this is the work of Chen Feng. Indeed, Director. It must be Chen Feng, just as he previously impersonated your voice to issue orders to others. This time, he has likely posed as you to propose an escape from the United States to the higher-ups, leading to this misunderstanding, Hill concurred. I share the same suspicion. For that Chen Feng is exceedingly cunning and will resort to any means to achieve his ends, Hawkeye added. Others voiced their opinions. With unanimous agreement that Chen Feng was behind the chaos. Fury shared their sentiment and urgently addressed General Ross. You must be aware of Chen Feng. The general, initially poised to issue an attack order, halted at Fury's words and queried, why do you mention him? He has crossed Chen Feng, who remains haunted by the memory of being trampled by his monstrous strength. Thus, he hesitated to confront Chen Feng without sufficient power. General Ross, you may not know, but Chen Feng was once a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. He has exploited our name for his deceitful schemes. Just yesterday, he audaciously infiltrated our agency to steal, and upon being discovered, he threatened to declare war on us, Fury explained. What concern is that to me? Ross inquired, perplexed. It is of great consequence. Chen Feng's prowess in cyber technology is unparalleled. He commands the entire digital realm. In retaliation against us, he has sabotaged our command systems and crippled our communications, rendering us unable to connect with the outside world. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, he has likely mimicked my voice or breached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official website to propose a separation from the nation. He seeks to sow discord among us, and we must not fall into his trap. Fury elaborated. Are you suggesting that the current paralysis of the U.S. network is also the doing of Chen Feng? General Ross exclaimed in astonishment. Tony stepped forward, declaring loudly, General Ross, I am Tony Stark of Stark Industries, and I can attest to the veracity of Fury's claims. If the U.S. network is indeed incapacitated, it is undoubtedly the work of Chen Feng, for he alone possesses such capability. On his private island, Chen Feng, in his laboratory, had delegated tasks to his robots upon receiving a notification from Optimus Prime. Through a 3D holographic projector, he observed the unfolding events. Hoping for a confrontation between General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, upon hearing Tony's words, he was filled with rage. His initial desire for conflict quelled by Tony's intervention. Stroking his chin, Chen Feng muttered, it is essential to incite a battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross. Optimus Prime, emulating General Ross's voice, amplified the sound and continuously uttered the two words, attack, commanded Chen Feng. General Ross intended to inquire further, but as he attempted to speak, the loudspeaker relayed not his original words but the imperative attack instead. The rhythmic sound of countless soldiers marching in unison, armed and fearless, surged forth towards S.H.I.E.L.D. The abomination, accompanied by 10 colossal humanoid beasts, surged ahead in an aggressive charge towards the agency. General Ross grew anxious. No matter what he articulated, the loudspeaker incessantly projected the word attack at an overwhelming volume, completely drowning out his voice. As he ran, the abomination boastfully declared, You insignificant minions of S.H.I.E.L.D., I shall crush you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65. The Cruel Hatred with a Thunderous Crash. The abomination forcefully breached the doors of S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by 10 towering humanoid beasts, embarking on a merciless rampage. Gunfire echoed, pistols, machine guns, grenades, yet none could inflict harm upon the abomination and its monstrous companions. Help! Director, save me. Run. These creatures cannot be killed. Ha ha. Ants like you should not survive. Perish. The abomination cackled cruelly. Blonsky, this power is intoxicating. One of the humanoid beasts marveled. Only through slaughter can I find joy. Thus I shall eliminate every last one of S.H.I.E.L.D., declared another beast with arrogance. Enough talk. Let us swiftly seize Fury. That would be a significant victory, urged yet another humanoid. With a resounding boom, The abomination and its 10 monstrous allies charged towards the deck, brutally dispatching anyone who dared to resist, either by being struck down or trampled beneath their might, their ferocity almost beyond belief. On the aircraft carrier's deck, Fury observed as General Ross ordered an assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. The gates had already been breached. He could no longer hesitate. If he did, his subordinates would meet their doom. With a fierce roar, he commanded, "Kill. Annihilate all enemies." "Yes, Director." Upon receiving Fury's orders, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began to retaliate with fervor. The armory was opened, and one by one, they equipped themselves with advanced weaponry. The superpowered agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to exploit their advantages against General Ross's forces. Hawkeye stood resolutely on the deck, unleashing a barrage of explosive arrows with remarkable speed and precision. Akin to a rapid-fire cannon, raining destruction upon the forces of General Ross below. Meanwhile, on his private island, Chen Feng watched the clash between S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross with delight, popping open a bottle of champagne in celebration. He took a sip and exclaimed joyfully, "Let them fight. It would be splendid if they all perished, then no one would trouble me. My lord, General Ross has destroyed all amplifiers capable of receiving signals. I can no longer impersonate his voice," reported Optimus Prime. "That's of no concern. They are already engaged in battle. Even if they reconcile in the end, enmity will remain." Chen Feng replied. On General Ross's side, he had smashed all sound-emitting amplifiers and urgently instructed his secretary, Catherine, "Quickly relay my orders. Everyone retreat." "Ah, General, why?" Catherine asked, bewildered. Just moments ago, Ross had thundered orders to attack, only to inexplicably destroy the amplifiers and now call for a retreat. She was utterly perplexed. "The previous order was not mine. Someone impersonated my voice. If I am not mistaken, it must be Chen Feng's doing," Ross explained, seething with anger. "Ah, what do we do now? Our people are already engaged with S.H.I.E.L.D., and we've suffered considerable casualties," Catherine lamented. "First, we must retreat. We cannot allow Chen Feng to use us as pawns," Ross asserted. "General, what shall we do if we retreat and S.H.I.E.L.D. seizes the opportunity to strike us?" Catherine expressed her concerns. General Ross gritted his teeth and replied, "When we retreat, inform the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that the orders came from Chen Feng impersonating my voice. If they continue to assault my forces, then let there be no hesitation. We shall annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. and seize their riches for ourselves." General Ross, having risen from an ordinary individual to a formidable force in the United States, owed his ascent to his ruthlessness and ambition, which have brought him to his current position. Therefore, should S.H.I.E.L.D. prove obstinate, he would pursue them relentlessly, regardless of the consequences. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed elite, some even superhumans or endowed with extraordinary abilities, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Yet, their numbers were insufficient. Faced with an army of over 100,000, they could only retreat. Hawkeye, on the ship's deck, relentlessly bombarded the soldiers with explosive arrows. Meanwhile, the troops below were not idle. Tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers responded with equal ferocity against S.H.I.E.L.D. The continuous explosions echoed through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Catherine, shielded by the soldiers, rushed forward, issuing retreat orders to her comrades. The soldiers at the back heard her, but those at the front, caught in the fray, remained oblivious. Consequently, while the rear forces began to withdraw, the front line continued their assault. Watching the frontline soldiers perish rapidly without support, Catherine felt a surge of anxiety as hundreds fell in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a bold plan, one that might embarrass General Ross, yet was necessary to save her comrades. With a swift motion, she tore her white shirt from her uniform and brandished it vigorously, shouting, "Cease fire." Everyone stop. This is a misunderstanding. It is all Chen Feng's fault. General Ross did not order the attack. While her voice could not reach S-H-I-E-L-D, her actions were visible to those on the deck. Waving the white flag was a clear signal of surrender. Hawkeye, with his exceptional eyesight, recognized Catherine's face and quickly relayed to Fury, director. The one waving the white flag is General Ross's secretary, Catherine. It seems they are attempting to retreat and do not wish to engage us. Fury commanded. Relay my orders. All units cease fire. Once S-H-I-E-L-D halted their assault, Catherine seized the opportunity to advance and notify the soldiers to retreat. The forces outside S-H-I-E-L-D successfully withdrew. However, Abomination and 10 other monstrous entities remained within, continuing their rampage. Lacking communication devices, everyone relied on swift runners to convey the messages. All S-H-I-E-L-D personnel received the command to cease their attacks against General Ross's legions. Yet Abomination and his ilk persisted in their onslaught. With no other option, Fury dispatched Hawkeye to address the situation. Though Hawkeye lacked superhuman abilities, his unparalleled vision and archery skills, combined with the support of his allies, rendered him undaunted in the face of such formidable foes. At this moment, Catherine had already dashed into S-H-I-E-L-D, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. The place was strewn with bloodshed, a sight so gruesome that even her military training could not shield her from the shivers that coursed down her spine. Boom, boom, boom. Haraha. Ants. Indeed, mere ants, so feeble, utterly pathetic. Don't run. I shall crush you beneath my feet. Ha ha. Upon hearing their malevolent laughter, Catherine hastened toward them. Raising her voice in urgency, Blonsky, General Ross has issued an order for an immediate withdrawal. The malevolent figure, reveling in the chaos of his slaughter, turned to her in anger, demanding, Why? Why must we retreat? Was it not agreed upon that I would breach S-H-I-E-L-D? It has scarcely been a moment, and already you wish to pull back. I refuse. I have not yet satisfied my thirst for carnage. Chapter 66. General Ross's coercion of S-H-I-E-L-D. This is General Ross's command. You must obey, Catherine stated sternly. The abomination roared, crushing S-H-I-E-L-D guard into a pulp. Just as he was about to issue a retreat order to his 10 monstrous subordinates, an arrow swiftly flew towards him. Faster than a bullet, the abomination had no time to evade and was struck directly. At the moment of impact, the arrowhead exploded violently. Boom! The abomination was hurled backward. A gaping wound torn into his abdomen, oozing green blood. Rising from the ground, he bared his chest and roared in fury. Roar, ignoring everything else. He charged at the archer, Hawkeye. Hawkeye, the world's premier archer, remained remarkably composed. Faced with the towering abomination, he showed no fear. Calmly, he retrieved a piercing arrow from his quiver, drew back his bowstring, and released. Whoosh! The arrow penetrated the abomination's chest and exited through his back. A howl of agony escaped the abomination as he collapsed with a thunderous crash. His 10 monstrous subordinates, witnessing their leader's injury, howled in anger and surged towards Hawkeye. Stop! I command you in the name of General Ross, halt! Catherine shouted. If these monstrous beings continued their assault on S-H-I-E-L-D, the hard-won peace could be jeopardized. She had to intervene. Given the abomination's formidable constitution, he would not perish easily. The authority of General Ross instilled fear, compelling the 10 monstrous beings to remain in place, albeit emitting discontented roars. Roar, roar, roar. Catherine observed as Hawkeye drew another arrow and quickly called out, Hawkeye, cease your attack. If you strike again, I will inform General Ross that you are provoking us. Hawkeye lowered his weapon, responding to Catherine. You need to get these creatures to leave. After a brief respite, the abomination's wounds had healed. Unyielding, he stood and bellowed at Hawkeye. Roar. Although Hawkeye was a considerable distance away, the force of the abomination's roar rustled the fabric of his clothing. Hawkeye did not underestimate the abomination. While he could intimidate him from afar, in close combat, he would undoubtedly be overpowered. To be safe, Hawkeye raised his bow once more, aiming at the abomination, prepared to shoot should he advance. Blonsky, stop this nonsense, or General Ross will be angered, Catherine implored loudly. The abomination turned, seething, and retorted. Let me kill him, and I shall withdraw. Yes, Blonsky, eliminate that pest. We support you. Take him down, and we shall have one less enemy. Let us charge together. The monstrous beings clamored, all eager to slay Hawkeye. Having been invincible since their inception, they were incensed to encounter someone capable of inflicting harm upon them. Retreat. Everyone retreat. I am here to deliver General Ross's orders. If you do not comply, you will undoubtedly face a military tribunal, and your lives will be irrevocably ruined. Have you forgotten your oath to General Ross? To remain loyal solely to him throughout your lives, yet now you choose to disregard his commands? Is this how you demonstrate your loyalty? Catherine admonished fiercely. Her words resonated deeply within everyone, prompting them to obediently withdraw, even the most reluctant among them. Once General Ross's troops had entirely vacated the aerial carrier, General Ross and Fury emerged simultaneously, positioned between the two factions to converse. Fury. The order to attack was not issued by me. We have all been manipulated by Chen Feng, General Ross remarked with a bitter smile. Was it truly not your command? Fury questioned with skepticism, recalling Ross's earlier urgency to strike. My forces have already penetrated your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. If I do not command a retreat, do you genuinely believe your organization could withstand the onslaught? Ross retorted with irritation. Fury pondered this and conceded that indeed, given the immense size of Ross's legion and the presence of 11 formidable humanoid behemoths, annihilating S.H.I.E.L.D. was entirely feasible. Very well. I shall place my trust in you, Fury declared. However, this misunderstanding has resulted in the loss of many of my elite forces. And unless you offer some form of compensation, I will not agree to a retreat. Without my assistance, Subject 1 will never believe your explanation. And soon the entirety of America will stand against you, Ross cunningly threatened. Fury seethed with indignation. He, the victim in this scenario, was now being coerced into compensating his adversary. Yet he found himself with no viable alternatives. The aerial carrier could not take flight, leaving him vulnerable to the enemy's onslaught. Of course, he could abandon the carrier and lead all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel to safety, but such an action would cost him dearly, resulting in a significant loss of weapons, resources, and technology, thereby diminishing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength. General Ross, what is it that you desire? Fury ground his teeth, barely containing his frustration. I require the blood serum of all your enhanced agents, Ross demanded with audacity. He lacked neither wealth nor talent. What he sought were formidable allies. With a substantial supply of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s enhanced agents' blood serum, he could create an army of super soldiers and augment his own power. Without a moment's hesitation, Fury shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. Propose something else. Fury was no fool, having already severed diplomatic ties with Ross, providing him with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prized blood serums would equate to aiding the enemy. Once Ross grew sufficiently formidable, he would undoubtedly turn against S.H.I.E.L.D. Ross snorted derisively, threatening, then it shall be war. Fury's anger flared. Observing Fury's reluctance to concede, Ross turned to leave. Desperate to avoid further conflict, Fury hastily called out, Wait. I will agree to provide you with 10 vials of enhanced agent's blood serum, but no more, as the rest have been stolen by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what does he intend to do with so much serum? Ross queried, perplexed. Undoubtedly, he harbors malevolent intentions, which is precisely why S.H.I.E.L.D. has declared war against him. Monday marks the appointed time for my duel with him. Fury paused briefly before continuing. General Ross, just moments ago, Chen Feng impersonated you and commanded the military to launch an assault. Such an act, if executed once, can certainly be repeated. This singular incident has inflicted severe losses on both sides. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join forces against Chen Feng and eradicate this menace. Otherwise, our nation shall never know peace. Chapter 67. The female Transformer General Ross, upon hearing Fury's words, could not help but conjure the terrifying image of Chen Feng trampling on Abomination while brandishing the Hulk. A shiver ran down his spine as he firmly declined Fury's proposition, stating, "I do not wish to oppose Chen Feng at this time. My apologies. How can you not harbor animosity towards him after such treatment? Join forces with me to eliminate Chen Feng, and I shall relinquish all the serums he has stolen. They are yours," Fury implored. After a moment's hesitation, General Ross smirked wickedly, replying, "No, I would prefer you to provide me with 10 vials of serum instead. Once I have them, I shall take my leave." In his mind, he had already devised a plan. He would prepare his army and wait until Shiled and Chen Feng had sufficiently weakened each other before making his move, aiming to reap the greatest rewards at minimal cost. Fury, resigned, instructed his subordinate to retrieve 10 vials of serum, which were unfortunately the weakest available. Once General Ross acquired the serums, he departed, leaving Fury unable to intervene. After General Ross and his elite forces had left, the personnel at Shiled gazed upon the wreckage of the airborne aircraft carrier. Their spirits dampened with worry. Due to the grave misunderstandings among the upper echelons of the U.S. government, there loomed a threat of an attack on Shiled, leaving the entire organization in a state of unease. Moreover, the aircraft carrier had suffered severe damage from General Ross's bombardment, rendering it unlikely to be repaired by the following Monday, relying solely on Shild's resources. The absence of the airborne carrier would significantly diminish their strength in combat, and without it, their chances of defeating Chen Feng were slim. They could very well find themselves outmatched. Faced with such adversity, Fury found himself with no recourse but to seek assistance from Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Tony, as you are aware, Shiled is in dire straits. Without your aid, we cannot confront Chen Feng. While our numbers may deter him from attacking us directly, you are not so fortunate. Chen Feng is well aware of the billion-dollar bounty on his head and will not let you off easily. Furthermore, your iron armor has been countered effectively by him, rendering your full potential ineffective. Thus, without our support, you are in considerable danger." Fury asserted, "Enough. I shall lend my full support to Shiled. Tony replied, a frown etched upon his face. He deeply regretted becoming embroiled in Shild's affairs concerning the thief and found himself unable to extricate himself from the ensuing chaos. For his own safety, he had no choice but to back Shiled against Chen Feng. "Tony, the aircraft carrier has sustained severe damage and requires personnel from Stark Industries for repairs. Additionally, I need your assistance in clarifying to the government that Shiled does not intend to sever ties with the nation. This is all the doing of Chen Feng," Fury explained. "Understood," Tony acknowledged. "Hawkeye, take a few men and escort Tony back," Fury commanded. "Yes, Director," Hawkeye responded dutifully. Tony, accompanied by Hawkeye and several others, boarded a plane heading towards Stark Industries. After a half-hour flight, the aircraft landed atop the Stark Industries building. Upon returning to his company, Tony was struck by the peculiar stares from his colleagues. He inquired with Pepper, and upon learning the truth, he nearly fainted. To his astonishment, Stark Industries' weaponry had been entirely relocated by Chen Feng, and the company's accounts had been drained, with the funds transferred away in his name. Once immensely wealthy, he now found himself destitute. Although the company remained legally his, he was unable to disburse wages to his employees. Most critically, Chen Feng had absconded with all the weaponry, including those items pre-ordered by various nations and warlords. Deposits had been made, and failing to deliver on time would result in exorbitant penalties. Yet, he now faced a financial void. His only recourse lay with the government. Thus, he hastened to meet with the president, accompanied by Hawkeye and a few others. On his private island, Chen Feng reveled in Tony's distressed demeanor. Even before commencing hostilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony were on the brink of collapse, a result he found thoroughly satisfying. The battle between General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. had concluded, and he had witnessed Tony's dismay. He had no desire to continue eavesdropping on Tony's conversation with the president, deeming it unnecessary. While the United States was powerful, it was not the nation that held true strength, but rather the organizations and warlords. Thus, he did not regard the president with trepidation. After instructing Optimus Prime to deactivate the 3D holographic projector, he returned to his tasks. The robots had been manufactured in abundance, eliminating the need for his direct involvement. They were capable of constructing more robots autonomously. Consequently, he commenced the creation of the female version of the Iron Armor, a promise made to Natasha. Previously, he had hesitated to bestow such advanced technology upon her, but now that she had joined his ranks, he could no longer maintain his former reservations. Therefore, he resolved to fabricate a female transformer for her. After several days, he had gathered nearly all the necessary materials. The following day, Chen Feng emerged from the laboratory, elated, with a graceful robot trailing behind him. Outside, Natasha, training the Lizard Legion and the Ant Swarm, gasped upon seeing the robot and quickly approached, playfully engaging with it. "Is this my iron armor?" Natasha exclaimed excitedly. "This is not iron armor. It is the female transformer I have created for you," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Wow, that is fantastic. Chen Feng, I adore you," Natasha exclaimed before leaping into his arms and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Chen Feng did not mind. He was well aware of the openness associated with foreign women. Wiping away the remnants of her kiss, he grinned and elaborated. "This female transformer, due to its size, may not possess the sheer power of mine, but it is far superior, eclipsing Iron Man Tony's armor by dozens of times. The female transformer has 5 forms: an aircraft, a sports car, a drilling machine, a submarine, and a humanoid robot. Furthermore, I have crafted for you an advanced intelligence system, one that has been derived from Optimus Prime. In other words, your intelligence system is as sophisticated as that of Optimus Prime. However, I must convey an important caveat. Your system is ultimately subordinate to my commands, and my directives take precedence over yours. Additionally, I would like to remind you that the female version of the Transformers possesses limited defensive capabilities. It can generally disregard ordinary bullets and explosives, but it is advisable to evade small missiles and artillery." "Thank you, Chen Feng. I am exceedingly satisfied," Natasha expressed gratefully. Unlike Chen Feng, who is a fervent combat enthusiast, her desire for the female Transformers stems purely from practicality and personal safety. "Why don't you give it a try?" Chen Feng suggested with a smile. "How do I put it on?" Natasha inquired. "First, you must assign it a name, and then issue a command, and it will automatically envelop you," Chen Feng explained. "All right." Natasha nodded. Chapter 68. Intelligent Systems. What shall we call Alita? Natasha pondered thoughtfully. "You can choose any name. It can always be changed," Chen Feng suggested. "No. Once I decide on a name, it cannot be altered," Natasha replied earnestly. After waiting for 10 minutes without Natasha arriving at a decision, Chen Feng casually proposed. "How about calling her Alita?" "Alita, just like my name. Both contain the character Ta." Splendid. We shall use the name Alita," Natasha exclaimed joyfully. I just mentioned it offhand." "You really intend to use it?" Chen Feng remarked, bemused. "Of course. Why not use a lovely name?" Natasha giggled. "All right. Let me inform you that Transformers is a comic, and Optimus Prime is the leader of the robots, while Alita is Optimus Prime's girlfriend," Chen Feng chuckled. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha shot him a flirtatious glance and teased, "Are you hinting at something?" Chen Feng waved his hand, laughing. "Don't overthink it. I have no such intentions towards you." Natasha shot him a playful glare and retorted, "As if I have any interest in you." She then added, "Never mind. We shall stick with the name Alita. It simply sounds delightful." Standing before the female version of the Transformer, she declared, "From now on, You shall be called Alita. Do you hear me? The female transformer responded with a melodious voice. Yes, Miss Natasha. Natasha spread her arms wide and said, Now, let us combine. The female transformer turned its back to Natasha, retreating until its back conformed to her body, enveloping her entirely in a manner brimming with technological finesse. Once Natasha donned the female transformer, she took a few steps, adjusting to the new form, and said, Chen Feng, you truly are a genius. This transformer is even more comfortable than yours. Actually, they are quite similar, Chen Feng replied. Natasha crouched and then leaped, soaring to a height of 10 meters without utilizing the jet system. Boom! Upon landing, she knelt on one knee, striking an impressive pose. Doesn't it feel powerful? Chen Feng inquired. I need to test other functionalities to determine if it truly is powerful, Natasha responded. Come with me to the ocean to try it out. Otherwise, the noise of explosions might attract unwanted attention, Chen Feng advised. All right, Natasha agreed. Optimus Prime, summon the Transformers. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A few seconds later, a tremendous roar echoed as a colossal transformer descended from the sky, landing before Chen Feng. With a leap, he entered the Transformer's interior. Optimus Prime, submarine mode, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. With a series of mechanical sounds, the Transformer transformed into a submarine and dove into the sea. Natasha, imitating him, sweetly commanded, Alita, submarine mode. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita responded. Click. Click. The female Transformer transformed into a miniature submarine. Alita, why is your submarine so small? I can barely move, Natasha complained. Miss Natasha, the standard Transformer stands at 8.5 meters tall, with a massive frame weighing over tons. In contrast, the female version is of your height and weighs just over 300 pounds. So I trust you comprehend the difference, Alita replied. Can it be a bit larger? Natasha inquired, feeling uncomfortable in the cramped space. It can transform into a sports car mode, which offers the most space and can also submerge, though its speed underwater is not impressive, Alita explained. Forget it. Just hurry and catch up with Chen Feng, Natasha commanded. Understood, Miss Natasha, Alita acknowledged. With a whoosh, the miniature submarine dove into the ocean. Although small, the submarine was remarkably swift. Chen Feng led Natasha to the location of his previous experiment. Natasha, your female transformer is equipped with a mini-gun mounted on its shoulder and guided explosive rounds, with missile launchers and flamethrowers on its forearms. And both palms and feet feature jet systems and pulse cannons, Chen Feng elaborated. How can I utilize these weapons? Natasha asked. Simply name the weapons and issue commands to Alita, or you can employ your thoughts to control them, Chen Feng replied. Natasha attempted to use her mind for control. However, her initial attempt was unsuccessful, so she commanded, Alita, minigun. A minigun emerged from the shoulder of the female transformer. Natasha pointed in a direction and commanded, Fire over there. Rat-a-tat-tat missile launcher, fire. Pulse cannon, fire. Rocket launcher, fire. Transform into sports car mode. Click, click, and it transformed into a stylish sports car. Transform into aircraft mode. Click, click, and it morphed into a sleek airplane. Drilling machine mode. Click, click, and it became a massive drilling machine. Transformer mode. Click, click, and it reverted back to the female transformer. After Natasha had tested all the functionalities, she was exhilarated, feeling that the female transformer was far superior to Iron Man's suit. 100 times more formidable. Once I master its use, we can return. There are numerous matters to attend to, Chen Feng declared. No rush, take me for a flight. I wish to see if your transformer can match my speed, Natasha insisted. My transformer possesses energy levels dozens of times greater than yours. How could you possibly be faster? Chen Feng chuckled. Not necessarily. Your transformer is larger, hence more drag, while my female transformer is smaller, resulting in less drag, so it will surely fly faster than yours. Natasha confidently asserted. She felt elated and was reluctant to return too soon. After all, she had been quite busy these past few days. And now that she had a rare opportunity to relax, she intended to thoroughly unwind and seek excitement. All right then, let us compete and see who reaches space first. Chen Feng declared. All right, Natasha replied. Optimus Prime, accelerate to full speed. Our destination is outer space, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. With a resounding roar, the Transformer's feet expelled a powerful jet of air, causing the surrounding seawater to churn violently. The Transformers ascended rapidly. Alita, we too shall advance at full speed. We must reach outer space before them, Natasha urged anxiously. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita responded. With a bang, their ascent was notably quieter than that of the Transformers. However, due to their smaller size, they climbed at a swifter pace. With a tremendous splash, the Transformers broke through the water's surface, sending waves soaring over 20 meters high, a testament to their remarkable speed. Chapter 69. The Triad forces launch simultaneously with a soft whoosh. Natasha's female Transformer, though diminutive in size, erupted from the water, sending a spray of seawater soaring over 5 meters high. Chen Feng's Transformer, upon ascending from the ocean's surface, achieved an astonishing velocity equivalent to the first cosmic speed, 7.9 kilometers per second. Within the blink of an eye, in merely 1 or 2 seconds, this speed doubled, reaching the second cosmic speed, 11.2 kilometers per second. As the Transformer soared through the skies, it began its transformation into aircraft mode. In this new form, the speed accelerated further, reaching the fourth cosmic speed, 110 kilometers per second. Moreover, as time progressed, the velocity continued to rise. Inside the Transformer, Chen Feng experienced immense discomfort. The overwhelming sensation of acceleration threatened to induce nausea. Such rapidity was bearable only due to his robust physique. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to its effects. A minute later, due to the excessive speed, the temperature within the Transformer surged dramatically. Fortunately, the internal cooling system prevented Chen Feng from being scorched. Natasha's female Transformer also transformed into aircraft mode, initially able to keep pace with Chen Feng. However, after a mere minute and a half, his silhouette vanished from sight. With a resounding boom, Chen Feng's Transformer broke through the atmosphere. Unfettered by Earth's gravity, the speed at which the Transformer flew was terrifying. Chen Feng promptly halted and engaged the jet system to decelerate. It wasn't long before he noticed a fiery streak piercing the atmosphere. Natasha, you may reduce your speed now, Chen Feng communicated through the device. Chen Feng, this is exhilarating. It's truly, truly fast, Natasha exclaimed with exuberance. Are you satisfied now? Chen Feng smiled. Natasha skillfully maneuvered her female Transformer to perch upon the shoulder of Chen Feng's machine. The Transformer was of such colossal stature that its shoulder could easily accommodate a horse. Very satisfied, Natasha nodded affirmatively. With such an impressive female Transformer at her disposal, she could venture anywhere her heart desired, unimpeded by any foe. All right, time is of the essence. Let us return swiftly, Chen Feng urged. Understood, Natasha obediently replied. The return journey was notably slower, taking twice as long as their outward expedition into outer space. Traveling too rapidly would risk collision with Earth, while the planet itself would remain unscathed. Their Transformers would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. Upon his return, Chen Feng commenced the creation of a gliding wing, seized from the Green Goblin. He aimed to craft a large gliding wing for use while piloting the Transformer, as well as another of comparable size to that of the Green Goblin's for use in his normal form. This way, he would not fear adversaries with the ability to fly. The Green Goblin's gliding wing operated similarly to Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles, relying on neural control for swifter responsiveness compared to thought or brainwave control. While constructing the gliding wing, Chen Feng enlisted the assistance of Dr. Octopus. Moreover, he intended to equip the back of the Transformer with 4 mechanical tentacles, ensuring that in close combat, he would not fear being overwhelmed. As for the robots, there was no need for him to fabricate them. Optimus Prime would suffice. Optimus Prime simultaneously commands dozens of armored suits and hundreds of robots, continuously replicating them. Having deceitfully acquired a significant quantity of resources and weaponry from Stark Industries, he is unconcerned about material shortages. A day passes. With the assistance of Dr. Octopus, Chen Feng constructs 2 gliders, one large and one small, along with 4 mechanical tentacles. The gliders and tentacles remain largely unchanged, yet their energy source, powered by cold fusion reactors, has amplified their potency exponentially. Cutting line. Tony successfully persuades Captain America and secures the nation's support. The orders placed by Stark Industries are fulfilled by the government. He is tasked with the restoration of the aerial aircraft carrier, a responsibility also assumed by the state. However, he must relinquish his technology to the government. Thus, the crisis with SHIELD is resolved, and the aerial aircraft carrier is restored with national assistance. Monday dawns, a day of reckoning. On this day, all SHIELD personnel scattered across the globe return to the aerial aircraft carrier, numbering over 10,000, each an elite capable of taking on 100 foes, with many being formidable warriors. Tony soars through the skies, clad in a manually operated suit of armor. While not as powerful as the intelligent models, it is certainly better than nothing. Fury stands on a podium on the deck, surveying the throng of over 10,000 SHIELD members, and proclaims loudly, "Today marks our decisive battle against Chen Feng. Until Chen Feng is vanquished, we shall not return home. Until Chen Feng is vanquished, we shall not return home." The resounding chorus from the SHIELD members echoes with fervor. In a military camp somewhere in the United States, General Ross is gathering his troops. With grand ambitions and aware of Chen Feng's formidable nature, he mobilizes his entire army, 200,000 elite soldiers and 11 colossal humanoid behemoths. This force comprises the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Standing at the command platform, General Ross declares, "We are the mightiest army, fearless in the face of any adversary, no matter how powerful. We will crush them." It is common knowledge that in recent days, our nation's network has been paralyzed. All digital devices, even mobile phones, have become unusable, inciting panic among citizens and chaos within the country. The architect of this turmoil is one man, Chen Feng. Chen Feng is a supervillain, committing heinous acts with the intent to obliterate our nation. I ask you, will you allow this? No, we will not, roars the 200,000 soldiers in furious unison. Chen Feng is immensely powerful, even more so than the Hulk. Are you afraid? General Ross deliberately provokes the troops to incite dissent. "We are not afraid," they bellow defiantly, emboldened by their sheer numbers. "Very well, heed my command. Advance." General Ross gestures grandly. With synchronized precision, the 200,000 troops march forth. Boom, boom, boom. Tanks and vehicles roar to life. The sound of helicopters reverberated through the air as they roared to life, accompanied by the thunderous rumble of warships embarking from the coastline. On a secluded private island, Chen Feng found himself alone with Natasha. Devoid of the grandiose speeches typically delivered by figures such as Fury and General Ross before embarking on a mission, having previously sent away esteemed individuals like Dr. Hank, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, and Dr. Zhao Helen, he now faced the impending conflict with only Natasha by his side. Although Dr. Octopus had expressed a desire to remain and assist, Chen Feng had firmly declined, recognizing the folly of involving scientists in warfare. As he piloted a transformer, his feet firmly planted on a massive glider, he gazed down at the scene below, a swell of pride rising within him. The ocean was alive with a legion of colossal lizards, numbering a staggering 100,000. Chapter 70, Assault on SHIELD. Upon the sandy shores of a private island, a formidable assembly awaited. 50,000 robots, 1,000 suits of iron armor, and 500 biomechanical creatures. A staggering 10,000 mobile fortresses stood ready, while a legion of flying ants darkened the skies, their numbers beyond estimation. Armed with such might, Chen Feng felt a surge of confidence in his ability to vanquish SHIELD. The private island, his domain, was the chosen battleground. Drawing the conflict there would spell destruction for the island itself. Thus, he led his forces to confront SHIELD. In a precautionary measure, He retained a small contingent of giant lizards, mobile fortresses, flying ants, robots, and biomechanical creatures on the island, taking the remainder with him. Addressing Natasha, who stood anxiously by his side, he inquired, "Are you prepared?" With a nervous nod, she affirmed her readiness, not out of fear of S.H.I.E.L.D., but due to the weight of her responsibility in commanding such a vast legion. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Feng commanded, "Let us depart." The lizard army surged through the waters with remarkable speed. Mobile fortresses roared to life, some gliding across the surface, others submerging beneath the waves, while others ascended into the skies. The swarm of flying ants darkened the horizon, a formidable presence. The mechanical creatures, though unable to fly or engage in long-range attacks, exhibited extraordinary speed as they climbed upon the backs of the giant lizards or clambered onto the robots. With global networks and satellites under his control, Chen Feng possessed a clear understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, while they remained oblivious to his own. However, he was taken aback to discover that General Ross had mobilized a vast legion, advancing towards the private island. Outnumbered, he had no choice but to engage. Having set out ahead of time, Chen Feng reached the coastal land and organized his forces just as S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. Their massive airborne aircraft carrier loomed in the sky, cloaked in invisibility. Optimus Prime detected its presence. Chen Feng entrusted the entirety of his forces to Natasha and, piloting his transformer alone, initiated the assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the sheer size of Chen Feng's army, it was inconceivable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to overlook them. Hawkeye quickly relayed to Fury, "Director, Chen Feng is directly below us, commanding an unusual array of forces, lizards, robots, and flying ants. He appears formidable. Prepare for battle," Fury commanded. "Director, Chen Feng is charging towards us in his transformer," Hill cautioned. "Launch an offensive. Utilize the aircraft carrier's turrets to obliterate him," Fury instructed. As an onslaught of artillery rained down upon Chen Feng, he deftly evaded the projectiles while simultaneously activating the missile launchers mounted on his shoulders, releasing a barrage of missiles. Following this, he unleashed lethal ordnance and heavy weaponry. The minigun and Gatling gun affixed to his transformer erupted in a frenzy of fire, shattering the incoming artillery shells. Despite the massive size of his transformer, the enemy struggled to land effective hits, unlike S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier, which could strike with unerring accuracy. The shield intercepted a portion of the missiles launched by Chen Feng, yet a few eluded their grasp. The air was rent with thunderous explosions as missiles struck the underside of the aircraft carrier, shattering its stealth mode and creating several gaping holes. With a resounding boom, Chen Feng could not escape the barrage of artillery and was hit, plummeting from the sky and crashing down, creating a massive crater several meters deep. The formidable construct of the Transformers was not to be underestimated. Despite being shot down, it remained unscathed. Rising to its feet, Chen Feng pressed onward towards the shield. Swarm after swarm of mechanical ants, legions of robots, mobile fortresses, and biomechanical creatures surged forth in an assault. Natasha, with a grand gesture, commanded countless giant flying ants, robots, and aerial fortresses to advance upon the shield. Some biomechanical creatures climbed onto the backs of the robots, joining in the offensive. Natasha followed suit but kept her distance. Soaring high above, surrounded by a formidable array of armored protectors. As the commander, she orchestrated the strategy without the need to engage directly. The battle erupted with a cacophony of weaponry, as ammunition flew as though it were free. A multitude of flying ants, robots, and aerial fortresses fell to the shield's defense, yet the aircraft carrier itself suffered increasing damage from the relentless onslaught. After incurring minimal casualties, Chen Feng's forces finally neared the airborne vessel. The giant flying ants, having grown in size, were impervious to conventional weaponry, capable of dispatching foes with a single bite. Their numbers seemingly inexhaustible. Upon landing on the aircraft carrier's deck, the personnel of the shield retreated, relying on firing ports to eliminate the encroaching ants. The robots, upon their arrival, commenced a relentless assault on the carrier's doors to permit the ants' entry for the attack. The shield's defenders struggled valiantly to hold the line, bolstered by numerous strongmen, but the robots could not breach the barriers. At that moment, Dr. Octopus's mechanical creatures were deployed. Smaller mechanical entities infiltrated through firing ports, water outlets, and ventilation shafts. Agile and formidable in close combat, these creatures wreaked havoc within, slaughtering the shield's ordinary elites with ease. Only the true powerhouses among them stood a chance against the mechanical onslaught. With chaos ensuing from within, the robots succeeded in breaching the gates. The giant flying ants seized the opportunity to follow suit. Inside the shield's command center, the personnel watched in shock as Chen Feng's forces advanced through the surveillance feeds. Director, what shall we do? Chen Feng's monstrosities are overwhelming, and they've breached our defenses, Hill exclaimed anxiously. Let them come. Within the aircraft carrier, we have ample places to hide, allowing us to gradually eliminate our foes, thereby nullifying their numerical advantage, Fury replied shrewdly. Suddenly, the entire aircraft carrier shook violently. What is happening? Fury inquired. A technician responded, Director, the number 2 engine has been compromised by Chen Feng. Clint, eliminate Chen Feng, Fury commanded. Understood, Director, Hawkeye replied, departing the command center with several subordinates. Chen Feng was poised to unleash his army of 100,000 colossal lizards upon the battlefield, necessitating the destruction of the airborne aircraft carrier. On the ground, his advantage would be unparalleled. Boom! Another engine was obliterated by Chen Feng's assault. As he targeted the 3rd engine, a massive arrow struck him. Boom! The arrow embedded itself in the chest of the transformer. Fortunately, Chen Feng had fortified it, or the projectile would have pierced through. Chen Feng looked up to see Hawkeye skillfully operating a gigantic crossbow. In a swift response, he maneuvered the Gatling gun to unleash a barrage upon Hawkeye. Boom! Hawkeye loosed another colossal arrow, this time affixed with a steel cable. Chapter 71. Transforming into a Titan, the warrior as Hawkeye released the colossal arrow tethered with steel wires. He swiftly evaded the impending strike. Boom! The transformer was struck once more, this time in the chest. Damn! The rate of fire is simply unavoidable. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh! Chen Feng felt an immense pull emanating from the arrow. Oh, you wish to draw me in for a collective assault? Very well. I shall oblige, Chen Feng replied coldly. With the steel cable pulling him rapidly, Chen Feng was soon drawn into an entrance of the airborne aircraft carrier. Upon entry, he was immediately besieged. First, a heavy truck collided him against the iron wall, followed by a fierce onslaught from Iron Man, Tony Stark, and several burly giants. Each punch landing with explosive force, rivaling the might of Tony's armored suit. Get off me! Chen Feng bellowed, using the transformer to forcefully shove the heavy truck away, pinning it against the iron wall. Tony and the others were determined not to allow Chen Feng to escape, intensifying their assault on the transformer. However, the transformer's robust frame, though dented by their blows, remained unbreached, sparing Chen Feng from harm. Allow me, a hefty man shouted, brandishing a large chainsaw, intent on severing the transformer. Chen Feng, controlling the transformer's hands to withstand the truck's impact, found his arms occupied, but he had 4 mechanical tentacles at his disposal. Swoosh! The 4 mechanical appendages emerged from the transformer's back, sweeping away those attacking Chen Feng. The hefty man brought the chainsaw down on one of the mechanical tentacles, sparks flying and a harsh noise erupting. Yet, another tentacle, sharp as a sword, lunged toward the hefty man. The speed of the mechanical appendage was overwhelming. He had no chance to evade and was impaled, meeting his demise on the spot. High-concentration energy pulse cannon, Chen Feng silently intoned. The transformer's palms erupted with brilliant light, followed by 2 thunderous blasts. The heavy truck was obliterated, and the explosion's shockwave sent Tony and Hawkeye reeling. Towering at 5 meters, the transformer loomed large, augmented by the 4 automated tentacles that swung menacingly, resembling a deity of destruction. Tony felt a surge of fear. His armor appeared toy-like in comparison. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the Transformer's movements echoed. Chen Feng approached Tony, stating, "Tony, at last, we meet." "What do you want, Chen Feng?" Tony's voice trembled with uncertainty, the proximity amplifying the Transformer's intimidating presence. "Initially, I sought to make you regret your actions, to strike you down, but your collusion with S.H.I.E.L.D. to take my life compels me to reciprocate," Chen Feng declared, controlling the Transformer to throw a mighty punch at Tony. Tony executed a hasty roll to evade, quickly retreating. Hawkeye, witnessing Tony's flight, shouted in anger, "Tony, you coward! How dare you abandon me? Rest assured, none of you will escape," Chen Feng declared with an air of dominance. Help! No, please." The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as Chen Feng mercilessly dispatched Eagle Eye's subordinates. Gritting his teeth, Eagle Eye turned to flee. The sheer size of the Transformers rendered them incapable of entering the airborne aircraft carrier. Thus, Chen Feng emerged from the mechanical giant and charged towards the carrier. Natasha, having received real-time updates through Alita's 3D holographic projection, witnessed Chen Feng single-handedly infiltrate the airborne carrier through an exit. She promptly directed a contingent of robots, accompanied by mechanical creatures, to assist him. Utilizing spider silk, Chen Feng soared forward, effortlessly closing the gap to Eagle Eye in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, a strand of spider silk latched onto Eagle Eye's back. Startled, he swiftly rolled away, drawing a dagger from his calf in a desperate attempt to sever the silk. However, Chen Feng would not grant him such an opportunity. With a powerful tug, he unleashed a flying kick towards Eagle Eye. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Eagle Eye was sent hurtling through the air, landing over 20 meters away. Coughing up blood, it was evident that Eagle Eye had sustained significant injuries. Reinforcements dispatched by Fury arrived in a flurry of gunfire, eager to eliminate Chen Feng swiftly. Fury had mobilized thousands of the most formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The relentless hail of bullets, combined with the confined corridor that offered no cover, forced Chen Feng to transform. With a resounding roar, he rapidly morphed into a titan towering at 3 meters, weighing over a ton, with bronze-colored skin. All attacks from S.H.I.E.L.D. struck his form, yet none could penetrate his skin, although they did inflict pain. Chen Feng, not one to be foolishly stationary, lowered his head, bent his waist, and charged forward, indifferent to what lay ahead. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, astute in their tactics, combined their offensive with evasive maneuvers. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng collided with an iron wall at a corner, creating a human-shaped dent from the sheer force. In that moment, he glimpsed a flash of light, followed by a chilling sensation on his face. Upon touching it, he discovered it was his own blood. Raising his gaze, he beheld a man clad in a kimono, coldly poised with a blade in hand, his back turned towards Chen Feng. "I am Ichiro Matsumoto, a master of the one-sword style. You should feel honored to perish by my blade," Matsumoto proclaimed with arrogance. "Humph. To think you dare boast after merely breaking my skin. Watch as I turn you into minced meat," Chen Feng retorted angrily, dismissing the island warrior as insignificant. Matsumoto's speed was remarkable, seemingly vanishing in an instant. By the time Chen Feng sensed his presence, Matsumoto was already behind him. In a flurry of movements, Matsumoto struck Chen Feng's back multiple times, leaving a series of bloody gashes. Reacting swiftly, Chen Feng turned and grabbed at Matsumoto. Matsumoto leaned back, deftly slicing Chen Feng's wrist with a single stroke, successfully severing a vein. "Damn you! I was just getting started," Chen Feng roared in fury, astonished that such a humble island warrior possessed such formidable prowess. If his conjecture holds true, the formidable prowess of Ichiro Matsumoto can be attributed not only to his swift agility, but, more importantly, to the razor-sharpness of his blade. Were it not for the keen edge of his weapon, Matsumoto's strength alone would not suffice to inflict harm upon him. Fortunately, Matsumoto's power is somewhat limited, otherwise, Chen Feng would indeed find himself in peril. For the moment, Chen Feng sets aside thoughts of Matsumoto and lunges towards the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Roar! All of you shall perish. Chen Feng seethes with rage. Amidst his relentless pursuit of the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, Chen Feng discovers a length of iron chain. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he swings the chain, flailing it wildly around him. While Matsumoto is indeed formidable and swift, Chen Feng is no slouch either, endowed with boundless strength. At last, during a moment of Matsumoto's oversight, Chen Feng's chain strikes true. Chapter 72 The undying monster. The sound of gunfire echoed as the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. relentlessly assailed Chen Feng from a distance, striving to prevent him from eliminating Ichiro Matsumoto. Bowing his head, Chen Feng shielded his skull with his hands and charged toward Matsumoto, intent on dispatching him at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a massive arrow pierced through Chen Feng's abdomen. A howl of excruciating pain surged through him, robbing him of the strength to advance further toward Matsumoto. Taking advantage of this moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents intensified their assault. With a relentless barrage of bullets, Chen Feng's resilient skin began to yield, the pace of his recovery lagging woefully behind the damage inflicted upon him, leading to increasingly severe injuries. If this continued, he would surely be worn down to nothing. Summoning his resolve, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, turned around, and faced away from the agents. With his right hand open, he struck the shaft of the arrow embedded in his body with force. With a swift motion, the enormous arrow was expelled from within him. At that moment, Hawkeye, alongside his subordinates, simultaneously maneuvered several colossal crossbows to unleash a torrent of projectiles at Chen Feng. Once again, his body was pierced. Consumed by fury, Chen Feng surged to his feet, violently swatting away the arrows lodged in him or yanking them free. Then, a remarkable transformation occurred. His physique morphed, sprouting a robust tail, his feet reshaping into powerful beastly appendages, and his hands transforming into formidable claws. His head contorted into that of a lizard, fierce and grotesque. He had no choice but to undergo this metamorphosis. The Titan's form had suffered grievous injuries, and his healing was insufficient to restore his strength. Thus, he became a lizard man. The regenerative prowess of the lizard man was astounding. Even if an arm were severed, it would regrow within a mere second. Indeed, Chen Feng, previously riddled with wounds, found that as soon as he completed his transformation, all injuries vanished, restoring him to his prime condition. The transformation left the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in utter astonishment. He was truly an indestructible monster. Hawkeye wondered aloud. How on earth is he capable of this? Tony interjected, "Stop staring in disbelief. Open fire and eliminate him, as per Fury's orders." The air filled once more with the sounds of gunfire. Chen Feng faced an onslaught from thousands of elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Bullets striking his body would automatically be expelled, only for him to return to his original state. While the massive arrows could penetrate him, the moment they exited his form, he would almost instantaneously recover. Enthralled by the thrill of their assault on Chen Feng, the agents unwittingly overlooked other threats. Natasha's robotic creations had already infiltrated the area. Leading the charge were the robots, which, under Optimus Prime's command, executed precise shots at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Aware of Chen Feng's formidable defenses and rapid recovery, Optimus opted for indiscriminate fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted once more as heavy machine guns, small missiles, and rocket launchers unleashed chaos upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, catching them off guard. In a single encounter, hundreds fell. "Everyone, find cover," Hawkeye shouted urgently. A small missile whistled through the air, hurtling toward Hawkeye. With keen eyesight and swift reflexes, Hawkeye loosed a colossal arrow at Chen Feng before deftly evading the attack. While he managed to escape, his subordinates were not so fortunate. A thunderous explosion resonated as several of Hawkeye's men were reduced to mere fragments. The cacophony of mechanical creatures surged forward, numbering in the hundreds, unleashing chaos upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. whose cries of despair filled the air. The mechanical beings, robust and formidable, struck with blinding speed, making escape nearly impossible once they closed in. Robots and mechanical creatures acted without hesitation, executing commands with unerring precision. Thus, they overwhelmed S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering them powerless. Seizing the opportunity to recover, Chen Feng transformed once more into the Titan giant. Despite the lizardmen's remarkable regenerative abilities, their strength and defense were insufficient. "Now it is my turn to subdue you," Chen Feng declared, launching himself at the hiding S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Standard cover could hardly withstand his advance. One individual, attempting to use a table for protection, found himself at the mercy of Chen Feng's might as he delivered a crushing kick. The table splintered into two, sending the unfortunate soul flying, lifeless upon impact. Chen Feng approaches. "Everyone, take cover," shouted the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, hastily retreating into a room and securing the door behind them. The aerial carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed formidable, with doors of solid iron. Yet, no matter how robust the door, it could not withstand Chen Feng's onslaught. With a resounding crash, he barreled through the iron door, resulting in the immediate demise of 4 individuals, while others were sent tumbling alongside the door's destruction. Chen Feng, relentless and unmerciful, ensured to trample and strike down any enemy in his path. Within mere seconds, dozens of agents were dispatched. Emerging from the room, Chen Feng witnessed the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel initiating a retreat, firing as they fled. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions as chaos ensued, with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents falling in rapid succession. Chen Feng's robotic forces and mechanical creatures were similarly dismantled. Fury surged within Nick Fury as he observed through surveillance footage, witnessing Chen Feng's overwhelming might forcing his subordinates to retreat. Panic gripped him. If this continued, it would not be long before Chen Feng breached the command center. "Unleash the enforcers," Fury commanded. The enforcers, lethal agents trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., stood over 2 meters tall, muscular, and simple-minded. 100 of these enforcers marched toward Chen Feng's location. Meanwhile, General Ross, not far from the conflict between Chen Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D., peered through his binoculars at the unfolding battle. The sight of the dark swarm of flying ants, an overwhelming number of robots, and fearsome mobile fortresses sent shivers down his spine. "Chen Feng is indeed a terrifying foe," General Ross lamented. "General, Chen Feng's pace of development is alarmingly swift. We must eliminate him. Otherwise, once he truly ascends, there will be no place for us, neither in America nor on this planet." Catherine expressed her concern. "General, let us collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. If Chen Feng defeats them, we may find ourselves unable to conquer him," Abhorrence suggested. His confidence stemmed from the formidable 10 humanoid behemoths under his command. "Let us wait a while longer. The time is not yet ripe," General Ross replied. Upon witnessing the casualties increase as the team assaulted the airborne aircraft carrier, Natasha ordered the robots to bombard its engines, aiming to bring the vessel down. In her pursuit to expedite its descent, she was willing to sacrifice the swarm of flying ants. She commanded the swarm to launch a suicidal attack on the engines. Consequently, countless flying ants soared towards the engines, only to be reduced to a mist of blood by the rapidly spinning blades. Chapter 73. The lone battle against 100 giants as an increasing number of colossal flying ants fearlessly surged into the engine's fan. The rotational speed plummeted rapidly. The airborne aircraft carrier, deprived of sufficient power, began its swift descent. In the command center of the aerial vessel, Fury sensed the imminent fall and promptly cautioned everyone, stating, "Attention, the aircraft carrier is about to crash." General Ross, witnessing the aerial carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. being brought down by Chen Feng, was taken aback and urgently commanded, "Attack." He feared that if Chen Feng obliterated S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be unable to procure the numerous serums from him. The general's order echoed throughout the military. Various aircraft aboard the carrier took to the skies, while warships readied their cannons, steering towards the battlefield where Chen Feng clashed with S.H.I.E.L.D. On land, the army awaited orders, mobilizing tanks, armored vehicles, and troop transports. Miss Natasha, General Ross's forces have deployed. They are estimated to arrive within 10 minutes, Alita cautioned. Order the speedboat fortifications and submarine bastions to intercept General Ross's navy. Command the Lizard Legion to dispatch 50,000 troops to confront General Ross's army. Split the swarm of flying ants in half, and half of the aerial fortifications should engage General Ross's air force. Natasha swiftly issued her commands. As Natasha concluded her directives, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier neared its catastrophic descent. Boom! The fall of the aircraft carrier echoed like the onset of an apocalypse. The ground trembled, and smoke filled the air. The personnel aboard the carrier were severely impacted, with many losing their lives upon impact. In the command center, Fury shouted, "Everyone, focus all efforts on eliminating Chen Feng. If we kill him, victory will be ours." "What about the giants, those monsters?" Hill inquired. "Forget them. There are too many, and we cannot eliminate them in a short span. Even if we did, S.H.I.E.L.D. would suffer tremendous losses. The best course of action now is to take down Chen Feng. Once he is gone, the monsters will retreat," Fury replied. The 100 mighty warriors dispatched by Fury had already encountered Chen Feng. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" They shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Chen Feng. The giants, with shields raised in their left hands and colossal hammers in their right, appeared formidable, unfazed by the 100 giants. Chen Feng led his robots to meet the challenge. Rat-a-tat-tat, the robots opened fire. The giants, quick to react, advanced slowly, shields held high. Boom, 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 the robots launched small missiles. The explosions did not annihilate the giants, but merely forced them to stagger back a few steps. With a roar, Chen Feng charged forward. Boom! He collided with the 100 giants. The formidable strongmen at the front were struck so violently that they spat blood, while those behind remained unscathed. Chen Feng, with both hands, tore through the defenses of one strongman. Seizing the neck of a colossal figure, he lifted him effortlessly before slamming him down onto the ground with tremendous force, resulting in a deafening crash. The strongman perished instantly. Following this, Chen Feng spread his arms and spun on the spot, sweeping aside another strongman who lunged at him. With a resounding thud, one of the giants leaped high, wielding a massive hammer, and brought it crashing down upon Chen Feng's back. Blood erupted from his mouth. He had not anticipated that the strength of the S.H.I.E.L.D. strongmen would be so immense, even surpassing that of the lizard professor, only slightly inferior to that of the abomination. Their defenses were formidable. Even his full-force collision failed to bring one down. Despite the bloodshed, Chen Feng's injuries were not severe. Within mere moments, his internal wounds healed, remarkable indeed. With a swift turn, he grasped the shoulder of the strong man who had ambushed him with his left hand, while his right formed a fist that relentlessly pounded into the giant's abdomen. The strong man was forced to spit blood repeatedly. With a final, devastating blow, Chen Feng pierced the strong man's gut. The clash between Chen Feng and the group of strong men was undeniably visceral, intensely fierce. General Ross, demonstrating his cunning, commanded his troops to advance while refraining from joining them, instead opting to observe from afar through a telescope. He had already conferred with high-ranking officials, allowing for autonomous action. This way, he could avoid issuing commands that could be mimicked by Chen Feng. Upon witnessing the swarm of flying ants and the flying fortress divide to confront his air force, he realized that Chen Feng had already uncovered his position. The arrow was on the string, and there was no turning back. As long as Chen Feng breathed, there would be no peace for Ross. When Ross's air force collided with the flying ants and the flying fortress, an immediate exchange of fire ensued. The air force, equipped with armed helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers, boasted substantial firepower. However, Chen Feng's flying fortress clearly outmatched them, brimming with long-range weaponry. Particularly formidable was the dense swarm of gigantic flying ants, which could be said to utterly dominate Ross's air force. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets, artillery, missiles, both sides engaged in relentless bombardment. The firepower of a single flying fortress equated to that of 10 armed helicopters. Explosions erupted as Ross's air force was continually decimated, falling from the sky. Chen Feng's flying fortress also suffered damage, plummeting from above. The casualties among the flying ants were even greater, as their sheer numbers and size made them difficult to miss when targeted. On the surface of the sea, Ross's navy clashed with Chen Feng's speedboat fortresses and submarine fortresses. The general's aircraft carriers and warships wielded great firepower but were sluggish, making it challenging to strike at the enemy. In contrast, while Chen Feng's speedboat fortresses lacked the navy's formidable strength, their speed was unmatched. Coupled with the support of submarine fortresses, they completely overwhelmed Ross's naval forces. Boom, boom, boom. One fortress after another was obliterated. Ship after ship sank beneath the waves. The battle was horrifically fierce. General Ross's army encountered the formidable legion of lizards, marking what seemed to be the army's doomsday. The lizard legion, swift in their movements, possessed immense strength, lethal prowess, and unparalleled regenerative capabilities. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective against them. Even cannon fire could not vanquish the colossal lizards. Unless their massive heads were shattered, they would swiftly recover. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The army fought valiantly, yet they could not impede the relentless advance of the lizard legion. The lizards surged forward with astonishing speed, crashing into the ranks of the army. Armed with razor-sharp claws, gaping maws, and thrashing tails, the legion of lizards rendered the 100,000 elite soldiers utterly defenseless. Chapter 74. The Onslaught of Hatred Flee. These monstrous beings are invincible. How on earth can we contend with such a multitude? We are not like the formidable Bronsky. We stand no chance against them. Enough of this. Let us retreat. This place is hell, and I yearn for home. Help. General Ross's army crumbled under the assault of the Lizard Legion, soldiers scattering in every direction. There is no choice but to flee. The challenge of vanquishing the giant lizards is insurmountable, unless one possesses exceptional marksmanship to accurately pierce the skull of these behemoths. They stand no chance against the Lizard Legion. General Ross, his visage ashen, observed through his telescope as his air force was decimated, losing a third of its strength in mere moments. His navy was relentlessly sunk by the fortifications conjured by Chen Feng. His army, a pitiful sight, fled in disarray upon first contact. Now he could only hope that Hatred would lead the humanoid behemoth squad to eliminate Chen Feng. Hatred, accompanied by his subordinates, embarked on an armed helicopter to confront Chen Feng. Fortune, however, was not on their side as their helicopter was struck down mid-flight by a flying fortress. The aircraft exploded, but fortunately, their monstrous forms sustained little injury. Yet, cast into the sea, they faced a daunting swim to shore, requiring at least half an hour, time they could ill afford as the battle could well conclude in their absence. General Ross, witnessing their fall into the ocean through his telescope, felt a wave of despair wash over him. With all his forces suppressed, and even Hatred now in peril, his frustration was palpable. Nevertheless, he resolved to assist them, ordering several speedboats to their aid. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered General Ross's beleaguered troops, a cause for celebration that alleviated their previous despondence and anxiety. Although Ross's forces were currently under duress, they would nonetheless relieve some of the pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, with the assistance of 11 humanoid behemoths, the odds of defeating Chen Feng would significantly improve. On Chen Feng's side, after half an hour of relentless combat, he had finally dispatched 100 strongmen. Exhausted, he refrained from further assault and took a moment to recuperate. After a brief interlude, fully rejuvenated, he resumed his onslaught. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, under Fury's command, were all directed to confront Chen Feng, resulting in the breach of the airborne aircraft carrier, with much of the interior overtaken. As they rallied together, they prepared to charge at Chen Feng, abandoning their firearms for close combat weapons. With a flurry of blades, daggers, and chains, they readied themselves, particularly with the intent to ensnare Chen Feng and bring about his demise. Charge! Hawkeye shouted, leading the charge as his comrades followed suit, their battle cries echoing. As he sprinted forward, he loosed arrows with precision. With a swift whoosh, 3 arrows were unleashed, each an explosive projectile. Chen Feng did not flinch. The arrows detonated upon contact with him, yet he remained unscathed. "I am fearless," he bellowed, rallying his own spirit, for he stood against the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's resilience, Natasha immediately commanded her swarm of flying ants to begin their assault on the airborne carrier. The now enlarged swarm possessed formidable mandibles capable of severing steel. Her intent was clear. Once the aerial carrier was dismantled, nothing would stand in the way of the flying ants. Robots, lizard legion, and mechanical beasts. Countless flying ants began to envelop the airborne carrier, their incessant gnawing resonating like a cacophony of clicks against the metal shell. Lizard legion, advance, Natasha commanded. As the order was given, 50,000 lizards surged into the carrier's interior. The sheer number of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives overwhelmed Chen Feng's robotic and mechanical allies in an instant, leaving him grievously injured and bloodied. Then, amidst the chaos, Chen Feng heard a familiar sound. Turning to investigate, he smiled upon seeing his lizard legion approaching. "In numbers, you cannot best me. I shall outlast you," he declared, pointing defiantly at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The lizard legion, spurred into action, viciously tore into their adversaries. Chen Feng refrained from joining the fray. He needed to recuperate. More importantly, as their leader, he relied on the lizard legion to do his bidding. Quickly, swiftly, slay these giant lizards. Strike their heads. Aim for their skulls. Fury had arrived, and his presence was critical. With all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. present, this was the safest course of action. Upon seeing Fury, Chen Feng gestured broadly, commanding, "Attack. Bite them to death. Capture them." The lizard legion, in close proximity, became a terrifying force, their teeth, claws, and tails proving to be formidable weapons, catching the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents off guard. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not without its own strength. Many skilled operatives wielded daggers capable of slaying the giant lizards. 12 minutes later, a familiar voice echoed behind Chen Feng. Turning around, he found Abomination, accompanied by 10 monstrous figures. "Chen Feng, I've come for you." He laughed. "Blonsky, what brings you here? Do you come to oppose me?" Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. "Are you worried about me being your enemy?" Abomination replied with a mischievous grin. "Worry? That is out of the question," Chen Feng retorted. "If I cannot win, I shall simply depart. No one can hinder my escape." "Well then, to be honest, I am here to cause you trouble," Abomination stated. "Sent by General Ross, I presume?" Chen Feng asked. "Indeed, he desires the serum you have pilfered from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you hand it over to me, I might consider sparing you," Abomination proposed. "Good grief, is your general unhinged? I procured 10 vials of serum from S.H.I.E.L.D. And you, General, would dare to oppose me over such a trivial matter? How foolish." Chen Feng scoffed. "What? You claim you only stole 10 vials of serum?" Venom exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, I am not deceiving you." From Venom's words, he surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D. might be sowing discord. With a furious roar, Venom confronted Fury, who was hiding among the crowd, demanding, "Fury, did you not assert that Chen Feng had stolen all the serum from S.H.I.E.L.D.? He claims to have taken merely 10 vials. How do you account for this?" "Blonsky, he is our adversary. Do you truly believe his words?" Fury retorted. Chen Feng hastily interjected, "Blonsky, think carefully. I sent only one individual to pilfer from S.H.I.E.L.D. How much could a single person possibly steal at one time?" Chapter 75. The Path of the Evil Blade. Blonsky, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. You must understand that he is no ordinary individual. The prowess of his technology is formidable, as you have undoubtedly observed upon your arrival, Fury urged, striving to sway the newly arrived allies, unwilling to let them transform into adversaries. Upon reflection, Abomination conceded that Fury was indeed correct. Chen Feng's technological capabilities were terrifyingly formidable, leaving one to ponder what he could not achieve. The recollection of past encounters flooded his mind, wherein Chen Feng had treated him like an insignificant insect, a memory that ignited a profound sense of humiliation within him. Chen Feng, today you shall meet your demise. Abomination bellowed. Doubt me if you will, but you shall perish alongside S-H-I-E-L-D. Chen Feng retorted with a scoff. With a mere wave of his hand, a legion of 10,000 colossal lizards turned their gaze and charged towards Abomination and his cohort. The cacophony of their roars echoed through the air as they lunged forward, claws bared in a frenzied assault. Chen Feng intended to utilize the giant lizards to diminish the enemy's strength before he personally intervened. With the lizard professor at his disposal, continuously producing these titanic creatures, he feared no losses. However, Chen Feng found himself cornered by General Ross's men and S-H-I-E-L-D agents, rendering escape impossible. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to seize the treasures hidden within S-H-I-E-L-D's vault amidst the chaos. If there is no path, then I shall forge one. Aiming for the valiant Matsumoto Ichiro, who was fiercely battling the colossal lizards, Chen Feng hastened towards him, intent on eliminating Matsumoto while also acquiring his blade. That sword, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel, was the perfect tool for clearing a path. Matsumoto Ichiro, ever vigilant, sensed Chen Feng's approach and swiftly attempted to retreat. Although his swordsmanship was exceptional, it merely grazed Chen Feng's skin without inflicting any substantial harm, compelling him to avoid further confrontation. He adeptly leapt onto the back of a giant lizard, evading Chen Feng's pursuit. In a moment of rapid movement, Chen Feng seized a giant lizard and hurled it with great force. Matsumoto Ichiro, quick to react, dove to the ground, burrowing into the throng of colossal lizards. A giant lizard, with its cavernous maw agape, lunged at Matsumoto. Rather than retreating, he thrust his sword forward, piercing the creature's mouth. With a swift motion, the blade emerged from the top of the lizard's head, and as Matsumoto withdrew his weapon, the enormous creature collapsed to the ground. It was but a fleeting pause before Chen Feng closed the distance between them. Boom, boom, boom. Every colossal lizard obstructing Chen Feng's path was forcefully cast aside, some even crushed beneath his advance. As he approached Matsumoto Ichiro, he extended his massive hand for a grasp. With a sudden shift, Matsumoto leaned back and propelled himself away, brandishing his sword in a swift arc. A flash of light gleamed as Chen Feng's grasp fell short, yet a shallow cut marred his hand from Matsumoto's blade. Such a trivial wound was of no concern to Chen Feng. He could recover in mere moments. With resolute determination, Chen Feng surged forward, his hands reaching out incessantly. A colossal lizard suddenly seized Matsumoto Ichiro, who was retreating desperately. Chen Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration and hastened his pace. Matsumoto Ichiro was bitten at his waist, sustaining severe injuries, with several bones fractured and his abdomen pierced by the lizard's fangs, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The blade in his hand, too heavy to wield due to his grievous wounds, could not deliver a fatal strike to the beast that had ensnared him. With a heart devoid of mercy, Chen Feng rushed over and delivered a fatal kick to Matsumoto Ichiro, crushing him, along with the lizard clinging to him. After dispatching Matsumoto Ichiro, he seized the fallen man's sword. The blade measured 1 meter in length, with a handle of 30 centimeters. The handle was too short for two-handed grasp, compelling Chen Feng to clutch the sword with one hand. At the moment he grasped the long blade, he felt an eerie energy coursing into his being, though it was swiftly consumed by his formidable genetic cells. He surmised that this sword had undoubtedly claimed many lives, forged through ritualistic sacrifice, explaining its ability to pierce through his skin. Turning away, he approached the wall, raising the sword and swinging it forcefully. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the wall as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Chen Feng continued to wield the sword, cleaving through the steel barriers. Advancing further into the space beyond. Optimus Prime, locate the S-H-I-E-L-D vault, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng's wrist projected a 3D holographic display, illustrating the entire S-H-I-E-L-D layout along with the locations of both his current position and the vault. With the direction provided by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng proceeded towards the vault, relentlessly slicing through any obstacles in his path. Even if doors were present, he chose not to use them, preferring a direct route. Fury, observing Chen Feng breach the iron wall and enter another area, urgently directed, Chen Feng has fled. Everyone, pursue him. If we kill him, we win. The skilled agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, armed with exceptional abilities and strength, charged through the lizard horde in pursuit of Chen Feng, while those less capable remained behind to engage in battle with the lizard army. The adept departed, leaving the less capable behind, who were destined to be overwhelmed by the lizard legion. Fury joined the pursuit of Chen Feng, summoning Abomination to accompany him. Though the lizard legion was numerous, they could not hinder the escape of Abomination and his team. As they fled, the 1,000 colossal lizards previously commanded by Chen Feng to attack Abomination followed closely behind. With another swift motion, Chen Feng sliced through yet another wall. My lord, Fury and Abomination are closing in on you. They will reach you in approximately 30 seconds, Optimus Prime alerted him. Optimus Prime, instruct Natasha to deploy some robots and flying ants to obstruct their advance, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, came the reply. Additionally, have Natasha send some flying ants to accompany me for transport assistance shortly, he added. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. With a swift motion, Chen Feng quickened his pace. Determined to empty the S-H-I-E-L-D vault before Fury and his team arrived. Moments later, he finally laid eyes on the vault. The colossal lock on the iron door fell beneath the strike of his blade. To preserve the treasures within, he meticulously carved out 2 iron pillars from the thick walls. Crouching down, he grasped the base of the door and gently lifted it. The door, weighing 20 tons, was hoisted effortlessly. Once elevated, he propped it up with his shoulder and secured it with the iron pillars he had just fashioned, ensuring it remained aloft. After stabilizing the door, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the vault, utterly flabbergasted. Stunned, he exclaimed in disbelief, Fury, you are indeed formidable. Chapter 76, The Trap of S-H-I-E-L-D. In the vault, Chen Feng beheld an array of bottles and jars, alongside a variety of impressive weaponry. His extraordinary memory allowed him to vividly recall the disarray of items during Spider-Man's previous visit. It was evident that S-H-I-E-L-D had surreptitiously swapped the treasures within the vault, leaving behind mere fakes. To his alarm, he discerned a faint ticking sound emanating from a large box. The contents of the vault were indeed counterfeit, and the source of the ticking must certainly be a timed bomb, activated the moment he opened the door. Cursing under his breath, Chen Feng pivoted and dashed for the exit. As he fled, he grasped the iron pillars that anchored the door on either side. With a resounding crash, the iron door, weighing 20 tons, plummeted to the ground, lacking the support of the 2 pillars. Instead of retreating, Chen Feng pressed his body against the iron door, utilizing it as a shield. The ticking accelerated, heightening his anxiety. He knew an explosion was imminent. With a deafening roar, the explosion obliterated the area surrounding the vault, creating a circular devastation spanning 20 meters. The destruction was exacerbated by the aircraft carrier's steel structure. Otherwise, such a cataclysmic blast would have surely spelled doom for any vessel. Chen Feng, pressed against the iron door, was propelled backward by the force of the explosion, crashing through several walls in his wake. The sheer power of the blast was overwhelming, rendering even the transformed Titan-like Chen Feng momentarily dazed. The personnel of S-H-I-E-L-D staggered from the terrifying explosion, yet rather than succumbing to fear, they erupted into jubilant cheers. We did it. We succeeded. Ha ha ha. They continued to vanquish their foes while reveling in their triumph, including Fury, who exclaimed with delight, "I knew Chen Feng would fall for it." Hawkeye chimed in. Individuals like him should be outsmarted. However, Hill expressed her concerns. Given his prowess, do you think he can be killed by the explosion? Nearby, Abomination, filled with curiosity, inquired. Fury, what are you so pleased about? Chen Feng has been fixated on the items we secured in the vault. During his last foray, he only managed to steal a fraction, leading us to anticipate his return. Consequently, we preemptively placed a timed bomb within the vault. The moment he opened that iron door, it would activate. Clearly, we have succeeded, Fury replied, brimming with elation. Abomination, however, was far from pleased. Instead, he was incensed. Seizing Fury by the collar, he lifted him off the ground, seething, "Fury, how dare you deceive me?" Witnessing Abomination's sudden aggression towards their leader, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swiftly aimed their weapons at him, momentarily disregarding the robotic assailants. Hawkeye trained his bow upon Abomination, demanding, "Blonsky, what are you doing? Release our director." "Let him go." The agents rallied in unison, shouting, "Release our director." 10 colossal abominations, driven by hatred, swiftly encircled the figure of the Abomination. "What have I deceived you about, Bronsky?" Fury inquired, his face clouded with displeasure. "You previously stated that the serum in the safe was entirely pilfered by Chen Feng. Yet now you claim he only took a portion. If you're lying to me, I shall ensure your demise." The Abomination bellowed with fury. "I did not assert that. Would Chen Feng fall for such a ruse? It is all for the purpose of eliminating him. I hope you can comprehend that." Fury attempted to placate. "Then where is the serum? Surrender it all to me, or I will annihilate your S.H.I.E.L.D. The Abomination threatened. "It is within the safe. The recent explosion obliterated everything." "I am not deceiving you," Fury insisted. "You truly take me for a fool." The Abomination seethed, ready to crush Fury's skull. Hawkeye intervened, firing an armor-piercing arrow that struck the Abomination's hand, leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to charge forward. "Kill, charge, rescue the director." The agents engaged in battle with the Abomination and his minions. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents faced dire consequences, ruthlessly gunned down by Chen Feng's robots. Unlike the Abomination and his ilk, they did not possess the formidable physiques to withstand the majority of assaults. Although the agents were suppressing the Abomination, they inflicted little harm upon him. Through their desperate efforts, they successfully rescued Fury. Witnessing the numerous subordinates falling victim to the relentless onslaught of the Abomination and the robots, Fury urgently urged, "Abomination, cease this madness. If you continue, we shall all perish. Do remember, remnants of Chen Feng still linger. Hand over all the serum, or I shall not relent." The Abomination retorted angrily. "It has truly been destroyed. I am not lying," Fury countered. The serum was an invaluable asset that he was unwilling to relinquish, for it was the source of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength. "Damn you! Do you truly think me a fool? Watch as I obliterate your S.H.I.E.L.D. The Abomination raged, causing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to perish at his hands. In ranged combat, he might have struggled against S.H.I.E.L.D., but in close quarters, he claimed invincibility. Natasha observed through the robot's camera that General Ross's forces were clashing with S.H.I.E.L.D., and she couldn't help but chuckle. Dogs biting dogs, splendid. As for whether Chen Feng had been killed in the explosion, she felt no concern. She was acutely aware of Chen Feng's formidable defense after transforming into a Titan and his extraordinary regeneration after becoming a lizard man. These two powers combined rendered him virtually invincible. "Miss Natasha, our submarine fortress has gathered beneath General Ross's aircraft carrier. Shall we commence the attack?" Alita inquired. "Attack. Send him into the sea," Natasha commanded. "Yes, Miss Natasha," Alita acknowledged. Meanwhile, on General Ross's side, Catherine received reports from her subordinates and promptly informed the general. "Sir, Our radar has suddenly malfunctioned. We suspect Chen Feng is behind it, using some devices to interfere with our radar. Can we establish contact with our submarine? General Ross asked. No, Catherine replied. Quickly deploy the Frogman squad, ensuring the safety of the aircraft carrier, General Ross commanded. As he was aboard the carrier himself, its security was paramount. Splash, splash. Hundreds of frogmen plunged into the sea. Boom, boom. The relentless sound of explosions echoed as the carrier's hull was bombarded by submarine fortresses. The entire vessel trembled violently. General Ross struggled to maintain his balance, nearly toppling into the ocean, but fortunately, his secretary caught him just in time. Catherine, we must leave. This carrier cannot be saved. General Ross declared with resolute determination. Chapter 77. The swarm of formidable flying ants. General Ross, true to his rank, demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. Recognizing the futility of preserving the aircraft carrier and promptly relinquishing it without a moment's hesitation, Catherine hurriedly followed General Ross as he made his exit. Before departing, he commanded the soldiers aboard the carrier to flee for their lives, while he and Catherine boarded an aircraft and took to the skies. Upon witnessing Ross's retreat, Natasha ordered 100 robots to pursue him relentlessly. For half an hour, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier was assailed by countless flying ants, which systematically gnawed away its exterior until it was entirely stripped bare. With a sweeping gesture, Natasha summoned the relentless swarm of flying ants to infiltrate the aircraft carrier, continuing their voracious consumption. The cacophony of gnawing echoed throughout the vessel, piercing the air. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and the abomination halted their combat upon hearing the distressing sounds. An agent rushed in, breathless, and reported to Fury, "Director, we have a grave situation. Countless gigantic flying ants are ravaging the exterior of our aircraft carrier and are now pouring inside, consuming everything in their path." Fury furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. "What shall we do? Director, if we can bring out Chen Feng's corpse and inform his subordinates of his demise, they will likely cease their desperate efforts on his behalf. We might even manage to sway them to join S.H.I.E.L.D., suggested Hill. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. "Yes, I concur." Fury turned to the abomination, who was lurking nearby. "Blonsky, you seek the serum to augment your strength, do you not? Assist us in battling these foes, and I shall grant you a portion of Chen Feng's serum." Agreed, the abomination readily accepted. Chen Feng was the most formidable individual he had ever encountered, and the prospect of acquiring such terrifying power exhilarated him. Then we must act swiftly to neutralize those wretched robots. Otherwise, Chen Feng's corpse will be seized by his subordinates. Fury urged. "Very well," the abomination replied, rallying his 10 monstrous minions. "For the time being, we shall ally with S.H.I.E.L.D. After obtaining Chen Feng's serum, we shall all share in the benefits." "Understood, brother. We shall heed your commands." The anticipation of Chen Feng's serum filled them with excitement. With the promise of rewards, the tone shifted. Once they had called him the abomination, now they referred to him as brother. "Attack!" Fury bellowed. The sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted as the abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the robots clashed once more. This time, with the assistance of the abomination and his 10 formidable minions, they swiftly eliminated the robots obstructing their path. Upon reaching the vicinity of the vault, they were met not with the vault itself, but rather a vast, circular chamber teeming with gigantic flying ants, relentlessly gnawing at the aircraft carrier. "What do we do? There are so many giant flying ants," Hill exclaimed, his fear of dense crowds causing his skin to prickle. "Forget the flying ants. Our priority is to locate Chen Feng's corpse," Fury commanded. Such explosive power would surely obliterate even a deity like Chen Feng, the abomination mused. As the colossal flying ants spotted humans, they immediately buzzed into the air, launching a fierce assault. The sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With relentless determination, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fired upon the giant insects. In mere moments, the ground was littered with their carcasses, filling half of the circular space. The sheer number of these monstrous ants seemed inexhaustible. "Director, I am out of ammunition," one agent exclaimed. "I have no arrows left either." Another added, "With only our melee skills, we will surely be overwhelmed by these giant ants. Let us gather, back to back, to shield one another. Those on the perimeter shall fend off the enemies while those in the center search for Chen Feng's body," Fury commanded. With a powerful punch, the abomination obliterated one of the giant ants and taunted "H-I-E-L-D, you agents are remarkably weak. Indeed, we are the mighty ones, fighting unarmed." A humanoid giant replied proudly, "Once we locate Chen Feng's body, our strength will only grow." Despite the overwhelming horde of giant ants and their formidable attacks, H-I-E-L-D, agents displayed remarkable resilience, their seamless coordination preventing the ants from breaching their formation. However, as time passed, fatigue set in, diminishing their combat effectiveness, and many agents succumbed to the biting onslaught. Fury could only watch in frustration, powerless to change their fate. "Where is Chen Feng's body? Why can't we find it?" Hill fretted anxiously. "Could it be that he is still alive? That's why we cannot locate his remains," Hawkeye speculated. "Don't be ridiculous. With such an explosive force, even the strongest would perish," the abomination retorted. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the chaos. "Are you looking for me?" The utterance sent shivers of terror through everyone. The realization dawning, Chen Feng was alive. My goodness, he survived such a blast. He truly is a monster. What do we do now? He is still alive. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents were thrown into a panic. Even if he is alive, he must be weakened at this moment. "We should strike while he is vulnerable," the abomination declared fiercely. "Indeed, Blonsky is right. We must take him down while he is in this state," Fury concurred. "Then let it be so." A thunderous crash resounded as a grotesquely deformed iron door soared through the air, hurtling towards the S-H-I-E-L-D formation. The dense arrangement left those in the center with no escape, resulting in dozens being crushed on impact. All eyes turned toward the direction of the flying door, revealing Chen Feng embedded within a steel wall, appearing disheveled yet unscathed. He spread his arms and extricated himself from the wall, stretching his sore neck as he remarked, "Your gift is much appreciated. In return, I shall refrain from making a move." "Will you keep your word?" Fury inquired. "I shall," Chen Feng affirmed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the agents. If Chen Feng refrained from attacking, they still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Loathing was not appeased. He still yearned for Chen Feng's serum. He addressed Fury. "Fury, why do you fear him? We are numerous and united. Together, we can surely vanquish him." This caused Fury to hesitate. "Fury, I believe Blonsky is correct. We have become mortal enemies of Chen Feng. Even if he spares us today, he will inevitably seek our demise in the future. The only way to secure our peace is to eliminate Chen Feng," remarked Tony, who had been intimidated by Chen Feng's prowess and had thus remained among the ranks of S-H-I-E-L-D, contributing little. He merely wished to conserve his strength, planning to depart the moment S-H-I-E-L-D faltered against Chen Feng. Chapter 78, The Despairing S-H-I-E-L-D. Fury gazed at the mere 2,000 remaining subordinates, his heart heavy with sorrow. If he chose to retreat now, perhaps he could leave a glimmer of hope for S-H-I-E-L-D. However, if he pressed on to confront Chen Feng head-on, even if he ultimately vanquished him, S-H-I-E-L-D would cease to exist. The losses would be catastrophic, and his own survival was far from guaranteed. Yet, with Chen Feng having already decimated a significant portion of S-H-I-E-L-D, capitulating at this juncture would undoubtedly cost him his position as director. Driven by the desire for vengeance for his fallen comrades and the need to retain his leadership, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Advance towards Chen Feng. If we slay him, victory is ours." Chen Feng chuckled, transforming back into his human form. He raised his right hand and shot a strand of spider silk upwards, which adhered to a colossal flying ant. With a vigorous tug, he launched himself into the air. Performing a somersault, he landed atop the back of the enormous insect, surveying his adversaries below with derision. If you wish to kill me, first eliminate my legion of giant flying ants. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Feng ordered, attack. Devour them. The air buzzed with the sound of countless colossal flying ants as they surged towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and their adversaries, launching a frenzied assault. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the abominations fought desperately, but it was not long before their ammunition was exhausted. They were forced to rely solely on melee weapons against the relentless swarm. The giant flying ants were as large as elephants. Only by climbing onto their backs could one hope to slay them swiftly. Those fortunate enough to ascend the back of a giant flying ant might succeed in bringing it down, while the unfortunate found themselves either bitten to death or trampled mercilessly. Without ranged weaponry, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could not withstand the incessant onslaught of the flying ants. Within mere minutes, casualties mounted, and their formation disintegrated, leaving them to fight as isolated individuals. Without the cooperation of teammates, the weaker among them could scarcely survive a few seconds. Even the most formidable warriors, despite their prowess, were left scrambling, unable to inflict significant damage amidst the chaos of the swarming ants. The abominations, accompanied by 10 colossal humanoid beasts, fought valiantly against the giant flying ants. Their strength and defenses were formidable, rendering them largely unscathed by the onslaught. Yet, as time wore on, fatigue set in. They were no hulks, whose strength could swell boundlessly with rage. Crack! Crack! A ray of sunlight pierced through. Chen Feng looked up to see that the swarm had gnawed through the ceiling. As the opening widened, he caught sight of the blue sky and white clouds above. With a mere thought, a small glider soared through the breach and hovered beside him. He leapt onto the glider and soared out of the airborne aircraft carrier. Upon emerging, he was astonished to see the carrier's exterior nearly devoured by the swarm, a sight both incredulous and alarming. Inside the airborne carrier, the abominations, witnessing Chen Feng's departure, suddenly realized their inability to fly. How could they hope to confront Chen Feng now? With a grimace, one of them turned to Fury and lamented, "Fury, what shall we do? Chen Feng has flown away. How can I know? Our equipment is utterly destroyed. Even the gun in my hand is useless," Fury lamented. "Doesn't Tony possess his Iron Man suit? Let him bring Chen Feng down, and we can join forces," Hawkeye suggested. The lethargic Tony quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No, no, no. Chen Feng is far too formidable. I stand no chance against him. If you send me to confront him alone, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. What shall we do then? We cannot linger here, squandering time against these colossal flying ants," Hill stated anxiously. Sighing, Fury declared, "Let us fight our way out. We can seek vengeance against Chen Feng later." "All right, I concur," the abomination nodded. He had already resolved that when next confronting Chen Feng, he would acquire a flying apparatus, ensuring that he would not be vulnerable to Chen Feng's aerial assaults. "Blonsky, you are the strongest among us. Lead the charge while we provide cover," Fury instructed. "Understood," Abomination replied, elated at the praise from S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom, boom, boom. The Abomination, flanked by 10 monstrous figures, bulldozed through the giant flying ants that obstructed their path. Under Fury's command, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel regrouped and followed closely behind, pushing outward with ferocity. Meanwhile, Natasha, overseeing from the air, cheerfully remarked to Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, if you do not descend soon, they will escape. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Let the swarms of flying ants and the lizard legion play with them for a while. Once I have regained my strength, I shall descend to cause them trouble." Chen Feng replied, "General Ross's forces have retreated. Should we pull back our troops to assault S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha inquired. "Let them return. Slaughtering ordinary people holds no interest for me," Chen Feng stated. "Very well," Natasha acquiesced. Upon receiving Natasha's command, countless giant flying ants and lizards, alongside various fortifications, robots, Iron Man suits, and mechanical creatures, swiftly converged towards S.H.I.E.L.D. 5 minutes later, the Abomination and his companions burst forth from the airborne aircraft carrier. Their faces ashen. They beheld the sky filled with an overwhelming swarm of giant flying ants, blotting out the sun. They also spotted the ground teeming with massive lizards, incessantly roaring, eager to devour them. Various robots and mobile fortresses mingled among the giant lizards, all weapons trained on them. Oh my goodness, is this hell? We toiled and suffered, losing many, only to confront an even greater enemy. How shall we proceed? Will we see the sun tomorrow? I recently married. We had not even consummated our union before I was thrust into battle. If I perish, who knows what fate awaits my beautiful wife? Fear not. I shall take care of your wife, came the ominous reply. Rest assured, I shall ensure you both descend into hell together. In that moment, despair engulfed the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury turned his head and earnestly spoke to Abomination. Blonsky, it rests upon you to ensure our escape. I regret to inform you, Fury, but there are simply too many adversaries. I must abandon you and make my own escape. Abomination firmly declined. While aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, he could effectively safeguard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel amidst the multitude of obstacles. However, now, with no barriers to impede the onslaught of the creatures conjured by Chen Feng, even his formidable strength would ultimately succumb to exhaustion, leaving little room for concern for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents. Let us out of here. Upon our escape, I shall relinquish all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s serums to you. Fury proposed an offer that Abomination could not refuse. Chapter 79. The Flight of Malevolence. Very well, but you must keep close to me. Those who cannot keep up, I shall not concern myself with. Malevolence assented, for the serum was a coveted prize. The more he acquired, the stronger he could become. Rest assured, those who lag behind simply lack the necessary skill. It is no one's fault, Fury lamented. The weaker members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were instantly filled with despair. It was clear they were being abandoned. Malevolence turned to his 10 formidable subordinates and commanded, "We shall charge forth in a phalanx formation." "Understood, brother," they replied in unison. "Charge!" Malevolence bellowed, leading his 10 monstrous figures into a fierce advance. "Everyone, follow closely," Fury urged. The ground trembled as Malevolence and his 10 titans surged forward in a terrifying wedge formation, brutally toppling any obstacles in their path. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to keep pace behind them. Those who moved swiftly fared well, while the slower ones were inevitably struck down by the giant lizards, their fates gruesome. "Robots! Mobile fortresses! Bombard them!" Natasha commanded. The sound of gunfire and explosions erupted. Though the bullets and missiles could not inflict fatal blows upon Malevolence and his ilk, they wreaked havoc upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. "Tony, you are the only one capable of flight and long-range assault. You must find a way to eliminate those robots and mobile fortresses," Fury urged anxiously. "Understood," Tony replied. With a roar, Tony piloted his armored suit into the air, disregarding Fury's instructions and soaring away. In his view, S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely doomed. Even if there remained a glimmer of hope, their strength would be diminished. Thus, he felt no need to concern himself with their plight. Fury, witnessing Tony's retreat, was infuriated. "Chen Feng," Natasha said, "Tony is escaping. Should we bring him down?" "Let him live for now," Chen Feng replied. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe's Avengers Endgame, Tony, alongside the Hulk and Ant-Man, had collaborated to create a time travel machine. Chen Feng coveted such a device and feared he might be unable to replicate it himself. Hence he wished to spare Tony for the time being. After all, Tony was thoroughly subdued and posed no threat to him. However, while he could escape death, he would still be held accountable. And what of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Malevolence's forces? Natasha inquired. They shall be exterminated. They serve no purpose to me. Chen Feng replied coldly. A suicidal attack, Natasha scoffed. All the colossal flying ants, giant lizards, robots, armored suits, mechanical beasts, and mobile fortresses launched a frenzied assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. and Malevolence's forces. Initially, Malevolence and his cohorts managed to maintain their wedge formation and swift pace. However, as they faced the relentless onslaught of the giant lizards and flying ants, their speed began to dwindle. In the midst of the chaos, losing speed spelled inevitable doom. Director, help, save me. With a resounding crack, a colossal ant severed an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in two. There was no escape, no hope. Suddenly, a gigantic lizard, with a powerful sweep of its tail, sent another surrendering S.H.I.E.L.D. member flying into the throng of enormous reptiles. A few agonized screams echoed before silence enveloped the scene. Director, if this continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. will face total annihilation, Hawkeye exclaimed anxiously. Fury clenched his jaw and turned to Blonsky, saying, You, take your 10 subordinates. Each carry one of us and lead us to safety. And what of the others? Blonsky inquired, aware that there were still 800 or 900 personnel left. Let them fend for themselves. Fury replied resolutely. And what about the promise of the serum? Blonsky pressed. Fury nodded. It stands, as long as I am alive. Very well, Blonsky acquiesced, then turned his back to Fury, calling, Climb aboard. Without hesitation, Fury clambered onto Blonsky's back, gripping tightly around his neck. Blonsky instructed his 10 subordinates. Each of you carry one, and follow my lead. The 10 humanoid behemoths were not foolish. They opted to bear the stronger individuals, as the strong could alleviate their burden while the weak would only hinder their escape. Hawkeye, Hill, and the other 10 most formidable agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were now being carried by these giant figures. Stay close, Blonsky warned. Fear not, brother. We are not much weaker than you. One of the humanoid creatures chuckled. Humph, Blonsky scoffed, then crouched low, propelling himself forcefully off the ground. With a thunderous boom, he created a crater beneath him, launching his body high into the air and speeding forward. Blonsky, slow down. You almost dropped me just now. Fury shouted. Blonsky's leap was so vigorous that had he not been extraordinarily strong, he would have surely lost his grip. Then hold on tighter, Blonsky retorted with irritation. Faced with the swarm of flying ants and the legion of lizards, getting ensnared would spell disaster. Hence they needed to be swift. As he descended, he crushed a giant lizard beneath his feet, sending several others nearby staggering. He leaped again, his 10 subordinates following closely in swift succession. The leaping prowess of Blonsky and his companions was remarkable, each bound covering several hundred meters. Their speed was so great that neither the flying ants nor the lizard horde could keep pace. Only the airborne robots managed to follow. The sound of gunfire echoed as the robots flew above, incessantly attacking. However, due to the sheer velocity of Blonsky and his group, their shots could not find their mark. Chen Feng, you must take action this time, Natasha urged. Natasha, gather all those from S.H.I.E.L.D. who haven't escaped and encircle them without engaging. Chen Feng commanded. Why? Natasha asked, puzzled. Fury has abandoned them. They will not ally with him any longer. Thus, if possible, I wish to win them over and gain their loyalty, Chen Feng replied with a sinister grin. S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly unfortunate to face an adversary such as you, Natasha remarked with a smile. I simply wish for him to suffer the loss of both his beloved and his troops. Chen Feng declared. Upon finishing his statement, he donned his transformer suit. His feet poised on a colossal gliding wing, striking a formidable pose as he pursued the loathsome figures. Despite the speed of the adversaries, none could match the swiftness of Chen Feng's gliding apparatus. Fury remained vigilant, glancing back to see Chen Feng closing in alone, prompting him to urgently warn the others. Blonsky, Chen Feng is on our trail. We must flee. As the loathsome one leapt, he glanced back and, Upon noticing that only Chen Feng was in pursuit, proposed, "Let us lure him to a secluded spot where we can collectively eliminate him. But he possesses flying gear. We cannot reach him," Fury replied. "Let us head to General Ross's other military base. There, we shall find anti-aircraft weaponry. If we can bring Chen Feng down, he will be finished. With my 10 subordinates, we shall undoubtedly overpower him, especially with your assistance." Chapter 80. Annihilating the humanoid beasts. The thoughts of Abomination and his companions were commendable. However, they needed to reach General Ross's military base to actualize their plans. Chen Feng was no fool. He would not blindly follow them. After catching up with Abomination and the others, Chen Feng launched a fierce attack. He unleashed a barrage of weaponry: the minigun, the Gatling gun, shoulder-mounted guided missiles, pulse cannons, machine guns mounted on his glider, and medium-sized missiles, all fired in one breath. These formidable weapons were acquired from Tony Stark's industrial conglomerate, with no cost or concern for waste. The relentless assault inevitably struck the unfortunate foes. Several of the leaping humanoid beasts were hit by Chen Feng's onslaught. 3 sustained injuries, while 1 was obliterated by a medium-sized missile. As for the 3 injured beasts, their human passengers were surely doomed. Aware of the rapid regeneration of the humanoid beasts, Chen Feng swiftly soared closer, intent on dispatching them without delay. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng propelled himself from the glider, colliding with one of the humanoid beasts. Leaping down, he seized the injured creature and delivered a powerful punch to its head. The beast's cranium snapped back, its neck broken, yet it did not perish. Chen Feng hurled the creature to the ground, then raised his foot to stomp on its head. After several forceful strikes, he finally crushed the beast. Next, he hastened to the other humanoid beast he had previously struck, employing the same method to deliver lethal stomps. After dispatching 2 of the beasts, the remaining one, previously wounded, had recovered and was now bounding swiftly towards Abomination and his companions. Chen Feng aimed and fired at the humanoid beast, his bullets striking its feet. The torrential barrage rendered the creature unable to maintain its footing, causing it to plummet into the earth. With a leap, Chen Feng's glider instinctively positioned itself beneath his feet. Ascending to a height of over 100 meters above the humanoid beast, he launched a medium-sized missile before rapidly pursuing Abomination and the others. The explosion that ensued propelled Chen Feng forward with remarkable speed. In less than a minute, he had once again caught up with Abomination and his group. Seeing Chen Feng closing in, Fury urgently warned Abomination, "Blonsky, Chen Feng is after us again. We should separate and flee. Without me, do you really think you can outrun Chen Feng?" Abomination retorted, not bothering to look back. "Find a concealed spot to drop me off, then divert Chen Feng. After I escape, I will return with the serum," Fury insisted. "Huh, do you take me for a fool? If I let you go now, will you truly deliver the serum to me?" Abomination scoffed. Fury fell silent. Abomination's words rang true. If he managed to escape, he would likely renege on his promise. The serum was far too crucial for him. It represented his opportunity for resurgence. Handing it over to Abomination would render him powerless. As he continued to flee, Abomination shouted, "Chen Feng, if you're a man, stop relying on such advanced technology." With a smirk, Chen Feng continued to fire. "Chen Feng, if you are a man, face us in single combat." The fiend, filled with malice, sought to provoke a confrontation, eager to draw Chen Feng into close quarters. "Very well, I accept," Chen Feng replied with a cold smirk. If it were the Hulk, he might have hesitated, but against this fiend, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. "Everyone halt," commanded the fiend. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal humanoid beasts descended one after another, each landing with a thunderous explosion. The fiend set Fury down and instructed him, "Stay put with your men and watch how we defeat Chen Feng." The other humanoid beasts also released their burdens. Chen Feng leaped from the Transformers, transforming midair into a Titan. With a resounding crash, he landed, creating a massive crater, the surrounding dust swirling into the sky. "Today, let us engage in a proper battle," the fiend declared, then charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng surged forward to meet him. Bang! The two collided. The fiend was immediately sent flying. The reason was simple. Chen Feng stood 3 meters tall and weighed over a ton, while the fiend was only 2 meters tall and weighed just over 900 pounds. They were not of the same caliber. It was inevitable that Chen Feng would send the fiend hurtling away. After being propelled several hundred meters, the fiend rose unscathed and charged at Chen Feng once more. His minions bravely joined the fray, attacking Chen Feng in unison. With a single punch, Chen Feng sent one humanoid beast flying and swept his leg to clear the surrounding foes. The fiend closed in, swinging his fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng retaliated with all his might. The resulting collision produced a deafening roar, a shockwave that sent dust billowing into the air. Once again, the fiend was thrown back. But this time it was not merely a flight. The hand he had used to strike Chen Feng was left bloodied and shattered, bones crushed and veins ruptured. Boom! Chen Feng's fist penetrated a humanoid beast, emerging from the back of its skull. The creature fell lifeless to the ground. The battle between Chen Feng and the humanoid beasts was ferocious, each punch landing with explosive force, generating tremendous noise. Fury and his companions, watching from a distance, were left in awe. "This is true power," Fury remarked. "They are far more formidable than our strongmen at S.H.I.E.L.D. If only we had their serum," Hill lamented. "I was unprepared. Otherwise, my giant arrows could have taken them all down," Hawkeye retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. He felt this way because he was the man capable of piercing both the fiend and Chen Feng. Technology must be developed, but we must also value serums. Without formidable strength, once we lose our weapons, we become as helpless as we are now, Fury said earnestly. Our serums remain. We can continually create strong warriors. And we shall rise again, Hill declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, when S.H.I.E.L.D. rises once more, we shall, like Chen Feng, manufacture a legion of robots and monstrous beings, Fury asserted resolutely. Fry has been completely led astray by Chen Feng. Previously, Fry pursued a path of nurturing talent. Yet now he seeks to forge monstrosities. While the creation of such creatures is formidable, the absence of human talent renders them unrecognized by humanity. For monsters show no compassion towards humans. When they succumb to madness, they inevitably bring calamity upon mankind. Meanwhile, Chen Feng has annihilated all humanoid behemoths, leaving only the abomination behind. With its right hand temporarily incapacitated, its combat prowess significantly diminished, it chose to flee. Upon witnessing the abomination's retreat, Fry and his companions hastily followed suit, scattering in different directions. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating which one to pursue, the sound of a helicopter pierced the air. With a rapid clatter, an armed helicopter surged towards Chen Feng, and just as it hovered above him, a figure leapt from the aircraft, crashing into the earth with a dull thud. A roar erupted as a gigantic green figure emerged from the soil. Chapter 81. Deceiving Betty. As Chen Feng witnessed the emergence of the green giant from the earth, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is this?" The green giant, seemingly opposing him, pounded its chest and let out a furious roar, yet refrained from launching an assault. This perplexed Chen Feng. It was indeed remarkable that the notoriously volatile giant could suppress its rage in the presence of its nemesis. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the heavens. "Chen Feng, please spare my father. If you let him go, I promise he will no longer trouble you." With a mere thought, Chen Feng activated his glider, soaring swiftly towards the armed helicopter hovering above. The green giant, worried for his girlfriend Betty's safety, unleashed a mighty roar and leapt into the air, ascending to an astounding height of hundreds of meters. Although the giant's jumping ability was formidable, it lacked control in midair. Chen Feng seized the opportunity to accelerate, evading the giant's grasp. The pilot of the armed helicopter, upon seeing Chen Feng approach, hastily attempted to flee. However, the helicopter's speed was no match for Chen Feng's glider, and within moments, he caught up with it. A soldier, frantically manning a Gatling gun, aimed to fire at Chen Feng. Betty, recognizing the peril, immediately interjected, "Do not shoot." The notion of eliminating Chen Feng with a Gatling gun was nothing short of a delusion. Attacking him would only incite his wrath, which was why she had specifically advised her boyfriend, the Green Giant, against provoking Chen Feng. Do you truly believe I would spare you? Chen Feng scoffed. Chen Feng, you have already taken enough lives. If you continue down this path, the entire United States will turn against you. I implore you to cease your actions. Betty pleaded sorrowfully. It was S-H-I-E-L-D, and your father who instigated this conflict with me. They initiated the confrontation, and having emerged victorious, it is only just that I exact my revenge. Had I lost, I would have faced death at their hands. Chen Feng retorted coldly. Please, I beg you, just spare my father. Betty implored. Take your giant boyfriend and leave. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end you both, Chen Feng warned. Despite Betty's commendable nature, Chen Feng held no desire to harm her. What must I do for you to spare my father? Betty inquired. Though their communication was minimal, she understood her father's deep affection for her, evident in his repeated efforts to protect the green giant for her sake. With a roar, the green giant leapt forward. Chen Feng skillfully maneuvered the glider, ascending to evade the giant's attack. However, the giant landed squarely on the armed helicopter, its weight exceeding that of 1,200 pounds, nearly bringing the aircraft crashing down. Fortunately, it was a large, fortified helicopter. The giant clung to the exterior, bellowing at Chen Feng, "Do not harm Betty." Chen Feng let out a cold snort and said, "Humph, you would do well to take your girlfriend and leave, or I shall take her life." With that, he turned and swiftly controlled his glider to depart. Chen Feng, don't go. Please don't harm my father. Betty pleaded loudly. Unmoved, Chen Feng continued his retreat. After his departure, the Hulk's rage dissipated, reverting to his ordinary self. He comforted his girlfriend. Betty, do not worry. While I am here, Chen Feng cannot harm your father. Betty threw herself into the Hulk's embrace. Touched, she softly replied, Chen Feng searched the vicinity thoroughly and even enlisted Optimus Prime to locate Fury and the others via satellite, yet to no avail. You may run for a while, but you cannot run forever, Chen Feng declared, turning to pursue the armed helicopter where Betty was located. Unable to find Fury and the others, he resolved to seek out General Ross instead. Quickly, Chen Feng caught up to the armed helicopter. Seeing Chen Feng in pursuit, the Hulk nearly transformed again. Banner, do not be angry. Chen Feng just stated he does not wish to harm us. Betty reassured the Hulk. Be cautious if he makes a move. You must immediately hide behind me, the Hulk advised with concern. Betty nodded sweetly. Upon catching up, Chen Feng called out, Take me to see General Ross. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Betty inquired curiously. Matters between men. It's best you do not concern yourself with them. Just take me there. Chen Feng replied. Then tell me, the Hulk interjected. You give it a rest. You are not even someone of importance to General Ross. What good would it do to tell you? Chen Feng mocked. The Hulk was at a loss for words. If you do not speak, I shall not tell you. Betty countered, not foolishly dismissing the concern for her father's safety. I wish to discuss S-H-I-E-L-D matters with him. If you are worried, I can swear on my honor that I will not harm your father, Chen Feng stated earnestly. A vow was something Chen Feng had never placed trust in. Really? But he questioned. Chen Feng nodded emphatically, indeed. Very well. I shall take you, but you must promise not to harm my father, Betty insisted with a delicate tone. Okay. Chen Feng replied joyfully. Not harming him is out of the question. General Ross had dispatched an elite force of 200,000 troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force to attack him. This grievance must be avenged. After all, he couldn't locate Fury and the others. Thus, he had no choice but to vent his frustrations on General Ross. Chen Feng transformed back into his normal self, and then leaped from the glider into the armed helicopter. Sitting closely beside Betty, the glider, now devoid of Chen Feng, ascended rapidly, vanishing from sight. In truth, both the glider and the transformers had not departed, but rather concealed themselves within the clouds, ever ready for Chen Feng's summons. Inside the armed helicopter, Chen Feng turned to Betty and inquired, Miss Betty, did your father send you to plead for mercy on his behalf? Betty nodded apologetically, saying, Yes. He has lost all of his elite forces to you. What remains are merely ordinary troops. Consequently, he fears your vengeance and has sent me as an emissary, hoping to negotiate peace. He did not promise you any advantages? Chen Feng inquired. He did. He assured me that I would be with Banner, Betty replied joyfully. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled an amusing scene from the film The Incredible Hulk. In that scene, the Hulk and Betty reconcile, and as they yearn to celebrate their love, the Hulk, overwhelmed with excitement, finds himself unable to transform back into his human form and must forego the moment of joy. Betty, with a wistful expression, asks the Hulk, "Is it truly impossible?" The Hulk responds, "It really is. When I get excited, I transform." The unsatisfied look on Betty's face left a lasting impression on Chen Feng. Chapter 82. General Ross's secret base. With a playful demeanor, Chen Feng inquired, "Betty, how are things between you and Banner?" "Very well. I am quite happy with Banner," Betty replied with an innocent smile. "Given your affectionate bond, why not hasten matters and start a family? Then the three of you could visit General Ross. No matter how he may refuse, he would have no choice in the matter," Chen Feng suggested, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Betty's smile vanished, replaced by a look of melancholy. The Hulk appeared visibly uncomfortable, his confidence waning. Feigning ignorance, Chen Feng probed further. "Oh? What are those expressions about?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Betty replied, though her gaze was fixed on the Hulk. "Something is amiss. Do share." "Perhaps I can assist you," Chen Feng said earnestly. Contemplating this, Betty mused to herself, "Indeed, Chen Feng can transform into a giant. Surely he possesses a method to manage such matters." Thus, Betty posed the question, "Chen Feng, do you transform when you are excited?" Understanding her intent, Chen Feng boasted, "Whether or not I transform depends solely on my will, even in excitement. If I choose not to, I will not change." Betty, unable to contain her joy, grasped Chen Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Is that truly the case?" "Certainly. Otherwise, I would not be able to transform at will," Chen Feng replied with pride. "How do you achieve that? Can you teach Banner?" Betty implored. Countless nights of unfulfilled desires had left her in a state of longing. Now, with Chen Feng's potential assistance for the Hulk, her heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. "The method is quite simple. It lies in unwavering will," Chen Feng explained. Turning to the Hulk, Betty playfully tapped his shoulder and chided, "If others can, why can't you?" The Hulk, suddenly defiant, retorted, "I refuse to believe he can control himself during such moments." "What moments?" Chen Feng asked innocently. Well, Betty blushed, hesitant to articulate. "Nightly activities," the Hulk bluntly clarified. Feigning enlightenment, Chen Feng responded, "Oh, so it pertains to that." With a shy glance at Chen Feng, Betty inquired, "Do you transform during those nighttime activities due to excitement?" "Of course not. As I just mentioned, I rely on steadfast will to transform at will," Chen Feng asserted. "Then why can't Banner manage it?" Betty questioned, her disappointment evident. "Perhaps you are simply too alluring." Chen Feng jested. Flushed by the compliment, Betty asked, "Do you have any other methods to prevent Banner from transforming?" "Actually, the solution is quite simple. Turn off the lights. If he cannot see, he won't be as excited." Chen Feng chuckled. Betty, though slightly disheartened, acknowledged that while Chen Feng's suggestion was practical, the absence of sight would diminish the experience. "I find this method quite agreeable," the Hulk exclaimed joyfully. "Haraha!" Chen Feng could no longer contain his laughter. Both Betty and the Hulk understood the reason behind Chen Feng's amusement, which left them feeling rather awkward. Half an hour later, the armed helicopter entered a pristine forest. Upon witnessing the dense mist enveloping the treetops, Chen Feng finally comprehended why he had been unable to locate anyone. This thick fog obscured the view from above, rendering the ground scene utterly invisible. As they approached her father's military secret base, Betty turned to Chen Feng once more and inquired, "Chen Feng, you truly will not harm my father?" Chen Feng nodded earnestly, affirming, "I assure you, I will not inflict any harm upon him. You should be aware of my integrity. The last time I captured you in Banner, I promised to release you, and did I not fulfill that promise?" Betty sighed in relief, responding, "Yes, you did keep your word. I trust you. And I also thank you for your willingness to forgive my father." Moments later, the helicopter pilot announced, "Attention, everyone. We have arrived at the base and will be landing shortly. Please fasten your seatbelts." Except for Betty, no one took the pilot's words to heart. "General Ross." upon seeing his daughter return, personally came out to greet her. The helicopter landed with a thud. Betty was the first to disembark. Upon seeing her father, she joyfully exclaimed, "Dad! Ah, it's good to have you back," General Ross replied with a warm smile. However, when he noticed Chen Feng stepping out of the helicopter, the smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Chen Feng cheerfully waved at General Ross, saying, "Hello, General Ross. It's good to see you again." What are you doing here?" General Ross stammered in fright. "Your daughter brought me," Chen Feng replied with a grin. General Ross turned sharply, glaring at his daughter, demanding, "Betty, why did you bring him here? Are you not aware of how dangerous he is?" Betty took her father's hand and smiled reassuringly. "Dad, please don't worry. Chen Feng promised me he wouldn't harm you." "Betty, are you out of your mind? Your father just attempted to attack him. Why would he not seek revenge?" General Ross lamented, feeling utterly helpless against his daughter's insistence. "Dad, you must trust me. Chen Feng truly made an oath to me that he would not harm you. He is here to discuss matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. Betty explained with a troubled expression. "You foolish girl." General Ross remained unconvinced. Given their deep-seated enmity, he could not fathom how Chen Feng would spare him. "Bravo, indeed. You are the greatest warlord in America, possessing remarkable intellect," Chen Feng remarked with admiration. "Speak, Chen Feng. What do you desire?" General Ross asked through clenched teeth. As Chen Feng approached General Ross step by step, he declared, "I want your life." At the utterance of the word life, he transformed, towering as a 3-meter-tall titan. Betty swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of her father, pleading with Chen Feng, "Do not harm my dad." With a thunderous roar, the Hulk swiftly transformed into a towering green giant, exceeding 2 meters in height. He hurried to Betty's side, determined to shield her from any harm that Chen Feng might inflict. "Don't move, Hulk." Numerous soldiers, armed with firearms, aimed their weapons at Chen Feng. Casting a glance at them, Chen Feng noted that they wielded nothing but ordinary arms. He dismissed them entirely, for such weapons posed no threat to him. Undeterred, Chen Feng continued his advance. General Ross addressed the Hulk, saying, "Banner, if you assist me in neutralizing Chen Feng, I shall grant you my blessing to marry Betty." Upon hearing this, the Hulk erupted with exhilaration, roaring with fervor before directing a gaze laden with fierce determination towards Chen Feng. Chapter 83, The Titan Giant Versus. The Green Giant Banner. "You could easily leave with Betty. I would not impede your departure. Staying here to oppose me may very well lead to General Ross's demise," Chen Feng cautioned. "Banner, you must save my father," Betty exclaimed fervently. The Green Giant bellowed at Chen Feng, "Hulk, never surrender. I can make you submit once, and I can do so again," Chen Feng declared imperiously. With a fierce roar, the Green Giant unleashed his fury. Chen Feng struck first. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without General Ross's command, the soldiers opened fire on Chen Feng. The ordinary bullets from machine guns and handguns merely left slight indentations on Chen Feng's skin. Once the force dissipated, they were deflected harmlessly away. Boom! Chen Feng launched a powerful blow. His fist collided with the Green Giant, sending him crashing backward, carving a trench into the ground. General Ross seized his daughter's hand and urged, "Betty, we must go now." Betty, feeling like a burden, resisted, exclaiming defiantly, "As long as Banner is here, I want leave. He will protect me." In a fit of anger, General Ross slapped his daughter across the face. The sound was sharp and resonant. A handprint marred Betty's fair complexion, covering her face. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at her father incredulously. How could you strike me? I did it to rouse you, to make you understand that staying here will distract Banner. If you are not present, he can fight Chen Feng without restraint," General Ross explained, his heart heavy with concern for his daughter. "But you cannot hit me. You have never done so before," Betty cried. "Enough of the tears. Come with me," General Ross insisted, forcibly pulling his daughter into the thicket. Seeing their general retreat, the soldiers followed suit. The foolish trailed after General Ross, while the wise sought alternate paths of escape. Chen Feng's focus remained fixed on General Ross as he hastened his pursuit. With unwavering courage, the Green Giant charged forward. Chen Feng leapt, evading the green giant's onslaught, and pressed on after General Ross. Just as Chen Feng was about to grasp Ross, the latter executed a serpentine maneuver, frequently ducking behind massive trees, eluding capture. With a thunderous roar, the green giant leapt down from a colossal tree, landing beside Chen Feng. Raising his hand, Chen Feng threw a punch, only for the green giant to catch it with one hand. Lowering his body and thrusting forward with his shoulder, he propelled Chen Feng backward. Boom! The green giant crashed into Chen Feng, slamming him against a massive tree that splintered and fell with a resounding crash. Chen Feng seized the green giant's shoulder with one hand while delivering a powerful blow to the giant's head with the other. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the air. The Hulk's head was struck by Chen Feng, causing it to tilt to one side, and his body was propelled to the left, flying several meters before coming to a halt. He supported his head with both hands, twisting it to restore its original position with a series of cracking sounds. Truly, he was an indestructible monster, Chen Feng lamented. If it were the abomination who had sustained such a grievous injury, even if he survived, it would take a considerable time for him to recover. Yet the Hulk seemed to regain his composure almost instantaneously. A creature whose strength surged with anger was indeed remarkable. The more the Hulk was struck, the angrier he became, and with that rage, his power intensified, accelerating his recovery. However, the side effect was a diminishing intellect as his strength grew. At this moment, the Hulk had completely forgotten about Betty. His sole focus was on Chen Feng, with a singular thought in his mind: to eliminate him. Roaring ferociously, the Hulk unleashed a series of thunderous bellows. Realizing that he could not resolve the dilemma of the Hulk in the short term, Chen Feng concentrated his thoughts and contacted the hidden glider and transformers in the air, instructing Optimus Prime to pursue General Ross. Hulk, invincible, the Hulk declared boastfully. I will render you powerless, Chen Feng retorted, leaping high and launching a powerful punch at the Hulk. Consumed by rage and blinded by fury, the Hulk did not attempt to evade, but met Chen Feng's fist head-on. The collision of their fists created a shockwave that sent nearby foliage tumbling. Ultimately, Chen Feng, having undergone evolution, possessed greater strength than the Hulk. Consequently, the Hulk's lower body was driven into the ground. Chen Feng relentlessly pounded the Hulk's head with a barrage of blows. Instinctively, the Hulk shielded his head with his hands. With each strike, the Hulk sank deeper into the earth. Perplexed, Chen Feng noted that despite unleashing his full power with every punch, he could not seem to extinguish the Hulk's life. Descend into hell, Chen Feng bellowed, forcefully stomping down. With a tremendous crash, the Hulk was entirely pressed into the earth, buried beneath the soil. Though the Hulk was concealed by the dirt, Chen Feng could still hear his low growls. Bending down, Chen Feng transformed his right hand into a claw, digging into the ground to grasp the Hulk's head and lift him from the soil. Hulk, never surrender, the Hulk proclaimed defiantly. With his left hand clenched into a fist, Chen Feng delivered an uppercut that sent the Hulk soaring into the sky. The weight of Chen Feng's assault caused the Hulk to temporarily lose consciousness. Soaring to a height of 100 meters, the Hulk began to descend, illustrating the terrifying power of Chen Feng's punch. As the Hulk plummeted, Chen Feng awaited his return, poised to strike again. As the Hulk neared the ground, Chen Feng unleashed another punch, this time striking the Hulk's back and breaking his spine. The Hulk spat blood on the spot, his body propelled upwards once more. As the Hulk fell again, Chen Feng prepared to send him skyward once more. Whether it was due to newfound resilience or an overflow of rage, the Hulk gradually found within himself a frenzied strength. Just as Chen Feng was about to strike him aloft again, the Hulk suddenly seized Chen Feng's fist, pulling him forward and crashing into him with great force. Then he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Chen Feng's neck. Damn it, you filthy beast! Chen Feng shouted furiously, desperately pounding the head of the green giant. Yet, the green giant clung on tenaciously, indifferent to Chen Feng's blows. Chen Feng could feel the pressure of the giant's bite intensifying, having already pierced his skin. If this continued, he would risk losing a piece of flesh from his neck. What to do? Chen Feng found himself at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his arms wide, enveloping the green giant's waist in a tight embrace. And with a surge of strength, he locked his hands together. The green giant, feeling the pressure, had the air forcefully expelled from his lungs, rendering him breathless and powerless. Chen Feng sensed that the giant's biting was becoming feebler, so he exerted more force, constricting the green giant to the brink of bloodshed. Chapter 84: The Surrender of S. H-I-E-L-D. Members. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Chen Feng broke the spine of the Hulk. Unable to contain his anguish any longer, the Hulk released a mournful wail. Chen Feng relaxed his grip, and the Hulk collapsed onto the ground. Just as Chen Feng prepared to continue his relentless assault, Optimus Prime's voice interrupted him. "My lord, I regret to inform you that General Ross has escaped." "What transpired? How did he manage to flee?" Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. General Ross ventured into a peculiar area dense with fog, teeming with ferocious beasts, and affected by magnetic interference, which allowed him to evade capture, Optimus Prime elucidated. "Bombard that region. If General Ross survives, he shall be considered extraordinarily fortunate," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Moments later, the sound of explosions reverberated through the air, boom, 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 relentless and earth-shattering. Chen Feng glanced down at the Hulk, who was beginning to regain his composure. A sudden idea surged into his mind. If executed successfully, it would establish him as the most formidable individual on Earth. With a flicker of intent, a colossal glider materialized beside him. He tucked the Hulk under his arm, leaped onto the glider, and soared into the sky. His plan was to extract blood from the Hulk, akin to General Ross, to create a serum and cultivate super soldiers to dominate the world. As for General Ross, Chen Feng entrusted that matter to Optimus Prime. The main battlefield awaited his arrival, where hundreds of elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were poised for surrender. Upon returning to the primary battlefield, Chen Feng beheld swarms of flying ants above and legions of lizard warriors below, encircling the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. He turned to Natasha and asked, "Are these individuals willing to pledge their allegiance to me?" Natasha refrained from approaching Chen Feng, mindful of the formidable Hulk he held. She replied, "All 300 of them are eager to serve you. Those who are not have met their demise. You have cultivated a good rapport with them, and they will henceforth be under your command." "Excellent," Chen Feng affirmed. Natasha nodded with delight, finally gaining some authority under his leadership. "Optimus Prime, deploy all robotic and mechanical beings to pursue General Ross," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime complied. Thus, one by one, mechanical beings scaled the robot's frames and ascended into the sky, embarking on the hunt for General Ross. "Natasha, instruct the surrendering individuals to board the giant ants and transport them to a private island. Lead them in constructing a landmass upon the sea, where they shall reside henceforth," Chen Feng directed. The technology for creating artificial land was remarkably simple within the Marvel Universe. With sufficient wealth and power, one could fabricate land of any magnitude. Although Chen Feng lacked authority, he possessed immense strength, having triumphed over the two mightiest forces in the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D., and General Ross's Legion. In the United States, no one dared to provoke him. He would create land in its waters, and none would dare to obstruct him. Such were the advantages conferred by power. Buzzing filled the air as countless giant ants flew toward the private island. Meanwhile, the remaining thousands of giant lizards swiftly swam across the sea toward the same destination. Various mobile fortifications swiftly advanced towards the private island. Upon his return, Chen Feng promptly contacted Dr. Hank and his team to summon them back. Half an hour later, Dr. Hank and his companions arrived at the private island aboard an advanced aircraft. As they disembarked, they were taken aback to see Chen Feng pinning the Hulk to the ground at the entrance of the villa. Curiosity piqued, Dr. Hank inquired, "Chen Feng, what on earth are you doing? How did you manage to capture the Hulk?" Dr. Octopus cautioned, "He is a harbinger of destruction. Are you not concerned he might obliterate your private island? Is he unwell?" Zhao Hailuan timidly remarked. "Why is he incessantly roaring like a beast? Do you not comprehend the situation?" Chen Feng replied, I brought the Hulk here as a subject for my research. Professor Lizard exclaimed excitedly, suddenly producing a syringe without fear. Rushing forward to crouch beside the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a ferocious bellow, the force of which knocked Professor Lizard off his feet. Instead of being deterred, Professor Lizard was elated, declaring, "The Hulk possesses immense power. His genes must be extraordinarily potent. I must study him. Perhaps I can create the most formidable human." He reached for the syringe, intent on drawing blood from the Hulk. "Professor Lizard, hold on," Chen Feng interjected. "First, we need to find a way to subdue the Hulk so we can conduct our research. Let's construct a cage to contain him. Given his immense strength, I suggest we target his pectoral bone and restrain his limbs," Dr. Octopus proposed. "I believe administering a tranquilizer or a sedative would be prudent to weaken him." Zhao Hailuan suggested meekly. "Why complicate matters? We could simply drain his blood," Professor Lizard coldly stated. "Let us first create something to confine him," Chen Feng asserted, sensing the Hulk's escalating power. If he did not incite his own anger, he would undoubtedly be overpowered. The group of super geniuses swiftly convened, brainstorming ways to entrap the Hulk. Dr. Octopus began assembling machinery, while Dr. Zhao Hailuan concocted a serum to weaken him. Dr. Hank utilized PIM particles to forge weapons to prevent any outbursts from the Hulk. Meanwhile, Professor Lizard prepared a blood extraction device. After 20 minutes, a colossal apparatus was completed, towering at 5 meters and weighing several hundred tons. Chen Feng maintained his grip on the Hulk, forcing him to the ground as Dr. Octopus secured automated, retractable shackles around the Hulk's limbs. Once secured, Dr. Octopus manipulated the machinery, stretching the Hulk into a cross-like position. But that was not the end. Chen Feng seized 2 massive iron hooks and pierced the Hulk's pectoral bone. A guttural scream of anguish erupted from the Hulk. Subsequently, Chen Feng adorned the neck of the Hulk with an iron collar, within which resided a serum developed by Zhao Hailuan. Once everything was set, Chen Feng and his companions stood before the colossal framework that contained the Hulk. The creature roared ceaselessly, thrashing about in its confinement. As the Hulk's scapula was pierced, each struggle inflicted greater harm upon him. However, the agony only fueled his fury, augmenting his strength. "Chen Feng, may I draw blood now?" inquired Professor Lizard with palpable eagerness. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, but do not proceed too hastily. I do not wish for him to perish just yet. We must thoroughly study the Hulk and maximize his potential." Chapter 85. The Super Soldier Program. The Hulk roared incessantly, thrashing and straining against his restraints. Fortunately, the framework had been meticulously crafted by a cadre of brilliant scientists. Otherwise, the Hulk would surely have broken free. Although he could not escape, his violent movements caused the enormous structure to sway perilously. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly topple. The robots had already been dispatched to hunt down General Ross, while the swarms of flying ants and the legion of lizards were unable to assist. Natasha was occupied with pacifying the newly recruited members of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Dr. Hank and his associates lacked the strength to provide aid. Thus, Chen Feng was compelled to take matters into his own hands. Positioned beside the apparatus, he grasped its edge firmly to prevent it from collapsing. Professor Lizard crouched behind the structure, watching eagerly as the blood in the vial gradually increased, saliva pooling in his mouth. "With this blood, my lizard DNA serum can be enhanced manifold." The professor harbored a peculiar obsession with lizards, and now, armed with several potent serums provided by Chen Feng, he yearned to elevate the lizard DNA serum to unprecedented heights. Chen Feng, indifferent to the professor's eccentric interests, only required his compliance. The Hulk's blood flowed swiftly, yet it did not significantly weaken him, as his body possessed an extraordinary hematopoietic capacity, nearly matching the rate at which blood was being drawn. After extracting 50 pounds of the Hulk's blood, the professor inquired, "Chen Feng, we've drawn 50 pounds. Shall we continue?" The Hulk weighed 1,200 pounds, so there was no concern for his demise. "Proceed," Chen Feng instructed. "Chen Feng, given the Hulk's rapid blood production, why don't we experiment by doubling the extraction rate to see if his body compensates accordingly?" the professor suggested. "Certainly," Chen Feng replied. The professor, a man of audacity, opted to quadruple the extraction rate instead. Needles were inserted into the Hulk's wrists and ankles, and the bloodletting commenced. Due to the accelerated pace, the Hulk soon grew weak, his roars diminishing in strength, his struggles waning. Observing this, Chen Feng released his grip on the apparatus and approached the Hulk to assess his condition. As the Hulk noticed Chen Feng standing before him, he ceased his roaring, fixating on him instead, and bellowed, "Hulk will absolutely kill you. You are no match for me." "Oh, how amusing," Chen Feng retorted. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk directed his fury at Chen Feng. "If you continue to shout at me, I shall silence you," Chen Feng threatened. The Hulk, undeterred, persisted in his vocal outbursts. Chen Feng then entered the villa, emerging moments later with a roll of tape in his left hand and a steel ball in his right. Approaching the Hulk, he seized the moment during one of the creature's roars to force the steel ball into his mouth, then swiftly wrapped tape around the Hulk's jaw over 20 times. With the steel ball lodged within and the tape sealing his mouth, the Hulk was rendered incapable of roaring. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the Hulk prevailed. With a fierce bite, he swallowed the fist-sized steel ball, inhaled deeply through his nose, and unleashed a mighty roar. A sudden snap echoed as the adhesive tape broke. Chen Feng and his companions were left in stunned silence. The green giant was overwhelmingly powerful, daring even to swallow a metal sphere, as Dr. Octopus mused. "Will he be all right after consuming that?" Zhao Hailuan expressed her concern. "You must devise a means to silence him, otherwise we shall know no peace." Chen Feng declared with irritation. "If you pierce his throat, he will be rendered mute. After all, he won't perish," suggested Dr. Octopus. "Very well, let it be done," Chen Feng agreed. Thus, an iron spike was added to the apparatus, and the green giant fell entirely silent. After draining 500 pounds of blood, he appeared to shrink, his form withering and his vitality waning. "All right, let us cease for now," Chen Feng announced. "Agreed," Professor Lizard excitedly replied, shutting off the blood extraction machine. Suddenly, the green giant emitted a groan, his body gradually diminishing. Chen Feng, noting this transformation, hurried to remove the iron hook and spike. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the giant's healing was sluggish, and his reversion to a normal state was equally slow. Fortunately, as he shrank, his wounds also lessened. Otherwise, in his human form, the injuries would have been severe. Moments later, the green giant transformed back into a normal man, appearing dejected, weak, and sweating profusely. "Banner," Chen Feng called out. The green giant weakly raised his head to gaze at Chen Feng, curiously inquiring, "Chen Feng, how did I end up here? What do you intend to do with me? What about Betty? How is she? Where is she?" The green giant possessed dual personas, Hulk and Banner, each distinct and disconnected. "You opposed me, and I captured you. You will cooperate with me for my experiments," Chen Feng smiled. "What has happened to Betty? You haven't harmed her, have you?" The green giant asked anxiously. "Rest assured, Betty has fled with her father," Chen Feng replied honestly. The green giant exhaled in relief and then addressed Chen Feng. "What experiments do you wish to conduct using me?" "Like General Ross, to create a super soldier," Chen Feng responded. "So you, like General Ross, seek to dominate the world," the green giant realized. "If I were to say that all of this is merely to ensure my survival, would you believe me?" Chen Feng stated earnestly. How amusing. To survive, one must conquer the world. It's absurd," the green giant scoffed. "In truth, this world is fraught with peril. You may not see it now, but you will understand in due time," Chen Feng asserted. To be a sovereign, to rise above all beings, was not his desire. What he truly sought was simple: to survive in this world, nothing more. "You are a deceiver. I shall not believe your words, only find them laughable," the green giant retorted. Today, Chen Feng had deceived him once, and he would never trust him again. Otherwise, he risked selling himself without realizing it. "Then you shall remain here under my watch," Chen Feng concluded, pushing the apparatus into the depths of the villa's basement. He confined the Hulk within Professor Lizard's laboratory, allowing the professor to conduct his experiments. The professor, exhilarated by the abundance of the Hulk's blood, walked with an almost buoyant gait. The serum derived from the Hulk's blood was perilously potent. Thus, Chen Feng decided to remain in Professor Lizard's laboratory as a precaution. With his extensive experience, Professor Lizard swiftly extracted the serum from the Hulk's blood and, unable to contain his eagerness, summoned a small lizard for his experiment. Upon witnessing the professor's intention to inject the lizard with the Hulk's serum within the confines of the laboratory, Chen Feng hurriedly interjected, "Professor Lizard, the space in the laboratory is far too confined. Let us conduct the experiment outside instead. The items within the lab are invaluable treasures that must not be damaged." Chapter 86. Reclamation of Land. You are right. Let us venture outside to conduct the experiment, Professor Lizard concurred. Upon hearing that Professor Lizard intended to test the serum derived from the Hulk's blood, Dr. Hank and others rushed out to witness the spectacle, including Zhao Hailuan. Chen Feng transformed into the Titan giant, ready to intervene should any complications arise during the experiment. Professor Lizard, clutching a small lizard in one hand and a syringe in the other, explained, "I shall first inject the Hulk's serum into this lizard and observe the effects." After administering the serum, he placed the small lizard on the sandy shore and promptly retreated. He had not yet transformed into a lizard man and dared not take any risks. Sizzling sounds erupted as the small lizard writhed on the sand, emitting anguished cries. With a resounding bang, the lizard unexpectedly exploded. "The first experiment with the Hulk serum has failed," Professor Lizard lamented. He quickly seized another small lizard, declaring, "I will conduct the second experiment with the Hulk serum. This time, I shall first inject it with my own concocted lizard DNA serum, transforming it into a giant lizard. The chances of success will significantly increase with the enhanced giant lizard." Upon completing his explanation, Professor Lizard set to work. After injecting the lizard with the lizard DNA serum, it evolved without incident into a giant lizard. Subsequently, he injected the giant lizard with the Hulk's serum. Like its predecessor, the now enlarged lizard writhed in agony on the ground, emitting horrific howls. Roar. Professor Lizard anxiously monitored the time on his watch, and when a minute had passed, he exclaimed joyfully, "The giant lizard has not perished. The second experiment appears to be a success." The giant lizard had doubled in size, its body glistening with a vivid green hue, exuding strength, though its eyes had transformed to a blood-red shade. Suddenly, the giant lizard ceased its writhing and charged towards Chen Feng and the others. "Ah, it's coming this way. What do we do?" Zhao Hailuan cried out in fright. "Fear not, I am here," Chen Feng replied confidently, to ensure he was not overpowered by his own creation. Professor Lizard hastily slapped himself a few times to stimulate his senses. It proved effective, and he swiftly transformed into a lizard man. "I shall test the strength of the giant lizard," he declared. Chen Feng did not intervene. Professor Lizard approached to confront the giant lizard, which was rampaging instinctively. With a leap, he landed on the back of the giant lizard and plunged his claws into its flesh. "Ouch! That hurts!" He cried out in agony as his claws broke, fracturing his fingers. The giant lizard rolled violently, tossing Professor Lizard to the ground, and with a flick of its tail, sent him flying. "Chen Feng, it's best if you take action," Dr. Hank urged. "Very well," Chen Feng replied, striding purposefully towards the giant lizard. The giant lizard attacked anyone who approached it. As he observed Chen Feng approaching, he opened his gaping maw and lunged at him. Chen Feng did not flinch. Instead, he lifted his left foot to rest upon the giant lizard's lower jaw while extending his right hand to press against its upper jaw. Regardless of how forcefully the giant lizard struggled, it could not bring its jaws together. Chen Feng felt the creature's immense biting force and turned his head to address the lizard professor, stating, "The second experiment has failed. This giant lizard's strength is even inferior to that of a mere abomination. Moreover, it has succumbed to madness, losing its consciousness and attacking solely based on its primal instinct to feed, unable to retreat, locked in a stalemate with me." "Oh," the lizard professor replied, disappointment evident in his voice. "Do not be disheartened, dear professor. With perseverance, success will surely follow. Furthermore, I have heard that the Hulk transformed through a gamma radiation machine, so you might consider constructing such a device for experimentation," Chen Feng suggested. The lizard professor slapped his thigh, excitement coursing through him. "Indeed, It must be the absence of gamma radiation. I shall now test the giant lizard's strength. With that, Chen Feng abruptly retreated. The giant lizard seized the opportunity and lunged at him once more. In a dazzling display, Chen Feng executed a backflip, landing atop the giant lizard's back, and raised his fist to strike down upon it. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng's fist shattered the giant lizard's scales and penetrated its body. The scales, albeit hard, were too thin, and the muscle beneath lacked sufficient density. Chen Feng remarked, withdrawing his fist to observe the giant lizard's recovery speed. The creature writhed in desperation. Chen Feng's weight, combined with his formidable strength, bore down heavily upon the giant lizard. After a minute, he noted, its recovery speed is still not as swift as that of a normal giant lizard. Should we dispose of this failed specimen? The lizard professor inquired. Yes, for safety's sake. It is best to eliminate it, Chen Feng replied. With his right hand shaped like a blade, he struck fiercely at the giant lizard's head, shattering its scales, skull, and brain. With a thunderous crash, the giant lizard collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The lizard professor personally attended to the creature's carcass. After the spectacle concluded, the onlookers returned to their respective laboratories to resume their research. Chen Feng reverted to his ordinary state, took a cleansing shower, and retired for the night. After such an extended battle, though his body could endure, his spirit felt weary. The private island returned to tranquility. However, not far from the private island, activity thrived. Natasha led over 300 individuals, operating an array of machinery to continuously create new land. To expedite the process, she instructed her intelligence system, Elita, to affix cold nuclear reverse reactor devices to the machinery on the artificial land. Consequently, the vessels extracting seabed sediments operated at an astonishing speed. Within a single day, a mound of sand emerged from the ocean. To prevent the tide from washing away the sand, Natasha dispatched dozens of workers worldwide to procure cement for fortifying the coastline. A week later, a colossal sand island appeared near the private island. The total area of the sand island spanned 41 square kilometers, capable of comfortably accommodating tens of thousands of inhabitants. In the villa on the private island, Chen Feng was engaged in a discussion with Dr. Hank about the realm of quantum physics when suddenly he heard Optimus Prime's alert. Master, a speedboat displaying a white flag is rapidly approaching our position. Should we intercept? Chen Feng pondered. Could this vessel be sent by the Americans to negotiate with me? Master, I can see Betty. She is aboard the speedboat, Optimus Prime reported. Let her come in, Chen Feng commanded. On the swiftly moving speedboat, Betty felt a heavy heart. Her boyfriend had been captured by Chen Feng, and she was once again on a mission to rescue him, while simultaneously being compelled to negotiate on behalf of the United States. As an ordinary and vulnerable woman, she was reluctant to assist the Americans in their discussions with Chen Feng. However, the higher-ups in the U.S. government, invoking the greater good of the nation, pressured her to comply. Coupled with her father's persuasion, she found herself with no choice but to agree. Chapter 87I. With a clear conscience, the speedboat smoothly arrived at the private island. Betty was aware that Chen Feng was in the villa on the island, so she made her way toward it. The grand entrance of the villa opened automatically. Upon entering, she found Chen Feng seated on the sofa in the living room. Please, take a seat, Chen Feng invited. Betty obediently sat before him and spoke. Chen Feng, could you possibly release Banner? Not at the moment, Chen Feng replied candidly. When will you be willing to let Banner go? Betty inquired. That depends on his compliance. If he assists me in developing the super soldier, I could release him immediately, Chen Feng stated. Betty was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Feng, like her father, harbored a super soldier project. Noticing Betty's exaggerated expression, Chen Feng chuckled. Are you quite shocked? Betty nodded, responding, yes. The super soldier program was initially launched during World War II and successfully produced the perfect super soldier, the American hero known as Captain America. Unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed by the nefarious organization known as Hydra. Upon learning of the horrific terror incident, your father wished for a more formidable soldier. Thus, he reignited the super soldier program. Honestly, if your boyfriend had not been uncooperative, causing chaos and absconding with the research results, Even destroying the research facility on his way out, your father's super soldier program would have undoubtedly been realized by now. His plan was flawless. Regrettably, he enlisted your unreliable boyfriend, Chen Feng remarked. Banner didn't intend to harm anyone. That was why he destroyed the research facility and took the results with him. Betty awkwardly defended her boyfriend. Not wishing to harm anyone is merely an excuse. He is entirely selfish, desiring to monopolize that terrifying power, Chen Feng retorted sarcastically. That's not true, Chen Feng. You've misunderstood him. He is not that kind of person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding everywhere, Betty argued. Chen Feng picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table along with an apple, peeling it as he spoke. Do you see the knife in my hand? Some use knives to carve wood, to cut vegetables, to create tools that benefit humanity. Yet others wield knives to commit heinous acts. Do you believe that a knife should exist? Betty was left speechless. Or do you think your father is a bad person? Chen Feng smiled. Betty shook her head, stating earnestly, My dad is a good man, although he is not a competent father. Thus, my point stands. There are only evil individuals, not inherently evil tools. As long as we utilize them wisely, they will not only pose no threat to humanity, but may also benefit and protect it, even safeguarding the Earth and the universe, Chen Feng persuaded. His intention was to sway Betty into convincing the Hulk to cooperate with him in the research, ideally assisting in his endeavors. You may be right, but don't you perceive yourself as a villain? Betty timidly queried. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and casually tossed the fruit knife, which embedded itself into the wall with a thud. Pray tell, what wicked deeds have I committed? Chen Feng smiled. Initially, Betty perceived Chen Feng as a villain. However, when prompted to articulate her thoughts, she was struck by the realization that he had seemingly committed no grievous acts. The only transgression she could recall was his coercion of her boyfriend to assist in extracting genetic material, yet ultimately, he released them unharmed. Chen Feng's theft from S.H.I.E.L.D. stemmed from avarice, but did not reach an unforgivable extent. His confrontations with S.H.I.E.L.D. and her father were instigated by their aggression towards him, leaving Chen Feng with no choice but to retaliate. The abduction of her boyfriend was a consequence of the latter's involvement in undermining Chen Feng's endeavors. These events collectively suggested that while Chen Feng was undoubtedly not a paragon of virtue, he could not be unequivocally labeled as malevolent. Observing Betty's struggle to articulate her thoughts, Chen Feng chuckled and remarked, What's the matter? Struggling for words? Regardless, you are not a good person, Betty retorted in indignation. Leaning back, Chen Feng began. Allow me to recount my actions since arriving in America. Upon my arrival, I assisted your father in dealing with Blonsky, then I threatened your boyfriend, Banner, to procure his Hulk genes. Subsequently, at Natasha's behest, I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. I leveraged my affiliation to negotiate collaboration with Iron Man, only to be humiliated by him. Later, I deceived Dr. Helen Zhao to a private island where she now thrives, engaged in research. I also allied with Dr. Hank, on the condition of aiding in the rescue of his wife. During a clash between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, I intervened to save a train full of people. When Professor Lizard unleashed his army of reptiles, it was I who quelled his forces and guided him back to rectitude. My ambition to create the most formidable robot necessitated a rare metal known as vibranium, which S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed in abundance. Yet, they refused to part with even a grain, not even in powder form. S.H.I.E.L.D. made exorbitant demands for my technology, and their stinginess compelled my refusal. Consequently, I orchestrated a theft. Upon S.H.I.E.L.D.'s discovery, they sought to wage war against me, and your father, ever eager for chaos, joined the fray. I was left with no option but to defend myself. While my actions may paint me as lacking in integrity, I have never committed an atrocity, and I have saved countless lives. I stand unrepentant. Chen Feng's words engendered a sense of guilt within Betty. I am sorry, Chen Feng. I misjudged you, she admitted remorsefully. Betty, your naivety clouds your judgment. Many matters cannot be assessed solely by their facade, Chen Feng replied. Betty gazed at him with wide, blinking eyes, struggling to grasp his meaning. Take Iron Man, for instance. Americans revere him as a hero, yet what does he do? He manufactures vast quantities of weapons, selling them to warlords and terrorists, resulting in chaos and countless casualties across nations. Furthermore, he exploits women's affections. Would you deem him a good person or a hero? Chen Feng inquired. Betty shook her head. No. For instance, S.H.I.E.L.D. serves as America's protective umbrella dedicated to safeguarding the earth. But do you know who established S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chen Feng inquired. Isn't it the U.S. government? Betty replied. It was the nefarious organization known as Hydra. If you doubt my words, I can provide you with documentation shortly, Chen Feng stated earnestly. No way, Betty exclaimed in astonishment. You are aware of Harry, the president of Oscorp, correct? Chen Feng asked. Could he also be a villain? Betty questioned skeptically. He enjoys a commendable reputation in America, often engaging in charitable endeavors, and his company has developed numerous beneficial medications for humanity. However, he harbors another identity, Green Goblin, Chen Feng revealed. Chapter 88. Negotiating with General Ross. Betty could hardly believe it. One must not judge solely by appearances. For instance, is your father truly as malevolent as you perceive? What transgressions have led both you and Banner to label him as such? Chen Feng inquired. Just as Betty was about to respond, Chen Feng interjected. And your boyfriend? How many innocent citizens perished because of him when he transformed into the Hulk? He continued, I have taken many lives, I admit. But I have never harmed an innocent soul. At most, I have merely stood by as tragedy unfolded. After a brief silence, Betty, feeling despondent, asked, Please, no more. I shall persuade Banner to assist you with the Super Soldier program, but you must promise me that once it is completed, you will allow him to go free. Miss Betty, rest assured, I, Chen Feng, will indeed let him depart. After all, I harbor no animosity towards him, Chen Feng replied. That's a relief, Betty sighed. You did not come here solely for your boyfriend, did you? Chen Feng probed. With a resigned sigh, Betty responded, President One has sent me to negotiate with you, hoping that you will reactivate the network and refrain from targeting our country. Very well, but I have a condition, Chen Feng stated. Speak, and I shall convey it to President One, Betty replied. My sole requirement is this. Anything I undertake within the borders of your nation, provided it does not endanger its citizens, must remain beyond your interference, Chen Feng articulated. I can assure you that President One will acquiesce to this demand, Betty readily agreed. Upon her arrival, President One and her father had informed her that as long as the safety of the nation was preserved, they would even consider compensating Chen Feng handsomely. Then it is settled, Chen Feng declared joyfully. He could have extorted more advantageous terms from the United States, yet they currently lacked what he desired. Thus he opted for a modest request. When will the network be reactivated? Betty inquired. Immediately, Chen Feng responded, then commanded Optimus Prime, Optimus, restore the network to its normal state. At once, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. In a mere second or two, Optimus Prime reported, My lord, the network has been restored. Good, Chen Feng replied. Betty quickly produced her phone and dialed her father's number. The call was swiftly connected, and she jubilantly reported, Dad, Chen Feng has agreed to reconcile with the United States. He has restored the network, but he insists that we cannot interfere with his actions, except in cases that threaten our citizens. That's excellent news, General Ross exclaimed with delight. Chen Feng took out his phone, held it to his mouth, and quietly commanded, Trace General Ross's location and dispatch transformers, robots, and mechanical beings to eliminate him. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. A week prior, the transformers and mechanical beings dispatched had scoured the area where General Ross had vanished, leaving no stone unturned, yet they had found nothing. Now that General Ross had resurfaced and utilized a phone, Chen Feng saw no reason to refrain from settling the score. After Betty hung up the phone, she eagerly turned to Chen Feng and said, May I see Banner? Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. He led Betty to Professor Lizard's laboratory, where the professor was engrossed in his research, seemingly oblivious to Chen Feng's presence. Chen Feng brought Betty to the platform where the Hulk was confined and called out to the sleeping giant, Banner, wake up. Your girlfriend has come to see you. However, the Hulk, perhaps too weak, did not stir. Seeing the despondent state of the Hulk brought Betty immense sorrow, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and cried out, "Banner, I have come to see you." At last, the Hulk slowly awakened, opening his eyes to find Betty in his embrace. A mix of surprise and anger surged within him, and his emotions spiraled out of control, causing his body to transform into the green behemoth once more. "Chen Feng, if you dare to harm Betty, I will fight you." The Hulk roared in fury. Chen Feng remained silent, fully aware that any explanation would be futile. Betty, taking the initiative, interjected, "Banner, please don't be agitated. It's not as you think. Chen Feng did not capture me. I came here willingly." Her words indeed had a calming effect on the Hulk, whose emotions began to stabilize, and he reverted to his human form. "Leave quickly. Chen Feng is not a good person," the Hulk urged anxiously. "Banner, don't worry. Chen Feng has never harmed me. He has assured me that as long as you cooperate with his research to develop the super soldier, he will release you. Alternatively, if you assist him in expediting the creation of the super soldier, he will set you free immediately," Betty advised gently. The Hulk shook his head stubbornly, declaring, "I will not agree to that. He is just like General Ross, seeking to dominate the world. Banner, listen to me. Chen Feng is not entirely malevolent. He has never deliberately taken the life of an innocent. His ambitions are simply too grand. Please help him. Once the super soldier is developed, we can escape far away and never return," Betty urged. The Hulk, with a pained expression, questioned, "Last time you said the same, and what happened? After you received a call from your father, you immediately insisted that I rescue him, which led to my capture for experimentation. Banner, I am sorry. I truly had no choice. He is my father, and I cannot let him suffer," Betty replied, filled with guilt. "Don't worry about me. I will stay here with you." "No, you must leave. It is too dangerous here," the Hulk implored, touched by her concern. "If you don't leave, then neither will I. I want to be with you forever," Betty declared earnestly. "Betty, Banner." Noticing the tender exchange between the Hulk and Betty, Chen Feng discreetly excused himself to converse with Professor Lizard. He had no cause for concern regarding Betty's potential to rescue the Hulk. Without his command, Optimus Prime would never release him. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Spider-Man. He pressed the answer button. "Peter, what is it?" "Chen Feng, you must come to New York at once. Mary has succumbed to madness, mercilessly taking lives, sparing even her own family. Now, she relentlessly pursues me, and no matter where I seek refuge, she swiftly locates me." Spider-Man lamented. "Are you unable to contend with her?" Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. "Do not mock me. It is indeed true that I cannot defeat her. She has become an overwhelming force, a veritable monster, wielding advanced technological weaponry. In her presence, my only recourse is to flee," Spider-Man replied, resigned. "Is it your friend Harry who has transformed her into this?" Chen Feng questioned skeptically. "Though Harry certainly played a role in Mary's transformation into a monster, it is not entirely his doing, for he lacks such formidable power," Spider-Man speculated. Chapter 89. Spider-Man seeks refuge. "Do you wish for me to rescue you, or do you desire me to eliminate Mary?" Chen Feng inquired. Spider-Man remained silent. "If you do not speak, I shall hang up," Chen Feng urged. "Chen Feng, you cannot ignore this matter. After she has slain me, she will undoubtedly come for you," Spider-Man replied. "To be honest, I have truly had my fill of Mary and wish to sever all ties with her. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. However, you are welcome to seek refuge here, as it is entirely secure," Chen Feng responded. "Mary has lost her mind because of you. How can you remain indifferent?" Spider-Man lamented. "I am not a savior. Why should I intervene? You assert that she has gone mad due to me. Yet I could just as easily claim it is your failure to look after your girlfriend that has driven her to madness," Chen Feng countered. "Very well. If you choose not to involve yourself, then I shall withdraw as well. I am on my way to your location. Send someone to fetch me," Spider-Man pouted. "Certainly," Chen Feng replied. He was currently preoccupied and had no time to concern himself with Mary's affairs, regardless of how much chaos she might cause. She could not reach his private island. The mobile fortress, the Lizard Legion, the swarms of flying ants, the robots, and the newly recruited 300 HIELD agents were not to be trifled with. Should Mary dare to trouble him, he would ensure she would not return. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng addressed Optimus Prime. Optimus, send an iron armor unit to retrieve Spider-Man. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Betty was still persuading the Hulk, who remained unwilling to cooperate with Chen Feng, let alone assist him in creating super soldiers. Chen Feng approached the Hulk and remarked, Banner, you are truly selfish. Betty has come alone to beseech me for your release. And what have you done in return? Hiding everything as if the world owes you something. Do not forget, if it were not for Betty and her father's support, would you possess your current formidable abilities? Having said this, Chen Feng turned and departed. Betty stayed in the lab to converse with the Hulk. Half an hour later, my lord, Spider-Man has arrived, Optimus Prime alerted. Chen Feng stepped outside to greet him. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Spider-Man complained, Chen Feng, you lack humanity. You possess the strength to deal with Mary, yet you choose not to intervene. Peter, just a week ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with SHIELD and General Ross's forces, taking on 2 opponents alone. Who was there to assist me? Chen Feng explained. Spider-Man was taken aback. You can't be serious? Indeed, I am. If you doubt my words, go outside and witness for yourself. The artificial land nearby is filled with individuals I have recruited from SHIELD, Chen Feng declared proudly. And what of SHIELD now? Spider-Man inquired. Aside from Fury and a few high-ranking officials, the rest have been annihilated, along with General Ross's elite 20,000 forces, who I have eradicated completely, Chen Feng boasted. You have killed hundreds of thousands? Spider-Man was left in shock. I, despite having slain hundreds of thousands, remain unfazed. For I was born to battle. As long as I achieve success, I would never hesitate to sacrifice eternity. Chen Feng proclaimed with an air of dominance. Indeed, you are a formidable individual, Spider-Man remarked. Well, let us not digress. Since you are here, make yourself at home. The villa has many vacant rooms. Choose one for yourself. Should you require assistance, seek out Optimus Prime. He will aid you, Chen Feng instructed. Understood. Thank you for your hospitality. Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. After ensuring Spider-Man was settled, Chen Feng returned to his chamber and inquired, Optimus Prime, has General Ross been eliminated? My lord, I regret to inform you that he is not. As General Ross's forces are fiercely resisting, and the abomination is desperately obstructing us. We have already incurred substantial losses of robots and mechanical beings, Optimus Prime reported. Then utilize heavy weaponry. I trust you will find what you need within General Ross's encampment, Chen Feng commanded. Very well, I shall procure it immediately, Optimus Prime replied. Upon locating it, return at once and instruct the robots to detonate it, ensuring General Ross is annihilated, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. A few minutes later, a thunderous explosion resonated, reverberating even to the private island where Chen Feng resided, the vibrations palpable. Rushing to the window, he beheld a colossal mushroom cloud. Goodness, Optimus Prime, did you unleash a mushroom cloud? That is quite impressive, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Are the Transformers unharmed? Chen Feng queried. Although he held reservations about the first generation of Transformers, he had no choice but to utilize them until the second generation was available. Rest assured, the Transformers are unscathed. However, the other robots and mechanical beings have been obliterated. Optimus Prime replied. Suddenly, Natasha's voice, relayed through Alita, reached Chen Feng's chamber. Chen Feng, can you not exercise some restraint? Do you not realize the significant radiation from a mushroom cloud? What is there to fear? If they dare to create it, I shall dare to detonate it. Chen Feng retorted. He envisioned a time when his power would elevate him to the point of surviving in space, at which juncture he would engage in even grander exploits. Natasha was left speechless, unable to counter Chen Feng's argument, and ultimately chose silence, instructing Alita to sever the connection. Through satellite imagery, Chen Feng marveled at the magnificent mushroom cloud. However, His admiration was cut short when Betty stormed into his room, furious, and immediately scolded. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. You have deceived me again. How have I deceived you? Chen Feng asked. Wiping away tears, Betty retorted with indignation. You promised to reconcile, yet in an instant. You sought to kill my father. To accomplish that, you even detonated a mushroom cloud. You have gone too far. I pledged to reconcile with the United States, not with your father. Since he dared to lead 200,000 elite troops against me, he must be prepared to face my vengeance. His current predicament is of his own making. He has no one to blame, Chen Feng countered. Wah, you have killed my father. I shall avenge him. Betty sobbed. Chen Feng's expression turned icy as he coldly inquired, Are you truly seeking vengeance against me? Betty nodded, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yes, I wish to avenge my father. With a swift motion, Chen Feng unleashed a strand of webbing from his right hand, ensnaring Betty's neck and yanking it forcefully. The strength of the webbing propelled Betty uncontrollably towards him. As she approached, Chen Feng's hand transformed into a claw, gripping her throat, and he spoke in a chilling tone. Since you desire revenge, I shall eliminate you first. Overwhelmed by emotion, Betty lashed out at Chen Feng, exclaiming, Go ahead, kill me, you murderer. If you do not end my life, I swear I will take yours.